Yunsang loved Ye Jinghan, a love known throughout the city. Yet, she was driven to infamy by Ye Jinghan himself, meeting a tragic end before his eyes. It was only as the truth gradually unfolded that Ye Jinghan turned to realize the woman who had always followed him with a radiant smile could never be reclaimed. Chapter 1, I Never Wish to See You Again. On a stormy day, in the night garden. In the study on the second floor, the flickering flame of a lighter cast shadows. Ye Jinghan's icy gaze was fixed upon the image projected onto the wall by the projector. It depicted a man and a woman entwined, the man's face obscured, yet Ye Jinghan recognized the woman. She was his wife, the most beautiful socialite in the royal city, Yunsang. On the day he was ensnared in a fiery inferno, nearly losing his life, this woman who professed her undying love for him had betrayed him, entwining herself with another man. A sudden knock echoed at the door, and a respectful voice called from outside, "Second master." A call from that side reports that Miss Yun has unexpectedly gone into premature labor and is about to give birth. The man's previously sharp gaze narrowed slightly as he rose swiftly to exit. Inside the hospital room, the woman's anguished cries of labor pierced the air. "Call Ye Jinghan, I want to see him." Nearby, a woman clad in a pristine white gown stood by the bedside, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Yunsang, my dear cousin, do you not realize that you have rendered and a vegetable, caused my sister's death, and made me unable to bear children? Jinghan has grown to despise you. His heart now belongs solely to me. Just last night, her words faded, Yunsang seized her collar with a fierce grip from the delivery bed. Though her complexion was pallid, it could not obscure her breathtaking beauty. You. Shameless. Even if I am shameless, it pales in comparison to your betrayal, consorting with another man behind his back. Yunsang gritted her teeth. I did not. Oh, right, you did not. Tong Ning leaned closer, whispering in a tone only they could hear, I believe you, but Ye Jinghan does not. He only trusts me. Those words struck a painful chord within Yunsang. Indeed, Ye Jinghan did not trust her. Ye Jinghan did not trust her. In a fit of desperation, she exerted all her strength and shoved Tong Ning to the ground. Initially, Tong Ning could have regained her balance, but just then, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Tong Ning took the opportunity to fall to the ground, crying out in pain. The hospital room door swung open, and a tall figure swiftly approached Tong Ning, assisting her to her feet, his piercing gaze sweeping over Yunsang. At the sight of her pale complexion and disheveled hair dampened by sweat, Ye Jinghan inexplicably felt a pang in his heart. However, he soon heard Tong Ning beside him say, Jinghan, do not blame my cousin, it was not intentional. She pushed me out of sheer pain from childbirth. I bear her no ill will. This pain is trivial, truly. As long as the child arrives safely in this world, I am indifferent. Ye Jinghan, whose striking features were once awe-inspiring, now regarded Yunsang with a glare filled with resentment, arrogant and overbearing even in childbirth. You lack the sense to temper yourself. Upon witnessing the expression on Ye Jinghan's face, Yunsang felt her heart constrict painfully. This was the man she had publicly declared her intention to marry since childhood. Ye Jinghan, I wish to divorce you. This child. Upon hearing the word divorce, Ye Jinghan stepped forward, gripping her neck with a fierce intensity, his voice chillingly cold as he uttered, You vile and despicable woman, do you truly believe I would still want you? Complete the birth of this child and relinquish it to Tong Ning for upbringing. You, get out of my life, I never wish to see you again. With that, he disdainfully released Yunsang's arm and strode away. Tong Ning glanced back, casting a triumphant look at Yunsang before following Ye Jinghan out. Vile. A lifetime of love had culminated in nothing but the word vile. Yunsang felt as if she were plunged into a hellish abyss. The process of childbirth lasted a grueling 7 hours. Yet, thereafter, she uttered not a single cry. Even if her teeth ground together in pain, she would not allow the outside world to witness her disgrace. The moment the child was born, Yunsang, having exhausted all her strength, fell into unconsciousness. When she awoke once more, the sky outside had already darkened. In a daze, Yunsang could faintly hear whispers within the hospital room. In a hoarse voice, she slowly inquired, Where is my child? Allow me to see my child. The nurse turned back with a dismissive glance, her disdain evident as she replied, Your child? Miss Tong has taken it to the backyard. If you wish to see it, go find it yourself. Yunsang was acutely aware of the formidable influence wielded by this group of people. During the months they had taken care of her, they had never shown her kindness. With no expectations of their goodwill, she pushed aside the covers, rose from the bed, and, supporting her weary form against the wall, made her way outside. Upon reaching the back entrance of the hospital, she immediately spotted Tong Ning standing there with several male attendants. The air was filled with the frenzied barking of dogs. Overcome by weakness, her voice emerged faint yet resolute. Tong Ning, return my child to me. Upon hearing Yunsang's voice, Tong Ning turned, a smile illuminating her face. My dear cousin, how unfortunate you are. After 10 months of pregnancy, you delivered a stillborn. Jinghan despises this misfortune and has ordered the disposal of your daughter's remains. Yunsang's heart sank. The child had been kicking inside her, interacting with her throughout the pregnancy. How could it possibly be gone? She felt as though her heart was being torn apart. Shaking her head, she cried out in anguish as she lunged toward Tong Ning. It cannot be, it cannot be. Chapter 2, Night Jinghan, may you perish. Tong Ning, repulsed by the sight of Yunsang, who was sullied and stained from childbirth, callously shoved her aside. Yunsang, utterly weak, staggered a couple of steps before collapsing into the courtyard. There, four ferocious hounds, sensing the scent of blood, lunged at her, viciously tearing into her flesh. The pain of her lacerated skin was but a fraction of the heartache that consumed her. In a frenzy, she struggled, her cries nearly rendering her voice mute. My child. Return my child to me, bring her back. Night Jinghan, I loathe you, I despise you. Ah. Tong Ning raised her hand. And a male servant approached to release the hound's leashes. At that moment, Yunsang lay on the ground, her body a gruesome sight, teetering on the brink of life. Tong Ning stepped closer, placing her foot upon Yunsang's hand. TSK, 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 these hands, once capable of playing the piano and painting. Now mangled beyond recognition, what a pity they are likely rendered useless henceforth. Bending down, Tong Ning whispered, I forgot to mention, your unfortunate daughter is quite adorable, yet alas. She shares your ill-fated destiny. Jinghan has declared that such a wretched thing is better off dead. After all, she is your offspring, and he has no desire for her. He will seek another, to adopt a child for me. How considerate he is towards me. Yunsang lay in the puddles formed by the rain, her body cold. Yet her heart was even colder. Tong Ning rose, delivering a kick to Yunsang's side, and said, at this point, I am not afraid to disclose another secret to you. In order to compensate for the sacrifices made by my sister and me, Jinghan has transformed the Yunting group into the Tong clan group. Your father has been ruined, your brother has vanished. And your younger sibling has been reduced to a mere pet for a woman. Your mother has passed away. Ah, she took her own life, leaping from a height. A sight too tragic to recount. After Tong Ning finished speaking, she turned and began to exit, instructing those around her, she has become devoid of any value. Cast her out. In a sudden frenzy, Yunsang summoned every ounce of strength within her, gripping Tong Ning's ankle, desperate to sever her throat. Tong Ning. Do you not believe? Tong Ning kicked her away, declaring, then I shall let you witness it with your own eyes. With that, she strode away with an air of confidence. The surroundings fell silent, and someone tossed the clothes Yunsang had worn upon her arrival at the mental institution to her, dragging her into a vehicle. Upon reaching the entrance of the Yun residence, the villa lay in darkness, its doors sealed. Tong Ning had not lied. The Yun family was no more. Sitting in the car, she pressed her hand against her heart, overwhelmed by an unbearable anguish. The individuals did not grant her a moment to alight, they took her directly to the cemetery. In the dead of night, the male servants dared not lead Yunsang up the hill. After dragging her from the car, they departed without a backward glance. Once fearless of heaven and earth, Yunsang had always harbored a fear of the supernatural. Yet today, she found herself unexpectedly unafraid. What malevolent spirit could be worse than Ye Jinghan? Dragging her battered and torn body, she navigated the rain-slicked rocky path, half walking, half crawling, until she reached the ancestral grave of the Yun family. Upon encountering the newly formed mound of earth, she felt her legs weaken, and with a soft thud, she knelt on the ground. Her face awash with tears as she crawled toward the tombstone. Illuminated by the moonlight, she discerned the photograph upon the gravestone. In an instant, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She reached out, embracing the tombstone, and forcefully pressed her forehead against the stone, blood seeping from the wound and staining the gentle visage of her mother beside it. I was wrong, mother, it was my fault. I should not have provoked Ye Jinghan, I should not have harbored feelings for him. I should not have. As dawn broke, Yunsang, who had knelt before her mother's grave throughout the night, stirred slightly. She lifted her head, her hand gently caressing her mother's face in the photograph, and at that moment, her face was devoid of tears. In a hushed whisper, she vowed, Mother, I will make him pay. Once I have avenged you, I shall join you and the baby, seeking your forgiveness. Wait for me. Unsteadily, she rose. her frail silhouette taking one step after another down the mountain. Ye Jinghan had scarcely slept the previous night. In a fit of rage, he had shattered the projector in his study and destroyed all the gifts Yunsang had given him over the years. By midday, he finally departed from Ye Garden. However, as the car rolled through the gate, the driver abruptly slammed on the brakes. Ye Jinghan raised an eyebrow, just in time to see Yunsang, disheveled and distressed, standing in front of the vehicle. He frowned. Had he not instructed those people to care for her during her confinement? How had she ended up in such a state? Through the glass of the car window, Yunsang's gaze pierced through at Ye Jinghan, as if she longed to consume him whole. Upon encountering the gaze of Yunsang, a chill enveloped Ye Jinghan's heart. Her transformation bore no consequence to him. With an air of indifference, he swung open the car door and strode towards Yunsang, seizing her collar with a firm grip. Have I not made it clear that I wish to never see you again? Who granted you the audacity to return to this place? Yunsang lifted her chin to meet his gaze, her voice hoarse and her eyes tinged with red. Yet not a single tear fell. It is my blindness that led me to love you. You, Ye Jinghan, are utterly unworthy. Ye Jinghan's eyes glinted with an icy fury. What did you say? A flicker of despair crossed Yunsang's face. If the mistake is mine, then allow me to be the one to put an end to it. Ye Jinghan, may you perish. With that, she raised her hand, revealing a knife that had been concealed within her sleeve, plunging it fiercely into Ye Jinghan's heart. Blood gushed forth from his shoulder in an instant. Chapter 3, I give my life to you. Ye Jinghan lowered his gaze to his blood-stained clothing, staring incredulously at Yunsang. This woman truly harbored murderous intent towards him. Had he not shifted his body to the side, that blade would have plunged directly into his heart. But how dare she? The driver in the car, witnessing the scene, hurriedly exited, intending to intervene. However, Ye Jinghan coldly commanded, "Get away." Upon hearing his sharp voice, the driver quickly retreated to a safe distance, watching from afar. Ye Jinghan seized Yunsang's hand that clutched the knife and, with a swift motion, pressed her against the car hood. His voice was as frigid as steel. Each word deliberate. Yunsang, have you truly lost your mind? I have lost my mind. If you harbor hatred, direct it at me. Why destroy the Yun family? Why force my mother to the brink of death? Why can't you grant my child a dignified existence? Ye Jinghan, does your conscience not ache? Conscience? Ye Jinghan scoffed derisively. You, of the Yun lineage, speak to me of conscience? Do you believe you are worthy? He drew her closer, his tone cutting and mocking. Yunsang, your mother was as vile as you. She seduced my father, causing my mother's accident that left her in a vegetative state. Her death was deserved. Slap. The moment his words fell, Ye Jinghan received a resounding slap across his face. Though Yunsang lacked physical strength, she delivered that strike with all her might. She could not tolerate anyone defaming her mother. It was unacceptable. Ye Jinghan tightened his grip around Yunsang's neck, a fierce glare flashing in his eyes. Vile women deserve to die, and you are no exception. That day, I narrowly escaped the clutches of the inferno, saved only by Tong Ning's desperate efforts. And what of you? You were reveling in the company of other men. Yunsang's furious voice rang out, no, it's not like that. It was Tong Ning who. Yet, Ye Jinghan cast her aside with disdain, unwilling to entertain her feeble justifications. Silence. Your malice is so profound that if Tong Ning were to ruin you, it would be entirely of your own making. Yunsang, already weakened, stumbled against the wall of the garden, her arm, marred by the bite of a dog, began to seep blood once more, staining her sleeve crimson. Her heart, battered and broken, felt no pain as Ye Jinghan subjected her to such humiliation. In the past, Tong'an and Tong Ning were entrusted to the Yun household, only to be ravaged by a pack of beasts. Tong'an perished on the spot, while Tong Ning suffered grievous injuries that rendered her unable to bear children. Ye Jinghan's relentless investigations eventually pointed back to him. In that moment, he had gripped her throat, demanding answers. You know full well that Tong'an was my savior, why would you wish her harm? No matter how she attempted to explain, Ye Jinghan remained unconvinced, firmly believing that her jealousy had driven her to wickedness. Subsequently, he uncovered connections between the deaths of his brother and sister and the Yun family. Yunsang gazed at Ye Jinghan, suddenly breaking into a hollow laugh. Yet, as the laughter faded, it transformed into a heart-wrenching sob, filled with despair and sorrow. She clasped her hands over her ears, bowed her head, and shook it vigorously, as if to dispel the unbearable reality. Indeed, it is my own doing. I should not have loved you, nor dared to brazenly ascend to your bed, nor entered into matrimony with you. Witnessing her deranged demeanor, Ye Jinghan's mind was abruptly flooded with memories of a few years past, when this most enchanting socialite of the imperial city wore a carefree smile upon her face. At that time, she stood at the pinnacle of admiration, boldly proclaiming to all, I, Yunsang, shall marry only Ye Jinghan in this lifetime. In those moments, her eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence. Yet now, he could scarcely recall the last time Yunsang had truly smiled from the depths of her heart. Yunsang lifted her gaze to him, her eyes brimming with despair. Ye Jinghan, I can no longer dare to love you. I have given you my life. Will you return my mother and my daughter to me? As she spoke, she raised her hand and extracted the blade from Ye Jinghan's shoulder. A sharp pain shot through Ye Jinghan's shoulder, and as he realized her intent, it was already too late. He watched in horror as the knife plunged deeply into Yunsang's abdomen, her midsection instantly soaked in crimson. He saw her stagger, her body tipping backward. And instinctively he wrapped his arms around her tightly as they both sank to the ground. Yunsang. Chapter 4. It is said that this woman is quite unsavory. Ye Jinghan sat anxiously outside the operating room. His heart wrenched as he recalled the gruesome bite marks on Yunsang's arms and legs. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Tong Ming arrived at Ye Jinghan's side. Jinghan, is Sang all right? Oh my goodness, Jinghan, what happened to your shoulder? Tong Ming knelt down, intent on examining Ye Jinghan's injury. However, he raised his hand to brush hers away, his expression indifferent as he asked, how did you explain the situation regarding the child to Yunsang? I was just about to tell you, she replied, her voice trembling. Last night, I had someone deliver the stillborn to Sang. This morning, when I went to check on her, I heard that she discarded the child. Ye Jinghan's cold gaze intensified. What did she say? She claimed that since you no longer wanted it, she didn't want it either, and she threw the child into the backyard. Ye Jinghan's fists clenched tightly. Tong Ming gently grasped his arm. Jinghan, please do not be angry. Sang was likely overwhelmed with emotion at that moment. The security guard said that after she tossed the child out, she saw dogs approaching and immediately regretted her actions. She went to retrieve the child. But I heard she was bitten by a dog, and the injuries seem quite serious. I am unsure of her condition. Upon hearing this, Ye Jinghan stood abruptly, his demeanor icy as he prepared to leave. Tong Ming rose, her voice trembling. Jinghan, where are you going? Sang. From today onward, her affairs need not be brought to my attention, they are no longer my concern. After he finished speaking, he cast a cold glance at Tong Ming before departing. Watching Ye Jinghan walk away, Tong Ming's brow slightly arched. Despite accompanying Ye Jinghan for so long, she had never received a single glance of concern from him. What right did Yunsang have to possess such regard? She coldly instructed the person beside her, call my aunt. Yes. Tong Ming turned her gaze towards the operating room door, her eyes filled with malevolence. Yunsang, you shall personally experience the taste of hell. When Yunsang next awoke, she found herself in a hospital room. The pain radiating from her abdomen reminded her that she was still alive. Yet, before she could survey her surroundings, a pair of large hands viciously seized her hair, yanking her up from the bed. Upon recognizing the face of her assailant, Yunsang furrowed her brow. It was Ye Hui, Ye Jinghan's aunt. You wretched girl, have you lost sight of your identity after enjoying your time in the Ye family for so long? How dare you attempt to harm my nephew with a knife, you are courting death. Yunsang regarded the malice etched on Ye Hui's face with irony. When it came to harming Ye Jinghan, it was Ye Hui who was truly ruthless. Yet now, she had the audacity to question her? How laughable. Ye Hui was clearly seeking personal vengeance. Seeing the icy disdain in Yunsang's gaze, Ye Hui raised her hand and slapped her. You wretched girl. Dare you look at me like that? Mother, why waste your breath on such a woman? Didn't I say to leave her to me? I have plenty of ways to make her wish she were dead. The boastful voice behind her belonged to Su Boi, Ye Hui's son, whose slightly corpulent figure made him appear both tall and robust. His gaze was brazenly scrutinizing Yunsang, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips, exuding an indescribable lewdness. In this imperial city, Su Boi was notoriously known for his promiscuity. What hope could there be for her once ensnared in his grasp? Enduring the pain coursing through her body, Yunsang struggled to keep her voice steady as she declared. There is no need for you to meddle in my affairs with Ye Jinghan. I wish to see him. Ye Hui's shrill voice retorted, you wish to see Jinghan? Ha! Dream on. My Jinghan despises you to the core. He has stated that from now on, your well-being is of no concern to him. Boy. This woman is yours to toy with as you please. As Su Boyi stepped closer, Ye Hui turned to leave but paused, seemingly struck by a thought. Be cautious. I've heard this woman is quite tainted. After Ye Hui exited, Su Boyi ambled towards the hospital bed, unbuttoning his shirt. The most exquisite socialite. I have longed to experience this, and it appears my wish is finally fulfilled. Yunsang, gripped by fear, attempted to retreat. Yet the wound on her abdomen inflicted a heart-wrenching agony. Su Boyi, you had better not overstep. I am still Ye Jinghan's wife. And what of it? What I desire is to possess Ye Jinghan's woman. Ha, observing your frail state is rather amusing. Struggling, Yunsang raised her hand to summon help. Su Boyi, with keen eyes, swiftly seized her hand. He fiercely leaped onto the bed, pinning her down, declaring, even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, you cannot escape now. With that, he lowered his head to kiss Yunsang's lips. She turned away, struggling to evade him, shouting desperately, help. No, please, help. Su Boyi, lacking patience, raised his hand and struck Yunsang across the face, covering her mouth with one hand while pulling open her hospital gown with the other. Just as his lips were about to descend once more, the door to the ward was abruptly thrust open from the outside. Su Boyi turned, his voice laced with fury. Who the hell? Jinghan? What are you doing here? Ye Jinghan, also clad in a hospital gown, shifted his gaze from Su Boyi to Yunsang's face, his expression filled with rage. Realizing the situation, Su Boyi hastily jumped off the bed. Jinghan, don't misunderstand. She invited me here. Initially, I intended to refuse upon seeing her in such a state, but she undressed and seduced me, and that's why. Just as Yunsang opened her mouth to speak, she noticed Tong Ning emerging behind Ye Jinghan, her face a mask of astonishment as she looked at Yunsang. Oh my god, Sang, what are you doing? How could you betray Jinghan at a time like this? Chapter 5, The Ant is Awakening. Noticing the lack of response on Ye Jinghan's face, Tong Ning stepped forward and spoke with a tone tinged with sorrow, Sang. Although Jinghan does not express it, I know he has always been deeply concerned about you. How could you, in your desire for revenge, engage in such actions with his cousin? This is chaos, utter chaos. Yunsang, enduring the pain from her injuries, retorted, silence. Do not distort the truth. It was Su Boyi who, Su Boyi interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at her as he exclaimed, Yunsang, do not wrongfully accuse me. I clearly saw your injuries and had previously declined your advances. It was you who stated that you could not bear to see Jinghan with Tong Ning. And that you would rather die than not be with me, solely to inflict pain on Jinghan. Jinghan, believe me, had she not initiated this, I would never have dared to approach your woman. I lack the courage for such an act. Ye Jinghan coldly replied, inflict pain on me? Ha! She is not worthy of that. Yunsang intended to clarify, but upon hearing his words, her heart felt as though it had frozen in an instant. The sharp, piercing pain from her injuries paled in comparison to the hurt caused by that single statement. Tong Ning turned to grasp Ye Jinghan's wrist, her delicate face awash with tears as she cried, Jinghan, please do not say such things. Sang was simply momentarily confused, it is all my fault. Had it not been for me, Sang would not be so angry with you. It is my error. Jinghan, I beg you, do not hold this against her. Yunsang had truly had enough of this theatrical display. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, Tong Ning, who needs your feigned sympathy? Get out. Ye Jinghan casually wrapped his arm around Tong Ning's shoulder, casting a wicked glance at Yunsang. In the realm of feigned sincerity, who can surpass you? You speak one way and act another, displaying duplicity to the utmost degree. Yunsang, with eyes closed, finds the situation utterly laughable. She has exerted herself tirelessly to preserve her relationship with him, yet what has it ultimately yielded? Irony, how profoundly ironic. Tong Ning shook her head at Ye Jinghan. Saying, no, Jinghan, I have grown up alongside Sang, and I know her well, she is not the kind of person you think. There must be some misunderstanding between you and Sang. She stepped away from Ye Jinghan's embrace and hurried to Yunsang's side. Sang. Have you not always claimed your innocence? In recent days, there have been signs that Aunt may awaken. Once she regains consciousness and clarifies the truth about the accident. Aunt will be exonerated. At that time, you and Jinghan can reconcile. Rest assured, I have no intention of vying for Jinghan, I only wish for your happiness. Yunsang was somewhat taken aback. Aunt was going to awaken? Meanwhile, Su Boi cynically remarked, look at that, all women. I suggest you learn from your cousin, Miss Yun. Your malice is so pronounced that I find myself pitying Jinghan. Jinghan, why do you not simply? Ye Jinghan shot a cold glance at Su Boi. Su Boi hesitated momentarily before hastily altering his words, I am merely speaking up for you. Despite his enmity with Yunsang, Ye Jinghan scorned associating with someone like Su Boi. Get lost. Upon encountering Ye Jinghan's ominous gaze, Su Boi could not finish his sentence, shivering slightly. He quickly bent down to retrieve his discarded clothing and made his exit. What a stroke of misfortune. I have not tasted the flesh. Yet I find myself drenched in its stench. Tong Ming remarked, Jinghan, may I have a moment alone with Sang Sang? I wish to offer her some counsel. There is no need, he replied coldly. As I have stated, from now on, the life or death of this woman is of no concern to us. Upon finishing his words, he cast a disdainful glance at Yunsang and took Tong Ming's arm, leading her away. Yunsang watched their retreating figures. Her fists clenched in frustration. Mother, I shall not let your death be in vain, I will surely clear your name. For several consecutive days, Ye Jinghan did not appear before Yunsang again. However, Tong Ming continued to visit, much like she did now, to provoke her. It became evident that her scathing remarks had lost their sting against Yunsang. Tong Ming realized that Yunsang had likely given up on Ye Jinghan. Yet, this was not enough for her. She desired to see Yunsang descend from paradise into despair. This place was still not hell. Oh, by the way, I have something to tell you. Just as I arrived, I received a call, your aunt has regained consciousness. Yunsang's previously tranquil gaze flickered with movement. Observing this, Tong Ming smirked, at last, your insufferable face has shown some emotion. It seems that your aunt's awakening may indeed work in your favor. But do you truly believe I will allow your wishes to come to fruition? Yunsang paused, her eyes narrowed. Tong Ming, what are you plotting? Ah. I intend to cast you into the depths of despair. Therefore, I shall ensure that those who could help you remain forever silent. Tong Ming raised her wrist to check the time. Jinghan had received the message and was hurrying over from the company. I have no time to waste on idle chatter with you. I must completely shatter your hopes before he returns. A wicked smile spread across Tong Ming's face as she turned and strode out of the hospital room. No, I cannot allow anything to happen to my mother-in-law. Chapter 6, Why won't you believe me? Yunsang tore off the 4-drip that was still administering medication, leaping from the bed and rushing forward to seize Tong Ming. Have you lost your mind? That is Ye Jinghan's mother. Tong Ming replied with a sinister smile, and what of it? Anyone who stands in my way shall be eliminated without hesitation. Disbelief filled Yunsang's eyes. Tong Ming forcefully shoved her aside, and in her weakened state, Yunsang stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to rise for a while due to the pain. Tong Ming opened the door and departed. Struggling to her feet, Yunsang chased after her, but realizing she could not match Tong Ming's pace, she anxiously grabbed the arm of a passing nurse. Tong Ming intends to kill someone. She wants to murder Ye Jinghan's mother. Please, help me stop her. The nurse disdainfully pushed her away. Are you out of your mind? Why are you grabbing me? It's really annoying. Another nurse approached and whispered, Hey, why are you getting worked up over her? She's a bona fide lunatic, having spent a year in a mental institution. She even lost a child, it's all very unlucky. Just walk away, don't pay her any mind. The two nurses cast a contemptuous glance at Yunsang before departing together. With no time to waste on their disdain, Yunsang struggled to pursue on her own. She absolutely could not allow Tong Ming to succeed. If her mother-in-law were to die, it would render her own mother's death meaningless. No, this must not happen. Yunsang stumbled her way to Fu Ziwei's hospital room. Inside, only Tong Ming sat beside her mother-in-law's bed. The old woman lay there, eyes closed, appearing no different from usual. Yunsang's heart tightened, her mother-in-law remained unresponsive. And Tong Ming had deceived her. Tong Ming's lies were undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. Considering that Ye Jinghan harbored deep distrust towards her, she feared that her presence here would only invite calamity. She turned to leave, but Tong Ming picked up a fruit knife from the table and calmly stated, The moment you step out that door, your mother-in-law will perish, and you shall be branded as her murderer. Yunsang turned back to see Tong Ning pressing the knife against Fu Ziwei's neck, a malicious smile curling at her lips. In desperation, she urged, Tong Ning. Do not act recklessly, she is Ye Jinghan's mother. Do you not love him? Indeed, I love him, Tong Ning replied, and thus, I must eliminate every obstacle that hinders my love for him. Yunsang shook her head, raising her hands in surrender. I will not be your stumbling block. I will divorce him. Divorce? That is insufficient, your rightful place is in hell, Tong Ning declared as she stood, raising the knife to strike Fu Ziwei. Panic surged within Yunsang as she rushed forward, shoving Tong Ning aside. Yet, the knife still plunged into Fu Ziwei's lower abdomen. At that moment, as blood gushed forth, Yunsang seized Tong Ning's arm with all her strength, flinging her away. The knife was wrenched from Tong Ning's grasp, and she fell to the ground. Fu Ziwei's abdomen was instantly stained crimson. Yunsang hurriedly pressed her hand against the wound, her voice trembling as she cried out, Someone, please come. Hurry, I need help. Upon witnessing her expression of panic and fear, Tong Ning lay motionless on the ground, merely chuckling softly, Yunsang, this time, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you. For I possess a greater venom. With that, Tong Ning forcefully plunged a fruit knife into her shoulder. The location of the wound mirrored that of the injury sustained by Ye Jinghan previously. Yunsang was taken aback, she finally comprehended Tong Ning's intent. Indeed, Tong Ning was venomous, exceedingly so. At that moment, a nurse entered the room. Tong Ning, in a state of agitation, cried out, Help me, she intends to commit murder. Upon seeing the chaos in the ward, the nurse screamed in terror, Help! And fled the scene. Within a matter of seconds, Ye Jinghan burst through the door. Upon observing the disarray within the room, Ye Jinghan felt a rush of panic. Tong Ning crawled to his feet, clutching the hem of his trousers. Jinghan, please save Auntie. She has been wounded. Ye Jinghan approached and saw his mother, injured and held tightly by Yunsang at her abdomen. Enraged, he forcefully shoved Yunsang aside. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Shaking her head, she looked at Ye Jinghan and urgently exclaimed, It wasn't me. Security and medical personnel, alerted by the nurse's earlier cries, arrived promptly. The medical staff wheeled the injured Fu Ziwei out. Yunsang rose and grasped Ye Jinghan's arm. Do you believe me? It truly is not my fault. No one desires more fervently than I for my mother-in-law to awaken, it is Tong Ning, it is she. Tong Ning began to sob softly, saying, I could overlook the harm you have inflicted upon me and bear the weight of all accusations on your behalf, yet you should not be so malevolent. That is, after all, Jinghan's mother. Are you afraid that if Auntie awakens, your words will be exposed? Is that why you harbored such murderous thoughts against her? If I were not here today, whom would you seek to take the blame for your crimes? Ye Jinghan seized Yunsang by the throat, constricting her air supply until she was on the verge of asphyxiation. His eyes burned with a crimson hue as he clenched his jaw, Yunsang. If anything were to happen to my mother, I will demand your entire family pay with their lives. He released Yunsang, directing security to restrain her, and then swiftly assisted the bleeding Tong Ning. After just a couple of steps, Tong Ning fainted. Ye Jinghan lifted her in his arms and hurried away. Yunsang knelt on the ground, her body bent forward, her forehead gradually pressing against the earth. Her heart, it ached unbearably. Why do you not trust me, Ye Jinghan? Why can you not believe in me? Chapter 7, The ordeal of imprisonment. Though Fu Ziwei narrowly escaped a calamity and preserved her life, she remained in a vegetative state. The doctor stated that due to excessive blood loss and severe bodily harm, it was unlikely she would awaken in the near future. Yunsang was confined in the hospital room for an entire afternoon. While she awaited the arrival of Ye Jinghan, it was the law enforcement officers who appeared instead. Ye Jinghan had accused her of attempted murder. Upon her initial incarceration, Yunsang harbored hopes that perhaps her grandmother would awaken and reveal the truth to Ye Jinghan. Alternatively, she fancied that Ye Jinghan might experience a pang of conscience, realizing her innocence and come to her rescue. She understood that Ye Jinghan harbored animosity towards her. Yet she could not fathom that he would be so cruel as to consign her to prison. She remained in anticipation. However, what she encountered instead was. In the dead of night, the cell door creaked open. Several women rushed in and seized Yunsang, dragging her out. Overcome with fear, she struggled against them. Who are you? Let go of me. The women paid her no heed, mercilessly hauling her into a small room. Inside, there was merely a water-filled basin. Trembling, Yunsang inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Before she could finish her sentence, her head was forcibly submerged in the water. Caught off guard, she choked on several mouthfuls of water. Just as she was on the brink of suffocation, her head was yanked back up, yet before she could utter another word, she was plunged back into the water once more. This time, she was rendered unconscious from the choking before being dragged out. The leading woman ruthlessly struck Yunsang's face several times, and upon seeing her regain consciousness, delivered a few vicious kicks. Yunsang's eyes reflected a hint of defiance as she implored, "I bear no grudge against you, why do you treat me thus?" Laughter erupted from those surrounding her. "Naturally. Someone has requested us to pay special attention to you." A foreboding sensation washed over Yunsang upon hearing this. Her first instinct pointed to Tong Ning. However, the speaker continued, "In this imperial city, if Lord Yi decrees your death, how many days do you think you can survive?" "Impossible," Yunsang screamed, tears streaming from her eyes. "It isn't him, you lie." "Believe it or not," the man replied, then turned to his accomplices, "Get to it." One of them brandished a knife and approached Yunsang. Desperately, she cried for help and attempted to flee, only to be yanked back by her hair. They forced her down onto the ground. "At this point, your life is no longer your own," they declared. Terror-stricken, Yunsang gazed at the knife in their hand. Shaking her head in near desperation, "Please, don't." With a sinister grin, the assailant raised the knife and slashed it towards her face. She ducked to evade it. But the blade cruelly grazed her forehead. Annoyed, the attacker swung the knife again, and as Yunsang turned her face, pain erupted across her chin. "Do you dare to evade?" Her attempts to escape only fueled their rage. Grasping her hair, they mercilessly hacked at her once smooth locks, tearing them from her scalp in disarray. After the tormentors had their fill of cruelty, they unceremoniously tossed her back into her cell. Yunsang lay on the ground, her visage smeared with blood. Her eyes a reflection of despair and heart-wrenching sorrow. "Ye Jinghan, why do you not simply end my life? Why do you allow me to endure this existence? Which is worse than death?" For an entire month, the relentless torment during the witching hours persisted without respite. They would drag Yunsang out, subjecting her to the merciless onslaught of high-pressure water jets, the icy torrent striking her body like daggers. On rainy days, they would force her beneath the open sky, leaving her to suffer in the downpour, inducing a fever without offering any medicine, while compelling her to labor. They would confine her in the restroom, withholding food and water, and mercilessly whip her, deriving pleasure from her pleas for mercy. Instead of providing her with proper prison fare, they relegated her to consuming spoiled remnants of meals. In her utter despair, Yunsang, after being unceremoniously cast back into her cell, took a blade she had secretly retrieved and made a deliberate incision on her wrist. As the crimson life force ebbed from her body, she realized she would not live to witness Ye Jinghan's repentance. She yearned for liberation. Chapter 8, Is She Dead? Early in the morning, Ye Jinghan arrived at the company, followed swiftly by his secretary into the office. "Second Master. The hospital just called to inform that the young madam." Upon hearing those three words, Ye Jinghan's cold gaze lifted. The secretary hurriedly fell silent. Ye Jinghan spoke icily, "There is no need to report her matters to me anymore." Noticing the displeasure in Ye Jinghan's tone, the secretary quickly responded, "Understood." The secretary moved towards the door. Suddenly irked, Ye Jinghan flung his pen onto the desk, coldly stating, "Isn't she in prison? Why is the hospital calling?" The secretary turned back, respectfully saying, "Last night, Miss Yun committed suicide in prison." Ye Jinghan's expression hardened, his voice betraying an unintentional hint of panic. "She is dead?" "No. At this moment, she has been resuscitated. The hospital called to seek your instructions on how to proceed," the secretary clarified. Ye Jinghan unconsciously exhaled in relief. Loosening his tie, and coldly inquired, "Why did she attempt to take her own life?" The prison staff indicated that Miss Yun, being a lady of privilege, could not endure the hardships of incarceration. However, I have yet to verify the specifics. If the second master requires, I can go now to ascertain. Considering the injuries inflicted upon his mother, Ye Jinghan steeled himself, his eyes icy. "There is no need. Send someone to inform that woman that if she dares to attempt suicide again, her father and brother will accompany her to the grave. A woman of her kind ought to accept reform within those walls." "Understood." Ye Jinghan remained oblivious to the tormenting nightmare his words would bring upon Yunsang. For the sake of her father and brother, she truly could not dare to take her own life again. Yet, upon her return to prison after her previous act, she endured even greater torment. Each day, her body bore new wounds and old scars, a relentless cycle of suffering. Yunsang gradually became numb to it all. She ceased to resist, ceased to struggle, allowing herself to be led to the slaughter. For a full 2 years, she existed in a state that was neither human nor ghostly, merely gasping for breath, just gasping, for she could hardly feel that she was still alive. She had ground down every ounce of pride within her, forgotten the essence of dignity, all in the hope that her father and brother could survive. In the early hours of dawn, the prison door suddenly clanged open. "Yunsang, come out." The voice echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. Numbly, Yunsang rose, dragging her weary body from the infirmary. She had expected the day to unfold like any other, filled with various forms of humiliation. However, to her astonishment, they changed her clothes and escorted her to the prison gate. Confused, she thought to herself that she still had a year left to serve. The guard coldly remarked, "Go out and live a good life." As she stepped beyond the prison gates, a light drizzle began to fall upon her. She tilted her head to gaze at the dark sky, feeling the rain stinging descent like needles upon her skin. At that moment, she found herself loathing rainy days. Suddenly, a bright light pierced through the gloom. It was the beam of car headlights. The moment the light illuminated her form, a shiver ran through Yunsang's heart. Fearing that this time it was yet another cruel game devised by those from within the prison walls. As the vehicle came to a halt, a figure emerged and approached her, offering to shelter her with an umbrella. "Miss Yun, it has been quite some time," he greeted her. Upon recognizing the face before her, Yunsang instinctively took a step back. This was Yang Wenqing, the steward of Ye Jinghan. "The second master is waiting for you in the car, please, do step inside," he urged. Yunsang turned her gaze toward the vehicle, pondering if it was he who had summoned her forth. Yang Wenqing bowed respectfully, remaining silent. A tightness formed in Yunsang's fists. She contemplated fleeing but ultimately relinquished the thought. She approached and entered the luxurious extended vehicle, taking a seat diagonally across from Ye Jinghan. He remained as regal as ever, his demeanor etched with indifference, his gaze directed at her with an unyielding chill. Observing the woman before him, he noted her frailness. She appeared even more emaciated than before. Her complexion was pallid, starkly devoid of color, presenting a picture of malnutrition and malaise. Scars marred her forehead and chin, their visibility exacerbated against her fair skin. Had it not been for their childhood acquaintance, it would have been difficult to reconcile the present Yunsang with the once renowned socialite of exquisite beauty. In the past, wherever he was, her eyes would always seem to gravitate toward him, sparkling with brilliance. Yet now, she could scarcely bear to meet his gaze, her eyes lacking any luster. The vehicle began to slowly depart from the prison, and Yunsang spoke in a hushed, detached tone, "Please, state your purpose for summoning me." Ye Jinghan replied coldly, "It seems you have grown wise in our 2 years apart." Yunsang's lips curled into a faint arc of sarcasm, her silence profound. At this moment, even uttering a single word to him felt repugnant. Observing the expression in her eyes, a flicker of cold, fierce anger flashed within Ye Jinghan. He hurled a document towards Yunsang, "Peruse it, and affix your signature." As she opened the document, the content elicited a soft, derisive laugh from her. It was a liver donation agreement. Chapter 9, Useless. Ye Jinghan resents me. 3 years prior, Tong Ning sustained severe burns while rescuing him from a fire. Fully aware of the low success rate of heterologous skin grafting, Ye Jinghan nonetheless callously dragged her onto the operating table. To this day, scars from that fateful day remain etched upon her legs. She vividly recalls how Tong Ning expressed her desire for a child. One night, Ye Jinghan barged into her room, tormenting her mercilessly, only to later caress her scars and utter, "Yunsang, your scars are truly unappetizing." 3 years later, Tong Ning requires a liver transplant. It is evident that Ye Jinghan could procure a liver from any source if he so desired. Yet, he insists on using his own. Initially, she believed that knowing Ye Jinghan would ensure a profound bond, a partnership through thick and thin. However, in the end, all the tribulations she faced were orchestrated by him. Nevertheless, it matters not, she has long ceased to care. Yunsang slowly returned the documents to their folder, placing it beside her. "I will not sign." Ye Jinghan's brow furrowed, his voice calm yet chillingly piercing. Not signing? Yunsang averted her gaze from him, fixating instead on the white string binding the folder. I have no reason to donate my liver to her. Huh. Shameless, she has become this way all due to your actions. Ye, Yunsang interrupted Ye Jinghan. Lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes devoid of warmth. This marked the second occasion she addressed him as Ye. The last time was on the morning of her 18th birthday when Ye Jinghan woke up beside her. She gazed at him with a cheerful smile and playfully asked. Ye, the rice is cooked, will you marry me? Although it was merely 3 words, this time her tone seemed so cold and distant. I am aware of your formidable connections, she said, gently tapping the area where her liver resided. My liver is right here, if you desire it. You can have them forcibly take it without any anesthesia. I, Yunsang, shall not utter a single complaint. Ye Jinghan leaned forward slightly and grasped Yunsang's chin. He coldly scrutinized her eyes, stating, 2 years have passed, and yet you still haven't learned your lesson. Learned my lesson? Ye Jinghan was mistaken. She had indeed learned to be obedient, exceedingly so. She neither retaliated nor retorted. However, that did not signify her willingness to capitulate to the demon before her. If she were to perish on the operating table, she would consider it a form of liberation granted by the heavens. A smirk curled at the corners of Ye Jinghan's lips. You should know that I possess ample means to compel your compliance. Yunsang's voice turned sharper, is that so? Then feel free to try, I shall never save that vile woman. I want her to die. Ye Jinghan tightened his grip on her chin. You dare to speak so maliciously. Yunsang scoffed at him, remaining silent. Ye Jinghan released her face, his expression one of satisfaction. Very well, but do not regret it. He picked up the phone hanging by the car and commanded, change the route, we are heading to the club. The club? A sense of unease washed over Yunsang. What further schemes did Ye Jinghan have in mind? The car arrived at the Royal Club, and Ye Jinghan gracefully stepped out, his long legs striding forward. As he made his way into the establishment, he instructed butler Yang, clean this filthy woman and take her to the private room. Understood, came the reply. Ye Jinghan proceeded ahead, leaving butler Yang to face the motionless Yunsang in the car. With a hint of hesitation, he addressed her, Miss Yun. Yunsang pondered whether she could contend with Ye Jinghan now. The conclusion was clear, she could not. With that thought, she rose and exited the vehicle. Butler Yang dispatched someone to clean her up, after which she was adorned in a remarkably short dress. Yunsang understood that butler Yang would never humiliate her with such attire without Ye Jinghan's authorization. She said nothing, allowing butler Yang to escort her into the private room. Inside, the room was bustling with numerous guests, both men and women. Ye Jinghan sat elegantly at the center of the sofa, a glass of red wine in hand. His gaze piercing as it fell upon her. The sight of the glaring scars on her arms and legs caused a slight furrow in his brow. Yet. He quickly recalled her past actions, bitterly ruthless. Resolutely, he redirected his gaze. Transformed by makeup and a change of clothes, Yunsang appeared delicate and alluring. Her beauty captivating despite the evidence of her scars and her cropped hair. The dress she wore undeniably intensified her allure. Upon her entrance, the previously boisterous private room fell into an immediate hush. Someone recognized Yunsang and exclaimed, Isn't that the most beautiful socialite in the royal city, Yunsang? Indeed. Isn't she supposed to be in prison? Look at her arms and legs, so many scars, how disgusting. Second master, what do you mean? Ye Jinghan interrupted the conversation with a calm demeanor, Tonight, who among you wishes to take her away? Upon hearing this, Yunsang was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze lifting to Ye Jinghan's face. This marked the second time she had seen him that evening, her eyes filled with profound disbelief. Second master, you cannot be serious. A beauty such as this, you would not wish to keep for yourself. Ye Jinghan's expression turned slightly disdainful. Ye Jinghan. Do not engage with just any commoner. Someone immediately chimed in, Exactly, our second master is a man of devotion, he only loves Miss Tong. I have heard that Miss Tong desires a child, and without hesitation, second master adopted a son for her. Ye Jinghan regarded Yunsang with a frosty gaze, awaiting her plea for mercy. He understood Yunsang all too well, such humiliation was far beyond her capacity to endure. Yet, he did not anticipate. Chapter 10, She was always like this. The word child pierced Yunsang's heart like a dagger. Memories of her unfortunate daughter flooded her mind. A child she had scarcely had the chance to glance at. 2 years ago, Tong Ning's words resonated in her ears, "Your ill-fated daughter is quite lovely. Jinghan has said that such a wretched being is better off dead. After all, she is of your blood, and he has no desire for her. He will adopt another child for me, for he truly is considerate towards me." Indeed, Ye Jinghan was exceedingly considerate. For the sake of Tong Ning, he had harbored such animosity towards her, treating her child with utmost cruelty. Overwhelmed by anguish, Yunsang abruptly opened her eyes. Her gaze sharp as she shot a glare at Ye Jinghan. She then approached the oldest, most unattractive, and portliest man in the crowd, flashing him a smile. "Sir. Shall we?" she teased. Ye knows well how formidable I am, would you care to find out?" The man seemed momentarily taken aback. Laughter erupted around them. "President Kong, how fortunate you are. This is the most beautiful socialite in the imperial city. Once you're done, I would like a turn as well." Upon hearing of her prowess, I too am tempted by the idea. Ye Jinghan cast a cold glance at Yunsang's profile. His previously relaxed expression was now nearly frozen in ire. If looks could kill, Yunsang would have perished hundreds of times over. Yet, her smile only widened further. "Sir. Let us go." The middle-aged, portly man was so captivated by her smile that he felt half of his soul slip away, swallowing hard in response. He rose and smiled ingratiatingly at Ye Jinghan, saying, "Second master, I must thank you for your hospitality. I shall take my leave now." Upon finishing his words, he wrapped his arm around Yunsang's slender waist, eagerly pushing her toward the exit, which provoked a wave of laughter from the room. The image of that plump hand around Yunsang's waist suddenly incited Ye Jinghan to raise his hand and bring the wine glass down with a heavy crash against the door. The commotion in the room ceased abruptly, and all gazes turned to Ye Jinghan's face. His expression was inscrutable, yet his voice was calm and frigid as he commanded, "Get out." The crowd, sensing the tension, dared not linger any longer and one by one, clutched their companions, leaving in a hurried retreat. That wretched woman. She would rather accompany that fat pig than plead for mercy, would she? Very well. Let her be, she was already despicable. Yang Wenqing hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. "Second master." Ye Jinghan shot him a chilling glare, prompting Yang Wenqing to silence himself and step back. Standing by the side. In less than 3 minutes, Ye Jinghan coldly instructed, "Investigate the women he had encountered. He would rather see them ruined than allow anyone else to touch them." Yang Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief and hastily departed. That Kong Changhai had reserved a room at the club. A few minutes later, Yang Wenqing led Ye Jinghan upstairs. As they exited the elevator, they spotted Kong Changhai rushing toward them, adjusting his belt, his trousers, and the sleeves of his white shirt stained with blood. Witnessing this scene, Ye Jinghan's expression turned icy. Yang Wenqing stepped forward to block Kong Changhai, urgently asking, "Mr. Kong, what troubles you?" Kong Wenhai stammered, that woman is too wild. I cannot engage in such antics." Yang Wenqing turned with concern towards Ye Jinghan, who quickened his pace. Noticing this, Yang Wenqing also started to jog after him. The door was unlocked. Ye Jinghan forcefully pushed it open and entered. The room was in disarray. Yunsang, who had been sitting on the carpet, startled by the noise, recoiled in panic, pressing the shard of glass against her wrist once more. Ye Jinghan's face was filled with rage, his gaze fixated on her still bleeding wrist. Upon recognizing him, Yunsang hastily straightened her disheveled clothing, discarded the glass shard, and feigned composure, saying, "The friends of the second master are indeed cowards, just a little blood. And they flee." Ye Jinghan approached, his eyes brimming with wrath. Yunsang met his gaze, raising her brow defiantly. "Ye Jinghan, save your breath. I would rather perish than acquiesce to your desires." She understood that her defiance would infuriate him. She would rather demean herself than surrender her heart to the one he cherished. How could he not be enraged? However, Yunsang did not anticipate his arrival here. Her sole intention was to rid herself of that older man, having no desire for Ye Jinghan to witness her disheveled state. Ye Jinghan scoffed coldly, "Very well, Yunsang. I suggest you maintain your stance." Without a shred of pity, he shoved Yunsang aside and turned to Yang Wenqing, commanding, "Open it." "Second master." "Open it immediately." Yang Wenqing said helplessly as he retrieved a USB drive from his bag and activated the projector in the room. Yunsang, unaware of what Ye Jinghan was scheming this time, merely raised her gaze toward the large screen on the wall. As the image materialized, her heart sank sharply. And despite her clenched teeth, the tears she had been holding back could no longer be contained, spilling forth in an uncontrollable cascade. Chapter 11, Murder is merely a matter of striking the head. There stood her father, the epitome of gentleness and love, now reduced to a figure of humiliation. On the screen, he hunched in his garb as a janitor, subjected to the scorn of several middle-aged men led by her uncle, Sushan. They poured wine onto the ground, forcing him to kneel and clean the floor. They trampled his hands, spat upon his face, and compelled him to crawl, desecrating him in the most vile manner. Yunsang stumbled, rushing before Ye Jinghan, frantically grasping his collar, her voice suddenly torn by rage. Ye Jinghan. I thought I would never shed another tear, yet how can I endure such humiliation? Why? Ye Jinghan, tell me, why on earth is this happening? Murder is merely a matter of striking the head. What do you truly desire? Why not simply end my life? End your life? Ye Jinghan scoffed, I find it repulsive. Yunsang closed her eyes, releasing his collar and stepping back. Oh, heavens. No, there is no divine presence, if there were. How could it stand idly by while a demon roams the earth? Seeing Yunsang's despair, Ye Jinghan raised an eyebrow. Weren't you quite stubborn? Is this unbearable for you? There are far worse things in store. With a sharp slap, Yunsang struck Ye Jinghan fiercely. Anger ignited in his eyes as he seized her neck, pinning her against the sofa, his expression one of ruthless determination. Yunsang, I have long made it clear that I possess myriad methods to force your compliance. You wouldn't think that I would show you any mercy, would you? Do you even deserve it? Tears glistened in Yunsang's eyes as she fixed her gaze upon him, determined to perceive the grotesqueness of his visage. After a prolonged silence, she spoke hollowly, I'll give you my liver, but... Ye Jinghan released her, taking a step back, disdainfully brushing off the hand that had gripped her neck. Get up and go to the hospital. If this liver is harmed, your family shall suffer a fate worse than death. With that, he turned and departed. He abhorred the sight of women's tears, especially hers, it repulsed him even more. Yunsang closed her eyes, allowing Yang Wenqing to assist her out, to the hospital for treatment, and then back to the night garden. She was profoundly reluctant to return here. Yet, did she have any alternatives? She shook her head, she did not. Yang Wenqing escorted her into Ye Jinghan's study before excusing himself. Ye Jinghan tossed a liver donation agreement and a pen at her feet, sign it. Yunsang bent down to retrieve it, stating, I have conditions. Do you think you have the right to negotiate conditions with me? Yunsang looked at him, Ye Jinghan. Do not utter my name. Yunsang let out a cold laugh. When had he grown so disdainful even of his own name? Ye Jinghan. You truly are a failure as a person, utterly and completely. Speak your terms. Ye Jinghan crossed his arms, his gaze condescendingly fixed on her face. I am eager to see what tricks you can conjure. Yunsang spoke softly. I will give you my liver if you spare my father. Furthermore, let us sign the divorce agreement, and from this moment forth. Divorce? The mere mention of the word infuriated Ye Jinghan, who had been waiting to witness the unfolding spectacle. He rose swiftly and strode toward Yunsang, forcefully pressing her down onto the sofa. Do you dare to bring up divorce again? Yunsang. It seems you have forgotten the lengths you went to in order to marry me. Yes, I have forgotten, she thought, wishing to erase all memories of the past. I have forgotten everything related to you. All I desire now is to be divorced from you. Oh, is that so? Allow me to refresh your memory, so you can fully comprehend your own wretchedness and degradation. As he spoke, he leaned down. Yunsang's mind was suddenly flooded with the terror of 2 years prior, when she had almost been violated twice. In an instant, she began to scream, to struggle, to resist. Let go of me. No. Get away. Yet the more she fought, the more resolute Ye Jinghan became in his intent to torment her. He aimed to make Yunsang feel pain, to make her acutely aware of the calamities she had brought upon the Ye family since entering his life. When her clothing was torn away, revealing her body riddled with scars, Ye Jinghan abruptly halted his actions. These were not mere wounds inflicted by a dog, 2 years ago. He had not witnessed such marks on her skin. What is this? Yunsang, in a frenzy, pushed him away, tumbling off the sofa, gathering her clothes around her as she curled into a ball, murmuring unconsciously, Don't touch me, don't touch me. Ye Jinghan crouched down, gripping her shoulders tightly, and shouted furiously, Yunsang, what is the meaning of the scars upon your body? His thunderous voice pierced through Yunsang's eardrums, restoring her consciousness. She turned her gaze towards Ye Jinghan, furrowing her brows. It was him. A sarcastic smile crossed her lips. How could he dare to inquire about the origin of her scars? Each mark told a tale, and every one of them was a testament to his doing. Chapter 12. Ye Jinghan, you will surely descend into hell. He unexpectedly inquired. What happened? Upon noticing her merely gazing at him with disdain, Ye Jinghan pressed, answer me. This is retribution, it is the consequence of my failure to cherish myself. Falling for someone I should not have loved, she replied. Ye Jinghan's eyes flickered with skepticism, yet he soon retorted coldly, Yunsang, do not attribute everything to me. You are unworthy. Unworthy. What more could she possibly say to a man like Ye Jinghan? Yunsang picked up the donation agreement from beside the sofa and stated, Ye Jinghan, I have made my conditions abundantly clear. Whether you agree or not is entirely up to you. Ye Jinghan narrowed his eyes, you are merely a vessel for a liver, lacking the standing to negotiate with me. Your father owes me a debt, and he must repay it. I will repay it. You? He scoffed, surveying her with disdain, what do you possess to repay it? This scarred body of yours? Yunsang clenched her fists, indeed, I will use this body. Are you not aware that many men find such allure appealing? Ye Jinghan's expression hardened, and he forcefully pushed her back onto the sofa. Can you not survive without a man? If that is the case, why pretend to be a paragon of virtue? Yunsang defiantly lifted her chin. Who told you I was pretending? I simply wished for a more thrilling experience, but regrettably, that man was too timid and fled. Ye Jinghan was utterly incensed. This woman dared to retort, Yunsang, you are courting death. Yunsang smiled, relishing the sight of his fury, finding a twisted delight in her revenge. Knight Jinghan, I shall speak candidly, you are correct, I am indeed despicable. I am a woman of loose morals, having been with countless men, and I cannot survive without them. Knight Jinghan, unable to contain the surging fury within, bowed his head and forcefully captured her lips. After a prolonged moment, he finally relinquished her. Gazing at Yunsang in that moment, Knight Jinghan was certain she had transformed. In the past, although Yunsang would reject him, her eyes had never held fear. Yet this time, she stared intently at him, her gaze filled with despair and loathing. Silently, Yunsang donned her clothing, rose, and maintained a distance from Knight Jinghan as she stepped aside to sign the donation agreement. Without uttering a word, she opened the study door and exited. In the living room stood Steward Yang. She approached him, and he respectfully bowed, Miss Yun. Uncle Yang. Please prepare a glass of milk for me, she requested. The mention of milk took Yang Wenqing by surprise. When Knight Jinghan and Yunsang were first together, he would always have Yang Wenqing deliver a glass of milk laced with contraceptives to Yunsang after their encounters. He had believed she was unaware, yet it seemed otherwise. Daring not to presume, he glanced towards Knight Jinghan, who had just emerged from the study. Knight Jinghan fixed his gaze upon Yunsang, questioning her desire to avoid motherhood. Very well. He coldly declared, she indeed does not deserve it, increase the dosage. Steward Yang acknowledged the command and turned to prepare in the kitchen. After finishing her milk, Yunsang returned the cup to Steward Yang and stumbled toward the entrance. After a restless night, dawn was approaching, yet the rain continued to pour. Yunsang meandered along the roadside, barefoot, seemingly oblivious to the biting chill. She was determined to reach the Duke's Club. Fully aware that it was the territory of Ye Jinghan, but her resolve to save her father propelled her forward. Yang Wenqing entered Ye Jinghan's study and respectfully announced, Second Master, Miss Yun has left, I could not detain her. Ye Jinghan cast a cold glance in his direction. Yang Wenqing continued, Miss Yun's shoes remain in the study. She departed barefoot. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Jinghan rose and made his way outside. Upon reaching the door, a thought struck him, and he instructed. Investigate what Yunsang has endured during her years in prison. As Ye Jinghan reached the intersection, he spotted Yunsang's frail silhouette. He hurriedly approached, grasping her wrist to pull her back. Yunsang shrugged him off, her tone icy, I have already signed the papers. I will be there on the day of the surgery. Ye Jinghan ignored her protest and lifted her into his arms. His voice was chilling as he stated, Your fate is of no concern to me, but your liver must remain healthy. It would be wise for you to comply before the surgery, do not provoke me further. My father, she attempted to interject, but Ye Jinghan interrupted sharply, you dare to bargain with me before the surgery is even performed? Yunsang, do not humiliate yourself. Even speaking to you is repugnant. Yunsang gritted her teeth, seething with anger as she glared at Ye Jinghan. Ye Jinghan, you will surely descend into hell, she exclaimed. In the early morning, Yang Wenqing instructed someone to summon Yunsang for breakfast. As Yunsang emerged from her room and made her way to the dining area, a delicate voice called out from the living room, "Sang Sang?" The sound sent a wave of revulsion through Yunsang, causing her hair to stand on end. Chapter 13 Useless, Ye Jinghan despises me. She turned away, her gaze icy as it fell upon Tong Ning, who was striding towards her. Tong Ning, filled with surprise, exclaimed. Is it really you? How did you come to be here? Could it be that Jinghan rescued you from prison to assist me in obtaining a liver? After saying this, she leaned in slightly closer to Yunsang and whispered in a tone only the two could hear, "My dear cousin. It must be terribly painful for you to be treated this way by someone you cherish so deeply. How unfortunate." As she spoke, she moved forward to embrace Yunsang. Yunsang, filled with revulsion, forcefully shoved her away. "Get away from me, keep your distance." Tong Ning staggered back, falling to the ground with a loud cry. Nearby, a servant rushed to assist her. However, Tong Ning remained on the ground, gazing up at Yunsang with tearful eyes, asking, "Sang Sang, why must you treat me this way? I have merely longed to see you and desired to embrace you. You want to embrace me? I find you repulsive." As soon as Yunsang finished speaking, a sharp reprimand rang out, "Yunsang." Ye Jinghan, having heard the commotion, approached swiftly from the dining room. His face etched with anger as he pushed Yunsang aside. Though he did not exert his full strength, the already weakened Yunsang was easily sent sprawling to the ground. Ye Jinghan furrowed his brow but quickly steeled himself, moving to assist Tong Ning. With an expression of feigned fragility, Tong Ning said, "Jinghan, please do not misunderstand. I merely lost my balance and fell. Everyone can attest to that. It has nothing to do with Sang Sang." As she spoke, she released herself from Ye Jinghan's embrace and went to help Yunsang. Yunsang had already risen to her feet, retreating 2 steps to maintain distance from Tong Ning. "I told you not to touch me." Tong Ning bit her lip, her voice tinged with grievance. "Sang Sang, I understand why you find me repulsive, but it wasn't voluntary back then." As she spoke, tears began to choke her words. Ye Jinghan cast a cold, scornful glance at Yunsang. "What face do you have to call others dirty, you shameless woman?" Yunsang felt a sharp pang in her heart. She was filled with resentment. After enduring so much, why must her pitiful heart ache once more? Tong Ning shook her head at Ye Jinghan, grasping his arm with urgency. "Jinghan, please don't speak like that, it can hurt someone deeply." Yunsang regarded Tong Ning with indifference. How had she never noticed Tong Ning's remarkable talent for theatrics before? It was truly a pity that she only performed in Ye Jinghan's presence. Seeing the disdain in Yunsang's gaze directed at Tong Ning, Ye Jinghan felt irritated. After all this time, she still could not suppress the innate pride that resided within her, could she? Who did she think she was? Young butler. Confine her to the basement for some serious reflection. Yunsang turned her gaze sharply towards him. On what grounds? Illegally imprisoning someone is a crime. Ye Jinghan approached her, gripping her chin and leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "Simply because I am still your husband. Who dares to interfere with me training my own wife?" Yunsang furrowed her brow slightly as Ye Jinghan released her chin. Yang Wenqing expressed his concerns. "Second master, Miss Yun has yet to dine. She will eat when she realizes her mistakes." Noticing Yang Wenqing's hesitation, Ye Jinghan coldly chided, "Aren't you going?" Reluctantly, Yang Wenqing approached Yunsang. "Miss Yun." Yunsang's gaze met Tong Ning's, where a clear provocation flickered in her raised eyebrow. With a sardonic smile, Yunsang averted her eyes from Ye Jinghan and followed Yang Wenqing outside. "Ye Jinghan, you truly are blind, it's no wonder you are enamored with a white lotus." Yunsang was invited into the basement. She had resided in Night Garden for nearly a year and only today discovered that such a prison-like basement existed. The room was desolate. As she entered, a musty odor assaulted her senses. Yang Wenqing remarked, "Miss Yun, perhaps you should try to soften your stance with the second master, it might." "Uncle Yang," Yunsang interjected with a bitter smile, "it's futile, Ye Jinghan loathes me." Yang Wenqing sighed, but here. Understanding his intentions, Yunsang, aware of his good nature and not wishing to burden others, reassured him, "Do not worry, I have been incarcerated before, this place holds no fear for me. You may leave. Miss Yun, there is a phone on the wall." Should you wish to acknowledge your mistakes, please dial the internal line, Yang Wenqing said before departing. The door closed, plunging the basement into complete darkness, severing all light. She reached out to steady herself against the wall, navigating through the darkness until she settled into the corner, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. Being confined in a small, dark room was something she had truly grown accustomed to. Fear no longer gripped her. Yet, just yesterday, she had been in prison, pushed around by the guards and forced to labor throughout the day without a morsel of food. Last night, she had endured the agonizing pain of a wrist cutting, losing a considerable amount of blood, only to be subjected to the merciless torment of Ye Jinghan, left to suffer in the rain. Now, she felt utterly exhausted, famished, and drowsy. More importantly, she was dreadfully cold. Despite her tight embrace of herself, warmth eluded her. She rested her forehead against her knees, caught in a liminal state between sleep and wakefulness. After an indeterminate period, the door finally creaked open. Yunsang lifted her gaze, and with the light streaming in from the doorway, she beheld the figure of. Chapter 14, Old Habits Resurface. The look in your eyes suggests that my presence is rather unwelcome. Do you wish for Jinghan to arrive instead? Yet, how could that be? He harbors an intense disdain for you. It is Tong Ning. The petty individual revels in her newfound triumph, flaunting her victory. Tong Ning, assuming the stance of a conqueror, stood before Yunsang, gazing down with contempt. TSK, 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 the most beautiful socialite? I would argue she resembles the most wretched of creatures. Tell me, how can you remain so brazen after enduring such humiliation at the hands of Jinghan? How do you still possess the audacity to persist in this world? Yunsang's piercing gaze swept over Tong Ning. Unfazed, Tong Ning merely replied, "Oh, right, for my sake, Jinghan would ensure you remain unharmed, for..." She crouched down, prodding at Yunsang's liver. "I desire your liver, and Jinghan will undoubtedly assist me in acquiring it." Yunsang gritted her teeth, lacking the strength to engage in a quarrel with this woman. "Leave at once. Rest assured, in such a repugnant place, even if you implored me, I would not linger a moment longer. Moreover, Jinghan would certainly grow anxious at your absence." As she spoke, she rose to her feet. "I have come to present you with a gift." Approaching the door, she retrieved a cloth bag. "Guess what lies within?" Noticing movement within the bag, Yunsang's eyes widened in alarm. Tong Ning pinched the bottom of the bag and emptied its contents onto the floor. A large rat tumbled out, causing Yunsang to recoil instinctively. Her old habit was resurfacing. 2 years ago, that incident left her with a psychological scar, causing her to break into a cold sweat at the mere sight of furry animals, as though someone were tightly choking her throat, rendering her breathless. A mouse scurried chaotically along the wall before darting out the door. Witnessing Yunsang's distress, which made her appear as if she could perish at any moment, Tong Ning let out a scoff of laughter. "Once, you had the support of a prestigious family, and Tongan had the life-saving grace of Jinghan, but I possessed nothing. Yet, what of it? In the end, did you not all succumb to me? Jinghan now belongs solely to me. I have triumphed." Trembling, Yunsang laboriously squeezed a word through her clenched teeth, "Get out." Ye Jinghan, disinterested in work today, returned home early from the office. Upon entering, he was met by Yang Wenqing, second master. Had she made a mistake? Ye Jinghan's expression darkened slightly. Yang Wenqing continued, "Second master. Miss Yun lost a considerable amount of blood last night and has endured so much. If this continues, it may lead to serious consequences. That is of her own making." Ye Jinghan replied, rising to head towards the study. A servant hurried in, whispering something in Yang Wenqing's ear. Yang Wenqing then informed Ye Jinghan, second master. "Miss Tong has just gone to the basement." Ye Jinghan halted his steps and turned to him. "What is she doing in the basement?" Yang Wenqing had no knowledge of that. After a moment's thought, Ye Jinghan turned and walked outside, with Yang Wenqing following closely behind. As the two arrived at the entrance of the basement, they spotted Tong Ning emerging from the exit. Upon catching sight of Ye Jinghan from a distance, Tong Ning hurriedly concealed the object in her hand behind her. As Ye Jinghan approached, he cast a cold glance at her and inquired, "How did you come out from there?" "I was merely going down to check on my cousin," she replied. Ye Jinghan's gaze shifted downwards, his tone devoid of warmth. "What do you have in your hand?" "Nothing, absolutely nothing," she stammered. Ye Jinghan glanced back at Yang Wenqing, who who promptly stepped forward, saying, "Miss Tong, it would be best if you surrendered it yourself." Tong Ning bit her lip, lowering her head, and slowly handed the bag in her possession to Yang Wenqing. Upon opening it, he revealed its contents to Ye Jinghan, a few pieces of pastries. Ye Jinghan's voice turned frigid. "Who permitted you to go down there?" Tong Ning, with her head bowed and tears streaming down her face, responded. "Sang Sang has always been a cherished child, she has never endured such suffering. I was afraid she might go hungry, so I—" "Did she eat?" Ye Jinghan interjected. Tong Ning shook her head. "She believes that today's events stem from me, so she refuses to eat what I brought." She stepped forward, grasping Ye Jinghan's arm, her voice trembling. "Jinghan, today's incident is entirely my fault, it has nothing to do with Sang Sang. She appears quite frail, please let her go, won't you?" Ye Jinghan regarded Tong Ning for a moment, then withdrew his arm, instructing Yang Wenqing, "Take Tong Ning back to rest." Yang Wenqing escorted the weeping Tong Ning away, while Ye Jinghan made his way back into the depths of the basement. The basement door swung open once more, and Yunsang assumed it was Tong Ning returning. However, her head throbbed painfully, rendering her immobile. Ye Jinghan approached and nudged her with his foot. Noticing her lack of response, he bent down and grasped the back of her collar, hoisting her up. Yunsang struggled to squint her eyes open, managing a feeble glance in his direction. Unfortunately, her vision was clouded, and before she could fully discern his features, her eyelids slowly descended, plunging her into unconsciousness. "Yunsang, you possess remarkable resilience. Holding on to your pride and refusing to acknowledge your mistakes, do you? Very well, I shall see just how long you can endure." He forcefully pushed Yunsang away. But she did not rise. Instead, she succumbed to the momentum of his shove, slumping against the wall and collapsing onto the floor, utterly still. Chapter 15. Save me. Gazing at Yunsang, who resembled a tattered doll, Ye Jinghan felt a sudden tightening in his heart. He crouched down and half embraced her. Noticing her utter lack of consciousness, Ye Jinghan called out urgently, "Yunsang?" No response. He picked her up in a horizontal hold and swiftly made his way outside. At that moment, Yang Wenqing had just returned from the backyard with Tong Ning. Upon seeing Ye Jinghan carrying the seemingly lifeless Yunsang, he hurriedly approached. "Second master," Ye Jinghan quickly instructed, "call Clingy over." "Yes, yes." Ye Jinghan carried Yunsang back to the room and laid her on the bed. Soon after, Clingy arrived, his medical bag slung over his shoulder. Upon entering, he immediately looked at Ye Jinghan and asked, "What is happening?" "Yang Butler called me in a panic." Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Jinghan pulled him to the bedside, pointing at Yunsang. "Examine her, she just fainted." Upon seeing the person on the bed, Clingy's eyes widened in shock. "Why is my junior sister here? You can't possibly be thinking of using her to swap livers with Tong Ning, can you? Be silent and focus on treating her." Clingy sat beside the bed and began his examination of Yunsang. After a considerable time, he removed the stethoscope and looked at Ye Jinghan. What happened to her to be in such a state? Ye Jinghan struggled to suppress his emotions. Is her condition very serious? She was already malnourished, and with the wrist cutting, she has lost too much blood. Her body is so weak that she is barely clinging to life. What do you think? Ye Jinghan shot him a sidelong glance. Malnourished? She hasn't eaten for just one day, how could it lead to malnutrition? One day? Her physical condition hardly resembled that of someone who had not eaten for an entire day. The affliction of malnutrition was a result of prolonged neglect. Clingy remarked as he stowed away his medical kit. In any case, once she shows signs of improvement, it would be prudent to take her to a hospital for a thorough examination. Her current state may render her unfit for liver donation. To save one life at the expense of another is an act of profound cruelty. After Clingy departed, Ye Jinghan sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at the figure receiving intravenous therapy, and his thoughts drifted to the scars adorning her body. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out to unfasten her clothing, wishing to ascertain the origins of those blemishes. Yet, he had only managed to undo the second button when Yunsang suddenly grasped her collar tightly, shaking her head and murmuring, "No, don't touch me, go away. Jinghan, please save me." Upon hearing her plea, Ye Jinghan furrowed his brow and released his grip on her garment. Was she delirious? Despite her evident hatred towards him, she was imploring for his help? No. Jinghan would not save me, he despises me. Tears suddenly welled up in Yunsang's eyes, cascading down to her ears. Why must you treat me this way? Why did you have to drive my mother to her demise? Ye Jinghan, it hurts so much. I also harbor such hatred. Such hatred for you. Ye Jinghan's hand, which was poised to caress her cheek, abruptly halted. Yunsang's tears had already soaked the pillow. She felt an unbearable torment, alternating between feeling as though she were encased in ice and being scorched by flames. A sensation arose that someone was adjusting her clothing. In a daze, she found herself transported back to that fateful day when she learned of the villa's inferno. She rushed to rescue Ye Jinghan, only to be ensnared and imprisoned in a hotel, where she narrowly escaped a harrowing assault. Fear engulfed her as she screamed desperately, yearning for Ye Jinghan to arrive in the nick of time. Yet, despite her throat's painful cries, he never came to her aid. Instead, as she left the hotel, she encountered Ye Jinghan, who had come to catch her in the act. Yunsang would never forget that moment when Ye Jinghan gripped her hair and spat, "Yunsang, you are truly despicable, utterly filthy." She wept inconsolably, feeling as though her heart had shattered into 1,000 pieces. In her youth, she believed that loving someone was sweet, filled with happiness. However, maturity brought the painful revelation that love could also be bitter and tormenting. A gentle, soft caress brushed against her lips, and in terror, she recoiled, shouting in anger. Yet, she was enveloped in a tender embrace, as the person soothingly stroked her back, seemingly offering comfort. A familiar scent wafted into her nostrils, the distinct fragrance that belonged solely to Ye Jinghan. Was it a dream? Indeed, it could only be a dream, for he was the very man who sought her demise. In the dead of night, in Ye Jinghan's study, Yang Wenqing placed a document on his desk. Second Master. This is the information I gathered from the prison regarding Miss Yun. Chapter 16, he intended to eliminate the filthy woman. Ye Jinghan swiftly extended his hand to seize the document, unfolding it with urgency. His ability to absorb information at a glance was instinctive, however, this time, he meticulously scrutinized each word, absorbing every detail. Upon completion, he forcefully cast the document onto the table. Yang Wenqing, with his hands clasped before him and head bowed, dared not utter a single word. Ye Jinghan's countenance was contorted with fury. Where did this come from? I had someone investigate in the prison, Yang Wenqing replied, his voice subdued. Ye Jinghan pressed on. There can be no mistake? In a hushed tone, Yang Wenqing responded, Second Master. I had someone gather testimonies from the inmates and subsequently located an individual who was recently released from prison. That person confirmed the matter with his own lips. Ye Jinghan, unable to contain his wrath any longer, strode towards the exit. Fearing for the consequences, Yang Wenqing hurriedly moved to intercept him, attempting to placate, Second Master, please. Temper your anger. Ye Jinghan turned, grasping the document and pointing it accusingly at Yang Wenqing, his eyes blazing with indignation. Seeing this, how can you expect me to remain calm? That despicable woman, in her quest for a more comfortable existence in prison, has even resorted to. Yang Wenqing, with a solemn gaze and hands still clasped, refrained from further commentary. The revelation within the investigation had indeed startled him. Over the past 2 years, in her pursuit of a more agreeable life behind bars, Yunsang had taken to associating with a female inmate. Thanks to the protection of that inmate, Yunsang was nearly exempt from labor. Yet, every circumstance bears its own advantages and disadvantages. Someone had taken care of the work for Yunsang, and naturally, Yunsang had to ensure the perpetrator was comfortable. Therefore, each time the two engaged in their illicit activities, she would leave scars on Yunsang's body. Ye Jinghan pushed Yang Wenqing aside, ordering everyone to leave at once. After uttering those words, he stormed towards Yunsang's room, his face a mask of fury. No wonder she bore so many scars. After 2 years, what had she endured with that woman? At that moment, a singular thought consumed Ye Jinghan's mind. He wanted to obliterate this filthy woman, Yunsang. With a resounding crash, Ye Jinghan flung open the door, strode to the bedside, and yanked the still slumbering Yunsang awake, his voice booming with rage. Yunsang, you wretched creature, rise. He shook her violently by the shoulders, causing Yunsang to feel a wave of nausea. After a moment, she hazily opened her eyes, gazing at Ye Jinghan's furious countenance. In her heart, a sense of despair washed over her. It had all been a dream. Ye Jinghan's wrathful voice pierced through her thoughts. Tell me, why have you chosen to debase yourself? Yunsang's bewildered eyes locked onto his face, questioning, debase myself? Me? With a hoarse voice, she asked, what are you talking about? What am I talking about? No wonder you attempted suicide upon entering prison, only to comply obediently thereafter. No wonder you dared to engage so recklessly with that Kong Changhai. It seems you were not afraid but rather thrived in that environment, mastering the art with ease. Yunsang felt her head was about to explode from the overwhelming distress. She truly did not wish to exert herself in vain against Ye Jinghan, and simply inquired, what exactly do you intend to do? What do you mean? I ask you. How does a woman's taste compare? Is it better than mine? Yunsang's expression was one of indignation. Ye Jinghan forcefully grasped her chin, his gaze filled with menace. How could I have not noticed before that you are so adept at causing trouble? Yunsang felt a sharp pain in her jaw and attempted to shake free. But to no avail. With a sense of helplessness, she sighed, what on earth are you rambling about? Could you possibly articulate something comprehensible? He was just like that group of people, tormenting others without offering a swift resolution, insisting on prolonging the agony. Rambling? Ye Jinghan seethed, clenching his teeth. Who is Pei Yuyan? Chapter 17, every word can pierce the heart. Upon hearing that name, Yunsang, who had been engulfed in a haze, suddenly felt her pupils constrict. Casting a disbelieving gaze towards Ye Jinghan. The name Pei Yuyan was a harbinger of nightmares for Yunsang. For she had endured 2 years of torment at the hands of this woman and her subordinates. But how could he possibly know the name of that woman? No. He ought to know. It was he who had summoned her to inflict suffering upon her. Seeing the fear reflected in Yunsang's eyes, Ye Jinghan assumed she was feeling guilty. Upon hearing this name, do you still dare to claim I speak nonsense? After being tormented for so long. Surely you must enjoy it. Yunsang forced a bitter smile, her heart pierced and her body tormented, yet he had the audacity to pose such a ridiculous question? Ye Jinghan was nothing short of a demon. When she fell silent, Ye Jinghan, irked, demanded, answer me. Yunsang fixed her gaze upon him. Her face a mask of defiance. In a hoarse voice, she retorted, Ye Jinghan, you should experience such torment yourself, only then will you understand the true nature of suffering. The hatred simmering in Ye Jinghan's eyes was scarcely containable as he scrutinized Yunsang's face, questioning, Yunsang, why do you choose to live this way? Once the esteemed young lady of the Yun family, you have reduced yourself to a mere vehicle, lesser than a common bus. Do you not find yourself repugnant? Ah. For Yunsang, each word he uttered was a dagger to the soul. Slowly, she closed her eyes. Everyone in the world had the right to condemn her. But Ye Jinghan was the one exception. She did not wish to weep, yet tears stubbornly squeezed through the tightly shut eyelids, cascading down her temples. The moment Ye Jinghan beheld the tears, his brow furrowed in an instant. However, upon recalling each word inscribed on that document, his heart transformed into a vessel of venom. This woman was so unruly that even imprisonment could not tame her, she was shameless and utterly undeserving of sympathy. He turned abruptly, slamming the door behind him. As though fleeing from a malevolent spirit. Yunsang drew the blanket tightly around herself, curling up in a ball of humiliation. The earlier encounter with Ye Jinghan filled her with dread. Despite her desperate embrace of herself, she could not erase the image of his face, filled with disdain, from her mind. She was bewildered, questioning what wrong she had committed. Why, after enduring countless hardships, did Ye Jinghan still harbor such hatred for her? Why did he utter those humiliating words with such cruelty? Clearly, he was in the wrong. Tears soaked her pillow, and she felt an overwhelming weariness in her heart. Her head grew heavier, as if it were being pried apart, burning and aching. As her consciousness began to fade, she slowly closed her eyes, allowing herself to succumb to unconsciousness. Time passed, and after an indeterminate duration, Yunsang struggled to open her eyes once more. The room was brightly lit. Yet her vision remained blurred. A figure sat beside her bed. The contours of this man did not resemble Ye Jinghan. Yunsang, perplexed, inquired, "Who are you?" Chapter 18, only in this way can I depart from him. Upon hearing her voice, the man lifted his gaze to her. At that moment, Yunsang gently closed her eyelids before reopening them, finally discerning the identity of the individual before her. It was Ye Jinghan, a close brother of Ye Jinghan and her senior at the medical school. Adjusting the infusion rate, Ye Jinghan, who was administering her inquired, "Junior sister, you are awake? How do you feel? If anything is amiss, do not hesitate to tell me." Senior brother? What brings you here? Yunsang spoke, her voice hoarse. That rascal Ye Jinghan was worried you might perish, so he sent me to assist in your treatment. Yunsang curled her lips into a sardonic smile. You misunderstand. What he fears is the failure of my liver. It has indeed failed. When I examined you, I discovered your condition. Her physical state was truly difficult to articulate. Who could have foreseen that the once imperious Yunsang, proud as a princess, would find herself in such dire straits? With a bittersweet smile, she regarded Ye Jinghan. As a medical student herself, albeit yet to graduate, she was acutely aware that enduring such torment over the past 2 years would inevitably take a toll on her health. Noticing the expression in Ye Jinghan's eyes, she asked softly, is it that grave? Am I still suitable for a liver donation? Ye Jinghan, rendered speechless, replied, are you out of your mind? At such a juncture, how can you even contemplate a liver donation? Yunsang, her gaze drifting towards the pristine ceiling, replied resolutely, I will donate. Only in this way can I completely sever my ties with him. Junior sister, have you lost your senses? Is it truly worth risking your life for this? Yunsang turned her gaze towards him, curling her lips into a smirk, worth it. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Ye Jinghan stepped inside. Upon seeing Yunsang on the bed smiling at Ye Jinghan, a flicker of anger crossed his eyes. This despicable woman truly seized every opportunity to flaunt her allure. Ye Jinghan rose, saying, Jinghan, you arrived just in time, the infusion is underway. Ye Jinghan disregarded Yunsang, casting a cold glare at Ye Jinghan still lingering by the bedside before turning to leave. Ye Jinghan, perplexed by the look, wondered what it signified. Was he, an innocent bystander, to suffer the consequences of this turmoil? Jinghan, wait for me, he called, beginning to tidy his medical bag. Yunsang, as if struck by a thought, inquired, Senior brother, may I speak with you privately for a moment? Hearing this, Ye Jinghan halted at the door, pivoting to cast an icy glance at Yunsang's face. At that moment, Yunsang also raised her gaze to meet his. Master Yi, I wish to converse privately with my senior brother. Could you kindly step aside? The tone she adopted was markedly different from that used with Ye Jinghan. Ye Jinghan's face darkened, this is my home. Ye Jinghan glanced between Yunsang and Ye Jinghan, caught in the middle, feeling quite uncomfortable. I can step out, Yunsang declared, sitting up. Seeing this, Ye Jinghan quickly interjected, no. With your condition, you shouldn't exert yourself. If anything goes awry, it will be I who must treat you. How about this, Jinghan, you go ahead, I shall join you shortly. Ye Jinghan glared at Yunsang in fury. He strove to suppress the fury within him, his gaze settling on her hand, which was receiving an intravenous infusion. This woman was unworthy of his anger. After casting her a disdainful glance, he turned and departed. Upon returning to his study, he casually opened a document. What he would typically complete in 3 minutes now stretched into 5, and yet he had absorbed not a single word. Frustrated, he flung the pen he held onto the table and lit a cigarette. That woman had once remarked, you look rather unattractive while smoking. As he stared at the swirling smoke rings, he irritably extinguished the cigarette, discarding it into the ashtray. A series of knocks echoed from outside the study. Before he could utter a word, Ye Jinghan pushed the door open and raised an eyebrow at him. Care for a drink? Ye Jinghan shot him a sidelong glance, his tone sharp. You seem quite close to that woman. Hold on, don't mischaracterize me. I am a doctor with a heart for humanity, intent on saving lives. My relationship with the woman you love is entirely unrelated. Ye Jinghan scoffed coldly. Enough with the nonsense. I do not love her. Now, tell me, what did she say? Ye Jinghan took a seat opposite him at the desk, a mischievous grin on his face. Fine, you may not love her, but you're about to remove her liver. Why concern yourself with this? Ye Jinghan's eyes hardened, each word deliberate. Ye Jinghan. Ye Jinghan met his gaze, sighing, his expression turning serious. Jinghan, I advise you to refrain from pursuing this matter, I fear it may cause you pain. The chill in Ye Jinghan's tone was palpable. Ye Jinghan pondered for a moment before finally nodding and saying, all right, I shall speak. However, do not regret your decision. Chapter 19, only one can survive. The junior sister provided me with a phone number, stating that if she were to perish on the operating table, I should contact this individual to assist in retrieving her remains. This statement caused a momentary pause in Ye Jinghan's expression. as he withdrew his hand from the table and clenched it into a tight fist upon resting it on his knee. Who was this person? The foremost perfumer of Dong'an Nation, Wei Yanran. Ye Jinghan turned his gaze towards him. What else did she say? She requested that her father and younger brother remain oblivious to the news of her demise. She wished for everything left by her grandmother to be bequeathed to Wei Yanran, and asked Wei Yanran to help take care of her father and brother. Furthermore, He Jinghan trailed off, hesitating to continue. Ye Jinghan lifted his eyes. His voice sharp. Proceed. She also expressed her desire for Wei Yanran to incinerate the divorce agreement you signed. Ye Jinghan's fist, which had been resting on his thigh, suddenly relaxed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Even in death, she sought to sever all ties with him, did she? Yunsang was indeed ruthless. However, she would not succeed. A liver transplant was merely a minor procedure. She would not die, she could not die. Noticing the grim expression on Ye Jinghan's face, He Jinghan cleared his throat and remarked, "See, I told you I wouldn't reveal it, yet you insisted on hearing." Ye Jinghan's countenance remained grave as he spoke in a detached tone. "You should return now." He Jinghan, at a loss for words, inquired, "Do you not require my company for a drink?" Ye Jinghan met his gaze, prompting He Jinghan to rise immediately. "Very well, I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call me." Ye Jinghan remained silent. He Jinghan approached the door, and just as he opened it, he heard Ye Jinghan's deep voice. "You previously mentioned that liver transplantation is not a particularly significant operation." He Jinghan turned back to look at him, fully aware of the implication behind his words. For a healthy individual, it indeed does not constitute a life-threatening procedure. However, Yunsang's current health condition cannot be deemed normal. Ye Jinghan felt an inexplicable turmoil within. Did you mean to suggest that if surgery is inevitable, she could truly perish? He Jinghan nodded. Her present state is certainly unsuitable for surgery, thus, a stark reality confronts you. If you cannot procure the most suitable liver source in a short span, you must choose between Yunsang and Tongning. Ye Jinghan closed his eyes, his heart in disarray. How could this be? That woman cannot die. Why should she perish? It is unacceptable. The sound of porcelain shattering on the floor echoed from the entrance. He Jinghan instinctively opened the door wider, revealing Tongning. Her face streaked with tears, gazing sorrowfully at Ye Jinghan in the study. Beneath her feet lay the remnants of a white porcelain bowl, shattered, with chicken soup splattered across the floor. Ye Jinghan's expression hardened slightly. "What are you doing here?" Tongning did not respond to his inquiry but instead turned to He Jinghan, urgently asking, "If Sang Sang donates her liver to me, she will die. If I do not receive Sang Sang's liver, I will die, correct?" He Jinghan dreaded the sight of a woman in tears. Yet he found himself unable to provide an answer to her question. He turned back to Ye Jinghan, seeking assistance. Before Ye Jinghan could utter a word, Tongning had already turned and dashed towards Yunsang's room. He Jinghan glanced at Ye Jinghan and inquired, "What is her situation?" Ye Jinghan hastened towards the door, responding, "You should return for now." Upon exiting the study, he followed into Yunsang's chamber. As soon as Tongning entered, she pulled aside the blanket covering Yunsang and yanked her up. "Sang Sang, you must get up." Yunsang looked at Tongning with a face full of disdain. Just then, Ye Jinghan also entered the room. Yunsang, no longer concerned about Ye Jinghan's potential misunderstandings, after all, she bore the weight of the murder accusation, coldly glared at the inconsolable Tongning and questioned, "What do you want now?" Tongning stepped forward, seizing Yunsang's wrist once again, pleading tearfully, "Sang Sang, please leave this place. I detest living under the same roof as you. Just go, leave here, and never return." Yunsang stared at the frantic Tongning in bewilderment, thinking, did she not wish to leave? It was not a matter of choice, she simply could not. Ye Jinghan, avoiding eye contact with Yunsang, approached and grasped Tongning's wrist, pulling her away from the bedside. "Tongning, you should return. Yunsang's affairs do not concern you." Tongning shook off Ye Jinghan's grip and turned to face him, spreading her arms in a protective gesture towards Yunsang. "Jinghan, I understand that you harbor no affection for my aunt, but she raised me. I owe her an immense debt of gratitude. I cannot trade her daughter's life for my own." Upon finishing her words, she turned and grasped Yunsang's hand, weeping, "Sang Sang, I am truly sorry. I had no idea before that only one of us could survive. I no longer wish to take your liver, please, just go." Before? Thus, from the very beginning, Ye Jinghan must have known that after the surgery, she would perish? Although she had mentally prepared herself for death, in this moment, Yunsang felt an unbearable anguish. In Ye Jinghan's eyes, her life had always been superfluous, hadn't it? She lifted her gaze to meet Ye Jinghan's, desperately attempting to conceal her sorrow but unable to suppress her heart-wrenching inquiry, "Is that so?" Chapter 20, After. "I can no longer accompany you." Ye Jinghan averted his gaze from Yunsang. At this moment, he found himself unwilling to confront this woman, who had meticulously planned for the aftermath. Her sorrowful eyes haunting him. He refused to succumb to compassion. Yunsang did not deserve it. Noticing Ye Jinghan's silence, Yunsang shifted her focus back to Tong Ming's face. "So, you truly do not want my liver?" Tong Ming was aware that Ye Jinghan could not see her expression at this instant. Thus, she raised her brows, a provocative smirk playing on her lips. Yet her voice resonated with profound sorrow. "Indeed, I do not want it. Jinghan's actions are unjust." After speaking, Tong Ming swiftly dashed to a nearby round table and seized the fruit knife from the platter. Observing her actions, Ye Jinghan admonished, "Tong Ming, what do you intend to do?" Ignoring his words, Tong Ming gazed tearfully at Yunsang and declared, "Sang, rest assured, even in death, I shall never harm you. My word is my bond." With that, she deftly drew the fruit knife across her wrist. Blood surged forth instantly, and despite the tears streaming down her face, she smiled tenderly at Yunsang. Sang, to love someone is to remain steadfast, no matter your attempts. It is impossible to find a man better than Jinghan in this world, so promise me, after I am gone, do not anger him again, will you? Yunsang's initially disdainful expression was swiftly replaced by disbelief. This woman was truly deranged. After finishing her words, Tong Ming stumbled backward, nearly losing her balance. Ye Jinghan hurried forward to catch her. Tong Ming gazed at Ye Jinghan with despair. "Jinghan, I am sorry. I can no longer accompany you. Promise me. You must take care of yourself. Do not say any more. I will take you to the hospital." He spoke resolutely, immediately lifting Tong Ming into his arms and striding towards the exit. Tong Ming turned her head to glance at Yunsang on the bed. The corner of Yunsang's mouth curled into a victorious smile, her right eyebrow slightly raised. A sardonic smile crept onto Yunsang's face. It was no wonder Ye Jinghan was so ensnared by this woman. Her performance was truly remarkable, nearly convincing even Yunsang that Tong Ming genuinely cared for her well-being. Watching Ye Jinghan carry Tong Ming away, memories of his previous disdain and humiliation towards her flooded her mind. She gently closed her eyes and pressed her hand against her heart, reminding herself internally that there was no need for sorrow. The affairs of others were of no concern to her. Ye Jinghan had not ventured far when a phone call summoned him back to the hospital. After conducting an examination on the already unconscious Tong Ming, Ye Jinghan inquired, "How is she?" Ye Jinghan removed his stethoscope and replied calmly, "She has lost too much blood and requires a transfusion. However, the supply of rare plasma is insufficient, and the registered patients with her blood type are currently unable to donate for various reasons. Is there truly no other option? There are several with that blood type in the Imperial City, are there not?" Ye Jinghan's voice was grave, and after a long pause, he added, "There is one junior sister, but you know her condition is too frail, I fear." Ye Jinghan's heart tightened. Yunsang's physical state was not one to be trifled with. He was aware of Yunsang's desire for death, yet he resolutely refused to grant her that release. Why should she simply choose to end her life? With a cold expression, he inquired, "What would happen if we postponed the blood transfusion until tomorrow?" Ye Jinghan did not conceal the truth. Tong Ming suffers from acute liver disease. If we wait until tomorrow, she could very well be sent directly to the crematorium. Upon hearing those grim words, Ye Jinghan cast a sidelong glance at Ye Jinghan. Ye Jinghan shrugged. "It may sound harsh, but it is the reality." Ye Jinghan recalled the time when Tong Ming had recklessly dashed into a burning building to save him, resulting in severe burns that nearly claimed her life. He also remembered how she had been stabbed by Yunsang in a desperate attempt to protect her mother. Resolutely, he asked, if Yunsang were merely to donate blood, would that lead to her death? Not necessarily, came the reply, but it would render her body even frailier, diminishing her chances of survival after the liver transplant to nearly zero. Chapter 21, Such a death is too cheap for her. Ye Jinghan realized the severity of the issue. Ye Jinghan, perceiving Ye Jinghan's predicament and recalling Yunsang's condition, could not help but say, What on earth is Tong Ning up to? Does she truly wish to throw her life away? If she does not wish to live, why should I exert myself to save? Ye Jinghan lifted his gaze. Interrupting He Qingye's words, I will have Butler Yang bring Yunsang here. He Qingye was taken aback. Jinghan. Ye Jinghan cut him short. Tong An saved me. And Tong Ning has done the same. Both have endured such indignities because of me. Should I merely stand by and watch them perish? He Qingye questioned, and what of Yunsang? Do you truly wish for her to die? Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Jinghan replied, no. Realizing the implication of his words, he quickly added, such a death would be too lenient for her. He Qingye spoke gravely, this time, she may not survive, but what of the surgery? I have already mentioned that under these circumstances, the survival rate is nearly non-existent. Ye Jinghan replied coldly, I will ensure they find a suitable liver source as swiftly as possible. Even if Yunsang must die, it shall be at my hands. He Qingye raised an eyebrow, comprehending that this meant they would not be using Yunsang's liver. However, allowing Yunsang to die by his hand? This young man certainly found himself a commendable way out. As a physician, He Qingye knew he must elucidate all necessary details. Jinghan. Selecting an appropriate liver source is not a simple task, both blood type and HLA matching must be successful. This is indeed exceedingly difficult for patients with rare blood types. Ye Jinghan's expression was heavy. He Qingye, fearing to provoke Ye Jinghan, gently patted his shoulder and said, there is not entirely a lack of hope. I just want you to be psychologically prepared. In any case, let us first overcome the immediate difficulties. Come, accompany me to the doctor's office for a routine matter. As the two departed, Tong Ning, who had kept her eyes tightly shut on the hospital bed, slowly opened her feeble eyes. Ye Jinghan actually considered letting Yunsang go? Impossible, she would never permit it. Yunsang's liver was a prize she had set her sights on. After Yunsang's surgery, she must perish. At Night Garden. Having just finished her 4-drip, Yunsang was about to rest when Yang Wenqing arrived. As always, he spoke with utmost respect, Miss Yun. The second master requests your presence at the hospital. Yunsang replied in a low voice, what does he want at the hospital? Yang Wenqing maintained his previous posture and explained, Miss Tong requires a blood transfusion, and we have yet to find a suitable donor, so. It was her blood they needed. Ye Jinghan had an uncanny ability to pierce her heart without fail. What if I refuse to go? Yang Wenqing cast a troubled glance at Yunsang. She understood, if she declined, she would likely be forcibly taken there. Given this, why should she invite unnecessary trouble? Potentially implicating her father and younger brother in the process? With a proud demeanor, she rose from the bed and followed Yang Wenqing to the hospital. She was admitted. And after donating blood, she remained in the hospital to rest. After resolving matters concerning Tong Ning, Ye Jinghan arrived at Yunsang's hospital room. Yunsang lay there half reclined. Her indifferent gaze devoid of life sweeping over Ye Jinghan before it drifted away to the window. Observing the detachment in her eyes and recalling her request for He Qingye's assistance in arranging her funeral, the smoldering anger within Ye Jinghan flared anew. He strode forward, tugging at Yunsang's collar, yanking her upright. Her face was ashen, her lips nearly devoid of color. Ye Jinghan's brow furrowed. But then he remembered that Tong Ning had harmed herself for her sake. A chill swept through him, and he retorted with scorn. I hear you've even arranged your own funeral? Are you so eager to die, to seek your release? Yunsang inwardly cursed He Qingye for his loose tongue. When she remained silent, Ye Jinghan's irritation grew. Why do you not speak? Yunsang, do you think I will allow you to succeed in this? He declared emphatically. I assure you, you will not die. Yunsang had no desire to engage in a quarrel with him. Yet, faced with his relentless aggression, she understood that her silence would only serve to infuriate him further. Since the conflict was inevitable, why should she cower like a turtle? She countered. Only one of us can survive. If I do not perish, shall I truly allow the woman you love to die? Chapter 22, indebted to her beyond measure upon finishing her words, she could not help but scoff. I am indifferent, as long as you are willing. I would rather see Tong Ning perish sooner, and the more agonizingly, the better. Upon hearing this venomous curse, Ye Jinghan bent down in ire and grasped her chin firmly. Yunsang, you wicked woman, where is your conscience? Her conscience was something he was unworthy of. Yunsang retorted defiantly, if I am so malevolent, then my conscience has long since vanished. Ye Jinghan, do not mistake the reality, Tong Ning is the one you cherish. You may feel sorrow, you may protect her. You may even exchange my life for hers, but why must I share in your sentiment? I loathe her, I simply wish for her demise. With a resounding slap, he struck her already pallid cheek. Yunsang felt a fiery sting on her face, yet she smiled. This smile ignited a crimson fury in Ye Jinghan's eyes. And he gripped her shoulders with intensity. Yunsang, you have no right to curse her, for you owe her far too much. Yunsang grasped Ye Jinghan's collar, nearly on the verge of collapse, and implored, Ye Jinghan, what exactly do I owe Tong Ning? Flesh, blood, and now even my liver, I am willing to give her. Tell me, how much more do I still owe her? Ye Jinghan's gaze was sharp as a blade. If you did not incite your brother to harm and provoke her, leading to her illness, who would demand your liver? Yunsang was taken aback. My brother? What does this have to do with him? Hasn't he gone missing? Upon observing the perplexed expression on her face, Ye Jinghan uttered a mocking laugh. What's the matter? Do you wish to evade responsibility? He has already admitted it. Do you still intend to deny it? Yunsang gazed into Ye Jinghan's eyes, confusion etched across her features. What did he admit? Ah, Yunsang. Your acting skills have undeniably improved, Ye Jinghan replied. Since you seem unable to recall, I shall summon him to confront you, to assist you in recollecting. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and dialed Yang Wenqing's number. Within half an hour, Yunsang was brought to Yunsang's hospital room. Yunsang had intended to inquire further from Ye Jinghan, yet he dismissed her with a wave, departing without a backward glance, leaving her enveloped in a haze of confusion. In less than 30 minutes, the door to the hospital room burst open, and Ye Jinghan re-entered, holding the collar of a man exceeding 180 centimeters in height. Yunsang fixed her gaze upon the man, impeccably dressed in a suit, whose face bore a striking resemblance to her father's yet was marred by an expression of defeat. Ye Jinghan forcefully pushed the man before Yunsang. Yunsang, your dear sister has forgotten what you have done for her. Come, remind her personally. Yunsang staggered a few steps forward, looking at Yunsang on the hospital bed, urgency lacing his voice. Sang, do you not remember? When I secretly arranged to visit you in prison, you asked me to help deal with Tong Ning. I only harmed Tong Ning upon your instruction, causing her to fall ill. Yunsang stared at Yunsang in astonishment, disbelief flooding her features as she retorted, You speak nonsense, Yunsang. Why would you lie? I did not lie. It was you who claimed that Tong Ning caused the death of your child, and you wish for Tong Ning to suffer. Yunsang retorted angrily. Brother, have you lost your mind? When have I ever visited you in prison? As she spoke, a thought struck her, and she turned to Ye Jinghan. You can check the visitation records at the prison. I have never seen him. I truly haven't. Yunsang replied, Sang. Please do not put me in such a predicament. I entered secretly, how could there be any records? I know you are clever. But you cannot just abandon me at this moment. Everything I do is for you, surely you wouldn't let me face imprisonment alone? Yunsang gazed at her brother in despair, how could he? Behind them, Ye Jinghan observed the siblings' dog-eat-dog scenario and couldn't help but scoff. He moved to a nearby sofa, casually pulling out a cigarette. He did not light it but merely twirled it in his hand, tauntingly stating, what a splendid performance. Yunsang. Since you believe Yunsang has wronged you, as your husband, should I assist you in clearing your name? All it would take is to send him to prison. Chapter 23, It is my fault. As soon as Ye Jinghan's words reached him, Yunsang gripped Yunsang's hand in a fit of fear, tightening his hold with increasing desperation. Sang, I cannot bear the thought of imprisonment. I am the eldest son of the Yun family. If mother were to learn of my incarceration, she would surely depart this world in anguish. Please, save me. Do not destroy me. Yunsang gazed at Yunsang, her heart aching. His expression was one of profound pleading. Sang, our family has always cherished you above all. The Yun family has endured to this point largely due to you. For 2 years, none of us have placed blame upon you. But if you were to send me to prison, would mother, if she watches over us from beyond, ever forgive you? Yunsang fought valiantly to suppress the grief within her. It was indeed she who had brought ruin upon the Yun family, who had caused their mother's demise. She had entangled her father and brother in tragedy. It was all her fault. Yet, how could Yunsang, her beloved brother, choose this moment to plunge a dagger into her heart? Ye Jinghan took out his phone. So, shall I call the authorities now? Yunsang shifted her gaze from Yunsang's face to Ye Jinghan, her voice heavy with despair. There is no need. Yunheng understood her all too well. He knew that their mother represented her ultimate boundary. He invoked their mother's memory, leaving her with no alternative but to yield. I recall now, this matter is not Yunheng's fault, but mine. Ye Jinghan's eyes turned cold, having anticipated a possible twist in the narrative. It appeared he had overestimated Yunsang's character. A woman of her nature was unlikely to offer any surprises. Yunheng turned around, gazing intently at Ye Jinghan, pleading, brother-in-law, you see. Ye Jinghan's eyes flashed with disdain. Do not ever call me brother-in-law again, you are unworthy. Very well, second master, Yunheng replied hastily, you see. This matter truly has nothing to do with me. If anyone should bear the responsibility, it should be my sister. Please, just let me go. Ye Jinghan looked contemptuously at this spineless man. Despite his youth, Yun Chong still retained a semblance of dignity, yet Yunheng. Get lost. I shall leave. I shall leave at once. Yunheng sidestepped and hurriedly made his way out of the hospital room. He ran so swiftly that he did not dare to glance back at the ailing Yunsang on the bed. As the door closed behind him, Ye Jinghan cast a sideways glance at Yunsang, his expression dripping with mockery. Are you still being obstinate? Your theatrical family truly knows how to provide amusement. Yunsang buried her profound despair deep within her eyes. What I have committed, I shall repay. I will offer my life for hers, for all of you. He scoffed. Your life? It holds little value. Do not think that death will grant you freedom, that is merely a fantasy. I want you to live and atone for your sins. I want you to suffer each day as if it were worse than death. Yunsang gazed at him in sorrow, wondering if her current plight did not already equate to a fate worse than death. Was there truly a hell deeper than this? Having lingered in hell for so long, she found herself unafraid of such threats. With a bitter smile, she retorted, if I live, does that mean your Tong Ning will die? Ye Jinghan replied with unwavering certainty. As long as I protect her, she will never perish. The liver shall be preserved until your health is restored. I want her to witness firsthand how I exact my revenge upon you, for this is what you deserve. Yunsang gazed intently into his eyes, recognizing the ruthlessness within him. After hastily departing from the hospital, Yunheng immediately retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Upon connection, a familiar voice echoed from the other end. Did I not instruct you to refrain from calling me? Nervously, Yunheng replied, just now. Ye Jinghan summoned me to confront Yunsang. What? Did you confess? Of course not. I followed your instructions and shifted the blame onto Yunsang. Tong Ning, on the other end of the line, smirked, cousin, rest assured, I am not someone like Yunsang, who forsakes family for men. Once I become the wife of the president of Ye Jinghan Group, not only will finances be no issue, but I could also facilitate your ascension to the presidency of Yunsher Group, should that be your desire. Hearing Tong Ning's promise, Yunheng felt a sense of relief. Remembering the matter of the liver source, Tong Ning promptly added, by the way, cousin, I need you to assist me with one more thing. Chapter 24, The authorities are perplexed. Yunsang found herself somewhat taken aback. Ye Jinghan, who harbored such disdain for her, had not only refrained from leaving after Yunheng's departure, but had also instructed his secretary to deliver work documents to her hospital room for her attention. Exhausted, Yunsang longed for rest. However, Ye Jinghan's presence kept her nerves taut. After enduring this for quite some time, she finally comprehended that Ye Jinghan was deliberately tormenting her. The dinner was exceedingly sumptuous. In a bid to replenish her vitality, Yang Wenqing had specially arranged a table laden with nourishing dishes, standing by to observe her as she ate. Ye Jinghan continued to attend to his paperwork in the hospital room, though his peripheral gaze frequently darted toward the bedside. Previously, Yunsang had been quite finicky with her food. Yet, on this occasion, she consumed every dish presented, at least 4 of which she would have previously shunned. Ye Jinghan's brow arched slightly, and a cold indifference washed over him as he mused that perhaps imprisonment had its merits after all. It had at least rectified her picky eating habits. The thought of incarceration, however, swiftly conjured memories of her past actions, prompting him to toss the file he had just picked up onto the table in irritation. Yunsang, savoring her meal, abruptly ceased chewing upon hearing this commotion. Her heart filled with apprehension that he might once again subject her to torment and ridicule. Yang Wenqing approached Ye Jinghan respectfully, inquiring, Second Master, is there anything you require of me? Ye Jinghan cast a cold glance at Yunsang, admonishing her to eat every morsel. urging her to swiftly restore her health and refrain from bringing him misfortune. After he spoke, he glanced at Yang Wenqing and turned to leave, stating, "Come out with me." The two exited the ward, one following the other. Yang Wenqing positioned himself behind the right side of Ye Jinghan, awaiting his instructions. Ye Jinghan, with one hand in his pocket, took a considerable time before saying, "Have someone find Pei Yuyan." Yang Wenqing raised his gaze towards Ye Jinghan, somewhat surprised. "Second master?" Ye Jinghan's eyes reflected a sense of irritation. "What? Do you have an objection?" "Second master, I beg your pardon for overstepping, but the past is behind us." "Why must you?" "Can't let it go," Ye Jinghan interrupted Yang Wenqing's words. Whenever he recalled Yunsang's circumstances in prison, he was haunted by those repulsive images. What was Yunsang and that woman? How dare they defile their own lives in such a revolting manner? Yunsang was shameless, yet that woman was hardly any better. No. She could hardly be called a woman, leaving so many scars on others. She was nothing but a pervert. Who knows if, after leaving prison, she would harm other innocent women? She must not be spared. Find her for me. Wasn't she quite capable in prison? I want her back behind bars, never to emerge again. Yang Wenqing regarded Ye Jinghan. The second master's obstinacy was evidently a case of the onlooker being blinded by the spectacle. Ye Jinghan cast a cold glare at Yang Wenqing. "Did you not hear what I said?" Yang Wenqing respectfully lowered his head. "Yes, second master. I will attend to it immediately." After Yang Wenqing departed, Ye Jinghan wandered restlessly in the corridor for a brief moment, until his agitation subsided. Only then did he return to the hospital room. Yunsang had already finished her meal. She rose from the bed, tidied the meal containers, and placed them neatly on a nearby table. Ye Jinghan coldly remarked, "Who permitted you to do such a thing? If you injure your liver, can you take responsibility?" Yunsang felt a sense of frustration. She was aware of his affection for Tong Ning, and questioned the necessity of displaying her feelings here. Did tidying up a few dishes truly hinder his beloved Tong Ning from receiving a liver transplant? "I merely acted out of habit," she replied. Ye Jinghan retorted sharply. "What are you accustomed to? In prison, one must clean up after oneself." Prison? The mere mention of this word reignited the emotions Ye Jinghan had just managed to tame. He stepped forward, gripping her arm forcefully, and turned her to face him. In a furious tone, he demanded, "What, do you long for that life? Without those sordid affairs, you can no longer survive, can you?" Yunsang was rendered speechless. "Ye Jinghan, what is wrong with you?" "What's wrong?" Ye Jinghan dragged her into the bathroom, yanked down the shower head, and directed a fierce spray at her. "Wash up. And do it immediately." Chapter 25, A problem with the liver source. Yunsang found herself cornered against the wall. Her face turned away as she endured the humiliation of the water cascading over her. She closed her eyes, refusing to meet his gaze. In prison, she had withstood the force of high-pressure water guns. What was this, in comparison? Ye Jinghan observed her passive demeanor, his disheveled hair tossed aside as he grasped her collar, pulling her closer with a clenched jaw. "You cannot be cleansed, Yunsang, you are tainted to the core, utterly rotten." A bitter sorrow lingered in her eyes. Yet her lips stubbornly curled into a smile. Witnessing her feigned pride, Ye Jinghan's expression soured with disgust. He raised his hand, gripping her jawbone, and warned in an icy tone, "Remember, you are never to utter the word prison again, not ever. Otherwise, your father's fate will surely be dire." He released Yunsang and swiftly turned away. With sorrow etched in her gaze, she slid down the wall, crouching on the ground. Even as life had led her into a predicament, she wished to maintain her dignity. However, Ye Jinghan offered her no respite. Her eyes stung with unshed tears, but her defiance held them back. She longed to cease her weeping, forever. In the days that followed, Yunsang did not encounter Ye Jinghan again. From a nurse, she learned that he was preoccupied, tending to Tong Ning, who had miraculously regained her life and required care. Ye Jinghan, the exceedingly thoughtful boyfriend, attended to Tong Ning's bedside, ensuring her every need was met. Although her heart had grown indifferent, Yunsang could not help but feel a sense of sorrow for the years of her youth squandered in vain. If time could be reversed, she certainly would not harbor feelings for Ye Jinghan with her current mindset. A forced affection bears no sweetness. In the love stories of others, she is destined to remain a malevolent supporting character, trampled upon to the point of being utterly forgotten. Regrettably, she comprehended this truth far too late. Upon receiving a call from Ye Jinghan, Ye Jinghan hurried from the company to the hospital. Ye Jinghan personally prepared a cup of coffee for him and inquired. "Where have you been these past few days? I haven't seen you around." Ye Jinghan placed the coffee cup on the table and replied in a muted tone. "I've been busy with work, isn't there good news?" "Speak." Ye Jinghan retrieved a document from his desk and handed it to him. "This time, you should sincerely thank me. I found a liver donor compatible with Tong Ning. Here is the information about that individual." Upon hearing this, Ye Jinghan swiftly took the document and began to read. "Where did this resource come from? Is it reliable?" "It was provided by someone in Haicheng with the same rare blood type. I've reviewed the data, and everything regarding the compatibility checks out. Now we just need to locate him and persuade him. That's your task." A rare smile graced Ye Jinghan's face. "Have you made contact with him?" Ye Jinghan raised an eyebrow. "As soon as I received the information, I dispatched someone to reach out. Let us wait together, we should have results shortly." As he spoke, Ye Jinghan sat down across from Ye Jinghan and, with a hint of curiosity, added, "But honestly, I'm quite intrigued, before finding a liver source. Who exactly were you planning to give up?" Ye Jinghan cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. Noticing his reticence, Ye Jinghan deliberately remarked. "You cannot possibly have dared to entertain such thoughts, especially since one of them is a woman you owe gratitude to, and the other is the one you love." At that moment, Ye Jinghan's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, "I have stated that I have never loved her." Ye Jinghan chuckled softly. "Then are you willing to relinquish her?" Ye Jinghan responded gravely, "I would, if a suitable liver donor is truly unattainable, I would prioritize Tong Ning." Ye Jinghan was taken aback. This young man had a remarkably stubborn disposition. With such a sharp tongue, he would surely find himself regretting it later. A knock on the door interrupted them. Ye Jinghan calmly adjusted his white coat and called towards the entrance, "Please, come in." His assistant entered briskly, bowed to Ye Jinghan, and then addressed Ye Jinghan, "Sir, there has been a problem with the liver donor." The expressions of the two men across from each other shifted simultaneously, with Ye Jinghan's urgency prompting him to inquire first, "What has happened?" Chapter 26, Little One, who are you? The assistant spoke. "Second master, Ms. Huang Xiaotan, whose liver source matches, has been harassed since the day before yesterday. As a result, she was involved in a car accident yesterday while trying to escape the harassment and is currently hospitalized." Ye Jinghan's gaze deepened, his expression somber. "Is it serious? Is her physical condition still viable for surgery?" The assistant hesitated, casting a glance at Ye Jinghan. Ye Jinghan replied, "It's all right, no matter the situation, you may speak freely. Miss Huang's surgery is quite severe. There is no possibility of performing the transplant within the next 2 months." Ye Jinghan's expression instantly turned grave as he shook his head. 2 months is far too long, Tong Ning will certainly not wait that long. Ye Jinghan's face was filled with a chilling severity. After a brief moment, he picked up his phone and dialed his secretary. "It's me. Please go to Rongqing immediately and investigate a matter." After he finished giving instructions, Ye Jinghan turned to Ye Jinghan and asked, "Jinghan, do you also sense something amiss?" Ye Jinghan's face was etched with hostility. There must be a problem. He was determined to uncover who dared to oppose him. He would not let this scoundrel escape unscathed. Seeing the menacing look on Ye Jinghan's face, Ye Jinghan understood the depth of his fury. After pondering for a moment, he reassured him, "You need not worry excessively, currently. Both Yunsang and Tong Ning are in relatively good health. They can return home in the next few days to recuperate. I will personally travel to Rongqing to see if there is any possibility of facilitating Miss Huang's swift recovery. Rest assured, I shall not grant you the opportunity to choose until the very last moment." Upon hearing Ye Jinghan's words, Ye Jinghan lifted his gaze towards him. "Jinghan, do you believe that the chances of finding another liver source are significant?" Ye Jinghan, reluctant to deceive yet equally unwilling to dampen his spirits, refrained from responding. Ye Jinghan's expression grew increasingly grave. "How long will it take for Yunsang's health to be fully restored?" Ye Jinghan sighed. "Jinghan, the foremost concern is that the young apprentice's liver is compromised. The very act of saving a liver in such a condition carries inherent risks, compounded by her own health issues." Ye Jinghan shook his head. "Therefore, even if Yunsang's body were to regain its strength in a short span, the likelihood of preserving both is virtually non-existent. Ye Jinghan's countenance deepened further. Ye Jinghan could empathize with the urgency that consumed Ye Jinghan at that moment. And he couldn't help but suggest, Jinghan, why not abandon Tong? Jinghan, Ye Jinghan shot him a cold glare, interrupting his words. There was a hint of helplessness in Ye Jinghan's tone. I fear that you may make a regrettable choice, as the young apprentice's fate. I shall not regret it, her life and death are of no concern to me. I have stated it clearly, I do not care. With that, he resolutely stood and strode towards the exit. Why should he regret? He would not, certainly not, absolutely not. Yunsang had returned to the night garden, her health having improved significantly. During this time, Yang Wenqing had provided her with ample nourishment, resulting in a slight enhancement in her complexion. After escorting her back to her room, Yang Wenqing respectfully said, Miss Yun, the second master has instructed that in order for your liver to remain healthy, you may occasionally take a stroll in the courtyard when he is not present, to exercise your body. Yunsang offered a polite smile in response, nodding in agreement, all right. Though she verbally acquiesced, she did not step outside her room again, except during meal times. After lunch, she returned to her room as usual. Once a vivacious and energetic individual, she now found herself preferring to lie down for the most part. Just as she settled into repose, she heard the soft creak of the door opening. The sound was slow, prompting Yunsang to turn her head in curiosity, wondering who could gently enter her room without knocking in this secluded night garden. As her gaze fell upon the doorway, a delicately carved little boy tumbled into her line of sight. He appeared to be merely 2 or 3 years old, frail and fair-skinned, with large eyes and features strikingly reminiscent of Ye Jinghan. The little boy stepped into the room and approached her bedside, blinking his big eyes as he gazed at her. Yunsang smiled softly, her voice gentle, Little one, who are you? Chapter 27, Cruelty. The little boy merely gazed at her face in silence. After a lengthy pause, he suddenly seated himself upon the soft carpet, retrieving a diminutive Rubik's cube from his pocket, idly toying with it, neither moving nor acknowledging Yunsang. She descended from the bed and crouched before the child, intending to inquire, Where are your parents? When a realization struck her. This was the night garden. A place where Ye Jinghan harbored no fondness for children and forbade anyone from bringing them as guests. Thus, the only child who could possibly be present here was the adopted son of Tong Ning. Ye Jinghan had indeed shown consideration for Tong Ning, as the children he adopted bore a striking resemblance to him. Gazing at the boy's face, Yunsang lamented inwardly, if her daughter were still alive, she would likely be of similar height. Would she resemble her in certain aspects, or would she be more akin to? At that moment, footsteps echoed at the entrance, and Tong Ning hurriedly entered, grasping the child by the collar and yanking him up. Startled, the boy flailed his arms momentarily before managing to steady himself. Tong Ning abruptly bent down and forcefully shoved the child, hissing in a low voice. Who permitted you to come here? Are you rebelling? The child stumbled backward, falling to the ground. Yunsang felt displeased. Tong Ning, you. Before she could finish her sentence, Tong Ning dealt the child a sharp slap across the face. Yet the boy did not weep, he merely hung his head, emitting not a single sound. This was Tong Ning's adopted son, and Yunsang had no desire to interfere further. Upon witnessing this scene, her heart inexplicably constricted. And unable to suppress her emotional turmoil, she stepped forward and seized Tong Ning's wrist, forcefully pushing her away. Tong Ning, have you lost your mind? He is still a child, how can you possibly mistreat him? Mistreat? Tong Ning retorted, gazing at her with a provocative glint in her eye and a wicked smile. I torment him daily, yet he is merely a mute wretch. He cannot even cry, let alone complain. As she spoke, she lifted her foot and delivered 2 heavy kicks to the child, strutting triumphantly towards Yunsang. You certainly know how to complain, but even if you do, will Jinghan believe you? He won't. Otherwise, he would not have so cruelly dealt with the stillborn you bore all those years ago. The mention of her unfortunate child cast an inescapable shadow over Yunsang's face, a reminder of the unresolved turmoil buried deep within her heart. Tong Ning raised an eyebrow, venomously remarking, in retrospect, the stillborn you delivered was far more tragic than this wretch, wouldn't you agree? At these words, Yunsang felt a surge of rage, and in a fit of fury, she slapped Tong Ning across the face. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Tong Ning retaliated, striking Yunsang back. How dare you lay a hand on me? Provoked like a cornered beast, Yunsang lunged forward, tackling Tong Ning to the ground and fiercely gripping her throat. Tong Ning, do you even consider yourself human? Tong Ning, meeting her gaze with a venomous smile, instantly cried out, Sang, don't do this, the child is innocent. No sooner had she spoken than a woman rushed into the room. Upon witnessing the scene within the room, the woman turned and shouted towards the study, Jinghan, come quickly. Yunsang has struck Tong Ning. Yunsang regarded the woman's face and recognized her as Su Boya, the daughter of Ye Jinghan's aunt. The aunt, Yi Hui, and her husband, Su Shan, were both cruel individuals, raising children devoid of virtue. Their son was reckless and audacious, while their daughter was vain and indulgent. Su Boya had always been at odds with Yunsang. Even during Yunsang's confinement in a psychiatric facility, Boya had not hesitated to torment her. Seizing such a fortuitous opportunity, she would not let it slip away. Hearing the commotion, Ye Jinghan hastened to the study, accompanied by butler Yang. Upon seeing Yunsang atop Tong Ning, gripping her neck, Ye Jinghan stepped forward and forcefully pushed Yunsang aside. The strength of his action caused Yunsang to collide painfully with the bedside table, eliciting a wince of pain as her brow furrowed in distress. Tong Ning rose immediately, positioning herself protectively in front of Ye Jinghan, and cried, Jinghan, please don't. Yunsang is unwell and will be hurt. After uttering these words, she turned to Yunsang, tears brimming in her eyes. Sang, I know you're still angry with me. I don't blame you for your actions, but what has this innocent child done to deserve harm? Even in your anger, you must not hurt the child. Chapter 28, Immediate Apology. As Tong Ning spoke, she knelt beside the child, cradling their face in her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented. I am so sorry, Yi Kong. Does your face still hurt? It is all my fault, it was my actions that angered your aunt. And you have suffered because of me. Su Boya, seizing the moment, chimed in, Yunsang, how could you be so cruel? Just look at the marks on this child's face. Such a small child, and you could lay hands on them. It is no wonder Jinghan wants you imprisoned. You deserve it. Unfazed by the theatrics of the two, Yunsang stubbornly fixed her gaze on Ye Jinghan, insisting, I did not strike this child. Su Boya, indignant, stepped forward to confront Ye Jinghan. Jinghan, do not be deceived by this woman's sweet words. I just saw her hit him with my own eyes from the doorway. She bent down to examine Tong Ning's cheek, continuing, look. There are also marks on Tong Ning's face. Ye Jinghan cast a cold glance at Tong Ning before turning his fierce gaze upon Yunsang. Do not presume that my restraint will allow your tyranny to go unchecked. Apologize at once. Yunsang defiantly met his eyes. I have done nothing wrong, Ye Jinghan. It was Tong Ning who. Ye Jinghan stepped closer, gripping Yunsang's neck with determination. I command you to apologize. Seeing this, Tong Ning hastily released Ye Kong and approached Ye Jinghan, her expression one of vulnerability as she pleaded, Jinghan, I do not require an apology. This incident is not entirely Yunsang's fault. Ye Kong inadvertently entered this room, he cannot speak, and Yunsang may have mistakenly thought that the child was intentionally bothering her, which is why she reacted in anger. Su Boya approached, grasping Tong Ning's arm, her expression one of disbelief. Tong Ning, how can you lack such resolve? Despite being beaten like this alongside your child, you still choose to speak up for others. Just look at the defiance on that woman's face, she does not appreciate your kindness, does she? Boya, please cease your words. I seek no one's gratitude. I only desire to act with a clear conscience. Ye Jinghan tightened his grip on Yunsang's hand, gazing piercingly into her eyes. Is your anger truly justification for laying hands on an innocent child? Fortunately, this child was not entrusted to that venomous woman, otherwise I fear he might not have survived to see this day. Ye Jinghan's interrogation prompted Yunsang to recall Tong Ning's earlier words, will Jinghan believe you? He does not. A profound sorrow enveloped her. Tong Ning's statement was not mere prophecy but an acknowledgement of Ye Jinghan's deep-rooted disdain and distrust towards her from the very beginning. This realization fortified her certainty and audacity. With resentment boiling within her, she spat, Ye Jinghan, you are a heartless fool, deserving of being toyed with. You. In a swift motion, Ye Jinghan shoved her to the ground, looming over her with an air of superiority. Yunsang, this is of your own making. He retrieved his phone and made a call. It's me. Arrange for Yun Pengcheng to return to the club immediately. Upon hearing her father's name, Yunsang's face drained of color. She fell to the ground, clutching the hem of Ye Jinghan's trousers, her expression one of despair as she looked up at him. Please. Ye Jinghan, do not. Ye Jinghan kicked her hand away, glancing down at her with a frosty demeanor. Get lost, don't touch me. I just gave you a chance. Yet you chose to drink the bitter wine instead of the sweet. Yunsang bit her lip fiercely. What was her dignity worth? It could never surpass the gravity of her father's life or death. She closed her eyes, concealing the despair within her heart. Please, don't harm my father. I apologize. Upon finishing her words, she slowly rose to her feet and approached Tong Ning, clenching her fist. She humbly uttered, I'm sorry. Su Boya stepped beside Tong Ning, mockingly addressing Yunsang. You've already beaten him, what use is an apology now? Without uttering a word, Yunsang lifted her hand and struck herself sharply across the face, turning her gaze towards Tong Ning. Will this appease you? Before Tong Ning could respond, Su Boya scoffed. What good does hitting yourself do? You're not even willing to exert real force. If you truly wish to apologize, allow me to assist you. With that, she swiftly raised her hand and slapped Yunsang across the face. The impact left Yunsang's ears ringing. She staggered momentarily, barely managing to regain her balance, then lowered her eyes to calm the resentment within her before looking at Tong Ning once more and asking, Is this enough? Chapter 29, You truly disgust me. Upon hearing the resounding sound of the slap, Yang Wenqing could not help but turn her gaze towards Ye Jinghan, whose expression was equally grim. Tong Ning appeared to be startled by Su Boya's actions. Momentarily taken aback, she stepped in front of Yunsang and pleaded, Boya, please don't do this. Su Boya retorted, Tong Ning, you truly are a coward. It is precisely because of your weakness that she constantly bullies you. Tong Ning chose not to respond to Su Boya's words but instead turned to grasp Yunsang's arm. Sang, I'm sorry. Does it hurt? Suppressing the turmoil within, Yunsang took a step back, creating some distance from Tong Ning. Can you ever forgive me? Tong Ning hurriedly replied, Please don't say that. I owe the Yun family, as you know. No matter what you do, I will never blame you. A bittersweet feeling enveloped Yunsang. The way Tong Ning spoke was indeed artful. She neither acknowledged forgiveness nor denied it. This way, Ye Jinghan would not relent in releasing her father. But she could not give up, she could not allow her father to endure such humiliation again. What must I do for you to utter the word forgive? Su Boya smirked mockingly, then kneel. Tong Ning waved her hands in panic. No, before she could finish her words, Yunsang had already knelt before the three of them. Tong Ning, flustered, turned to Ye Jinghan and implored, Jinghan, I beg you, spare my uncle. I don't want Sang to despise me any more than she already does. Please, help me. Ye Jinghan disregarded Tong Ning's words and addressed Yang Wenqing, take them away. Yang Wenqing complied, lifting Ye Kong and escorting Tong Ning and Su Boya outside. Tong Ning seemed inclined to offer further comfort and began, Jinghan. Yet before she could finish, Su Boya pulled her away, saying, Do not plead for someone like her, let us go. As they departed, Yang Wenqing closed the door behind them. Ye Jinghan approached the kneeling Yunsang, looking down at her with a cold glare, warning, if you dare to lay a finger on them again, I shall demand you repay it with the blood and tears of your father and brother. Yunsang lowered her gaze, utterly devoid of spirit, replying, Fine, Ye Jinghan. I implore you to keep your word and spare my father. In that moment, she had truly relinquished all dignity. Witnessing her abject demeanor, Ye Jinghan felt a surge of anger, his voice turning harsh as he declared, Yunsang, you are truly nauseating. With that, he strode away. Yunsang exhaled, relief washing over her as she crouched on the ground, striving to muster a semblance of a smile to comfort herself. Hasn't your pride already been ground to dust? This humiliation is inconsequential, as long as father and brother are safe. Her forehead gradually rested against her knees. It's all right, Yunsang, you are fine. In the living room, Ye Jinghan found Tong Ning already carrying the child back to the courtyard. Su Boya lingered, and upon seeing Ye Jinghan emerge, she boldly approached him, pointing at Yunsang's door and exclaiming, Jinghan, why did you come out alone? Aren't you going to drive that wretched woman away? Knight Jinghan cast a cold glance at her, his voice imbued with an icy chill. Our family's affairs are not for you to meddle in. Who permitted you to take action today? Su Boya adopted the demeanor of a spoiled heiress. Knight Jinghan, do not be ungrateful. I am only trying to assist you in avenging Tong Ning. Do you even deserve such a role? Knight Jinghan turned to Yang Wenqing, take her away. Everything she just took from Yunsang must be returned to me. Su Boya exclaimed in shock, Knight Jinghan, I am your cousin. By what right do you allow others to strike me? Knight Jinghan's expression darkened instantly. My possessions, even if I no longer desire them, shall not be touched by anyone without my consent. Consider this a lesson. Should there be a next time, I will ensure your hands are rendered useless. With that, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Yang Wenqing. Yang Wenqing promptly summoned others to drag Su Boya away for punishment. Returning to his study, Knight Jinghan picked up a document. Yet the words eluded him entirely. His mind was consumed by the recent humiliations endured by Yunsang, leaving him in a state of agitation. She deserves it. Who told her to lose control, even involving a child? They say a mother and child share a bond, but it seems this sentiment does not apply to wicked women. His phone on the desk rang, and he answered it nonchalantly. On the other end, the secretary spoke respectfully. Second Master. We have investigated the incident involving Miss Wang's car accident. You were indeed correct, there are indeed issues surrounding this matter. Chapter 30. Evidence. Upon hearing this, Ye Jinghan's expression turned serious. He rose, slipping his hand into his pocket, and approached the window, speaking in a deep voice. Who is it? It was Yunsang who instigated this. A fierce glimmer flashed in Ye Jinghan's eyes. Bring that scoundrel Yunsang to me immediately. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Ye Jinghan stormed out. In the evening, Yunsang sat peacefully by the bay window, admiring the twilight. Suddenly, the door to her room was pushed open. Even without looking, Yunsang knew who it was by the sound. A furious Ye Jinghan strode toward her, grasping her arm and pulling her down from the window seat. Yunsang steadied herself and lifted her gaze to meet his. Just from his eyes, she could tell that Ye Jinghan was extremely angry. Though she was unaware of what had transpired, she was acutely aware that Ye Jinghan could always find various reasons to torment her, regardless of her innocence. Whenever something unpleasant occurred in his vicinity, he invariably unleashed his wrath upon her. Ye Jinghan dragged her towards the door, heading in the direction of the basement. A memory surfaced in Yunsang's mind of the day when Tong Ning had thrown a rat before her. She shivered involuntarily, looking at Ye Jinghan's back. Ye Jinghan. Shut up, he barked fiercely, casting her a penetrating glance. Despite having faced Ye Jinghan countless times before, this time, his gaze sent a chill down her spine. When Ye Jinghan dragged her into the basement, apart from Yang Wenqing and two bodyguards, there lay Yunsang in the corner, bloodied and barely conscious. Ye Jinghan forcefully shoved her inside. Yunsang fell before Yunsang. She quickly scrambled up, kneeling in front of him, grasping his arm. Her voice trembling with fear. Yunsang? Brother? Please wake up. Yunsang struggled to open his eyes, whispering, help me. But before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Ye Jinghan stepped forward, lifting her chin to compel her gaze upon him. In that moment, she discerned a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Though she feared not death, she understood that Ye Jinghan required her liver, and thus, he would not harm her. If he truly wished to act, it would be against. Ye Jinghan, why do you treat my brother this way? Why? Ye Jinghan forcibly drew her closer. A cold smirk gracing his lips. Are you attempting to feign innocence? Yunsang, you truly have a remarkable ability to redefine shamelessness. Yunsang felt weary. He always behaved in this manner. Even when placing the blame upon her, he offered no clarity. Noticing the bewilderment in her eyes, Ye Jinghan regarded her with disdain. Are you so certain I would spare your life, Yunsang fought to maintain her composure. I understand you are very angry right now, but you must let me know what has transpired. Still pretending? You insist on having everything unveiled before you will acknowledge the truth, do you? Very well, I shall see how long you can maintain your obstinacy. Ye Jinghan then pushed her towards Yang Wenqing. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Just as Yang Wenqing was about to assist her, Ye Jinghan admonished sharply. Do not interfere with her. Yunsang turned back, shooting him an angry glare. Ye Jinghan's eyes were filled with malice. What are you looking at me for? Are you trying to provoke me into taking action against someone you care about? The thought of the leverage he held caused Yunsang to relent. Gritting her teeth and rising to her feet unaided, Yang Wenqing, witnessing the tense exchange, felt a sense of urgency. However, he understood Ye Jinghan's temperament. If he were to plead on her behalf now, it would only bring misfortune upon Miss Yun. He spoke softly to Yun, saying, Miss Yun. Yunsang has hired someone to harm the second master, jeopardizing the newly found liver source for Miss Tong, rendering the donation impossible. Yunsang's heart sank in alarm. how could this be? Why would Yunhang resort to such measures? As Yang Wenqing spoke, he unlocked Yunhang's phone, handing it to Yunsang while saying, he claims that you orchestrated this matter, providing us with evidence. Chapter 31, The Deliciousness of Human Blood Buns. Yunsang took the phone and lowered her gaze. The screen displayed a message from 4 days ago. I am Yunsang. Ye Jinghan seems to be searching for a new liver for Tong Ning. To be safe, dispose of the usable liver source, ensuring that even if she is found, she cannot undergo surgery. Ye Jinghan will not kill me, so as long as this liver source is destroyed, Tong Ning is left with no way out. Remember, it must succeed in one attempt. After reading, Yunsang tossed the phone away as if it were a hot potato. She looked at Ye Jinghan, fully aware that no matter how much she explained, he would not believe her, yet she couldn't help but feel the urge to defend herself. I did not send that message. I have no knowledge of your search for a liver source or any related matters. Ye Jinghan's eyes glinted with ice as he sneered coldly, shameless. At this point, with the evidence so irrefutable, you still dare to deny it? Evidence. Yunsang shook her head. Ye Jinghan, I do not even have a phone, how could I contact Yunhang? You truly are one who does not shed tears until faced with the coffin, Ye Jinghan retorted, gesturing to one of the bodyguards, bring her in. Soon, the bodyguard returned, dragging in a young woman whose face was etched with terror. Yunsang recognized her. She was a nurse from the hospital. A few days ago. It was this nurse who, before her, labeled her as a troublemaker and even mentioned how Ye Jinghan had been looking after Tong Ning. The woman, upon witnessing the scene within the room, trembled and wept, Lord Yi, I beseech you to spare me. That day, it was truly Miss Yun who said it was too stuffy inside and asked to borrow my phone to check the news. Out of momentary sympathy, I lent it to her. I was subsequently occupied with work and never anticipated that she would use my phone for nefarious purposes. Yunsang gazed at the woman, utterly astonished, and could not restrain her fury as she exclaimed, you speak utter nonsense. When did I ever borrow your phone? It was one thing for you to bully me in the hospital, but why do you continue to harm me now? Who exactly has instigated you? The woman, in a state of sheer terror, pleaded, Miss Yun, I swear by the heavens, I bear you no grudges and did not even know you before. Why would I wish to harm you? Please, speak the truth, my parents are waiting for me at home, and I wish to return alive. Hearing the woman's sobs, Ye Jinghan irritably commanded, throw this woman out. The woman was dragged away, wailing. Ye Jinghan's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Yi Qian. What further excuses do you have? Yunsang understood that he would not believe her. Yet her voice was unexpectedly resolute. It's not me, I have no evidence, but Ye Jinghan, you must trust me. Trust you, a deceitful and ruthless liar? Yunsang, the human blood bun is quite delectable, is it not? Yunsang looked at him, feeling an indescribable anguish. Whether the human blood bun was delicious or not, she could not say. For those who have clutched the blood-stained buns, it has never been her. This nurse must surely have been bribed by Tong Ning. Yet she possesses no evidence. Thus, some words, even if uttered, would merely serve to bring humiliation upon herself. The conclusion she faces is not unexpected, however. She cannot help but feel a deep sense of resentment. She bears her grievances silently, her eyes devoid of tears, only conveying a chilling desolation as she states, Ye Jinghan. From the past to the present, had you ever placed your trust in me even once, we would not have arrived at this juncture. Ye Jinghan scoffs derisively, do you seek to shift the blame onto me? Were you to harbor even a modicum of kindness, you would not have met with such a fate. He advances toward her, his voice laced with severity, Yunsang. My decision to spare your life is solely to ensure I may torment you. Yet, should your life be placed in jeopardy alongside Tong Ning's, I would unhesitatingly abandon you. In comparison to her, you are nothing, a woman as cruel and vicious as you pales in significance to even a single finger of hers. At that moment, he remains oblivious to the profound pain that awaits him in the near future when Yunsang departs, and he uncovers the truth of it all. He releases her, rising to face Yang Wenqing, you handle the aftermath here. Call Qingyi and instruct him to return promptly, we must prepare for surgery within the week. As for the liver source. Chapter 32 Ye Jinghan, I implore you. Ye Jinghan pointed at Yunsang, who was still lying on the ground, let it be her. Yang Wenqing cast a worried glance at Ye Jinghan, second master. Ye Jinghan, slightly agitated, turned to him, did she not seek death with all her heart before? I am granting her this opportunity. I wish to see who will protect Yun Pengcheng and Yuncheng once she is gone. Upon finishing his words, he strode towards the basement exit. Yunsang, filled with trepidation, hurriedly got to her feet and rushed to grasp Ye Jinghan's arm. Ye Jinghan, with disdain, brushed her off and exclaimed sharply, "Get away, filthy woman." Yunsang collided with the wall, and indeed, did not dare to approach again, gazing at Ye Jinghan with sorrow. "Ye Jinghan, we had a pact. I will give you my liver, spare my family." Ye Jinghan grasped her chin firmly. "I warned you long ago to behave yourself. You chose to court death. Since you are unwilling to live to atone for your sins, let them bear the burden in your stead. No, do not do this, Ye Jinghan, I beg you." Yunsang clutched his wrist, kneeling before him. "I understand you harbor hatred for me and the Yun family. I am willing to endure all your disdain and malice. For the sake of the love I have harbored for you over the years, please spare them." Love? The mere mention of that word ignited Ye Jinghan's fury. He lifted his foot and kicked her away. "Is it love to marry me and then share a bed with another man? To be imprisoned yet shamelessly unrepentant, this is love?" Yunsang, do not further insult the concept of love, your affection makes me nauseous. He took another step, determined to leave. However, Yunsang rose and tightly embraced his leg, pleading in a heart-wrenching tone, "Ye Jinghan, I beg you, I implore you." Ye Jinghan gritted his teeth, casting his gaze upon this woman who once exuded pride and dismissed everyone around her. Time is indeed a remarkable force. It has the power to strip away a person's facade, revealing their true self. Yet, Yunsang's true nature is chilling beyond measure. "You wish for my mercy? Very well. Kneel in the courtyard until I am appeased," he declared, pushing her aside and striding away. Yunsang pressed her pained forehead against the ground. Yang Wenqing approached her, crouching down to offer his support. "Miss Yun, please rise." Yunsang, in agony, lamented, "Uncle Yang, what must I do to save my father? Can you not assist me?" Yang Wenqing sighed. "Miss Yun, the second master has been in a state of turmoil, desperately seeking a new liver source. Though he refuses to admit it. I know he is searching for a liver solely to prevent your demise. You truly should not have allowed Yunheng to go." "It was not me. Uncle Yang, truly not me." Yunsang shook her head, her face etched with despair. "During my time in the hospital, that nurse always regarded me with disdain, mocking me at every turn. I knew she harbored ill feelings toward me. How could I possibly borrow her phone?" As she spoke, she repeatedly struck her aching forehead against the ground, as if to alleviate the pain in her heart. "I am wronged, I am truly wronged." Witnessing Yunsang's despair, Yang Wenqing hurriedly said, "Miss Yun, please remain calm. I can further investigate this matter for you, but at present the second master is quite irate. Even if I speak on your behalf before him, he is unlikely to heed my words." Yunsang, engulfed in hopelessness, pondered her course of action. Kneel. Indeed. Ye Jinghan had commanded her to kneel. If she could endure this humiliation until Ye Jinghan's anger subsided, her family would be saved. She rose unsteadily and rushed outside. Kneeling on the lawn beside the entrance, the servants passing by all cast curious glances in her direction, yet Yunsang remained indifferent. Her sole desire was to placate Ye Jinghan. As Yang Wenqing walked past her, he let out a soft sigh, yet said nothing and continued inside. She knelt from the setting sun until the moonlight graced the treetops, and then until the clouds obscured the moon. As the wind picked up, thunder rumbled ominously. A bitter irony struck her. Indeed, the heavens had never favored her. By the early hours, raindrops began to fall, first gently, then intensifying into a steady downpour within mere minutes. In the study, Yang Wenqing observed Ye Jinghan, who was still working yet had not turned a page in over 2 hours. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Second master, it has begun to rain. What about Miss Yun?" Chapter 33, Numbness. Ye Jinghan sharply interrupted Yang Wenqing's words, stating, "It matters not." Yang Wenqing dared not utter another sound, instead turning his gaze toward the window. The rain poured heavily. If it continued, calamity would ensue. "Second master, Miss Yun is scheduled for surgery within the week. If anything were to happen to her now." Ye Jinghan lifted his gaze, his cold stare piercing through Yang Wenqing. "Mind your tongue, do you think I am unaware?" Yang Wenqing, taken aback by the intensity of his gaze, suddenly comprehended Ye Jinghan's intention. Regardless of whether it was a matter of kneeling or exposure to the elements, the surgery would be rendered impossible. He composed himself, standing aside. choosing not to meddle further. Though it was already early summer, the rain-soaked night carried an unsettling chill. The rain struck against him, both cold and biting. Yet Yunsang appeared to have grown numb to it. Time passed, though she could not ascertain how long, when suddenly the rain above her head was shielded. And someone approached her side. Yunsang dully raised her head to find Tong Ning holding an umbrella for her, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. TSK, how does it feel to be questioned by someone you hold dear? Yunsang clenched her fist, her voice tinged with weakness as she replied. Feel free to mock me, I no longer care. Tong Ning bent down, whispering in her ear, in my eyes, you are nothing more than a stray dog. Unworthy of my derision. I have come to claim your life. Yunsang's steely gaze swept over Tong Ning. He grinned wickedly, calling out to the interior, Jinghan. Jinghan, come out. At the threshold of the study, the attendant knocked and announced, Second Master, Miss Tong has arrived. Yang Wenqing felt a surge of confusion. Why was Tong Ning here at such a late hour? Ye Jinghan's expression hardened as well. After a brief pause, he rose and stepped outside. At the doorway, Yunsang appeared disheveled, while Tong Ning stood beside her, holding an umbrella. Ye Jinghan coldly addressed Tong Ning, it's late, who permitted your visit? With a pleading look, Tong Ning implored, Jinghan, I am unaware of what my cousin and Sang have done wrong, but I beseech you to spare them. Ye Jinghan remained indifferent, showing no intention of accommodating her request. These matters are not yours to worry about, return and rest properly, he replied. Tong Ning shook her head. No. I understand that I should not interfere in your affairs, but they are my cousins, and I cannot bear to disregard their fate. As she spoke, she relinquished the umbrella and knelt beside Yunsang. If they have committed any heinous acts, I am willing to accept their punishment in their stead. Witnessing Tong Ning's theatrics, Yunsang felt a wave of disgust but chose to remain silent. Regardless of what she might say, Ye Jinghan, that foolish man, would undoubtedly fall for it. Observing her drenched in the rain, Ye Jinghan swiftly descended the steps and pulled her up. Are you not aware of your own health? Why are you behaving so recklessly? He scolded. Tong Ning stepped back a pace, weeping, No, Jinghan, my cousin and cousin have wronged me, yet I bear them no ill will. They were merely momentarily confused. I understand that your treatment of them is for my sake, but I, as the aggrieved party, am not angry. So please do not hold them in contempt, all right? Seeing them suffer truly weighs heavily on my conscience. Ye Jinghan, upon hearing these words, cast a cold glare at the immobile Yunsang, whose expression had not shifted in the slightest. If she possessed even half of Tong Ning's kindness, would they have arrived at this juncture? Ye Jinghan replied icily, Tong Ning, cease this folly, this matter does not concern you. Return at once. Tong Ning, rarely raising her voice at Ye Jinghan, demanded, what exactly did they do wrong to deserve such punishment? Did you not promise that you would do anything I wished? Jinghan, why do you go back on your word? You. Overcome with emotion, Tong Ning's heart raced violently. And she pressed her hand against her liver, a pained expression crossing her face as she closed her eyes and fainted. Ye Jinghan, witnessing this, hurriedly supported her and called out, Tong Ning. Chapter 34, Restless even in death. Outside the hospital ward, the doctor respectfully addressed Ye Jinghan, Sir. Miss Tong's liver function has been continuously declining. The longer we delay the surgery, the lower the chances of success will be. Dr. He will return early tomorrow. Perhaps you should discuss with him about arranging the surgery as soon as possible. After speaking, the doctor departed. Ye Jinghan stood in place, his expression grave. As soon as He Jinghan arrived the next morning, he brought Ye Jinghan to his office. Noticing the troubled look on his face, Ye Jinghan inquired, do you also find the situation rather bleak? He Jinghan set down the test results and replied candidly, I have confirmed with Miss Huang. She indeed will not be able to assist in time. I have also checked on Tong Ning's condition, and my colleague was correct, the surgery cannot be postponed. Ye Jinghan leaned one hand against the table, pressing his fingers against his temples with intensity. After a long pause, he retrieved his phone and dialed Yang Wenqing's number. It's me. Bring Yunsang to the hospital, prepare for surgery. He Jinghan gazed intently at him and asked, Jinghan, are you truly certain you won't regret this? Ye Jinghan remained silent, rising to leave the room. Witnessing the look in his eyes, He Jinghan felt a heavy foreboding. He had a strong premonition that if anything were to happen to Yunsang, Ye Jinghan would undoubtedly experience deep regret. Sighing, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Teacher, this is Xiao He. I would like to ask for your assistance." In truth, Yunsang had long been prepared for the surgery. Her only lingering concern now was for her father and younger brother. Thus, when she was brought to the hospital and completed the preoperative examinations, she promptly requested Yang Wenqing to summon Ye Jinghan. Upon his arrival at her hospital room, Ye Jinghan maintained his usual frigid demeanor, yet his gaze incessantly lingered upon Yunsang's face. In a soft voice, Yunsang inquired, "Second Master Yi, have you calmed down? Regarding my family, could you perhaps offer me some reassurance before my surgery?" Ye Jinghan clenched his fist, a steely resolve within him as he threatened. "Do not even think about it, Yunsang. Do not attempt to use the surgery as leverage against me. Nor should you expect to find solace in death on the operating table. Remember this, if you were to perish, you could never fathom the anguish your father and brother would endure. For the very hell that you ought to be delivered to, I would unhesitatingly send them one by one." Having uttered these words, he cast her one final glance before swiftly striding towards the door. Yunsang watched his retreating figure, her eyes reddening. A bitter smile tugged at her lips as she murmured, "Ye Jinghan, you best never regret this for the rest of your life." Ye Jinghan paused momentarily at the door, his voice icy as he replied, "I will never regret it. If you dare to die, I will ensure that you find no peace even in death." With that, he slammed the door behind him. That morning, He Jinghan had mentioned that his teacher would personally perform the surgery, which boasted a success rate of 50%. She would not die. She certainly would not. Yunsang closed her eyes, realizing that when one's heart becomes desolate to the utmost, it is but an empty void. Her unwavering obsession over the past decade had ultimately become a mere jest. She laughed, yet her heart felt as though it were being sliced by a dagger. Her laughter tearing her insides apart. Yunsang and Tong Ning were simultaneously undergoing surgery in two separate operating rooms. Ye Jinghan stood at the entrance of Yunsang's surgery, gazing up at the illuminated sign that read "In Surgery." He paced restlessly at the doorway, his hands alternating between clasping together and resting in his pockets. Again and again, he retrieved a cigarette, only to return it to its case moments later. Every few minutes, he would glance up at the sign. It was the first time Yang Wenqing had witnessed Ye Jinghan in such a state of unease. After what felt like an eternity, the door to the operating room suddenly swung open, as medical personnel rushed out with the harvested liver, heading towards the adjacent room. Ye Jinghan's anxiety intensified. The passage of time today seemed particularly sluggish. Uncertain of how long had passed, He Jinghan and another doctor clad in surgical attire emerged from the neighboring operating room, hastening towards him. Upon seeing this, Ye Jinghan quickly approached them. The doctor did not linger, dashing into the surgery, while He Jinghan was intercepted by Ye Jinghan. With palpable urgency, Ye Jinghan inquired, "What is happening?" He Jinghan met his gaze, his expression grave. "Jinghan, the operating room just contacted me via intercom. They said Yunsang is gone." Chapter 35, The Departed and the Living. Ye Jinghan's hand, which had rested upon He Jinghan's shoulder, slipped away in a sudden tremor, falling limply to his sides as he staggered backward a few steps. Observing this, Yang Wenqing hurried forward, assisting He Jinghan in steadying him. He Jinghan turned to Yang Wenqing and said, "I must quickly go inside to check. I leave this to you." Yang Wenqing nodded, replying, "Young Master He, I entrust this to you." Without uttering another word, He Jinghan cast a fleeting glance at Ye Jinghan before striding purposefully into the operating room. Once Ye Jinghan was seated in a chair, Yang Wenqing crouched beside him, looking up earnestly as he whispered, "Second Master, Miss Yun has departed. Yet Miss Tong is still in surgery. You must hold on." Ye Jinghan, however, was beyond consolation, his eyes closing helplessly. Yunsang was gone. He had personally guided her onto the road to the afterlife. His mind was now overwhelmed with memories of Yunsang's radiant smile, shining like the stars. And her final words echoed hauntingly in his thoughts, "Ye Jinghan, you had best never regret it for a lifetime." Would he truly never regret it? Witnessing Ye Jinghan's current state of disorientation, Yang Wenqing understood that any words of comfort he might offer would bear no weight. With a heavy sigh, he rose and resumed his position at a distance. What could he possibly say at such a moment? Everything was ultimately the second master's choice. Yet, how could Miss Yun truly be gone? It was such a pity. Although the second master would never admit it, he observed closely from the sidelines. Fully aware of what Miss Yun meant to him. Miss Yun has departed, and henceforth, how shall Lord Heir live? Yang Wenqing was lost in thought when his phone vibrated. He took it out and noticed it was an important call, quickly stepping aside to answer. Moments later, he exclaimed, "Are you certain?" After hanging up, Yang Wenqing returned to Lord Ye Jinghan's side, his expression heavy with concern, yet he remained silent. After a long while, Ye Jinghan suddenly rose and approached the door of the operating room, knocking firmly. "Open the door, I demand to see her, Ye Jinghan. Tell her. If she dares to die, her father and brother will meet their doom." Ye Jinghan's hand pounded relentlessly against the door. "Jinghan, let me in. I wish to speak with her, to tell her." Yang Wenqing stepped forward, restraining Ye Jinghan. "Lord Heir, do not act this way. The departed are gone. And the living must continue." Ye Jinghan shook his head. "Yang Wenqing, you must go immediately and destroy Yun Pengcheng and Yun Chong. I want her to regret. To find no peace even in death." "Lord Heir." Yang Wenqing rarely interrupted him. Ye Jinghan grasped his shoulders tightly. "What? Now even you refuse to heed my words?" "Lord Heir, the message was truly not sent by Miss Yun." Upon hearing this, Ye Jinghan's mind erupted in chaos. "What did you say?" "Yesterday, after you left the basement, Miss Yun was utterly heartbroken. She wept, claiming her innocence. I believe Miss Yun is far too pitiful, which is why I dispatched someone to reinvestigate that nurse. Just a moment ago, I received a phone call. The nurse, unable to withstand the interrogation, has confessed." Ye Jinghan's fists were clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, remaining silent. Yang Wenqing stated that the message was sent by the nurse, who, for monetary gain, acted in the name of Miss Yun. Ye Jinghan raised his gaze towards the indicator light on the operating room door. The red light indicating surgery was still illuminated, yet his heart was shrouded in dust. "Who is behind this?" Ye Jinghan's voice was low and heavy. Just as Yang Wenqing was about to report, the door to the operating room swung open once more. Ye Jinghan looked up as He Qingye stepped in front of him, pulling down his mask. Although his expression was solemn, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Jinghan, I was worried about you, so I came out to tell you that Yunsang has been rescued." Upon hearing this news, Ye Jinghan felt as though he had resurfaced from drowning, suddenly able to breathe again. He exhaled deeply, and the fist he had been clenching finally relaxed. Observing Ye Jinghan's reaction, He Qingye patted him on the shoulder. "Should I congratulate you?" Ye Jinghan feigned indifference, replying, "Whether she lives or dies is of no concern to me." He Qingye merely watched him put on a facade, choosing not to expose it. He returned to the operating room. Ye Jinghan turned to Yang Wenqing, his expression now much more composed. "Please continue. Who instructed the nurse to send that message?" Chapter 36, Better to face hell than to live with him. Yang Wenqing took a deep breath. It was indeed the eldest aunt. Ye Jinghan lifted his gaze towards Yang Wenqing, recognizing the presence of Yi Hui. Yang Wenqing continued, "Previously, we failed to detect any discrepancies in that nurse's account because the eldest aunt did not directly transfer the money to her. Instead, it was sent to the nurse's boyfriend." Ye Jinghan's expression was inscrutable, as if he were calculating something in his mind, remaining silent for a long while. Yang Wenqing inquired, "Second master, that nurse is still under our control?" Ye Jinghan spoke coldly, his voice sharp as the frost of winter, sending chills down the spine. "Do not let her die. Allow her to live, but in a state worse than death." "Understood." Furthermore, Ye Jinghan raised his brow and directed his gaze at Yang Wenqing. "Contact Hao Ziyu and instruct him to give Su Shan a severe reprimand. His wife is being unreasonable. And as the eldest son-in-law of the Yi family, he deserves some punishment. As for my eldest aunt, there is no need for you to intervene. I will handle that personally." "Yes," Yang Wenqing replied respectfully, leaving with a hint of a satisfied smile on his lips, relieved that Miss Yun had survived. Yunsang gradually regained consciousness, now on the third day post-surgery. She gazed at the pristine white ceiling and the mist emanating from the humidifier on the bedside table, furrowing her brow in contemplation. This was a hospital room. She had not perished? In her former life as a cherished young lady, even a mere cold felt life-threatening. Yet now, after undergoing a surgery with minimal chances of survival, she had miraculously lived. Heaven truly has a sense of irony. "Sansan? Are you awake?" A familiar voice, laced with concern, reached Yunsang's ears. With great effort, she turned her head, surprised to see the gentle and graceful lady before her, Ye Ti, the third aunt of Ye Jinghan. During her 2 years of imprisonment, she was the only visitor who had come to see her. However, due to her physical condition at the time, she had been unable to accept visits, resulting in 2 missed encounters with her aunt. After 2 years, upon their reunion, Yunsang's eyes glistened with restrained tears, her voice faint as she whispered, and Ye Ti quickly pressed the bedside bell before taking hold of Yunsang's hand. "Sansan, you have finally awakened. Do you realize you were in a coma for 2 days?" Yunsang was astonished. She had no inkling of how long she had been asleep. It felt as though she had merely drifted through an interminable dream, a dream in which she once again encountered the tender yet devilish Ye Jinghan. He kissed her awake, then threatened her, saying that if she did not awaken, he would destroy her father and brother. Fear gripped her heart, the dread of endangering her loved ones compelling her to fight against the darkness. Outside the hospital room, Ye Jinghan entered alongside He Jinghan. Upon seeing Yunsang awake, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. 2 days prior, He Jinghan had informed him that while Yunsang had survived, it was her awakening that would signify her complete escape from peril. Yet, in the past 3 days, she had endured 2 resuscitation attempts, despite his desperate pleas. She remained unresponsive. Just moments ago, He Jinghan was in the doctor's office, discussing with him that if Yunsang did not awaken soon, there might be little hope left. He Jinghan approached and conducted a brief examination of Yunsang. He then set down the stethoscope and gently addressed her, "Little junior sister, congratulations. You have traversed the gates of the underworld." Yet, there was no trace of joy or sorrow upon Yunsang's face. She had no desire to cross that threshold. Even descending into hell seemed preferable to living with the torment of facing Ye Jinghan. Ye Ti turned to Ye Jinghan and coldly remarked, "Jinghan, your behavior is utterly excessive. Look at this fine child, how could you have subjected her to such distress without a word?" Ye Jinghan suppressed the concern etched upon his features and replied coldly, "Third aunt, the matters between my wife and I are not for you to meddle in. That is not acceptable. I have come here with a singular purpose. Once Yunsang's health improves, I intend to take her back to my home." Ye Jinghan retorted frostily, "If she wishes to accompany you, I have no objections. After all, some burdens she need not bear, for others shall take them on." Chapter 37, a blunt threat. Hyo Song-yi raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Ye Jinghan. This fellow had likely forgotten the torment of the past few days. Ye Ti felt a surge of anger. "Jinghan, you grew up alongside Sang, you cannot treat her this way. Are you not driving her to her doom? Am I forcing her?" Ye Jinghan approached the bedside, his gaze coldly settling on Yunsang's face. "My third aunt wishes to take you away, will you accompany her?" Yunsang furrowed her brow. On the surface, he presented her with a choice, yet in reality, it was a blatant threat. She dared not go, of course not. She turned to her third aunt, her voice frail, "Aunt, I appreciate your kindness, but for the time being, I shall not go to your home." Sang. Before her aunt could say anything further, Ye Jinghan interrupted. "Aunt, I am aware of your good relationship with her parents, but do not forget. You are a member of the Ye family. In the future, concerning any matters related to her, it would be best if you refrained from intervening. Helping her may lead you into murky waters. Your sister is not one to be trifled with." Ye Ti sighed in resignation, "I am not aiding anyone. I merely wish for the 2 of you to avoid future regrets. You and Sang are clearly so." Ye Jinghan knew what Ye Ti intended to say and did not want Yunsang to hear the word love. Thus, he swiftly interjected, "Every decision I make will not be a source of regret." "Aunt," Yunsang gently called out to Ye Ti. She did not wish for the only ally she had to fall out with the Ye family because of her. Ye Jinghan and his 2 aunts are not to be underestimated. Ye Ti turned to look at Yunsang, who smiled gently, warmth radiating from her eyes. "Third aunt, I am an adult now. I can take responsibility for my own decisions. Thank you for visiting me, you may return now. Once I recover, I will come to see you." Ye Ti understood that if she continued speaking, it would only put Yunsang in a difficult position. She cast a worried glance at Yunsang before turning her attention to Ye Jinghan. How had such wonderful young souls come to this juncture? He Jinghan chuckled softly, moving to Ye Ti's side and wrapping his arm around her shoulders. "Third aunt, I also need to check on the patients. Come, I shall accompany you outside." Ye Ti was led out of the ward by He Jinghan. Once the door was closed, she pulled him aside and whispered, "Little Hey, third aunt is asking. What did Jinghan mean when he mentioned his aunt? Did my sister do something?" Ye Jinghan smiled, "Third aunt, this matter is not something I can speak of lightly. Little Hey, third aunt understands your predicament, but you have seen it, Sang is barely clinging to life. If something were to happen to her, would Jinghan not regret it? They are clearly in love, yet they have reached this sorrowful point. Please tell third aunt. She needs to know if there is any way she can help Jinghan." Ye Jinghan pondered for a moment, ultimately relenting, as he too sincerely wished for the two to find their way back to each other. "Third aunt, indeed, the eldest aunt has committed certain mistakes." In the hospital room, Ye Jinghan lowered his gaze towards the pale and somewhat frail Yunsang. At this moment, she had closed her eyes, seemingly unwilling to confront her own reality. Ye Jinghan, feeling ignored, harbored a flicker of irritation and intentionally remarked, "I never expected your life to be so resilient, that you could survive this." Yunsang opened her eyes and looked at him. "Indeed, I have disappointed Lord Ye. Ye Jinghan's eyes narrowed. "A storm brewing within, what do I have to be disappointed about? Your existence or demise bears no significance to me." Yunsang silently opened her eyes, acknowledging the truth. Her life or death held no meaning for him. The only distinction perhaps lay in the fact that when she was alive, he tormented her, and when she was gone, he would torment her family. Perhaps she had long ceased to harbor any hope in him. Thus, this statement seemed inconsequential to her. "Lord Ye, we had an agreement. I would offer you my liver, and in return, you would release my father and facilitate my divorce. Now, I have fulfilled my promise, what about yours?" Chapter 38, Yunsang, you cannot escape. Upon hearing those words, the suppressed fury within Ye Jinghan was ignited entirely. This woman, after narrowly escaping death, chose to pursue a divorce as her first act? He reached out, intending to grasp her neck. But upon observing the oxygen tube on her face and the monitors surrounding her, he ultimately furrowed his brow and withdrew his hand. He raised an eyebrow and, with a sardonic smile, remarked, "You do not suppose that your eagerness to divorce me will allow you to evade your responsibilities, do you? Yunsang, you cannot escape. For the sake of my family, I shall not flee. Whatever torment you wish to inflict upon me, I shall endure. I simply refuse to live under the title of Ye Jinghan's wife any longer." Ye Jinghan scoffed, "If you do not wish for it, I shall ensure that you do not have your way." Yunsang, her brow knitted in disbelief, weakly protested, "We signed an agreement, we had an understanding." "An agreement was indeed signed, but it does not absolve your father or the matter of our divorce," he retorted coldly. "Yunsang, do not negotiate with a businessman. Do you truly believe you will gain any advantage?" With that, he turned and walked away, indifference etched on his face. A glimmer of despair flickered in Yunsang's eyes as she gazed at his retreating figure. Was he truly such a despicable person? Indeed, he was vile. It was she who had failed to discern his character. Regret gnawed at her heart, but what use was that? In the ensuing half-month, Ye Jinghan did not make another appearance. From Yang Wenqing, Yunsang learned that Tong Ning's surgery had been remarkably successful. It was also Yang Wenqing who informed her that the previous messages were orchestrated by her Auntie Hui, who had bribed the nurse. Upon discovering the truth, Yunsang felt a profound desolation. Ye Jinghan, fully aware of her innocence, had not uttered a single word of apology after her awakening. As if the humiliation she endured in the basement was something she inherently deserved. Yang Wenqing interjected, "Miss Yun, there is no need for you to be overly disheartened. The second master has personally intervened to resolve this matter, and he will ensure that justice is served. I have ceased to grieve for him." Yunsang replied with a faint smile. "This situation has never harbored any semblance of justice. Even if I were not wronged, as long as Tong Ning has needs, Ye Jinghan would not safeguard me. The malevolence of Ye Jinghan's aunt merely provided him with an opportunity to strike at me." Yunsang's words rendered Yang Wenqing speechless. Meanwhile, in Tong Ning's hospital room, she clutched her other phone, making a call. "It's me. My people have reported that Yunsang was taken out of Ye Yuan today. This individual knows too many of my secrets, he cannot be left alive, he must be dealt with." The voice on the other end was hushed, a trivial matter. Tong Ning felt a slight sense of reassurance and then asked, "You didn't leave any traces with Ye Hui, did you?" "Rest assured. That fool Ye Hui will never comprehend who has truly manipulated her." Tong Ning curled her lips in a smirk, acknowledging the cleverness of the scheme that involved her husband whispering sweet nothings in her ear. Ye Hui, on the other hand, proved to be remarkably naive, easily swayed by a few words. Ah, it seems even destiny itself is conspiring in my favor. On the day of Yunsang's discharge, she encountered Ye Jinghan in the corridor. Naturally, she was not foolish enough to believe that Ye Jinghan had come to collect her. For today also marked Tong Ning's release from the hospital. After a month apart, Tong Ning had recuperated remarkably well. Upon seeing Yunsang, her first instinct was to rush to her side, grasping her hand with a face full of gratitude. Sang, I am truly thankful to the heavens that you stand before me in such good health. Yunsang, however, pulled her hand away and responded coldly, Tong Ning. Although I saved your life, I have no desire for your gratitude, so please, do not come near me. Ye Jinghan felt a surge of anger. It was clear that this woman was fully aware of what she despised about him, and she was deliberately provoking him. His voice turned icy, Yunsang. If it weren't for your brother's foolishness, I would not have allowed Tong Ning to use your tainted liver. Chapter 39. The man's face in the photograph. He spoke as he approached Yunsang, bending down with an oppressive presence, his face merely 2 centimeters from hers, warning. Do not place yourself in the position of a savior, you are unworthy. Yunsang met his gaze, unafraid yet cautious not to provoke him. Thus, she could only respond with a sardonic smile, indeed, my tainted liver, who knows if it might corrupt your cherished pure little flower. You. Just as Ye Jinghan was about to advance, Tong Ning grasped his arm. With a face full of remorse, she said, Jinghan. It is justifiable for Sang to resent me. I have spoken one way and acted another. I claimed not to want her liver, yet ultimately, I allowed her to be taken to the operating room. I apologized to her. Yunsang regarded her theatrics with indifference, silently stepping back as she coldly glared at the heavenly match before her. The two of them repulsed her. Meanwhile, Yang Wenqing returned from a phone call, hastily approaching and standing behind him. Second master, the eldest miss has gone to the Yi garden. Ye Jinghan cast a cold glance at Yunsang before wrapping his arm around Tong Ning's shoulder and proceeding out of the hospital. Yang Wenqing advised Yunsang, Miss Yun. Heed my counsel, it would be wise to avoid inciting the second master's displeasure, for it may spare you some suffering. Yunsang felt a sense of helplessness within. Her demeanor towards Ye Jinghan could be described as subservient. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, was he not? The group departed the hospital in 2 separate vehicles, with Ye Jinghan and Tong Ning's car arriving at Yi garden first. Upon disembarking, Tong Ning had initially intended to accompany Ye Jinghan to the front yard to partake in the festivities. However, Ye Jinghan instructed someone to escort her back to rest. Aware that Ye Jinghan's words were not to be contested, she obediently returned. Ye Jinghan entered the living room alongside Yang Wenqing, where Ye Hui was present. Upon seeing Ye Jinghan, Ye Hui immediately rose in a fit of anger, exclaiming, Ye Jinghan, your uncle's company has been collaborating splendidly with the Yi Huang group. Why would you interfere? Ye Jinghan settled into a single armchair, leisurely responding, you should have anticipated that when you manipulated Yunsang to disrupt my acquisition of the liver source, I would not let this matter rest easily. Ye Jinghan. Do you comprehend for whom I have acted? Ye Hui retorted. Ye Jinghan coldly regarded her, are you implying that this is for my benefit? Of course. Has not that woman, Yunsang, caused you enough distress? With Jing Fan deceased, your mother transformed into that state, and during your calamity, she betrayed you. If you are hesitant to take action, I shall assist you in vanquishing all 3 of them in one fell swoop. It is quite ungrateful of you not to express appreciation, yet you seek to avenge that woman upon me? Ye Jinghan, you are devoid of conscience. Ye Jinghan scoffed derisively, remarking how melodious her words were. Noticing Ye Jinghan's indifference, Ye Hui stood, seething, Ye Jinghan, do not take my kindness for granted. Do you believe I would refrain from disseminating those photographs of that woman cavorting with men online, ensuring you wear that green hat securely? Ye Jinghan's expression turned icy at the mention of photographs. Ye Hui retrieved a stack of photos from her bag and hurled them onto the coffee table. Night Jinghan's gaze swept over the scattered photographs on the coffee table. This was the first time he clearly beheld the face of the man who had been entangled with Yunsang in the hotel. Unremarkable, even somewhat greasy. That Yunsang would willingly submit to such a man. Yang Wenqing felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety, casting a worried glance at Night Jinghan. Night Hui remained oblivious to her actions that had provoked Night Jinghan's ire, arrogantly declaring, Night Jinghan, let me tell you. If it weren't for the fact that you are my nephew, I would have. Night Jinghan interrupted her. his voice icy and penetrating. How did you come by these photographs? Ah, naturally, they were procured from this man, she replied. Ye Jinghan's brow furrowed, his gaze narrowing dangerously. Where is this man now? Chapter 40, this despicable woman deserves a beating. What, do you still wish to locate him to discuss Yunsang's techniques? Ye Jinghan, it seems you have truly lost your senses over this woman. Ye Jinghan's gaze fell upon Ye Hui with a venomous intensity. The moment Ye Hui began to speak, she was silenced by that glare. Despite being her nephew, she often found herself intimidated by him. Clearing her throat, she stated. How would I know where that man is? It was he who approached me initially, inquiring whether I wished to purchase Yunsang's secrets. Upon reviewing the photographs, I deemed it worthwhile and made the purchase. As for where he went with the money, that is beyond my knowledge. Ye Jinghan casually picked up one of the photographs. A cruel smile curling his lips, his expression rife with malice. So, it was you who delivered the photographs to my study? Indeed, Ye Jinghan. I possess her vulnerabilities and can ruin her at any moment, so it would be wise for you to refrain from crossing me, she retorted. Ye Jinghan tossed the photograph back onto the coffee table, disdainfully brushing his hands together as he approached Ye Hui. Do you truly think I would hesitate to sever her ties if it meant disregarding her reputation? Publish the news as you see fit. However, let me make myself clear, should these photographs tarnish my reputation, I shall repay you 1,000-fold. Ye Hui furrowed her brow. I am your own aunt. Do you truly believe you could kill me? I would never contemplate your demise. Su Shan has dealings with the Yi Huan group. Do you think I would remain ignorant of any underhanded actions on his part? I need not provide you with a detailed list. I can effortlessly send you all away to languish in confinement. A pang of anxiety gripped Ye Hui's heart. Ye Jinghan took a step back, casting a cold glare at her. Now, will you depart, or will you remain here to barter with me? He asserted with certainty that she would gain nothing from him. Ye Hui's chest heaved with indignation at Ye Jinghan's words. She had initially hoped to seize the opportunity presented by Tong Ning's liver transplant to eliminate Yunsang. To her dismay, she had only succeeded in accumulating a wealth of frustration. With a disdainful snort, she bent down to grab her bag and exited hastily, slamming the entrance door behind her with a resounding crash. Ye Jinghan lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the photograph on the coffee table, his voice icy as he inquired. Why has Yunsang not returned yet? Yang Wenqing replied respectfully, I shall go out and check immediately. He ordered, have everyone leave. No one is permitted to enter without my command. Yang Wenqing had contemplated offering Ye Jinghan some words of persuasion but ultimately refrained, recognizing that such attempts would only complicate matters further. As Ye Hui stepped into the courtyard, she spotted Yunsang, who was trudging along with her head bowed, appearing disheartened. Having just endured a torrent of anger from Ye Jinghan with no outlet for her frustration, she hastily approached Yunsang. Blocking her path, Yunsang raised her gaze, and upon recognizing the intruder's face, was met with a sharp slap across her cheek, accompanied by a scornful epithet, wretch. Enraged, Yunsang seized Ye Hui's wrist just as the second slap was about to land, asserting her defiance. Even though she was no longer the esteemed young lady of the Yun family, it cannot be said that she has fallen to the point of being bullied by everyone. What gives Ye Hui the right? Yunsang retorted sharply, Miss Yi-san, do not overstep your bounds. And if I do bully you? You, a wretched woman, deserve it, she declared, struggling to free her hands. Ultimately, Yunsang was young. She seized Ye Hui's wrist, pushing her back and then pulling her forward. Ye Hui was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. She quickly rose, ready to advance once more when Yang Wenqing appeared. He hurriedly stepped forward to intercept Ye Hui, saying, Miss, this is Ye Garden. If you provoke the second master here, you may find yourself in serious trouble. Ye Hui gritted her teeth and shot a glare at Yang Wenqing. Pointing at Yunsang as she warned, you wait for me. With a haughty toss of her hand, she departed. Yunsang nodded in gratitude to Yang Wenqing, saying, Thank you, Uncle Yang. Yang Wenqing replied softly, Miss Yun, you are too kind. The second master wishes to see you. He is currently in a foul mood, so. Chapter 41, Shamelessness. Yunsang lifted her gaze towards the servants emerging one by one from the entrance, her brow furrowing slightly. The room had been cleared of all its occupants. A sense of inexplicable fear washed over her. She turned to Yang Wenqing, intending to inquire about the unfolding events for some semblance of mental preparation. However, before she could voice her concerns, a servant hurriedly approached Yang Wenqing with information, leaving her with no option but to remain silent. She pivoted and, with deliberate slowness, entered the room. After changing her shoes at the entrance, she made her way into the living room. At that moment, Ye Jinghan sat in the very center of the sofa, his eyes, filled with a palpable hostility, resembled lethal weapons poised to strike. With a grave expression, Yunsang stepped forward. Yet, as she neared the coffee table, her gaze fell upon the photographs laid out upon it. The visage of the man captured in the images rekindled the terror she had almost succumbed to in the past. Fear compelled her to retreat a couple of steps as she raised her eyes to meet Ye Jinghan's gaze. Ye Jinghan, fixated on her, interpreted her reaction as a manifestation of guilt. The fury that simmered within him needed no provocation, it blazed fiercely. "Come here." Yunsang's feet felt as though they were encased in lead, rendering her immobile. She clasped her hands behind her back, gripping her skirt tightly in an effort to appear less fearful. Yet, Ye Jinghan paid no heed to her turmoil, her defiance of his command was an affront to him. "I commanded you to come here." Yunsang's voice trembled with unease. Ye Jinghan. He was unwilling to entertain her words, rising instead to close the distance between them, thrusting the photographs before her. Yunsang shook her head, retreating in fear. Ye Jinghan laughed mockingly. "What's this? You dare to act but not to face the consequences?" Yunsang, I once believed that while your character might be lacking, your taste in men was commendable. Yet, I am utterly astonished that you would stoop so low as to associate with such a man. Is this betrayal for his sake an affront to yourself or to me? Yunsang closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of that man's face. She could feel the intensity of Ye Jinghan's rage, yet she felt utterly powerless. She had offered countless explanations in the past, but he had never believed her. Observing her stubborn refusal to meet his gaze, Ye Jinghan forcefully pushed her down onto the sofa. "You truly redefined the meaning of shamelessness." Yunsang endured the humiliation he inflicted, feeling as though her heart was being sliced open, each cut penetrating to her very marrow. Ye Jinghan glared at her, his heart filled with contempt. This woman, who once went to great lengths to be in his bed, had now sunk to this level. The thought of her being alluring in another man's arms ignited a furious blaze within him. The more she resisted, the more he was determined to make her suffer. Ye Jinghan grasped her chin, his eyes ablaze with fury as he pressed his lips against hers. Afterward, with a cold and grim expression, he looked at her and declared, "Yunsang, since you relish living in degradation, I shall indulge you. From this day forth, whenever I wish, wherever I desire, you shall have no right to refuse. To me, you are nothing more than a despicable plaything. Do you understand?" Chapter 42, I shall strike at her heart. Yunsang bit her lip, gazing at him defiantly while suppressing the mist that welled in her eyes. Ye Jinghan would likely never comprehend the devastating impact of each humiliating word that slipped so easily from his lips. For her, they were akin to daggers. Noticing the grievance and unwillingness reflected in Yunsang's eyes, Ye Jinghan furrowed his brow, dismissing her with a wave as he stood up. "Return to your room. I do not wish to behold your repugnant face any longer." Yunsang sat up, drawing her clothes tightly around herself, not uttering a word of defiance. Quietly, she retreated to her chamber. Once the door closed behind her, she pressed her back against it, feeling a bone-chilling cold seep into her heart. Ye Jinghan cast his gaze upon the photographs strewn across the table, a seething hatred spreading relentlessly from the depths of his being. When Yang Wenqing returned his call, he was gripping a photograph, sifting through the images one by one. After a considerable time, he selected the most explicit one, the man's face captured with utmost clarity, and handed it to Yang Wenqing. "Take this, enlarge it, frame it, and hang it on the wall of Yunsang's room." As soon as Yang Wenqing received the photograph, it felt almost searing in his hands. "Second master?" he exclaimed, astonished. Ye Jinghan's voice was cold and enchanting. "What? Do you wish to counsel me once more?" Yang Wenqing fixed his gaze. "I wouldn't dare. I merely believe this would be an immense humiliation for Miss Yun." His voice turned fierce. "Humiliation? You are mistaken. I intend to strike at her heart, just as she has repeatedly struck at mine. I shall make that woman pay for her despicable actions." Yang Wenqing did not dare to respond further, merely following the instructions as depicted in the photograph. He had not walked far when Ye Jinghan seemed to recall something and said, "Wait." Yang Wenqing immediately halted, turning back to stand respectfully, hopeful that Ye Jinghan had changed his mind. However, Ye Jinghan coldly commanded, "Do everything in your power to locate this man." With a sense of resignation, Yang Wenqing acquiesced and departed. At noon, a servant called Yunsang to come for lunch. Cautiously, she entered the dining room only to discover that Ye Jinghan was absent. She let out a sigh of relief and proceeded to her seat, noticing the servant's indifferent demeanor towards her. Yet, Yunsang paid it no mind. Understanding the principle that when the walls crumble, everyone scurries away. As long as this group did not provoke her, she saw no reason to engage with them. After finishing her meal, just as Yunsang was about to return to her room, she seemed to recall something and turned back towards the entrance. The servant coldly remarked, "Miss Yun, the second master has instructed that you are not to leave the night garden." Yunsang replied calmly, "I am not leaving the night garden. I merely wish to step into the courtyard for some fresh air." With that, she opened the door and stepped outside. The moment she left, the servant hurried upstairs to report to Ye Jinghan, unwilling to share in the misfortunes that might befall someone like Yunsang. Yunsang quickly made her way to the basement, only to find it unguarded. She softly called out, "Yunheng?" There was no response from within. Although she felt trepidation about the place, after a brief hesitation, she pushed the door open. The light filtering in from the entrance revealed an empty room. The bloodstains on the ground had mysteriously vanished, leaving her with a lingering sense of unease. Where had Ye Jinghan taken Yunheng? A peculiar worry gnawed at her as she turned to leave, only to be halted by the sound of footsteps approaching from the staircase ahead. There was no place to conceal herself, so Yunsang could only hope it was merely a servant who had wandered off course. Yet, fortune was not on her side. For it was none other than Ye Jinghan who appeared. He regarded Yunsang with a piercing gaze, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "What is this? Unable to adjust to the rooms above, you wish to reside here?" Ignoring his taunt, Yunsang demanded, "Where is Yunheng? With your own predicament at hand, do you truly believe you can concern yourself with him?" Ye Jinghan retorted. Though Yunsang harbored resentment towards Yunheng and wished to distance herself from him, he remained her mother's firstborn, a bond that could not be easily severed. Moreover, she was determined to confront Yunheng and uncover the truth behind the recent betrayals. "Where have you taken Yunheng?" she pressed. Ye Jinghan stepped closer, his breath chilling against her ear, his voice laced with malice and indifference. "Do you truly think that angering me will lead him to a favorable outcome?" Chapter 43, Dignity? Do you deserve it? Yunsang's heart tightened. Is he still alive? Ye Jinghan cast a sidelong glance, the musty scent of the basement replaced by the delicate fragrance from her hair. Noting his silence, Yunsang grasped the hem of his garment, anxiously inquiring, "Is he dead?" He lowered his gaze to her hand clinging to his clothing, his brow furrowing. In the past, when she stood beside him, she often enjoyed tugging at his sleeves. Realizing his scrutiny, Yunsang hastily released her grip and stepped back. Ye Jinghan raised his eyes, his expression icy as he replied, "That fool Yunheng has accrued a mountain of high-interest debts, whether he lives or dies hinges entirely on his own actions." Yunsang felt a jolt of alarm. High-interest loans? She was all too familiar with Yunheng's nature. Back when the Yun family still thrived, he could never restrain his impulses, gambling away considerable sums. During those times, their father would always clean up his mess. Who could have anticipated that now, in their family's decline, he would still remain undisciplined? "Have you handed him over to the loan sharks? What else would you have me do? Do you think I would keep this burden and deal with it myself? I find your family repugnant." Yunsang's heart constricted painfully, her back pressed against the slightly damp wall. At such a moment to surrender Yunheng to the loan sharks. Observing her reaction, Ye Jinghan grasped her chin, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "Do not feign any sibling affection with me. Yunheng has shown no mercy towards you." Do you know what his first words were upon realizing he had been captured by the loan sharks? Yunsang looked at Ye Jinghan, rendered speechless. Knight Jinghan wore a scornful expression, declaring, "He says my sister is the most beautiful socialite in the imperial city. I offer her to you as payment." Upon finishing his words, he released his grip and stepped back, sizing her up with a scrutinizing gaze. "Do you truly believe that by surrendering you to those individuals, they would treat you with any measure of compassion in repaying the debt?" Yunsang clenched her fists, feeling a surge of anger rise within her. Knight Jinghan continued, his tone icy and alluring, "However, I presume you would relish their methods. After all, you seem to favor resolving matters with your body." Yunsang's voice quivered with intensity. "You do not go too far." "Too far?" Knight Jinghan retorted with a dismissive sneer, were it not for me. You would have long been taken by that crowd, trampled underfoot by countless others. Do you truly believe that those unsightly scars of yours would pique anyone's interest and inspire them to show you mercy? You. Yunsang pushed his hand away, feeling the sting of his words piercing her heart. Did he truly seek to humiliate her so? I would rather be trampled by every man in the world than behold your venomous visage, Knight Jinghan, you repulse me. Knight Jinghan seized her collar firmly, demanding, repeat that. Yunsang trembled, caught in a whirlwind of fury and fear. She was acutely aware of the consequences of provoking Knight Jinghan, yet she felt on the brink of madness. Her sacrifices, her forbearance, and her retreats were mere fodder for his amusement. In response, she grasped his collar with equal fervor, her face aflame with indignation. Knight Jinghan. You are always like this, regardless of what I say, you only choose to believe what you wish. I declared that in this lifetime. You are the sole man for me, yet you remain skeptical. I asserted that I have never harmed your loved ones, but you refused to believe me. I confessed my own filth and degradation, and yet, you accepted that without doubt. Ye Jinghan could sense the trembling of the individual before him. Despite the evident fear, there lies an unyielding resistance, does it not? Such profound hatred. Ye Jinghan, you claim you shall cast me into hell, yet behold. Am I not already ensnared in the very abyss you have constructed? I am neither permitted to live nor to die, each day begins with the torment of regret. Lamenting why I chose to love you in the past. Ye Jinghan, I do not implore you to set me free. But I beseech you to grant me a semblance of dignity. Ye Jinghan clenched his teeth, is it regret for having cherished him? Very well. Does he not find her so-called love equally repugnant? Grasping her collar, he dragged her from the basement. Under the gaze of the servants, he unceremoniously pulled her back to her chamber. He shoved her onto the bed. As Yunsang attempted to rise, her gaze fell upon the imposing photograph of the man across the room. Fear compelled her to retreat. Ye Jinghan mocked, do you see? Have you come to a clear understanding of your own repulsiveness? Dignity? Do you believe you are worthy of it? Chapter 44, Madness. Yunsang's eyes shimmered with mist as she gazed at his face. Ye Jinghan pointed at the photograph on the wall, this is your love for me. The very love you profess to be reserved solely for me in this lifetime. If you were in my position, would you believe the words you utter now? Yunsang. Even in deceit and falsehood, there are limits. Yunsang, disheartened, closed her eyes tightly, biting her lip fiercely. She regretted that on the day of her near humiliation, she hadn't leapt from the window. Had she perished that day, would all the ensuing hatred have ceased to exist? She had truly had enough of this wretched existence. She was Yunsang, cherished by her parents, nurtured by her grandmother's loving hands. Once, she was regarded as the proud princess, the most resplendent jewel in others' eyes. Yet, she squandered half her life loving a man with a heart of stone, a man who did not believe in her. Her regret was profound, overwhelming. Ye Jinghan tugged at her hair, his voice laced with bitterness. Weren't you just so full of spirit? Why the silence now? Are you at a loss for words? Yunsang bit her lip hard, opening her eyes to meet his steely gaze. Ye Jinghan's tone turned cold, since you have betrayed me for this man, from this day forth, you shall behold his face, confronting your own deception and sin day and night. Reflect upon your transgressions. He pushed her away, snorted disdainfully, and turned to leave. Crouched on the bed, Yunsang raised her eyes, and upon seeing the man's captivating expression on the wall, she covered her ears and screamed in despair. After a considerable duration, she leaped from the bed, barefoot, and seized a chair, forcefully bringing it down upon the visage of the man within the frame. The glass shattered with a resounding crack, scattering fragments across the floor and bed. Yet, Yunsang felt no satisfaction. She dashed forward, bending down to retrieve the chair once more, continuing her assault. As she trod upon the shards of glass, blood instantly flowed from her foot. However, she seemed to be in a trance, relentlessly seeking to obliterate the face of that nightmare of a man. Ye Jinghan burst into the room, initially intending to express his ire. But his heart sank at the sight of the blood on the floor. He advanced and forcefully pushed her back onto the bed, lifting her feet off the ground. Ye Jinghan turned sharply, commanding with authority, bring someone here. A servant rushed in, startled by the bloodstains that covered the floor. Second master, they stammered. Ye Jinghan's voice turned cold, go, call Ye Jinghan. Yes, yes. Yunsang struggled to rise. But Ye Jinghan pressed her down with his left hand on the bed, his right hand firmly gripping her neck, restraining her. Coincidentally, the shards of glass that had scattered upon the bed pierced Ye Jinghan's left hand. Yet, he remained unmoved, his gaze fixed intently on Yunsang as he bellowed. Yunsang, do you dare to defy me? Do you want me to bring your father into this before you choose to behave? Indeed. The mere mention of father caused Yunsang to cease her struggles immediately. She closed her eyes, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. It was only at that moment that she became aware of the pain radiating from her foot. Observing her finally relent, Ye Jinghan released her. As he rose to his feet, the recently pressed quilt bore traces of blood. Upon hearing about the circumstances within the room, Yang Wenqing hastened back inside. The sight of chaos in Yunsang's chamber left him somewhat astonished. Noticing the bloodied hand of Ye Jinghan resting behind him, he remarked, "Second master, your hand is bleeding." Ye Jinghan turned, casting a cold glare in his direction, prompting Yang Wenqing to promptly fall silent. Ye Jinghan's voice softened considerably. "Have someone come in to tidy up. Additionally, procure another photograph, one that is sturdy and resistant to damage." He turned his gaze towards Yunsang, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Do you believe that by obliterating the evidence, you can erase what has transpired? Dream on. If you enjoy destruction, feel free to indulge. Only when you have had your fill will you begin to repent." He shot a stern look at Yang Wenqing. "Keep an eye on her. Ensure she does not harm herself. A person must live healthily, the torment is far more enjoyable when they do." Chapter 45, Do not advise others to be good without experiencing their circumstances. Ye Jinghan departed. Observing that Yunsang was disinclined to speak, Yang Wenqing refrained from unnecessary chatter, choosing instead to stand quietly by her side. His gaze fell upon the injury on Yunsang's foot, and he could not help but furrow his brow in concern. He recalled a time when Miss Yun would fuss for ages over a mere hangnail in front of the second master. Yet now, despite her injury, she displayed neither tears nor complaints. He Jinghan had been summoned unexpectedly from home. Upon seeing the wound on Yunsang's foot, he frowned and turned his gaze to Yang Wenqing. "What has happened this time?" The specifics were unclear to Yang Wenqing, but it was likely related to that photograph. He gestured silently towards the picture on the wall. He Jinghan glanced back at it, his expression grave. "Little junior sister, it may hurt a bit, please bear with it," he advised. True to his words, Yunsang exhibited remarkable endurance, uttering not a single sound throughout the ordeal. Her resilience was both admirable and heart-wrenching. After tending to her wound, He Jinghan instructed, "Little junior sister, take care to rest over the next few days, and keep your foot dry." Yunsang slightly pursed her lips in acknowledgement, "Thank you." "Enough with the pleasantries," he replied, then turned his attention to Yang Wenqing, his tone tinged with irritation. "Where is Jinghan?" Yang Wenqing responded, "It seems he has returned to his room." Without hesitation, He Jinghan turned and strode towards the exit, carrying his medical kit. After a moment's consideration, Yang Wenqing hastened to follow him. "Hey," he called out. He Jinghan paused, glancing back. Yang Wenqing whispered, "Second master has also sustained an injury. I kindly ask for your assistance." "What on earth is he fussing about all day long?" He Jinghan remarked as he ascended the stairs. Upon arriving at Ye Jinghan's door, he knocked softly, not waiting for a response from within before pushing the door open. Ye Jinghan was about to express his irritation, but upon recognizing the visitor, his expression softened slightly. "Has the woman's wound been treated?" He Jinghan approached, casually placing the medical kit on the table. "What more is there to treat her for? Let her perish, for all I care." Ye Jinghan shot him a cold glance. He Jinghan remained silent for a moment before continuing, all right, stop glaring. It's done, but honestly, I believe it would be better left untreated. Let her die and be reborn swiftly." Ye Jinghan, uninterested in his words, was about to rise when He Jinghan had already perched himself on the table, eyeing Ye Jinghan seated before it. "Give me your hand." Ye Jinghan raised his hand, examining the now bloodless palm, and replied in a deep voice, "It's nothing." However, He Jinghan disregarded his words, opened the medical kit, grasped his hand, and began to disinfect it, saying, "I just saw the photo on the wall, Jinghan. Truly, if you believe you cannot overcome this hurdle, just cast her out and let her fend for herself. Why must you torture her bit by bit? Is not every heart made of flesh? One cannot advise others on virtue without experiencing their plight," Ye Jinghan interrupted He Jinghan. Am I not aware that casting her out and becoming strangers would sever our ties completely? Upon hearing these words, Ye Jinghan raised his gaze towards him. After a prolonged moment, he finally comprehended the situation. This lad was utterly infatuated with Yunsang, which explained his inability to let go. It seemed that love, whether it bred hatred or remained unfulfilled, was equally tragic. He refrained from further conversation, opting instead to dress the wound with gauze. Once finished, he stood up, tidying the medical kit as he remarked, I truly believe Yunsang has changed. Such a delicate young lady, wounded as she is, remained utterly silent while I tended to her injuries. Ye Jinghan's expression suddenly grew grave. He rose and walked to the window, turning his back to Ye Jinghan, and said, You may leave now. Very well, if you do not urge me to stay, I shall take my leave, he replied, slinging his bag over his shoulder. Just as he was about to exit, an urgent knocking echoed from the door. Ye Jinghan's voice was cold as he called out, Enter. Yang Wenqing pushed the door open and, after nodding to Ye Jinghan, turned to Ye Jinghan and said, Second Master, there is trouble, Yunsang has encountered an incident. Chapter 46, Sudden Demise. Ye Jinghan turned around, his expression frigid. Speak, what trouble has he caused this time? Yang Wenqing replied heavily, He is dead. Ye Jinghan's brow furrowed inexplicably. Beside him, Ye Jinghan exclaimed in disbelief, How could this happen? A call had come in, informing them that Yunsang had been sent to the construction site to harden his resolve, yet he was struck by falling debris from above. By the time the ambulance arrived, he was already gone. Ye Jinghan's gaze shifted, and he remained silent for a prolonged moment. Ye Jinghan glanced back at him and suggested, We should inform Yunsang. Regardless of the circumstances, he is her brother. After a long contemplation, Ye Jinghan descended the stairs. When he opened Yunsang's door, she lay on the bed in the same position as when he had left. Upon hearing the noise at the door, she remained motionless. Ye Jinghan approached her and spoke in a low tone, Come out with me. After saying this, he walked towards the door. Noticing that Yunsang had not moved, he returned to her side and lifted her with determination, saying, I said, Come out with me. Ye Jinghan hurried over, Jin, your sister has an injured foot. Perhaps I should carry her out? Ye Jinghan disregarded Ye Jinghan's suggestion, effortlessly cradling Yunsang in his arms as he made his way to the door. Ye Jinghan silently took a step back, recognizing that this was indeed a quicker solution. Yunsang turned her head to look at Ye Jinghan, pondering what he intended to do. Was the torment of the day not yet concluded? In the dim light of dusk, Ye Jinghan sensed Yunsang's gaze upon him. Yet he chose to disregard her scrutiny. With a soft sigh, Yunsang resigned herself to the situation. After all, it was merely a life, let him toy with it as he pleased. When the time of her demise arrived, it would signify her liberation. Ye Jinghan lifted her into the car. Ye Jingyi, recalling their long-standing acquaintance, decided to accompany them. As their vehicle approached a construction site still in the throes of development, the night had begun to descend. A few lights flickered on the site. Ye Jinghan pulled Yunsang out of the car, directing her attention to a cluster of workers gathered not far away, engrossed in something. A wave of confusion washed over her. What could be the purpose of Ye Jinghan bringing her here at such an hour? Shortly thereafter, Ye Jingyan's car arrived. After alighting, he cast a glance at the pair before making his way toward the crowd. Moments later, he returned, shaking his head at Ye Jinghan. Turning to Yunsang, Ye Jinghan's tone remained indifferent, yet his gaze lingered on her face. Yunsang had passed away, mere hours ago. He was struck by falling debris from above, dying instantly. The revelation struck Yunsang like a thunderclap, and she sank to the ground in disbelief. Ye Jinghan instinctively reached out to support her but only managed to grasp her arm. Crouched on the earth, Yunsang's vision blurred as she peered toward the gathering of people. Dead. Yunsang was dead? How could this be? Surely, there had to be a mistake. Pushing herself upright with trembling hands, she limped forward, determined to ascertain the truth. She must confirm that it was not truly Yunsang. As Ye Jinghan grasped her arm, intending to pull her into an embrace, she forcefully shook him off. Her gaze was sharp as she directed it at Ye Jinghan, warning him not to touch her. Ye Jinghan's eyes darkened, a hint of hostility lurking within. Observing the tension, Ye Jinghan stepped forward, restraining Ye Jinghan with a subtle shake of his head. Ye Jinghan remained silent, refraining from any further action. As Yunsang approached, the crowd instinctively parted to grant her passage. Her gaze fell upon the ground, where a figure lay sprawled. A dusty work uniform covered the person's head, and the soil beneath it had been stained crimson with blood. The physique of the individual bore a striking resemblance to Yunsang, yet she dismissed the notion. Yunsang was a natural-born aristocrat. How could he possibly be found in such attire, laboring in this manner? It was inconceivable. She knelt before the corpse, extending her hand to unveil the work uniform. Ye Jinghan stepped forward, gripping her hand firmly, his voice cold as he stated, "Jingye has already confirmed." Ignoring him, she forcefully wrenched her hand free and tore open the garment. In that moment, upon glimpsing the face of the deceased, Yunsang's tears could no longer be contained, and they cascaded down her cheeks. Chapter 47, I'm sorry, I love her. The left side of Yunsang's skull had nearly deformed, yet even with this half-damaged visage, Yunsang could effortlessly recognize him. Silently, she gazed upon his face, tears cascading down like rain, each droplet landing on Yunsang's filthy hands. Who could have imagined that the life of the once illustrious young master of the Yun family, renowned throughout the imperial city, would conclude in such a manner? She quietly extended her hand, attempting to wipe the dust from the half of his cheek. The grime was thick, resistant to her efforts. As she continued to wipe, an unexpected sorrowful smile broke through her tears. Slowly lowering her head, she tenderly embraced Yunsang, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, "Yunsang. It's all right, this is also acceptable, far better than suffering while alive." Upon hearing these words, Ye Jinghan turned to gaze at Ye Jinghan. It remained uncertain how Ye Jinghan would perceive her sentiment. Throughout it all, Ye Jinghan maintained an impassive expression, fixating his gaze solely upon Yunsang. With her forehead resting against his heart, she spoke softly, "Brother, are you still here? When you see Mother, you must help me convey my message. I have realized my mistakes, I am sorry, I love her. On the day I arrived in this world, it was you who welcomed me. On the day you depart from this world, I shall see you off. Brother, I have forgiven you, you may rest easy. Let go." Once Yunsang finished speaking, she quietly lifted her head, looking towards Ye Jinghan, "Senior brother, may I ask you for a favor?" Ye Jinghan immediately replied, "Speak." "I wish to send Yunsang to the hospital, to allow the mortician to prepare him properly. I desire for him to depart in pristine condition, for I fear that if he were to leave in this state, my mother would be heartbroken." Ye Jinghan nodded, "Very well, I promise you. I will arrange for someone to assist you." After speaking, Yunsang's gaze fell upon Ye Jinghan's face. Ye Jinghan spoke in a detached tone, "Go on." Yunsang took a breath, "May I have my father and Achong come to bid farewell to my brother?" Ye Jinghan fixed his gaze on Yunsang, and after a moment, replied, "As for Yunchong, it is best he does not come, he would not wish to see Yunsang." "You are not Yunchong. Why must you decide what he is willing or unwilling to do?" Ye Jinghan remained silent. Despair welled within Yunsang. "Ye Jinghan, I understand that you harbor hatred for me, for Yunsang, for my family, but he is gone. Is it not possible to allow my family to send off their son and brother?" Ye Jinghan interrupted her, "Steward Yang." Yang Wenqing stepped forward, grief-stricken, "Second master. Please proceed with the arrangements as Yunsang requested." "Understood." Yunsang was transported away in a vehicle arranged by Ye Jinghan, taken to the hospital. Yunsang ceased her tears, remaining there with an air of neutrality. Upon arriving at the hospital, Ye Jinghan pulled Ye Jinghan away to prevent any confrontation with the Yun family, leaving only Yang Wenqing to accompany Yunsang. The mortician prepared Yunsang, dressing him appropriately. After Yunsang checked to ensure there was nothing frightening, she proceeded to the entrance to greet Yun Pengcheng and Yun Chong. As the father and son descended from the vehicle, Yunsang's eyes once again brimmed with tears. After 3 long years apart, Yun Pengcheng appeared markedly aged compared to the image she had seen on video. The once handsome visage was now etched with wrinkles, and his hair had grayed considerably. Meanwhile, Yun Chong, who had always been obedient and was once renowned in the imperial city as the most handsome young man, now bore a shadow of melancholy. His complexion was pale, and although he had previously possessed a well-built physique, he now appeared somewhat frail. Sang. Sister. Yunsang pouted, feeling a wave of grievance as she rushed forward to embrace both men, unable to contain her tears. Dad, Achong, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. My recklessness has brought calamity upon the Yun family, led to my mother's demise, and caused you both to suffer in this way. I truly apologize. Yun Chong released Yunsang from his embrace. Sister, this is not your fault. It is Yunsang, Ye Jinghan. And that pack of beasts from the Ye family who are to blame. Yunsang was taken aback, gazing at Yunsang, who had always spoken with humility and kindness. In his eyes, she now detected an unprecedented coldness. With confusion, she inquired, Chong, what are you saying? Isn't it because of me that you? Chapter 48, The Truth Is. Yunsang resolutely stated, it was not you. When the incident occurred, you were already under the control of Ye Jinghan, hence you were unaware of what transpired. Yunsang recounted the previous events to Yunsang, who then learned that after the Yun family declared bankruptcy, Yunsang had accumulated a substantial gambling debt. At that time, their father was unable to bear the burden. So Yunsang borrowed money from Ye Jinghan in their father's name. Due to the overwhelming number of debt collectors and their father's inability to repay Ye Jinghan, Ye Jinghan took advantage of the situation to retaliate against the Yun family, seizing the opportunity to control their father and forcing him to work at a club to repay the debts. The very next day after Yunsang filled the financial void, he eagerly returned to gambling. This time, however, Ye Jinghan refused to lend him any more money. Su Shan, the eldest son-in-law of the Ye family, approached him, offering to cover his debts on the condition that Yunsang would sell Yunsang to him. In a desperate bid for survival, Yunsang drugged Yunsang that very night and delivered her into Su Shan's hands. Before Yunsang was taken to such a place, Ye Jinghan had met her once. He stated that if Yunsang pleaded with him, he would spare her. Yet, due to Ye Jinghan's past harm inflicted upon their father and Yunsang, Yunsang refused to compromise and even insulted him. Thus, Ye Jinghan permitted Su Shan to dispose of Yunsang as he pleased. Previously, Yunsang had harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yunsang's gambling, yet she had never anticipated that it would lead to such calamity. Nevertheless, despite her disdain, she was acutely aware that the Yun family's current plight was partly her own doing. With reddened eyes, she expressed her remorse, saying, if it weren't for my insistence on being with Ye Jinghan, provoking the Ye family, our Yun family wouldn't have fallen to such depths. Father, Chong, I am truly sorry. Rest assured, I will find a way to rescue you. Yunsang grasped her hand firmly, sister. There is no need for you to bear this burden for us. I have long accepted my fate, I fear nothing, and they cannot do anything to me now. Seeing the determination in Yunsang's eyes, Yunsang felt a pang of fear within her. She had ruined the once graceful youth. Yun Pengcheng approached and enveloped Yunsang in his embrace. My dear, it is my fault. All three of you are my children, and if you have erred, then I too have erred. Your unhappiness is a reflection of my failure. Father. Yunsang's eyes rested on Yun Pengcheng's shoulder as she wept sorrowfully. Yun Pengcheng released her, gently wiping away her tears. Where is your brother? Let us go see him. Yunsang nodded in agreement. Yun Pengcheng turned to Yunsang. Chong. I will not go, Yunsang replied resolutely. His sole purpose for coming out today was to see his sister. In his heart, Yunsang had long ceased to be his brother, he refused to acknowledge him. Seeing that he could not persuade Yunsang, Yun Pengcheng took Yunsang's hand, and the father and daughter walked in unison towards the mortuary. Yunsang glanced back at their retreating figures, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding to follow. He did not wish to see Yunsang, yet he could not leave his father and sister with a lingering sense of regret. Upon entering the mortuary, he beheld Yunsang lying there. Tears welled up in Yun Pengcheng's eyes, spilling forth uncontrollably. He trudged forward with great difficulty, trembling hands reaching out to caress Yunsang's face. Hang, my dear Hang. Father has come, Yun Pengcheng spoke, his voice choked with emotion. It was my error, I should not have indulged you repeatedly simply because you are the eldest. They say that spoiling a child is akin to harming them. And it is I who have brought about your demise. With tears streaming down his face, Yun Pengcheng collapsed onto Yunsang's body, embracing him tightly. Memories flooded back to him of when he first became a father, cradling Yunsang in his arms with utmost care, vowing to make him the happiest child in the world. Yet, in the end, he found himself as a white-haired man mourning a black-haired one. Yunsang, witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart and bent down to embrace Yun Pengcheng. Father. Yunsang also bent down, gently patting Yunsang's back to soothe her emotions, while his gaze remained coldly fixed upon Yunsang's face. He silently gritted his teeth. I will never forgive you, overcome with grief. Yun Pengcheng's vision blurred, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Finally, darkness enveloped him, and he staggered, collapsing to the ground. Alarmed, Yunsang cried out and reached out to support him, but her efforts were in vain, and both of them tumbled to the earth. Father. Chapter 49, It must not be him. Ye Jinghan was ushered into Ye Jinghan's office. Ye Jinghan poured him a cup of coffee, his tone grave as he inquired, Jinghan. Tell me the truth, did you have a hand in Yunsang's demise? Ye Jinghan cast him a sidelong glance and replied, Did you not hear what Yang Wenqing said? It was an accidental death. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he grasped the implication behind Ye Jinghan's inquiry, his expression shifting to one of suspicion. What? Is there something amiss with his death? Ye Jinghan continued, There are issues with Yunsang's skull. The injury does not appear to be caused by a fall from a height, but rather resembles a blow from a heavy object from behind. Ye Jinghan stared at Ye Jinghan's face, remaining silent for a lengthy moment. After some contemplation, Ye Jinghan speculated, could it be that those loan sharks killed him for money? Ye Jinghan replied coldly, his debts were settled long ago. They knew Yunsang was under my protection and would never dare to act with murderous intent. Are you certain you did not misinterpret anything? Ye Jinghan shot him a disdainful glance. What do you think? Ye Jinghan sat there, his expression solemn. After a brief pause, he retrieved his phone and dialed his secretary, Hao Ziyu. It's me. There are discrepancies regarding Yunsang's death, please send someone to investigate thoroughly. No sooner had Ye Jinghan hung up than his phone rang again. It was Yang Wenqing calling. He answered, and Yang Wenqing's voice came through, respectful yet tinged with urgency. Second Master, President Yun has collapsed. Ye Jinghan's gaze sharpened. What happened? Given the circumstances, Mr. Yun, of advanced years, has experienced the profound sorrow of losing a child, which inevitably weighs heavily upon his heart. Consequently, Ye Jinghan hung up the phone and turned to Ye Jinghan, informing him that Yun Pengcheng had fainted from excessive grief. Ye Jinghan, taken aback, rose with intent, I shall go and see. Just as Ye Jinghan was about to accompany him, Ye Jinghan restrained him. Enough. It is best you do not go. Mr. Yun is accustomed to life's tempests, and while he may endure your presence, Yun Chong, at such a tender age, has borne so much humiliation. Do you believe he would not lash out upon seeing you? Ye Jinghan replied coldly, Am I afraid of him? This is not a matter of fear, Ye Jinghan clarified. The Yun family has just endured the anguish of losing a son. For my sake, please refrain from complicating matters further. With that, he closed the office door behind him and departed. Ye Jinghan returned to the sofa, his expression grave. Ye Jinghan hastened to complete the examination for Yun Pengcheng and arranged for his hospitalization. Yun Chong remained in the ward to care for his father. Meanwhile, Yunsang followed Ye Jinghan and arrived at the door of the hospital room. Senior brother, how is my father? Ye Jinghan did not conceal the truth, your father has suffered considerable blows over the years, and his heart has inevitably suffered. However, rest assured, I shall arrange for the finest physician to attend to him. Yunsang's eyes reddened. Thank you. Please go in and keep him company, I will wait. Senior brother, Yunsang interrupted Ye Jinghan, gazing intently at him. Ye Jinghan nodded, speak. Yunsang inquired, Yunsang did not die by accident, did he? Hai Chenjai gazed intently at Yunsang's face, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Indeed, Yunsang was a medical student, and her professor had remarked that she possessed exceptional talent in the field. However, despite her intelligence, it seemed improbable that, given her experience, she could discern such intricacies from that particular wound. As Yunsang held his gaze, Hai Chenjai found himself in a quandary. Should he speak the truth before Ye Jinghan uncovered the reality? After a moment's hesitation, he countered her assertion, asking, Why do you say that, junior sister? Yunsang was candid in her response. If the death was caused by a heavy object falling, then the manner of Yunsang's demise would likely not appear so serene. It became clear that this was her line of reasoning. Her statement bore some validity. With her gaze cast downward, she ventured, Is it possible that Ye Jinghan? Hai Chenjai interjected, Junior sister, it cannot possibly be him. If he wished to eliminate Yunsang, there are countless methods at his disposal. He would not resort to such a crude tactic. This time, it was Yunsang who fell silent, for Hai Chenjai had indirectly acknowledged that Yunsang had been murdered. A note of concern crept into Hai Chenjai's voice. What is it, junior sister? Do you not trust him? Yunsang clenched her fists, stating, In the past, I would have unhesitatingly chosen to believe in Ye Jinghan, but now. Chapter 50, I do not trust him. She lifted her gaze. Her eyes penetrating as she looked at He Jinghan, her voice imbued with unwavering resolve. I do not trust him. He Jinghan, feeling helpless, was about to speak when a chilling and alluring voice emerged from the side. If you do not trust him, then why not report it to the authorities? Yunsang turned to face Ye Jinghan, her eyes filled with hostility. Ye Jinghan approached her, a wicked smile gracing his lips. I disdain your trust, however. It is not your place to accuse me. He retrieved his phone and deliberately dialed the police. He Jinghan was at a loss for words. This fellow truly possessed an audacious spirit. Inside the hospital room, Yunsang, seated across from the bed, caught sight of Ye Jinghan through the glass. In a fit of frenzy, he sprang to his feet and dashed out of the ward. Ye Jinghan! Yunsang exclaimed, pulling Yunsang behind him. Glaring fiercely at Ye Jinghan. Stay away from my sister. Ye Jinghan smirked, raising a hand to poke Yunsang's chest. Yunsang, your arrogance is misplaced. Your precious sister is still my wife. Yunsang retorted defiantly, Pa, you are unworthy. Unworthy? Ye Jinghan's gaze turned frigid. It was your sister who orchestrated everything back then and climbed onto my. Ye Jinghan. Yunsang interjected, her voice rising sharply. Indeed. It was she who had done it. This matter had long ceased to be a secret between the two families. She had even once felt a sense of pride for having pursued the man she adored, convinced of her own prowess. Yet now, when she speaks of this matter in the presence of her loved ones, she can only feel a profound sense of disgust and shame. Yunsang was incensed by Ye Jinghan's words, his hands trembling with rage. Even so, you are unworthy to stand beside my sister. Ye Jinghan, uninterested in Yunsang's childish defiance, lifted his gaze towards Yunsang and commanded, come here. Yunsang fixed her gaze but remained unmoving. Yunsang, positioning himself protectively around Yunsang, insisted, sister, do not go to him, he is a madman. Ye Jinghan remained silent, his eyes coldly fixed on Yunsang. Then a malevolent smirk curled upon his lips. A tightness gripped Yunsang's heart. She knew that if Ye Jinghan were to unleash his wrath, he was capable of anything. Resolutely, she patted Yunsang's hand and reassured him, Chong, it's fine, he wouldn't go so far as to harm me. Sister, don't deceive me. I am not a child. If he wouldn't hurt you, why did you go to prison? Yunsang met his gaze with seriousness. About that incident. I trust you. You could never harm Auntie, yet your love for him remains unreciprocated. These words brought a sharp sting to Yunsang's eyes. When no one believed in her, she did not weep. Even when tormented by countless others to the brink of despair, she remained dry-eyed. Yet, Yunsang's simple declaration of faith broke the dam of her suppressed grievances. She inhaled deeply, staving off tears. She could not allow Yunsang to worry for her. Yunsang pressed on, and what of the injury on your face? Why do you limp? Yunsang discreetly tucked her hands behind her, pinching her thigh with force. In an attempt to alleviate the bitterness residing in her eyes, Yunsang observed the movements of Ye Jinghan, whose gaze was imbued with an icy demeanor. She turned to Yunsang, striving to conjure a pleasing smile at the corners of her lips. Gently, she cradled Yunsang's face and declared, my injuries are the result of a fall in prison. My foot was hurt today when I accidentally stepped on shards of a glass cup I had broken while picking up the pieces. The wound was treated by Dr. He. You may inquire with him if you doubt my words. He Jinghan, standing nearby, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he concurred. Yunsang directed his gaze towards He Jinghan. Skepticism evident in his eyes. Do you think I would trust your words? You and Ye Jinghan are cut from the same cloth. Ye Jinghan's expression darkened. Yunsang, your lack of decorum is increasingly alarming. Yang Wenqing, escort Yunsang back, he needs a proper period of reflection. Alarmed, Yunsang interjected, please, no. Ye Jinghan shot her a cold glare. Yunsang, do not assist him in courting trouble. Come here. Chapter 51 Even as a ghost. I will not let you go. Yunsang comprehended the meaning behind Ye Jinghan's words. Should she defy him, Yunsang would inevitably face misfortune. She turned and grasped Yunsang's hand, embracing him tightly, whispering in his ear, I will take good care of father, look after myself, and manage brother's affairs properly. You stay well and do not make me worry. Wait for me, I promise to bring you back to your sister. Trust me, all right? Jia. Yunsang released her, his gaze lingering on her face. Yunsang restrained the moisture pooling in her eyes, gently stroking Yunsang's head, her eyes brimming with reassurance. Ye Jinghan's voice was cold. Young butler, are you not leaving yet? Yang Wenqing sensed Ye Jinghan's displeasure and immediately responded with utmost respect, yes. He stepped forward, approaching Yuncheng from behind, and softly said, Young Master Yun, let us go. Yuncheng cast a cold glare at Ye Jinghan, listen carefully. If you dare to harm my sister, even as a ghost, I will not spare you. After uttering these words, he cast a deep look at Yunsang before following Yang Wenqing's lead and departing. It was not until Yuncheng vanished from sight that Yunsang directed her resolute gaze towards Ye Jinghan's face. Ye Jinghan raised an eyebrow, mocking her, what are you staring at me for? Your brothers, one perished in gambling, and the other, sooner or later, will suffer due to that unbridled mouth of his. Yunsang could not bear to hear such venomous words. She interrupted Ye Jinghan, rest assured. I am more aware than anyone of the kind of person my brother is. If he has endured any grievances, it is undoubtedly because the other party is a beast. Knight Jinghan was about to say something when He Qingye, fearing another quarrel between the two, quickly intervened, saying, Junior sister, since we need to investigate Yunheng's matter, shall we proceed with his funeral? Yunsang turned her gaze towards the glass door, looking at the unconscious Yun Pengcheng inside. If her father were to learn that her brother had been murdered, how could he possibly bear the burden? She lowered her eyes, her heart in turmoil. The only way to grant her father peace was to ensure that Yunheng was laid to rest promptly. After a long contemplation, she nodded and replied, yes, we shall proceed. He Qingye added, however, if this person is cremated, there will be no evidence left. Yunsang looked at He Qingye, asserting, even if Yunheng deserves his fate, it must be clear and just, therefore we shall not cremate him for now. I will bury his garments, but I hope you can keep this matter confidential. He Qingye glanced at Knight Jinghan. Noticing that Knight Jinghan showed no signs of opposition, he nodded in agreement, understood. Yunsang deeply bowed to He Qingye in gratitude. After expressing her thanks, she turned and entered the hospital room. That night, Knight Jinghan did not disturb her again, only sending 2 individuals to watch over her at the door. The following morning, when Yun Pengcheng awoke, Yunsang held his hand gently and said, Father, I have just brought him back from the crematorium. In a moment, I will take him to be with my mother. Would you be able to accompany me? Yun Pengcheng's face was a portrait of sorrow as he nodded. Then I will assist you down. Yunsang supported Yun Pengcheng as they exited the hospital room. Upon seeing Knight Jinghan, Yun Pengcheng frowned slightly at his presence but ultimately remained silent. Yunsang remained by his side, and there were words he felt compelled to express. Yet it was his unfortunate daughter who bore the brunt. He averted his gaze and addressed Yunsang, let us depart. As they approached the elevator, they were met with the sight of Tong Ning, who was being supported by another, weeping uncontrollably as she rushed towards them, ultimately kneeling before Yun Pengcheng. Uncle, I am so sorry. I only learned of my cousin's news this morning. You must take care of yourself. Upon seeing Tong Ning, Yunsang's eyes flared with indignation, and she cast a cold glare at Ye Jinghan. How considerate of him to allow this woman to create further disturbance at such a time. Yun Pengcheng sighed, Miss Tong, please step aside. Tong Ning cried out, Uncle. Miss Tong, I implore you, clear the way. Yet, Tong Ning continued to weep, refusing to part. Yunsang stepped forward, firmly grasping Tong Ning's arm and forcefully pushing her aside. Tong Ning stumbled back, collapsing to the ground. Ye Jinghan approached and helped Tong Ning to her feet. His voice sharp, Yunsang. Chapter 52. The Yun family was engulfed in profound sorrow. Yunsang, with a touch of haughtiness, lifted her chin and addressed Knight Yi, thank you for informing your beloved woman to pay her respects to Yunheng. However, we shall neither accept your goodwill nor acknowledge it. Knight Jinghan gazed intently, you truly are ungrateful, she is Yunheng's cousin and possesses every right to be here. With a rare firmness in her tone, Yunsang retorted, today, the Yun family, whom you despise, is shattered with grief. You may stand by and mock our misfortune or side with her to humiliate us. Yet, I implore you, do not impose your sentiments upon us. Even if Yunheng were indeed deserving of condemnation, it does not permit her, Tong Ning, to feign sorrow for him. Furthermore, we do not welcome you. Knight Jinghan stepped forward, but Yun Pengcheng pulled Yunsang behind him, his back straightened with the weight of experience. Mr. Yi, our families were once close, but it no longer warrants your presence to pay respects to my deceased son. As for Miss Tong, I have raised her with utmost benevolence. My son requires no tribute from her. I kindly ask both of you to depart and maintain your dignity. Knight Jinghan clenched his fists. Once, the Knight and Yun families shared a renowned camaraderie throughout the imperial city, but all of that had dissipated with the Yun family's cruelty. He smiled mockingly. Yang Guanjia. Yang Wenqing stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Second master. Send a few individuals to keep an eye on President Yun and your young mistress. They owe me a debt that remains unsettled. We cannot allow them to seize this opportunity to escape. Ye Jinghan, you. Yunsang was infuriated. He may humiliate himself, but why must he insult her father in her presence? Yun Pengcheng grasped Yunsang's wrist firmly, whispering, Sang. Let us go and bid farewell to your brother. Yunsang glared at Ye Jinghan, her teeth clenched. Yet, Ye Jinghan provocatively raised an eyebrow. While Yunsang's gaze flitted between the two of them. Observing the fragile Tong Ning leaning against Ye Jinghan, and then the cold indifference etched on Ye Jinghan's face. Yunsang shut her eyes, exhaling, and disdainfully turned away, supporting her father as they departed. Yang Wenqing, accompanied by others, followed the Yun father-daughter duo. Ye Jinghan released Tong Ning, his tone icy as he inquired, who permitted your presence here? Tong Ning, choking on her words, replied. I went to the front yard to find you and saw the kitchen staff preparing the sacrificial meal. After inquiring, I discovered that my cousin has passed. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she lamented, Jinghan, I must go, he is my cousin. Ye Jinghan's voice remained cold. Knowing full well they do not welcome you, why do you still go? Are you seeking to provoke them, or merely torment yourself? Tong Ning wiped her tears. Her expression resolute, I only wish to act with a clear conscience. Ye Jinghan, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, turned away as he continued walking, stating. The clarity of one's conscience has no bearing on whether or not one pays tribute. Return to the night garden. Tong Ning descended the stairs alongside Ye Jinghan. She entered his car first, and just as he was about to follow, He Qingye rushed out from the building, exclaiming, Jinghan, wait a moment. Ye Jinghan halted in his tracks. He Qingye hurriedly approached, panting as he spoke, I received a call from over there. Informing me that the police investigating the Yunheng case have arrived. Do you wish to go and take a look? Ye Jinghan instructed the driver, first. Take Tong Ming back to Ye Garden. Yes, second master. He closed the car door and departed alongside He Qingye. Inside the vehicle, Tong Ming listened to He Qingye's words. Her heart filled with unease. What does that mean? They are investigating the cause of Yunheng's death? Wasn't he at an accident? Why the inquiry? Upon returning to Ye Garden, Tong Ming immediately retreated to her room. She retrieved her spare phone and dialed the unmarked number. Once the call connected, she spoke urgently, it's me. Go ahead. Jinheng seems to have contacted the police to investigate Yunheng's cause of death. Are you certain? Tong Ming nodded. I was in the car when He Qingye mentioned it, I heard it clearly. Did you not say that Yunheng's death was an accident? Could there have been any overlooked details? What should we do? If they truly investigate, will it lead back to us? Chapter 53, No Longer in Love. Nor daring to love the voice on the other end of the phone offered a detached smile, reassuringly stating, rest assured, you are my most essential right hand. Even if they truly investigate, I will ensure you remain unharmed. I shall find someone to take the blame. Tong Ming expressed her concerns, will they agree? Once I place the evidence upon him, his willingness will be irrelevant. Just relax and treat it as if nothing has occurred. Await your role as the Nightmaster's wife. After ending the call, Tong Ming exhaled deeply, taking a seat before the vanity mirror, her fingers gently caressing her cheek. Regardless of not being as beautiful as Yunsang, she believed that as long as she was sufficiently astute and aligned with the right side, she could still trample Yunsang beneath her feet. That sensation was truly delightful. On the way to the cemetery, Yun Pengcheng cradled Yunheng's urn, his fingers softly tracing its surface as if caressing a child's face. Yunsang sat silently beside him, acutely aware of her father's profound sorrow yet at a loss for words of comfort. Yunheng's grave was chosen to be beside their mother. As they watched the urn being laid to rest in the earth, Yun Pengcheng could no longer contain his grief. He knelt before the grave of Shireen, bowing his head against the concrete platform of the tombstone, weeping uncontrollably. Inin, I am so sorry. I have brought Yunheng to your side. Please do not resent me, I have failed you. Yunsang bit her lip, gazing at the photograph on the tombstone. Her mother's smiling visage causing her heart to ache. She turned to Yang Wenqing, her voice laced with a hint of pleading. Uncle Yang. Could we have a moment alone with my mother? Yang Wenqing was in a predicament. Yunsang whispered in a voice audible only to the two of them, rest assured. Yuncheng remains in Ye Jinghan's grasp, we shall not flee. Yang Wenqing replied respectfully, then I shall wait for you both at the foot of the mountain. Thank you. Uncle Yang, she added. Yang Wenqing bowed to her, then to the tombstones of Shirin and Yunheng, before departing with his companions. Regardless of what one may have done in life, the deceased are ultimately to be revered above all. Yunsang approached Shirin's tombstone and knelt down, quietly listening as her father expressed his profound sorrow. In her heart, she silently vowed to ensure that her father and brother would escape from this place darker than hell. She was determined to help them reclaim a life filled with happiness. After a considerable half-hour, Yun Pengcheng finally rose. He arranged the offerings left by Yang Wenqing at Yunheng's grave and spoke softly, Hunger, our bond as father and son ends here today. Go to your mother's side. Do not anger her further. Take good care of her and fulfill your duty as her eldest son. Wait for me. When I pass on, we shall reunite. This time, I will ensure that you are properly guided, so you do not stray from the right path. After completing the ritual of burning offerings for Yunheng, he turned to Yunsang and managed a strained smile. Sang, he said. Yunsang gazed at her father, mustering a smile of her own, though tears welled in her eyes. Yes, father, she replied. Yun Pengcheng gently stroked Yunsang's head and asked, do you still love him? Yunsang shook her head without a moment's hesitation and, unable to contain her tears, cried out, I no longer love, nor do I dare to love, father. I regret it. Yun Pengcheng embraced her gently, tenderly stroking her back. My dear, in this lifetime, everyone may stray from the right path. However, it is of no consequence if we do, we simply need to correct our course. You are still young, and opportunities abound. Despair enveloped Yunsang. She could not bear to confide in her father that each day felt like a torment greater than death. She nodded and said, yes, father, rest assured. I will take you away from there. Yun Pengcheng held his precious daughter, Sang, tightly. I once promised you. If there ever came a day when you were unhappy in the Yi family, I would rescue you and ensure you remained my most cherished little princess. But now, alas, I am powerless, I cannot fulfill that promise to you. Father, you are already the best father in the world. Yun Pengcheng forced a smile. The best father in the world cannot be a stumbling block for his daughter. Sang, you must escape. A jolt of surprise coursed through Yunsang as she released her father and gazed at him. Father? Your health is failing, and your mother and brother are here. I cannot leave, nor should I. But you can. With your brother gone, you are now the eldest of the Yun family. Father, may I entrust you with one request? Chapter 54, To drag you down with me, I shall not regret. Yunsang remained silent, her gaze fiercely locked onto her father's face. Yun Pengcheng cradled her frail, pallid little face, gently caressing it. She was his precious gem, raised with utmost care and affection. How had she come to endure such torment? While the Yi family may not feel her pain, his heart ached profoundly. Promise me, dear, that you will leave, and take Yuncheng with you. Once you both depart, I shall no longer fear anything in this imperial city, understand? Yunsang shook her head, embracing Yun Pengcheng tightly. No. I cannot abandon you here. Sang. My good daughter, we are no match for the Yi family. In the past, when Jinghan stood by your side, you could still fight valiantly. But now, he harbors hatred towards us. Sang, you must live well, hence, you must leave. Do you comprehend? Yunsang closed her eyes, releasing her father. She knew that Ye Jinghan would surely torment him. How could she allow that? She felt utterly powerless. Father. Sang, Yun Pengcheng grasped her shoulders, pulling her from his embrace. I have grown old. In these years, I have endured all that one could suffer, and I fear nothing anymore. Now that Yunheng is gone, all I wish for is your happiness with Yuncheng. Yuncheng is a good child, though stubborn at times. He listens to you above all others, and you have always been clever and resourceful. I believe you will find a way to lead him to safety. So promise me. Depart from this place, it is my heartfelt wish. Tears streamed down Yunsang's face, she had nearly become a mother herself. Thus, She could truly empathize with the sentiments of parenthood. Aware that her words would bear no weight, she merely nodded at her father, determined not to burden him with her worries. Yang Wenqing had someone escort Yun Pengcheng back to the hospital, while he himself, following Ye Jinghan's orders, personally accompanied Yunsang back to Ye Garden. Upon entering the living room, Yunsang found Ye Jinghan and Tong Ning already present. Upon seeing Yunsang, Tong Ning swiftly approached her, asking, Sang, have you settled matters regarding your cousin? How is your uncle faring? Yunsang ignored her, striding directly towards her room. Tong Ning, undeterred, stepped in her path, insisting, Sang, your uncle is in the hospital, and he must be struggling with the food there. How about you prepare a menu? I could bring him meals starting tomorrow, if you don't mind. At this suggestion, Yunsang seized Tong Ning's shoulders, her eyes flashing with hostility. You dare? Tong Ning, sensing the intensity of Yunsang's gaze, felt a twinge of fear and stammered, Sang. Please don't be like this. I know you don't like me, I just worry that you may find it inconvenient to visit. So I wanted to offer my help. Yunsang's voice turned icy. It is unnecessary, Tong Ning. Do not approach my father, otherwise, I shall not spare you. Ye Jinghan observed Yunsang's arrogant demeanor, unable to suppress his anger. While he could overlook her dismissive attitude towards others' goodwill, threatening behavior was intolerable. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice sharp. What do you intend to do to her? Speak up. Tong Ning turned to Ye Jinghan, pleading softly, Jinghan. Please don't intervene, Sang is merely speaking out of anger. Yunsang lifted her chin, gazing at Tong Ning. While Ye Jinghan displayed his malevolence openly, Tong Ning, on the other hand, harbored her wickedness in the shadows. Regardless of Ye Jinghan's thoughts, she resolutely refused to allow Tong Ning to use her father as leverage against her. Tong Ning, I assure you, my words are not mere expressions of anger. I am aware that you feel invincible with Ye Jinghan's protection. However, should you dare to approach my father and cross my boundaries, I will ensure our mutual destruction. I cannot ascertain your fear of death, but as for me, I have long exhausted my desire for life. If I can take you down with me, I shall not consider it a loss. Upon hearing these words, Yang Wenqing, standing nearby, felt a chill of apprehension for Yunsang. Indeed, Ye Jinghan was utterly infuriated. Did this woman not possess the sense to restrain her words? He strode over to Yunsang, grasping her wrist and pulling her outward while admonishing her, Vicious one, are you unafraid of death? I am determined to witness just how fearless you truly are. Chapter 55, Wishing you a lifetime together. Upon hearing those words, Tong Ning hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Ye Jinghan, pleading fervently, Jinghan, please don't act this way, I beg you. Ye Jinghan cast a cold glare at Yunsang. Noticing her unwavering stance, a picture of stubbornness, he admonished sharply, Tong Ning, return home. Ignoring his command, Tong Ning turned to grasp Yunsang's other arm, tearfully imploring, Sang, please say something kind. I merely wish to deliver a meal to my uncle, to show my filial piety. Why are you so furious? I truly mean well. Yunsang, filled with contempt, forcefully shook off Tong Ning's grip and warned with all her might, get away from me. Do not feign sympathy, Tong Ning. I am not threatening you, do not provoke my father. Tong Ning stumbled back, falling heavily to the ground. Yunsang gritted her teeth, fully aware she hadn't exerted much force, such theatrics, indeed. Ye Jinghan, witnessing this, raised his hand and struck Yunsang across the face. She staggered backward, covering her cheek, and looked at Ye Jinghan with sorrowful eyes. This was the second time he had slapped her, and each instance was in defense of that wretched Tong Ning. Ye Jinghan advanced, gripping her arm with tremendous force, his hold unyielding as he demanded harshly, Yunsang, do you not comprehend a simple request? Yunsang understood that even if she confronted Ye Jinghan, she would gain nothing in return. Yunheng had been murdered, although the true culprit had not yet been identified. In her heart, Yunsang was firmly convinced that this matter was inextricably linked to either Ye Jinghan or Tong Ning. Yunheng has committed numerous transgressions, perhaps deserving of his fate. However, her father remains blameless, she cannot allow him to be ensnared in such peril. Should any misfortune befall him, she would find it unbearable to continue living. Clenching her fists tightly, her fingertips digging into her palms, she reminded herself that it mattered not, she had already endured enough humiliation. Yielding does not equate to defeat. She lifted her gaze, suppressing the tempest of rage within, and beseeched Ye Jinghan, Lord Yi. I implore you to keep Tong Ning away from my father. Her sudden capitulation caught Ye Jinghan off guard for a brief moment. He scrutinized Yunsang's resolute yet desperate eyes for an extended period. Tong Ning had no ill intentions, she merely wished to deliver a meal. Why, then? Did Yunsang react with such aversion? Ye Jinghan remained silent, prompting Yunsang to speak again softly. Ye Jinghan, I beg of you, do not let Tong Ning. Noticing a flicker of doubt in Ye Jinghan's gaze, Tong Ning feared that he might misconstrue the situation. She hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Yunsang's hand. Her expression sorrowful as she interrupted, saying, please, don't be this way. I want to go. Yunsang turned her attention to her. Really? Truly. I want to go. Please, do not harbor such animosity towards me any longer. Sang, do you know how distressing it is to see you despise me so? I have promised you that I would not compete for Jinhong's affection, so please, do not continue to resent me, alright? Yunsang hesitated to dismiss this dramatist. For it was she who would ultimately suffer should the theatrics unfold. She forcefully pried her hand away from Tong Ning's grasp and took a step back. Her voice remarkably calm as she stated, as long as you do not provoke my father and my brother, you are free to be with whomever you choose. I shall not interfere. Tong Ning's voice trembled slightly, saying, my aunt is gone, my sister is gone, and my cousin is also gone, we only have each other now. Can't we rely on one another? Yunsang shook her head, her expression serene as she replied, you are beyond my reach. You and Ye Jinghan are a match made in heaven, perfectly suited to support each other. I genuinely hope you can enjoy a long and enduring companionship. Growing old together and never parting. Ye Jinghan's heart tightened, his icy gaze sweeping over Yunsang's face. She actually wished him well with another woman. Yunsang remained oblivious to the depths of Ye Jinghan's anger. For her, as long as Tong Ning did not provoke her father, there was little concern. She calmly looked at Ye Jinghan, her tone carrying a hint of ease. Aren't you supposed to take me to torment me? Let's proceed. Chapter 56, Surely. You do not wish for me to bear your child. Ye Jinghan felt a surge of resentment, she was truly unyielding. Very well. He seized Yunsang's arm and forcefully drew her towards the room. Tong Ning, filled with concern, called out, Jinghan. Ye Jinghan paid her no heed, instead bellowing. Yang Wenqing, clear the room. Yang Wenqing immediately responded with utmost respect, yes, sir. In truth, the living room was only occupied by him and Tong Ning. He approached Tong Ning and said, Miss Tong, please. Tong Ning gazed at Ye Jinghan's retreating figure, biting her lip, yet remained immobile. Upon hearing the door to Yunsang's room slam shut and the sound of fabric tearing from within, Tong Ning clenched her fists in frustration. Yang Wenqing reiterated, Miss Tong. I must insist you step outside. Still, she did not budge. With his hands folded before him, his expression remained as cordial as ever, Miss Tong. This matter pertains solely to the second master and Miss Yun, it is not for others to interfere. I kindly ask you to leave. Tong Ning glanced at Yang Wenqing. Then indignantly turned to exit. She was a sensible woman, after all, and needed to exercise restraint. As Ye Jinghan entered the room, he was met with the sight of Yunsang's desolate expression, initially contemplating sparing her. However, upon noticing the newly adorned wooden frame on the wall, his anger flared anew. He resolved to torment her mercilessly. She bore countless wounds, yet each time remained as still as a piece of wood. Yet, Ye Jinghan found himself increasingly unable to detach from her. A sense of agitation overwhelmed him as he stormed out. Yunsang, meanwhile, beheld the expression of the man in the photograph. She understood that even if she shattered that photograph, Ye Jinghan would merely have someone replace it anew. Deciding against such futility, she silently pulled up the covers to swaddle herself. Since her discharge, she had found no respite. Fatigued and weary, all she desired was sleep. She closed her eyes, yet the visage on the wall persisted in haunting her thoughts. Even as exhaustion enveloped her, her mind refused to relent, spiraling into restless musings. Ultimately, she rose from the bed, wrapped in her blanket, and limped to the dressing room. After changing into her pajamas, she lay directly on the carpet in the corner of the dressing room. The confined space offered her a sense of security. Soon, she succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, a servant entered to awaken Yunsang, only to discover her absence. The servant checked the bathroom and glanced into the dressing room, yet found no trace of her. Hastily, she exited to the dining room to report to Yang Wenqing. Upon hearing her words, Yang Wenqing's brow furrowed. Search upstairs and downstairs. The servant nodded and departed swiftly. Meanwhile, Ye Jinghan, preoccupied with stock market analysis, cast a disinterested glance at him. What's wrong? Yang Wenqing replied, the maid said Miss Yun is not in her room. Ye Jinghan's eyes narrowed with concern. Not there? Yang Wenqing dared not respond. Ye Jinghan stood and made his way to Yunsang's room. After a brief search, he finally found her curled up in the corner of the dressing room. Her brow furrowed in slumber. An inexplicable sense of relief washed over him, yet he approached her and, without hesitation, gave her leg a gentle kick. Yunsang was suddenly awakened, and upon seeing the towering figure of Ye Jinghan, she exhaled a sigh of relief. She had experienced another nightmare. However, encountering Ye Jinghan upon waking was less preferable than enduring the nightmare itself. Who permitted you to sleep here? What? Are you unable to rest while gazing at your repulsive image in the photo? Yunsang remained silent. She had no desire to engage in an argument with him. Noticing her lack of resistance, Ye Jinghan, feeling increasingly agitated, commanded coldly, come out. After uttering this, he turned and strode back to the dining table to continue his meal. It wasn't long before Yunsang emerged, freshly washed. She was somewhat surprised to find Ye Jinghan still present. Yang Wenqing assisted her in pulling out a chair, saying, Miss Yun, please take a seat and enjoy your meal. Yunsang expressed her gratitude and settled down, whispering to Yang Shu, I forgot to drink the milk last night. Yang Wenqing glanced at Ye Jinghan, who wore a frosty expression. With a swift motion, he swept the milk cup from the table towards her. The cup toppled, spilling its contents all over her. His voice was icily detached. Do you enjoy drinking milk? Rather than directing Yang Wenqing, he shifted his gaze to the kitchen maid, instructing. Bring out all the remaining milk from the kitchen today for Miss Yun, and ensure she drinks every last drop, leaving not a single drop behind. Yunsang was perplexed as to why he was angry again, and simply remarked, Ye, I am currently not in a safe period. You surely would not wish for someone as filthy and shameless as I to conceive your child, would you? Chapter 57, wounding her with that child. Ye Jinghan's piercing gaze fixed upon Yunsang. This woman clearly wished to avoid bearing his child. Yet she shifted the responsibility onto him, did she not? He scoffed, the child you bear is of no consequence to me, however, if it brings you discomfort, then by all means, let it be born. For a woman as lacking in virtue as you, the possibility of bringing a living child into this world remains uncertain. Yunsang suddenly rose to her feet, her eyes locked onto Ye Jinghan with unwavering intensity. Each of his words struck her heart with precision, as if he wielded a dagger. Her greatest regret in this life was indeed that child. Yet Ye Jinghan wielded that very child as a weapon against her. How cruel his heart was. She vowed never again to bear a child for Ye Jinghan, never. Observing the defiance in Yunsang's gaze, Ye Jinghan coldly addressed the maid. Did you not hear what I just said? Miss Yun requires milk. Yes, second master, I shall prepare it at once, the maid replied, eager to divert the ire away from herself as she hurried into the kitchen. Yang Wenqing stood nearby, hesitating for a moment before following her inside. As the maid retrieved bottle after bottle of milk, Yang Wenqing approached, taking 2 bottles and whispering, do not speak out of turn later. Understood, Steward Yang, she replied. Yang Wenqing then presented the milk before Yunsang, stating, second master, this is all that remains of the fresh milk that arrived today. The maid stood by, visibly anxious, fearful that Ye Jinghan might question the truth of her words. However, Ye Jinghan chose to disregard her, merely raising an eyebrow at Yunsang and stating, finish your drink. Otherwise, you shall not have an easy time today. Without hesitation, Yunsang righted the cup that Ye Jinghan had just knocked over, opened a bottle of fresh milk, and began to drink heartily. The 2 bottles of milk totaled 2 kilograms, neither excessive nor insufficient. In fact, Yunsang consumed every last drop. Feeling a bit full in her stomach, she placed the cup on the table, exhaled, and defiantly gazed at Ye Jinghan. Ye Jinghan cast a cold glance her way, remaining silent as he began to eat. Nearby, Yang Wenqing raised his brow and sighed in relief. It seemed she had passed the test. Yunsang sat quietly, motionless. Ye Jinghan lifted his gaze, coldly fixating on her. What, are you waiting for me to feed you? He inquired, having satisfied her hunger with the milk. Yunsang replied softly, I shall not disturb the esteemed dining experience of the second master Ye. I will wait until you have finished before I eat. Ye Jinghan felt a chill in his heart, her words were indeed pleasing to the ear. Yet, it was evident that she was unwilling to share a meal with him. With a mocking tone, Ye Jinghan remarked, "The illustrious young lady of the Yun family now finds joy in leftovers?" Yunsang retorted coolly. "There is no longer a young lady of the Yun family. Where would one find such a figure? The once brilliant pearl has long been crushed by you." Ye Jinghan scoffed, "Very well then. Since you possess such spirit, from now on, you shall exclusively consume leftovers." Yunsang remained silent. Ye Jinghan, feeling agitated, flung his chopsticks onto the table and turned to Yang Wenqing, saying, "Do you not have matters to report?" Yang Wenqing respectfully nodded. He first dismissed all the ants before continuing, "Second Master, Miss Yun, regarding Yun Hang's demise, I have received some investigative reports." Upon hearing this, Yunsang, who had initially worn a discontented expression, turned to Yang Wenqing with a glimmer of anticipation. Yang Wenqing explained, "According to the workers at the construction site, it was dinner time and Yun Hang was the only one left on duty. When they returned from their meal, they found him lying on the ground, surrounded by construction materials that had fallen from above, stained with blood." Yunsang, skeptical, interjected anxiously, "So, the conclusion is still that Yun Hang died accidentally?" "During our investigation, we discovered that one worker exhibited peculiar behavior, prompting us to question him separately. He claimed that while he was outside attending to personal needs, he noticed an additional person in the area that should have been monitored solely by Yun Hang." Yunsang swallowed nervously, asking, "Who was that person?" Chapter 58. Could you assist me in procuring some medication? Yang Wenqing expressed his helplessness. Due to the considerable distance, he could not discern the features of the individual in question, only noting that the person sported a crew cut, was taller than Yun Hang, and somewhat portly. At that moment, the individual was grasping Yun Hang by the collar, and it appeared they were embroiled in a dispute. Since Yun Hang typically preferred solitude, Yang Wenqing paid little mind to the altercation and returned to his meal after attending to his needs. Ye Jinghan remarked coolly, "In other words, he did not witness the act of the crime." Yang Wenqing affirmed, "Indeed." Yunsang's expression turned grave, and her countenance reflected distress. "Is it possible to locate this individual?" Yang Wenqing hesitated. "Without a definitive eyewitness, even if we were to find this person, we would be unable to establish that Yun Hang was murdered by him." Ye Jinghan picked up his chopsticks with an indifferent air and continued, "We should examine the surveillance footage along the route to the construction site. That road is somewhat secluded. Therefore, the traffic should be limited. We need to identify which vehicle made the trip back and forth, with a brief stopover. Whether we can prove the individual committed murder is inconsequential. What truly matters is demonstrating to those who seek to frame me for this crime just how foolish she is." As he spoke, Ye Jinghan cast a cold glance at Yunsang. Yunsang's hands, concealed beneath the table, clenched tighter, yet she remained silent. Ye Jinghan rose and stated coldly, "Yang, keep an eye on her. She seems to relish leftovers, so ensure she finishes everything on the table." With that, he shot Yunsang a frosty glare and departed from Night Garden to his company. Yunsang sat at the dining table, utterly devoid of appetite. She did not touch her chopsticks. And Yang Wenqing softly remarked, "Miss Yun, do eat a little." Yunsang, feeling somewhat helpless, responded, "Uncle Yang, I just had my fill of drink. May I take my time?" "Miss Yun, do not take the second master's words too seriously. If he truly intended for you to finish everything, he would not have left just now. If you genuinely do not wish to eat, I shall have someone clear it away." Yunsang gratefully nodded at Yang Wenqing, saying, "Thank you. You are too polite, Miss Yun," he replied. Just as Yang Wenqing was about to step out to find someone, Yunsang seemed to recall something and said, "Uncle Yang." Yang Wenqing paused and looked at her, "Miss Yun, do you have any further instructions?" "It is not an instruction. But I would like to ask for your assistance. Could you help me find some medicine? Or perhaps tell me where it is so I may retrieve it myself? If Ye Jinghan discovers it, I assure you, I will not implicate you." Yang Wenqing appeared troubled. Yunsang continued, "Uncle Yang, I have already endured the loss of one unfortunate child. Given my current physical condition, should I conceive again, it might lead to further complications." As she spoke, she hesitated, searching for the right words. Yang Wenqing said, "The medicine is in the second drawer of my room." Yunsang pressed her lips together. "Thank you." She quickly rose and went to Yang Wenqing's room to retrieve a box of medicine, returning to her own chamber to take the medicine. She had intended to remain quietly alone in her room. However, upon seeing the photographs on the wall, a sense of unease washed over her. With Ye Jinghan absent, she decided to leave her room and ventured into the courtyard. In the prison, there were also times allotted for fresh air. And she thought of it as a chance to breathe freely. Basking in the sunlight, the gentle warmth enveloped her, igniting a flicker of warmth within her frigid heart. She cast her gaze downward upon the lawn, her mind drifting to her father's words from the previous day. Escape, take Yunsang with you. Yunsang turned her head slightly. Indeed, leaving this place was imperative. Otherwise, she, her father, and Chong would inevitably descend into madness. If she truly wished to flee alone, it would not pose much difficulty. The challenge lay in determining how to extricate Yunsang and her father from this predicament. Ye Jinghan. Yes, it must begin with him. A woman akin to a courtesan, daring to emerge, unbothered by the tainting of the air. Suddenly, the voice of Tong Ning interrupted Yunsang's train of thought. Disinterested, Yunsang rose to return to her room. Tong Ning barred her path. Arching an eyebrow, what does it feel like to be ravaged by the one you cherish? Yunsang scrutinized Tong Ning's face, and after a moment's contemplation, a potential escape route dawned upon her. Chapter 59, this slap was of her own making. A smile curled at the corners of her lips as she looked at Tong Ning with derision. This feeling? You should be quite familiar with it, considering the number of people who once mistreated you. Tong Ning's expression shifted dramatically. Yunsang shrugged and continued. I was tormented by the one I cherished, and that face alone was enough to satisfy me. But what about you? How did it feel back then? Tong Ning gritted her teeth. Yunsang, you are merely a tool for venting frustration. How dare you flaunt before me? You should know that when Jinghan was with me, he was exceedingly gentle, a gentleness you have never known. Yunsang regarded her with a provocative gaze. You are the one meant for venting, Tong Ning. Understand this, the name of his wife on the household register is Yunsang. No matter how well he treats you, you remain a mistress. Do you truly believe that staying at the night garden signifies your ascension? You, a useless being incapable of bearing children, dare to flaunt before me. A person of true lowliness can never ascend to nobility, much like yourself. Infuriated, Tong Ning raised her hand and struck Yunsang's face with force. The latter's lips curled into a smile as she fell to the ground. She understood Tong Ning's insecurities and was aware of the words that could inflict pain. Therefore, this slap was indeed self-inflicted. Yunsang took 2 steps back. And in the moment she fell, Yang Wenqing hurried over from a distance. Miss Yun, Miss Tong, what has transpired here? Just as Yunsang was about to speak, Tong Ning, with a feigned air of grievance, addressed Yang Wenqing. Butler Yang, I apologize, I did strike someone, and I shall explain everything to Jinghan myself. She finished speaking, lowered her head to look at Yunsang, and with a face full of grievance said, Sang, this time you were in the wrong. I will not apologize to you. After Tong Ning spoke, she hurriedly left in tears. Yunsang was unaware of what Tong Ning would say to Ye Jinghan. Yet the outcome would remain the same. She would undoubtedly use her cunning to place all the blame upon herself, convincing Ye Jinghan of her innocence and evoking his sympathy. Yang Wenqing helped Yunsang to her feet. She replied softly, Uncle Yang, I am fine. I will return to my room now. As she passed through the living room, she cast a lingering glance at the wine cabinet. Once in her room, she quickly entered the bathroom and turned on the cold water, pouring it over her head. After a full 20 minutes, she finally emerged, using the cool air from the hairdryer to dry her hair. Subsequently, she returned to her bedroom, sitting by the bay window, awaiting the impending storm. When Ye Jinghan kicked open her door, Yunsang sat obediently, gazing at him. Yang Wenqing followed closely behind. Second master, what brings you here? Ye Jinghan ignored Yang Wenqing's words, striding to the bay window and grabbing Yunsang by the collar. You truly possess remarkable skills, inflicting wounds upon others while simultaneously pouring salt into their injuries. How can your heart be so cruel? Yunsang thought to herself that it was Tong Ning who was truly skillful, having so quickly persuaded Ye Jinghan to confront her. With an innocent expression, she asked, What are you talking about? He yanked the fragile Yunsang down, forcefully pushing her to the ground, still pretending. Tong Ning merely came to express her concern for you. Must you resort to such venomous words to strike at her vulnerabilities? What led to her being mistreated? What is the reason behind her inability to bear children? Yunsang, feeling aggrieved, inquired, Ye Jinghan, why do you bring up the matter of Tong Ning being wronged at this moment? Today, Tong Ning sought me out not out of concern for my well-being. She inquired about how I felt after being tormented by you last night. She claimed that you have always been gentle with her in bed, suggesting that someone like me would never comprehend the essence of your tenderness. Ye Jinghan's gaze hardened. He had never laid a hand on Tong Ning, and this woman could not even concoct a believable lie. Yunsang continued, in a fit of pique. I uttered that no matter what, I am still your wife, while she is merely a mistress. I know this statement angers you, but she struck me. Is that not sufficient? Why do you persist in treating me this way? Ye Jinghan crouched down. Gripping her collar tightly, I refuse to divorce you solely to torment you in a manner that is justified. Wife. You think you deserve that title? Yunsang gazed at him, realizing he had disregarded all her previous words merely to defend Tong Ning's honor. She looked at him with a bitter expression. I understand that I am unworthy, but Ye Jinghan, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Today, I truly feel wronged. Will you believe me just this once? Chapter 60, Can you still not believe me? Ye Jinghan had grown accustomed to Yunsang's disdain for Tong Ning. Thus he did not hesitate to declare, I will not believe a single word you say. Although he anticipated his bias and the disbelief directed towards her. At that very moment, his words still flooded her heart with anguish. Yunsang managed a bitter smile. Is it true that even if I were to be beaten to death today, you would deem it deserved? Ye Jinghan's voice was frigid as he responded. A woman like you would not be innocent even in death. In a surge of emotion, Yunsang rose and pushed him forcefully. Did you personally hear me insult her? Do you possess any evidence? On what grounds do you solely accept her words and lay the blame upon me? Her defiance incensed Ye Jinghan, who retorted, simply put. Your vile nature is enough. Tong Ning, after striking you, inflicted several slaps upon herself. She claimed that hitting you hurt her more than hitting herself. She wished for you to choose a righteous path, yet you have shifted all the blame onto her. Lowering her head, Yunsang could not help but let out a sorrowful chuckle. I have always known that in your eyes, I am a heinous criminal. Yet I never imagined I would fall so low. Ye Jinghan, what must I do for you to believe that I am truly innocent today? Ye Jinghan gazed at her with cold indifference, mocking her. Since you are aware of your standing in my eyes, how dare you expect me to believe you? Do you think yourself worthy? Yunsang nodded resolutely. Yes, today, I will make you believe in me. With that, she exhaled deeply and strode towards the exit. Ye Jinghan narrowed his eyes, pondering what trick this woman was attempting to play. Did she possess any evidence to prove her innocence? Yunsang, with a composed demeanor, stepped out of the room. Ye Jinghan exchanged a glance with Yang Wenqing, who nodded and followed her. Yunsang retrieved a bottle of strong liquor from the cabinet, uncorked it, and took several hearty swigs. By the time Yang Wenqing emerged and witnessed this, it was too late. He gasped, Miss Yun, you mustn't. Hearing Yang Wenqing's alarmed exclamation, Ye Jinghan hurried out, only to see Yang Wenqing attempting to wrest the bottle from Yunsang's grasp. He approached, catching a strong whiff of alcohol, and sternly reprimanded, Yunsang, are you intent on throwing your life away? He had been cautioned repeatedly by He Qingye that it was nothing short of a miracle for Yunsang to have survived after donating a portion of her liver. The remainder of her liver was struggling to regain its original function. She had to abstain from alcohol and any food that would burden her liver's detoxification capacity. She was acutely aware of this yet dared to drink. Yunsang forcefully hurled the bottle to the ground, shattering it upon impact. She lifted her chin defiantly, locking eyes with Ye Jinghan. Ye Jinghan, I understand the consequences my father and brother would face if I were to die. Thus I would never dare to take my own life. However, I will not accept the blame for harming Tong Ning. Even so, can you still not trust me? Ye Jinghan scrutinized her face, and within his gaze, a flicker of uncertainty emerged. Yunsang realized that her struggle for life was not in vain. She closed her eyes, feigning great pain, and pressed her hand against the area of her liver, staggering back 2 steps. In a moment of instinct, Ye Jinghan reached out to steady her, then bent down to lift her in his arms, striding towards the exit while calling out to Yang Wenqing, hurry, to the hospital. Yang Wenqing hastily followed, aware that lives were at stake. Upon receiving Ye Jinghan's call, He Qingye waited at the hospital entrance. As Ye Jinghan arrived with the unconscious Yunsang, he promptly guided the medical staff in wheeling her away for treatment. Fortunately, Yunsang had consumed only a modest amount of alcohol, sparing her from life-threatening dangers. After emergency care, she was transferred to a patient room. However, she remained in a deep slumber, and by mid-afternoon, she developed a high fever, her lips murmuring incessantly. Yet. She repeatedly uttered but two words, achong. Chapter 61, I am pretending, please do not spread it. Seeing that she was still unwell despite the intravenous therapy, Ye Jinghan once again summoned Ye Jinghan. Upon entering and conducting an examination, Ye Jinghan reassured, do not be so anxious, it is nothing serious. Ye Jinghan, with a cold expression, retorted, why has her fever not subsided? Knowing there is concern, why allow her to drink? I have already laid out the stakes for you. Do you truly wish for her demise? Ye Jinghan remained silent. Yang Wenqing pondered for a moment and said, hey. This alcohol was not given to Miss Yun by the second master. Ye Jinghan, not in the mood for pleasantries, replied, if he did not create chaos, who would recklessly endanger their own life? At this, Yang Wenqing fell silent, for the statement held its truth. Ye Jinghan shot Ye Jinghan a glare and turned to leave. However, Yunsang, lost in her delirium, grasped his wrist with surprising strength. Ye Jinghan glanced back, bewildered. What was happening? Yunsang, eyes closed and face contorted in struggle, murmured, ah chong. Meanwhile, Ye Jinghan's fierce gaze fixed upon Ye Jinghan's wrist. With an innocent expression, Ye Jinghan questioned, why do you glare at me? Am I not also a victim of mistaken identity? As he spoke, he attempted to free his wrist from Yunsang's grip. Yet, she, with an unexpected surge of strength, not only held on tighter but also turned over, pressing her forehead against the back of Ye Jinghan's hand. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she softly murmured, achong, don't leave. Ye Jinghan, surrendering to the moment, turned to Ye Jinghan and remarked, it seems she longs for Yun Chong. Otherwise, why not send someone to fetch him and care for her for a couple of days? Absolutely not, Ye Jinghan replied, his expression icy. Each time Yun Chong laid eyes on him, it was as if a feral dog had been unleashed, snapping at him without relent. He was in no mood to deal with that rascal today. Ye Jinghan sighed in exasperation, then what am I to do? Should I merely sit here pretending to be Yun Chong? That could work, I suppose, since I'm not on duty today, but what about tonight? I can't possibly sleep here, can I? Ye Jinghan lifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing sharply at Ye Jinghan. Aware of his growing ire, Ye Jinghan averted his gaze, choosing not to meet his eyes. After a prolonged silence, Ye Jinghan turned to Yang Wenqing, his voice dripping with menace as he ordered, go and bring Yun Chong here. Understood. Nearly an hour later, Yun Chong arrived. Upon entering the hospital room and seeing Yunsang lying in bed, he rushed over. Worry etched across his face as he grasped her hand tightly. Sister, what happened to you? Though Yunsang did not open her eyes, she seemed to sense Yun Chong's presence and released her grip on Ye Jinghan's hand. Ye Jinghan, shaking off the stiffness in his wrist, approached Ye Jinghan and whispered, my junior sister possesses quite a strong grip. Noticing Yunsang's lack of response, Yun Chong turned and lunged toward Ye Jinghan. You bastard. What have you done to my sister? However, before he could reach Ye Jinghan, he was forcefully pushed away. He struggled to lunge forward once more, but Yang Wenqing swiftly stepped in front of Ye Jinghan. Yun Chong, do not act recklessly. Yun Chong's delicate features were marred by fury as he disregarded Yang Wenqing and pointed an accusatory finger at Ye Jinghan, his voice breaking with anguish. To what extent do you intend to torment my sister before you are satisfied? Must she forever atone for having loved you? Ye Jinghan replied icily. If you wish to remain here peacefully with her, it would be wise to behave. Otherwise, I shall have Yang Wenqing escort you home immediately. The weight of his words was immense for Yun Chong, who fell silent. Ye Jinghan snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. Seeing this, Ye Jinghan also took Yang Wenqing and departed. The room was left with only the two of them. Yun Chong approached the bedside, taking Yunsang's hand once more, his expression filled with sorrow. Sister, how could you allow yourself to become this way? Before he could finish, Yunsang suddenly opened her eyes. He was taken aback with joy and was about to speak when Yunsang whispered in a tone only they could hear, achong, I'm pretending. Please don't make a fuss. Chapter 62, Are you certain you can escape? Yun Chong gazed at Yunsang with astonishment, his hand gently brushing her forehead. It was scorching, clearly indicative of a fever. How could she deceive him? Yunsang managed to muster a faint smile, explaining, I did not deceive you. I doused myself with cold water deliberately to induce a fever, feigning illness to see you at the hospital. Although she was indeed feeling unwell, it was not as severe as it seemed. Her intent in bringing herself to the hospital was twofold: first, to bid farewell to Yunsang, and second, to sow even the slightest discord between Ye Jinghan and Tong Ning. However, it appeared that her second objective had faltered. Nonetheless, she felt content to see Yunsang. Chong, I have something of utmost importance to convey. Please do not glance towards the door, simply listen to me, she urged. Yunsang responded, Sister, I am listening. Please, go ahead. Yunsang spoke resolutely, We cannot continue like this, we must escape from here, evading the control of the Ye family. Upon hearing those words, Yunsang felt a surge of excitement mixed with helplessness. Sister, I have pondered this matter, but you, I, and Father, we are trapped in 3 distinct locations, surrounded by numerous watchful eyes. How can we possibly escape? Yunsang quickly countered, but the situation is different now. Look, all 3 of us are currently in the hospital. Yunsang's heart raced, and he swallowed hard, a sense of tension creeping in. Are you suggesting that we should escape now? However, regarding your father's health, Yunsang reassured, I have inquired about it, and his condition is merely a result of profound sorrow. There is no significant ailment. Leaving this place is entirely feasible. You and Father should depart first, and once you are safe. Absolutely not, Yunsang interjected with unwavering determination, we cannot abandon you here. Chong. Please listen closely. My liver is severely damaged, and accompanying you now would only hinder your escape. If I remain beside Ye Jinghan, I will receive the best possible treatment. Once you have left, my health will improve, and I shall have ample opportunity to depart. I am quite resourceful. As long as they do not use you and Father as leverage against me, do you truly fear that I cannot escape? Yunsang gazed at Yunsang with a gentle smile, reassured that as long as Yunsang and their father were safe, she would no longer be ensnared by Ye Jinghan. Yunsang, however, stared into her eyes, torn with conflict. Yunsang continued, Father is of advanced age. He cannot endure the humiliation of remaining among those people. My health is inferior to yours, and only if Father stays by your side can I find peace of mind. Therefore, Chong, you must heed your sister's words, all right? Yunsang clenched his fist, Are you certain you can escape? My control over you is not as profound as you believe. Moreover, throughout our lives, have I ever misled you? After a prolonged silence, Yunsang finally nodded, but where shall we flee to? You must first visit grandmother's old residence. Beneath the redwood bed in her bedroom, there lies a concealed panel that can be pulled open, within which are 2 keys, the keys to the secret chamber of the old house. Father knows the location of the chamber's door. Inside the chamber, there is a safe, the combination of which is my birthday. When you unlock it, you will discover some classic spice formulas left by grandmother, as well as gold bars and cash she had set aside for emergencies over the years. The money is to be spent, but the spice formulas must be safeguarded at all costs, they must not be lost. Yunsang expressed confusion, how could there be such a place in grandmother's old house? Yunsang offered a bittersweet smile, yet her voice remained resolute, because, in her lifetime, grandmother was the president of the Yumen Guild of Dongan. Yunsang, perplexed, inquired, Yumen? The renowned guild in the world of perfumery? Grandmother held the highest position there? Yunsang affirmed with a nod. Yunsang's face was one of astonishment, I only knew that grandmother was skilled in the art of perfumery, that the craft is passed down to women but not men. Yet I had no idea she was such an extraordinary figure. As the topic of perfumery arose, Yunsang's eyes grew moist. She truly felt unworthy of grandmother's years of nurturing. She had mastered a remarkable skill, yet had foolishly used it solely to ensnare Ye Jinghan in her own bed. It was utterly foolish. Taking a deep breath, Yunsang cut off her thoughts, she had no time to squander. Chong, there is still. Chapter 63, I love you. Yunsang's attention returned to Yunsang's face. In a soft voice, Yunsang said, when you go to find Dad, do not tell him that I am still in danger. Just say that I am waiting for you at Grandma's old house. You must first stay in that secret room for a while. When you go out to procure supplies, go alone. Avoid areas that are under camera surveillance. And try to buy non-perishable food. Once the situation calms down, you can find a way to leave. Yunsang nodded and asked, how will we send you messages to let you know where we have gone? Yunsang gently replied, before you leave, return the key to its original place and write down your destination to place in the safe. I will come to find you. Even if I cannot go in person, my spirit will surely reach you. She smiled softly. Ah Chong, you must take good care of Dad, and also yourself. You are now an adult. And I believe you can manage it, right? Yunsang bent down and embraced her. Yunsang refrained from hugging him, fearing that someone outside might be watching. Instead, she whispered quietly in his ear, I love you very much, and I love Dad as well. You must remember this. With a voice tinged with emotion, Yunsang replied. Sister, we love you too, so you will definitely come out of this, right? Yunsang's voice was resolute yet gentle, yes. Ye Jinghan invited Ye Jinghan into his office for a brief respite. Reflecting on Yunsang's behavior today, Ye Jinghan felt a turmoil within. Previously, Yunsang had endured countless torments without such extremity. Why, this time, did she insist on making him believe in her? He made a phone call to Yang Wenqing, instructing him to come over. Within a minute of hanging up, Yang Wenqing arrived. Ye Jinghan spoke in a calm tone, inquiring, what did you observe today? Yang Wenqing respectfully recounted, when Miss Yin encountered Miss Tong, she attempted to avoid her, but Miss Tong obstructed her path. I was somewhat distant and could not clearly hear their conversation, yet I distinctly witnessed Miss Tong deliver a harsh slap to Miss Yin, who did not retaliate. Beside them, Ye Jinghan expressed his astonishment. Miss Tong struck someone? Ye Jinghan replied coldly. Miss Yin uttered words deserving of such a response. Ye Jinghan, puzzled, asked, what could have been said to provoke her? Ye Jinghan merely huffed in silence, prompting Ye Jinghan to turn his attention back to Yang Wenqing. Noting Ye Jinghan's lack of objection, Yang Wenqing proceeded to recount the events of the day to Ye Jinghan. Upon hearing this, Ye Jinghan looked at Ye Jinghan incredulously. Isn't Miss Tong being a bit excessive? Ye Jinghan cast a sharp glance at Ye Jinghan. You did not hear their exchange, yet you align yourself with Miss Yin? Ye Jinghan retorted, I may not have heard, but you too have not heard yet choose to believe Miss Tong? Ye Jinghan's expression darkened. Recalling Miss Yin's desperate grip on Ye Jinghan's hand and her sorrowful demeanor, he expressed his displeasure, stating coldly, Ye Jinghan, what exactly is your relationship with Miss Yin? Ye Jinghan promptly raised his hand in defense, let us be rational, you know what my relationship with my junior sister is. Do not make unfounded assumptions. My comment on Miss Tong's behavior was merely a matter of principle. Ye Jinghan suppressed his displeasure and nodded, very well, please elaborate on where Tong Ning has overstepped. Ye Jinghan replied earnestly, the little junior sister has devoted her skin, her vitality, and indeed a significant part of her life to Tong Ning. It is entirely reasonable for her to harbor no affection for him. Tong Ning is fully aware of this yet still chooses to pursue her, feigning sisterly affection while merely inviting her own discontent. Yang Wenqing silently applauded Ye Jinghan's words, recognizing their truth. Ye Jinghan, undeterred by Ye Jinghan's dark expression, continued, when women quarrel, what does it matter if harsh words are exchanged? The fact that they have not resorted to physical confrontation is commendable. Tong Ning, knowing your temperament, sought you out to lament her grievances, clearly intending for you to condemn the little junior sister. Yet in reality, no one witnessed their conversation at that moment, making it impossible to ascertain right from wrong. Is she not using you as a pawn? Ye Jinghan shot him a cold glare. Do you believe I am in the wrong? Chapter 64. To prove her innocence, she would sacrifice everything. Ye Jinghan nodded. This time I stand with the junior sister. She is such a proud individual. To prove her innocence, she is willing to forsake her very life. Do you truly believe that Tong Ning would never lie? In Ye Jinghan's eyes, Ye Jinghan was currently lost in confusion. Whenever a matter concerning Yunsang arose, he would instinctively place the blame upon her. Yet, who could assure him that Tong Ning was infallible? Tong Ning had been by his side for quite some time, but she remained merely Miss Tong. Did he think she was devoid of jealousy? Having spoken his piece, Ye Jinghan refrained from further discussion. Some topics are best left touched upon lightly. To elaborate could provoke Ye Jinghan's rebellious spirit. Ye Jinghan pondered deeply, could it be that I have wronged Yunsang? After a long silence, he rose and coldly declared, I shall return to the night garden. Yang Wenqing was about to follow him out when Ye Jinghan said, there is no need for you to accompany me, go and watch over Yunsang. Understood. Yang Wenqing arrived at the door of Yunsang's hospital room. Through the glass, he noticed Yunsang still seated beside her bed, and thus refrained from entering to disturb them. After a brief interval, the door opened, and Yunsang stepped out. He had not forgotten Yunsang's words. Yang Wenqing was a reasonable and compassionate individual, and it would be prudent to treat him kindly. young butler, my sister has yet to awaken. I would like to visit my father first. Once she regains consciousness, could you have someone summon me back to care for her? Yang Wenqing did not dare to take the initiative. Yunsang suggested, why not give that person a call to inquire? Yang Wenqing took out his phone, poised to make a call when He Jinghan approached. Come now, young butler, let's not be so unreasonable over such a trivial matter, he remarked, giving Yunsang a reassuring pat on the back. Go on. Yunsang glanced at He Jinghan and pleaded, my sister's fever hasn't subsided yet, I beg you. Rest assured, I am a doctor, and I uphold my medical ethics, He Jinghan replied. With his nod of consent, Yunsang departed. And Yang Wenqing chose not to intervene. In the hospital room, Yunsang lay quietly, contemplating. Ah Chong, you must succeed. If we miss this opportunity, their vigilance will increase. And we may never find a way to leave. Ye Jinghan's car returned to Ye Garden, arriving at the backyard. Ye Kong sat alone on the lawn, basking in the sun, fiddling with an old Rubik's cube. Ye Jinghan cast a glance at him, his expression growing somber. He had intended to speak a few words to the child, but Tong Ning emerged from the house. With a hint of surprise, she called out, Jinghan? What brings you here? Since her move to the backyard, Ye Jinghan had rarely ventured into the space. He shifted his gaze from Ye Kong to Tong Ning, standing before her. I have something to ask you. Tong Ning nodded, her demeanor innocent. Yes, go ahead. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang, interrupting him. Upon seeing it was Yang Wenqing calling, Ye Jinghan answered it without hesitation. On the other end of the line, Yang Wenqing's voice was somewhat frantic, Second Master. It's terrible, Yunsang has taken General Yun away. Ye Jinghan's expression momentarily froze, and he quickly turned to stride a short distance away from Tong Ning. What does it mean that they have left? Just moments ago, Yunsang had expressed a desire to see General Yun, yet unexpectedly, after descending, he had incapacitated the caregiver attending to General Yun and absconded with him. A surge of fury coursed through Ye Jinghan, incompetent fool, who permitted you to let him go? I apologize, Yang Wenqing replied, filled with remorse. It was my oversight. I did not anticipate that Yunsang would abandon Miss Yun and take General Yun away. Abandoning Yunsang? Ye Jinghan's eyes gleamed with intensity. Send someone to search for them, immediately. He hung up the phone and promptly made his way back. Reflecting on Yunsang's series of reactions earlier that day, a sudden clarity dawned upon him. This matter was far from simple. Chapter 65, Your actions will only bring harm to Yunsang. Upon noticing his intent to leave, Tong Ning hurriedly approached, her brow furrowed with concern as she inquired. Jinghan, do you not have something to ask me? Yet, Ye Jinghan, without a backward glance, replied curtly, it's nothing, you should rest. He drove back to the hospital. Inside Yun Peng Cheng's ward, He Jinghan was in a state of distress, seated by the bedside with arms crossed. As soon as Yang Wenqing caught sight of Ye Jinghan, he immediately bowed respectfully, lowering his gaze, Second Master. Ye Jinghan scanned the room before erupting in anger, Yang Wenqing, your audacity grows bolder by the day. You took it upon yourself to act regarding Yunsang without my consent, did you? He Jinghan stepped forward, guilt-ridden, Jinghan, don't blame Steward Yang. He sought to report to you that I, feeling pity for Yunsang, took the liberty of allowing him to come downstairs. He Jinghan. Ye Jinghan's voice was laced with menace. He Jinghan rubbed his brow, unnerved by the young man's demeanor. Clearing his throat, he stammered, I merely saw how you have been tormenting your junior sister so mercilessly, and out of compassion, I acted impulsively. Compassion? Ye Jinghan leaned closer to He Jinghan. His voice low and grave, are you aware that your actions will only endanger Yunsang? He Jinghan turned to him, bewildered. Ye Jinghan explained. Yunsang fears for her life solely because I have been using Yun Peng Cheng and Yunsang to restrain her. If those two truly escaped, do you think Yunsang would still be afraid of death? The gravity of his words sent a chill down He Jinghan's spine, causing beads of cold sweat to break out upon his forehead. He was utterly astonished, never having anticipated such a revelation. He gazed intently, contemplating the close bond between Yunsang and Yunsang. Surely, he would not be indifferent to her plight. Knight Jinghan disregarded He Jinghan's remarks and turned to stride outside. After expressing gratitude with a nod to He Jinghan, Yang Wenqing hastily followed Knight Jinghan. Had it not been for He Xiao's timely intervention, he feared he would have been expelled from the Yi family by now. As he walked, Knight Jinghan asserted. I care not for your methods, you must retrieve that father-son duo, and they must return to me unscathed. Otherwise Yang Wenqing promptly replied, yes, second master. I have already dispatched numerous individuals to search for them, and I shall endeavor to rectify my mistakes. Ye Jinghan arrived at Yunsang's hospital room, standing at her bedside. She lay in a deep slumber, her cheeks flushed from fever, while her lips appeared pale and cracked. Leaning closer, he whispered near her ear. Yunsang's escape was orchestrated by you, was it not? Though she remained motionless, a sense of anxiety began to stir within her. Fortunately, keeping her eyes shut offered her some concealment, otherwise, her ruse would surely be uncovered. Ye Jinghan let out a derisive laugh. Today, I nearly fell for your little performance. Yunsang. You truly lack finesse. Yet, she remained unmoved. Ye Jinghan gritted his teeth, adding, do you believe I would allow them to escape unscathed? This is Dong'an country. As long as I do not relent, Yun Pengcheng and Yun Chong shall find it impossible to flee. He sensed Yunsang's breathing had significantly lightened. He scoffed, feigning indifference. Ye Jinghan turned to Yang Wenqing and instructed, immediately disseminate the news throughout the city, proclaiming that Yunsang's life hangs by a thread. I am eager to observe whether the men of the Yun family will truly abandon her and flee for their own survival. Yunsang's hand, concealed beneath the blanket, clenched tightly. Ah Chong would not return. She had implored him countless times, insisting that he must not come back, regardless of any news regarding her. Ah Chong would surely heed her words. He was obedient. Do not fear, remain composed, and above all, do not panic. Ye Jinghan seated himself on the chair beside the bed, a derisive smile gracing his lips. If you enjoy pretending, then continue your charade. When Yun Chong fled, he injured someone. If he were to be apprehended, what do you think my punishment for him would be? How about imprisonment? Do you still remember the taste of confinement? Chapter 66. Indeed, I am seeking death. As she slowly opened her eyes, Yunsang turned her head to look at him. Ye Jinghan bent down, gripping her chin. What is the matter? No more pretense. Yunsang, do you truly believe your plan is flawless? Yunsang met his gaze with a hint of defiance, yet remained silent. Ye Jinghan, gritting his teeth, threatened with fury, just wait. I will make you pay for today's actions. Whoever I, Ye Jinghan, wish to see dead shall not live. Though fear lingered in her heart, Yunsang understood that she must remain composed. She trusted that if they followed the escape plan she had devised, Yun Chong and her father would undoubtedly evade capture. Her only hope was that Yun Chong would not fall into a trap. For an entire week, neither Yun Pengcheng nor Yun Chong had surfaced. In He Qingya's office, Ye Jinghan listened with a frosty expression to Yang Wenqing's report. They had traced the surveillance along the route, discovering that the father and son had meandered to Mingyang Road, only to vanish in an area beyond the reach of cameras. Ye Jinghan glared at Yang Wenqing. Are you suggesting that those two living beings have simply evaporated from existence? Yang Wenqing dared not respond. He Qingya, puzzled, inquired, Isn't Mingyang Road the old residence of the junior sister's grandmother? Yang Wenqing replied, Hey Xiao, I dispatched personnel to search the old residence of old Madame Shen. There was no one there. He Qingya spoke in a low voice. That area should be quite familiar to him. If he intends to take Yun Chong and evade the surveillance zone, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, they wouldn't genuinely intend to abandon Yunsang, would they? Ye Jinghan recalled the past few days, during which Yunsang had been cold towards him. Coupled with her resolute demeanor as if she were prepared to face death, anger simmered within him. Yang Wenqing, dispatch individuals to that area to spread the rumor that Yunsang has committed suicide. Additionally, arrange for a funeral, ensuring it attracts considerable attention. He was convinced that Yun Chong, unlike Yun Heng, would never forsake Yunsang. His inaction stemmed solely from the bait being insufficiently enticing. Just as He Qingya was about to offer some counsel, he reconsidered. Yun Chong's escape was intricately tied to himself, leaving him without the standing to speak. Furthermore, Ye Jinghan's relentless pursuit of Yun Chong and the others was, after all, for Yunsang's sake. Ultimately, he remained silent. Ye Jinghan returned to Yunsang's hospital room. Following Yun Chong's escape, he had arranged for bodyguards to monitor her incessantly, in a bid to prevent her from taking her own life. Upon entering the room, he seated himself in a chair beside her bed and gestured for the bodyguards to step out. Ye Jinghan regarded the silent Yunsang with a mischievous glint in his eye and remarked casually, Mingyang Road is a splendid place. Yunsang's heart tightened at his words, and she turned her gaze towards the window, a means to conceal her emotions. Ye Jinghan's lips curled into a smirk. I plan to demolish and reconstruct that area. Yet, Yunsang remained reticent. Ye Jinghan was enraged as he rose and seized her by the neck. Yunsang. Do you think that by remaining silent, I am powerless against you? Yunsang lifted her gaze, a scornful smile gracing her lips. In this moment. How do you intend to threaten me? If you possess the courage, then slay me right here. This marked the first time she had spoken to Ye Jinghan in several days. With the passage of time, if Yunsang had truly fallen into a trap, he would have returned by now. His absence only served to affirm that he had heeded her counsel. Ye Jinghan's repeated threats were merely a reflection of his inability to locate Yunsang. A sense of comfort washed over Yunsang. At this moment, she felt utterly unafraid. Yet, a lingering regret resided within her, as she yearned to drag these demons into the depths of hell. Little did she know, fate would soon show her mercy, granting her a chance to start anew, allowing her to trample her enemies one by one into the dust. Ye Jinghan stepped closer, gripping Yunsang's shoulders in fury. Yunsang, are you truly courting death? Yunsang smiled defiantly. Indeed, I seek death. I am utterly weary of your presence. I would rather perish than gaze upon that repugnant visage of yours. At that moment, a knock echoed from the entrance. Ye Jinghan clenched his teeth and barked. Who is it? Yang Wenqing replied, Second Master, I have urgent matters to report to you. Chapter 67, I ensure that you will harbor hatred for a lifetime. Ye Jinghan cast a cold glance at Yunsang, a chilling smile gracing his lips. What do you suppose it could be? Yunsang's gaze sharpened, a flicker of concern evident on her face. Ye Jinghan released her and resumed his seat, directing his icy voice toward the entrance. Come in. Yang Wenqing entered briskly, standing respectfully opposite Ye Jinghan. I just received a call. There has been progress in the Yunheng case. Although this matter also pertained to the Yun family, it undeniably brought a sense of relief to Yunsang. However, it was now Ye Jinghan's turn to wear a grim expression. Yang Wenqing was oblivious to the recent developments. Yet, with Ye Jinghan remaining silent, he dared not report the situation before Yunsang. After a prolonged silence, Ye Jinghan quelled the fire within him and spoke in a low tone, Proceed. Yang Wenqing explained. We have traced a vehicle that made several passes along the road to the construction site before and after Yunheng's incident, and we have apprehended the individual involved. The physical description of this person matches that provided by the witnesses. Under severe interrogation, the individual confessed to being hired to assault Yunheng but steadfastly denied having caused his death. Subsequently, we discovered a transaction in his account linked to Su Boi. Yunsang was taken aback. Su Boi? It was indeed him. But why would he resort to murder to silence someone? Could it be that there was some unresolved conflict between him and Yunheng? Ye Jinghan's icy gaze turned toward Yunsang. Did you hear that? Yunheng's demise bears no relation to me whatsoever. I would not deign to lift a finger against someone like him. Yunsang's demeanor was frigid as she regarded Su Boi, her cousin, believing that this entire group was merely a collection of miscreants. As she turned her face away in disdain, gazing out the window, Ye Jinghan, exasperated, exclaimed. Yunsang, who are you trying to play hard to get with? What gives you the right? What, are you attempting to threaten me again? Yunsang cast him a sidelong glance but could not suppress her laughter. Ye Jinghan, is that truly the extent of your abilities? I have already declared that I fear you no longer. Even if you were to kill me now, I would not utter a single cry. Ye Jinghan grasped her chin tightly. Do you wish to die? Dream on. Yunsang, utterly indifferent, retorted, then you might as well have people watch over me. I am curious to see if they can keep their gaze upon me for an eternity. Ye Jinghan's eyes brimmed with ferocity. You are still my wife, Yunsang. Even in death, you shall be interred in the ancestral grave of the Ye family. While you live, you are mine. In death, you shall remain my specter. Do not harbor any illusions that I will ever let you go. Yunsang defiantly lifted her chin and laughed. Ye Jinghan. See clearly, it is precisely because people like you escape retribution that I have long ceased to believe in the existence of ghosts in this world. Even if I were to become a ghost, I would not fear it. When crossing the Naiha Bridge, I shall ensure to drink several bowls of mangpa soup. After this life, in all my future reincarnations, I wish never to see you again. The fury within Ye Jinghan surged almost to a boiling point. What right did this woman have? It was she who spoke of love, she who first betrayed, she who shattered his life. And she who continued to err at every turn. He had bestowed upon this woman countless opportunities, yet she still dared. He leaned in close to her ear. His voice imbued with a chilling coldness that pierced to the bone. I shall not allow your demise, rather. I will make you witness how I unearth Yan Pengcheng and Yunsang, and how I shall torment them. You harbor hatred for me, do you not? Then relish it fully. I will ensure you have ample time to despise me throughout your life. Yunsang cast a sidelong glance at Ye Jinghan, striving to quell her tumultuous emotions. What he could not find, he would undoubtedly fail to uncover. Ye Jinghan rose, disdainfully brushing away the hand that had just gripped her chin. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I have publicly declared your death and am organizing your funeral. While he may not believe you are gravely ill, should you perish, do you think your dear brother would come to verify? From what I know of him. Chapter 68, Yunsang's heart, completely shattered in an instant. Yunsang erupted in fury, exclaiming, despicable. Ye Jinghan, you are truly despicable. Observing her emotional outburst, Ye Jinghan smirked provocatively. To torment you, I am unafraid of becoming even more contemptible. You deserve nothing less. Yunsang clenched her fists tightly, ultimately closing her eyes in an effort to calm her tumultuous emotions. Having long ceased to believe in deities or fate, she found herself fervently praying in her heart, beseeching Yunsang to hear her voice and imploring him to avoid falling into Ye Jinghan's treacherous trap. Ye Jinghan rose and cast a glance at Yang Wenqing, his tone noticeably more relaxed. He instructed that all the leads they had uncovered be handed over to the police, ensuring that Su Boyi would face the legal consequences of his actions. Yang Wenqing, unable to endure the tension any longer, promptly acquiesced and exited the room. The animosity between the two men seemed irreconcilable, a lamentable situation indeed. The following day, Su Boyi was apprehended by the police, thanks to the identification from the perpetrator. His guilt was nearly established. Su Shan utilized every connection at her disposal in a desperate attempt to extricate her son from this predicament. However, as this case had been reported by Ye Jinghan himself, no one dared to extend Su Shan even a modicum of consideration. Together, Su Shan and Yi Hui sought to uncover Ye Jinghan's whereabouts and eventually found him at the hospital. Upon entering Yunsang's ward, they encountered Ye Jinghan. Yi Hui, typically assertive, exhibited a notably softened demeanor at that moment. Jinghan, has this woman Yunsang been stirring trouble between us? Although Bo Yi is your cousin, surely you cannot trust outsiders over your own kin, can you? Ye Jinghan coldly replied, I only believe in evidence. Su Shan immediately retorted, evidence can be fabricated. Ye Jinghan glanced at him, acknowledging, indeed, that is a possibility, however, you ought to address this matter at the police station. Su Shan, taken aback, turned to Yi Hui, his face marred by displeasure. Yi Hui coldly declared, Ye Jinghan, I am the eldest daughter of the Yi family and your own aunt. Today, I command you, by virtue of my status, to rescue Su Boyi. Ye Jinghan scoffed, command? No one has the authority to command me. Infuriated, Yi Hui stepped forward and grasped Ye Jinghan's arm, exclaiming, Jinghan, how can you be so unreasonable? Even if you claim your cousin has done nothing wrong, should he have committed an offense, it would have been against the Yun family, who deserve it. At this, Ye Jinghan could not suppress a laugh. Directing his gaze toward Yunsang, this assertion bears some truth, do you concur? Yunsang regarded him with cold indifference. Ye Jinghan crossed his legs, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor as he addressed Yi Hui, it seems the victim's family does not share your sentiment. And, instead of wasting time here with me, perhaps you should seek evidence of your son's innocence. Once you procure that, I shall gladly assist you. Yi Hui fumed. Realizing that Ye Jinghan was resolute in his refusal to assist, she huffed in frustration and departed. She could hardly believe that without Ye Jinghan's help, she would be unable to save her son. Su Shan glared at Ye Jinghan in indignation before redirecting his ire towards Yunsang. This matter remains unresolved. The ward has once again returned to silence. Yunsang gazed at Ye Jinghan with a puzzled expression. Ye Jinghan shot her a cold glance and remarked, do not delude yourself into believing that I am assisting you, I simply cannot. Before he could finish, Yunsang interrupted him. I have long ceased to trust that you harbor any goodwill towards me. In my eyes, you are merely a detestable demon, nothing more. Instantly, a chill shadowed Ye Jinghan's eyes, and before he could unleash his fury, his phone rang. Suppressing his anger, he answered the call. In that fleeting moment after the speaker finished their words, Ye Jinghan felt the weight on his heart lift after several days. Bring him in. He ended the call, approached the bedside, and leaned in so closely that his face was less than 2 centimeters from Yunsang's. She instinctively recoiled, her eyes filled with caution. What do you intend to do? I am here to present you with a grand gift, Ye Jinghan replied, a smile curling at his lips. Yet this smile sent shivers down Yunsang's spine. Just as he finished speaking, a knock echoed from the door. Ye Jinghan stood up. Come in. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing 2 bodyguards escorting a young man into the room. Upon recognizing his handsome and refined features, Yunsang's heart shattered completely. Chapter 69. Yet her heart. Oh, how it ached. She clasped her ears and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Chong. Chong struggled desperately against the constraints of those surrounding him, but to no avail. Helpless, he could only gaze at Yunsang from a distance. His heart heavy with sorrow. Sister. Yunsang leapt from the opposite side of the hospital bed and hurried to Chong, forcefully pushing aside those who restrained him. Release him, let him go. The 2 men turned their eyes to Ye Jinghan. With a subtle nod, Ye Jinghan signaled them to relent, and they stepped back. Chong embraced Yunsang tightly. Sister, you're safe, thank goodness, you're safe. Yunsang, overwhelmed with anguish, reproached him. Who told you to come back? Did you not promise me that no matter what you saw or heard, you would never return? Why did you not heed my words, Chong? Why did you not listen? Her voice was filled with an unbearable sorrow. One she had never directed at Chong with such intensity before. Chong, feeling a tinge of fear, loosened his grip on Yunsang, his gaze darting across her face. Sister, I was deceived. They were holding a funeral, I truly believed you. Seeing the worry etched on Chong's face, tears streamed uncontrollably from Yunsang's eyes. She cradled his face in her hands, her voice laden with despair. I told you I would come for you, Chong. Why are you so restless? What am I to do with you? What am I to do? As she spoke, she leaned against Chong's shoulder, weeping bitterly. Upon witnessing Yunsang's tears, Chong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had managed to escape, and had he only persevered a little longer, he could have awaited the happiness his sister so ardently desired. He should not have returned. It was all because of Ye Jinghan, that scoundrel. He directed a furious gaze at Ye Jinghan, exclaiming, Ye Jinghan, you deceiver. Ye Jinghan merely smirked. Deceiver? Chong. You ought to be grateful that I saved your beloved sister's life. Had I not lured you back, in a few days, you would have been attending her actual funeral. Enough, Ye Jinghan. She snapped, turning to glare at him. Chong, seething with anger, retorted, Ye Jinghan, do you intend to silence me by murder? What kind of prowess is it to vent your wrath upon a woman? If you possess any true courage, then kill me. Ye Jinghan coldly scoffed. What a fool you are. Yunsang stated she had long since had enough of life. As long as you and your father were safe, she intended to end her own existence. I deceived you into returning and saved her life. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also dare to challenge me? Chong, in disbelief, responded, that is impossible. Ye Jinghan's face contorted with derision. You cannot truly believe your sister has the capability to escape right under my nose, can you? Releasing Yunsang, Chong gazed at her with incredulity. Sister, you promised you would never deceive me, did you not? Yunsang looked at Chong, her heart assailed by waves of grievance, resentment, and pain. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, ultimately rendering her speechless. Chong grasped Yunsang's arm tightly. Sister, speak to me. Do you truly wish to die? If we were to depart and you were to perish, how could I and father continue to survive, stepping upon your life? Sister, speak to me. You promised me you would not do anything foolish. Please, say something. Yunsang clutched her heart, trembling as she sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. She truly, genuinely could not bear it any longer. Each day of existence felt like an unrelenting agony. She feared not the torment of her body, but her heart. Her heart ached too profoundly. She believed that as long as father and Chong were safe, she could be free of worry. Yet, why? Why did Ye Jinghan choose to expose his despicable and humble thoughts before Chong? She merely sought a release. Was that truly a mistake? Throughout her life, she had never committed any heinous acts, so why must she endlessly endure this suffering? How could she possibly deceive Chong? Yunsang knelt down, sister. Chapter 70, she could no longer escape. Yunsang suppressed the sorrow within her heart, lifting her gaze to cradle Yunsang's face, a faint smile gracing her lips. I will not perish. Those words were merely meant to frighten him. I only wish for him to treat me with a little kindness. I have never committed any wrongdoing. Why must I meet my end? She reached out, embracing Yunsang tightly. Achong, rest assured, until you and father find happiness, I shall not depart. Though she was aware that Yunsang was her younger brother, witnessing their affectionate embrace evoked a sense of revulsion within Ye Jinghan, a visceral disgust, to be precise. Ye Jinghan stepped forward, grasping the collar of Yunsang's garment, and pulled her forcefully to his side. You shall not harm her. Yunsang exclaimed, launching himself at Ye Jinghan, only to be cast aside with ease. Yunsang, before you dare to resist, do consider your own capabilities. Do you truly believe that your defiance is of any significance? If I wished her dead, she would not have survived to see this day. Where is your father? Yunsang retorted coldly, turning his face away. Do not expect me to divulge that information. Ye Jinghan turned to Yang Wenqing. Send someone to escort young Master Yunsang back and confine him. No. Yunsang clutched Yunsang's hand tightly, refusing to let go. He had fled once before. Who could say what Ye Jinghan might do to him upon his return? I implore you, Ye Jinghan, all of this was orchestrated solely by me. With no connection to Yunsang. Do not imprison him. Only now do you remember to plead with me, were you not quite arrogant some time ago? Yunsang gazed up at Ye Jinghan with a face full of desperation. I was wrong, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please spare him, he is still young. Sister, don't beg him. As long as you both are well, I fear nothing, Yunsang declared, glaring at Ye Jinghan. Though his words were directed at Yunsang, I have made arrangements for father, you need not worry. Take care of yourself. One day, the three of us will reunite. Do not be afraid. After speaking, Yunsang strode out of the hospital room, embodying a heroic sacrifice. Yang Wenqing hurriedly followed him out. Yunsang stared at the closed door of the ward, feeling a chilling despair as she crouched down. Ye Jinghan moved in front of her, bending slightly to lift her chin. Yunsang looked at him with a face full of resentment. He, however, smiled coldly. I take great pleasure in seeing you like this. Filled with loathing for me yet utterly helpless. Yunsang, conceal your barbed demeanor, should you dare to manipulate Tong Ning again. I will ensure you face the consequences. Yunsang gritted her teeth, remaining silent. Ye Jinghan's grip on her chin suddenly tightened. Answer me. Yunsang closed her eyes. Biting down hard on her lip, her fists clenched. She had lost the leverage to contend with Ye Jinghan, there was no escape left for her. Only when blood began to seep from her lips did she respond, her voice filled with hopelessness. I understand. Ye Jinghan, seeing her in such a state, felt a surge of anger within. Was it truly so difficult to keep her by his side, to have her shed her hostility? Having been accustomed to a life of arrogance and privilege as a young lady of immense wealth, does she truly believe she can maintain such a demeanor for the entirety of her existence? Ye Jinghan is unconvinced, he doubts her ability to shed her numerous flaws. Releasing his grip, he rises and instructs his bodyguard, continue the search. Within 3 days, I wish to see Yun Pengcheng. Yunsang clenches her fists, contemplating her next words. Yet she understands that if Yunsang has been captured, their father cannot escape alone. His affections are bound here, how could he leave on his own? As expected, Yunsang did not return home that night, and by dawn, Yun Pengcheng arrived at the hospital unaccompanied. After being restrained, he proposed but one condition, a private audience with Ye Jinghan. As Ye Jinghan descended the stairs to meet him, he noted that Yun Pengcheng appeared significantly weathered after only a few days' absence. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, he addressed Ye Jinghan, Jinghan, let us converse. Chapter 71 That Yunsang has already perished at your hands. Ye Jinghan pulled a chair and sat down across from him, his expression cold as he said, Speak. Sang Sang is my child, I know her better than anyone. She is gentle and kind, certainly not the malicious person you describe. For the past grievances you believe in, both your mother-in-law and I have borne the burden, yet I implore you, do not harm my daughter. Ye Jinghan scoffed. No one would consider their own child to be a scoundrel, as vile as Yunsang. Do you not also hold him dear? Yun Pengcheng sighed in resignation. Sang Sang is not like Ah Heng. Ah Heng has strayed onto a wrong path, morally corrupt, but Sang Sang has never. Mr. Yun. Ye Jinghan interjected with a cool glance, I am not targeting her. It is her unyielding bad habits that are the issue, her arrogance, her disdain for authority. She. Jinghan, I ask you this, did you witness Yunsang injure your mother with your own eyes? Yun Pengcheng interrupted. Ye Jinghan coldly retorted, at that time. Only she and Tong Ning were in the room. If it wasn't her, then did Tong Ning stab my mother and injure herself? Is it possible she wished to perish? Upon hearing Ye Jinghan's words, Yun Pengcheng let out a soft sigh. It seemed there was no need to continue this conversation. He stood, his gaze sorrowful as he looked at Ye Jinghan. My daughter's sincerity has ultimately been misplaced. He proceeded towards the door. You may have your men take me back. Ye Jinghan's eyes narrowed as he spoke coldly, she is your daughter, and of course you believe in her. But I do not. Yun Pengcheng came to a halt, you need not place your faith in her any longer, you have lost that privilege. Jinghan. Remember this, the starry-eyed Yunsang has perished at your hands. You are deeply culpable. After uttering these words, he opened the door and departed. Ye Jinghan lifted his gaze towards the distant window, his eyes profound, resolute not to be deceived by Yun Pengcheng's words. He would not be mistaken. He could never be mistaken. Returning to the hospital room, he found He Jinghan present, engaged in conversation with Yunsang regarding her condition. Yet, Yunsang appeared utterly listless. Staring out the window with a tranquil gaze, lost in thought. He Jinghan regarded her, his brow furrowed in concern. Ye Jinghan approached the bedside. His gaze fixed on He Jinghan, but his words were directed at Yunsang, Yun Pengcheng has returned. He Jinghan's expression grew serious as he glanced at Yunsang. She merely narrowed her eyes slightly, ultimately saying nothing. Witnessing Yunsang's reaction, Ye Jinghan felt a surge of anger and turned to He Jinghan. Expressing his discontent, why are you looking at her? Everything her father will endure is a consequence of her own actions. Yunsang turned to him. Her voice tinged with urgency, Ye Jinghan, what do you intend to do to my father? Ignoring her, Ye Jinghan inquired of He Jinghan, when will she be discharged? Yunsang's voice rose several decibels. He Jinghan was about to respond when he saw Ye Jinghan moving towards Yunsang. He quickly pulled Ye Jinghan aside, urging, Jinghan. Do not act recklessly. I ask you, when will she be able to leave the hospital? As her doctor, I require you to provide me with an honest answer. Yunsang clenched her fist, I can be discharged today. I was merely pretending. Whatever you intend to do, direct it at me. There is no need to unleash your wrath upon those uninvolved. She was defending her father. Yet, to Ye Jinghan's ears, her tone was unmistakably one of defending He Jinghan. He smiled coldly, is that so? Then as you wish, Jinghan, facilitate her discharge. He Jinghan had more to say, but Ye Jinghan interjected with an icy demeanor. You are not to interfere in matters between her and me from now on. With no choice, He Jinghan exited the room. Ye Jinghan approached Yunsang. Firmly grasping her shoulders and pressing her down onto the hospital bed, a smirk of wickedness and sarcasm gracing his lips. So you wish for me to confront you? Very well, since you possess such resolve, from this day forth, you shall serve as a maid in the night garden. By day, you will tend to Tong Ning. And by night. Chapter 72, A Living Corpse. Without pain he lifted Yunsang's chin, his voice dripping with disdain and humiliation, serve me. The word sent a shiver down her spine. He was resolute in his intention to trample her into the dust. Was resistance effective? No, it was futile. Would my obedience ensure the safety of my father and brother? Ye Jinghan released her face, let us see how you perform. With that, he turned away. His demeanor cold and indifferent. Yunsang closed her eyes, accepting her fate. She would feign existence as a living corpse, for a living corpse does not feel pain. Upon returning to the Ye estate, Ye Jinghan coldly instructed Yang Wenqing, provide her with a work uniform and send her to the back courtyard to be assigned to Tong Ning. If Tong Ning shows no compassion, let her clean the restroom. Yang Wenqing shuddered at the command. He glanced back at Yunsang, who merely pressed her lips together, give it to me. It seemed that Miss Yun's actions had provoked the second master, and his anger would not dissipate easily. He nodded and took Yunsang to fetch a work uniform, which he handed to her. Once she was dressed, Yang Wenqing escorted her to the back courtyard. After explaining her purpose, Tong Ning looked at Yang Wenqing with a mixture of shock and dread. How can that be? I cannot allow my cousin to serve me. In the Yun household, it was we who cared for our cousin. Yunsang cast a sidelong glance at Tong Ning. After the sisters Tong An and Tong Ning arrived at the Yun family, their mother, empathizing with their tragic fate in the Tong household, embraced them as her own. Possessing what they do, Tong An and Tong Ning have lacked nothing. Indeed, a wolf with a white eye is still a wolf. With a sense of resignation, Butler Yang remarked, "This is the order from the second master." Having spoken, he departed with deference. Tong Ning dispatched everyone, leaving only herself and Yunsang. Sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, she gazed at Yunsang, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "What shall we do? I truly have no desire to employ you at present, so you might as well heed Jinghan's instructions and clean the restroom." Yunsang chose to ignore her and turned to leave. Tong Ning chuckled softly, "My dear cousin, why the haste? My restroom is impeccably clean, no need for your assistance. Instead, you shall attend to the servants' lavatory in the basement." Yunsang said nothing, offering no resistance as she exited. As long as she could escape the sight of Tong Ning's loathsome face, she was indifferent to anything else. Tong Ning, pleased with herself, followed her outside. Upon witnessing Yunsang genuinely scrubbing the toilet, she retrieved her phone and discreetly recorded a video. After finishing, she turned off the video and, with a mischievous smile, remarked, "Tell me, if Uncle and Ah Chong were to see you engaged in such tasks, would they?" At this, Yunsang snapped back to reality, pressing the toilet brush against Tong Ning's chest. Tong Ning gasped and stepped back, cursing, "Yunsang, are you seeking death?" "Tong Ning. If you and Ye Jinghan wish to torment me, so be it, I will not resist. However, my father and Yun Chong are my bottom line. Do not force my hand, or I shall take your life before ending my own." Tong Ning stepped forward and forcefully seized the toilet brush, jabbing it fiercely at her a few times before discarding it onto her. "I am the one who holds Ye Jinghan's heart. Do you truly believe you can prevail? Yunsang, you cannot match my strength. I have declared my intent to take your life, but I shall not be the one to end you. I will allow Jinghan to execute the deed himself." Yunsang raised her hand, brushing off the filth from her body with a sigh. She was well aware that her arrival here heralded no favorable outcome. Ye Jinghan was entirely subservient to Tong Ning, with merely a slight maneuver. Tong Ning could render her utterly doomed. Yet, she had ceased to care. Observing Yunsang's facade of stubbornness, Tong Ning felt a flicker of annoyance but also an idea sparked within her. She took a step back, arching her brow, "Hurry and clean up, once you are done. You shall bathe Night Kong." Chapter 73. No one ever asked him if it hurt. Tong Ning, striding away in her high heels, exuded an air of arrogance. Yet Yunsang's brow furrowed with concern. How could she allow herself to bathe the child, Ye Kong? She was well aware that Ye Jinghan had expressly forbidden her from approaching him, and her intentions were certainly dubious. Upon returning to the courtyard, Tong Ning regarded her with disdain, dismissively waving her hand in front of her nose. "Filthy woman, keep your distance." As she spoke, she kicked Ye Kong, who was seated on the carpet beside her. "Get up and go wash with that woman." Ye Kong remained motionless. Tong Ning seized his ear, twisting it with irritation. "I'm speaking to you, are you deaf?" Pain flickered in Ye Kong's eyes, mingling with fear and tears. Witnessing this, Yunsang felt a pang of compassion. Yet she understood Tong Ning's temperament. The more she intervened, the more likely Tong Ning would inflict harm upon the child. When Tong Ning saw that Ye Kong was unresponsive, she tightened her grip on his ear and flung him toward Yunsang. "Aren't you taking him to wash?" "Tong Ning. Think carefully, Ye Jinghan has made it clear that I am not to approach this child. Right now, you are my servant, you will do as I command." Yunsang remained silent, cradling Ye Kong as she led him to the bathroom. Noticing that Tong Ning had not followed, she closed the door behind them and turned on the water. Amidst the sound of rushing water, Yunsang squatted before Ye Kong, gently cupping his face in her hands, and softly inquired, "Ye Kong, does it hurt?" His gaze, once cast downward, lifted to meet hers, yet it was vacant and hollow. No one had ever asked him if it hurt. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, an inexplicable pain surged within Yunsang's heart. This strange sensation left her feeling anxious. She suppressed her discomfort and drew the night sky into her embrace, gently caressing his back. She longed to utter the words, "Everything will be all right in the future," but the understanding of Tong Ning and Ye Jinghan's cruelty rendered her voiceless. In an unexpected turn, the usually unresponsive Ye Kong raised his hand and wrapped it around her neck, deepening her sorrow beyond her control. "Poor child," she lamented, cursing her own powerlessness to aid him. After preparing the water, Yunsang helped Ye Kong out of his clothes and cradled him into the bathtub for a bath. As she scrubbed his back, her gaze fell upon a dark birthmark on his shoulder blade, resembling a black butterfly poised to take flight. She gently stroked the mark. Recalling a poignant saying she once encountered, only angels who deeply love their mothers would willingly bear the imprint of God in their quest to find them. A soft sigh escaped her lips. Ye Kong's mother, how could you have lost such a beloved child? She pondered. How could an angel, fallen into the hands of a demon, survive? Halfway through the bath, Tong Ning barged in. She stood at the doorway, arms crossed, coldly regarding Yunsang. That's enough for today, you may leave now. Yunsang turned to face her, questioning the intentions behind this woman's actions. Did you not hear? Leave. As Yunsang prepared to lift Ye Kong from the water, the tension in the air thickened. However, Tong Ning stepped forward and forcefully grasped the back of her garment, pulling her away. I told you to leave, are you deaf? Yunsang exhaled softly, choosing not to engage in conflict for the sake of Ye Kong. After casting a fleeting glance at Ye Kong, she departed. Tong Ning slammed the door behind her. Approaching, she seized a handful of cold water and sprayed it upon Ye Kong, who huddled in the corner, frozen in fear and too terrified to resist. Yunsang walked away from the courtyard, glancing back every few steps, a sense of foreboding gnawing at her heart. That evening, Ye Jinghan returned later than usual. Yunsang had already drifted into slumber when the sudden intrusion of a person jolted her awake. Ye Jinghan closed the door and advanced toward her. She silently retreated until her back met the headboard of the bed, leaving her with nowhere to escape. Ye Jinghan approached, seized her ankle, and pulled her close. His kiss descended upon her, and she could distinctly smell the strong scent of alcohol on his breath. Afterward, Yunsang assumed that Ye Jinghan would depart. Yet he turned over, lay down at the edge of the bed, and closed his eyes. After what felt like an eternity, the steady rhythm of his breathing filled the air beside her. Believing Ye Jinghan to be asleep, she quietly sat up, opened the bedside drawer, retrieved some medicine, and exited the bed. Approaching the table, she gently squeezed a pill into her mouth. Just as she was about to take a sip of water to swallow it, a chilling voice arose from behind her. What are you taking? Chapter 74, I will not bear children for you. Yunsang's body stiffened momentarily. Was he not asleep? Noticing her stillness, Ye Jinghan rose, stepped down from the bed, and approached to pry her hand away. He extracted the pill she had tightly grasped and spoke with a sharp tone. What is this medication? A sense of inexplicable fear gripped Yunsang. Ye Jinghan, with a hint of menace, circled to stand before her. Do you believe that if you remain silent, I will refrain from investigating? This is a contraceptive, she replied, meeting his gaze with a calm defiance. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger welled within Ye Jinghan. Who permitted you to take this? I made the choice to take it myself, Yunsang retorted, unyielding. Yourself? Ye Jinghan tightened his grip around her throat. Who gives you the right to make such decisions? Gritting her teeth, Yunsang declared, I have long stated that I do not wish to bear children for you. You are unworthy. Ye Jinghan forcefully pressed her down onto the table. Yunsang, you are courting death. Indeed, I am courting death, but you will not kill me. For you desire me alive to serve as a plaything for you and Tong Ning, do you not? Seeing her stubborn expression, Ye Jinghan scoffed, you truly never learned to be obedient. But it matters not, as I have said, whatever you detest, I shall compel you to endure. He rose and tossed the pills to the ground, crushing them underfoot with ferocity. Yunsang stood, gazing at the shattered remnants on the floor, her eyes fixed. Ye Jinghan. Yunsang, you are correct, I will not kill you. I intend for you to bear my offspring, to be entrusted to Tong Ning's care. For this is a promise I made to her. Yunsang felt a sudden chill in her heart as thoughts of the night sky crossed her mind. She fixed her gaze upon Ye Jinghan and declared, I refuse, I will not do this. I shall never grant you the opportunity to harm my child. Harm? Ye Jinghan flung her onto the bed and leaned over her. Let me tell you, a child raised by a mother like you is the greatest harm of all. Yunsang immediately pressed her hand against his shoulder and implored, Ye Jinghan, why are you so resolute in your belief in Tong Ning? Have you never pondered why such a beautiful child as Ye Kong suffers from selective mutism? If Tong Ning were truly a competent mother. Ye Jinghan interrupted her. For the past 2 years, she has sought countless medical opinions, exhausting every means for Ye Kong. She has cherished him in her hands, she is undoubtedly competent. Yunsang recognized that her words would not sway Ye Jinghan, yet she felt compelled to fight for Ye Kong one last time. Perhaps, for the sake of Ye Kong, Ye Jinghan might feel a twinge of compassion. She urgently continued, "No, Ye Jinghan, you may despise me, but please take a moment to truly see Ye Kong. He has been mistreated, he." Ye Jinghan disdainfully covered her mouth. "Yunsang, do not presume that because your mind is dark, the entire world shares your perspective. Tong Ning is fundamentally different from you, you are unworthy of being compared to her." A knock at the door interrupted their exchange. Ye Jinghan's tone was laced with irritation. "Who is it?" "Second master, it is I. Miss Tong has arrived and says she has urgent matters to discuss with you." The night was cold as Ye Jinghan cast a glance at Yunsang, then rose to don his clothing. Yunsang silently sat up and dressed herself. Ye Jinghan approached the door and pulled it open. Yang Wenqing did not dare to look into the room, merely nodding respectfully. Ye Jinghan, with an irritable tone, inquired. "The contraceptive pills in Yunsang's possession, did you provide them?" Yang Wenqing's heart tightened. Just as he was about to confess, Yunsang interjected. "I took them from Butler Yang's room. I had seen him retrieve the medication before, so I seized the opportunity to steal them while you were both absent." Ye Jinghan turned back, giving her a frosty glare, but directed his words toward Yang Wenqing, saying, "Listen well, Yang Wenqing, should she ever consume such medication again, the blame shall rest upon you." Yang Wenqing replied respectfully, "Understood." At that moment, Tong Ning approached. She had her hands clenched tightly behind her. Ye Jinghan was indeed in Yunsang's room. Surely, that shameless wretch had seduced him. Ye Jinghan's gaze fell upon Tong Ning's face. His tone softening slightly from before. "What brings you here at this late hour?" Tong Ning, her voice tinged with urgency, responded, "Jinghan, what should we do? Yekong has a high fever that refuses to subside." Chapter 75, a more tragic outcome upon hearing that Ye Kong had a fever. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over Yunsang. Her instinct warned her that Tong Ning would exploit this situation for her own gain. Ye Jinghan's gaze darkened, his expression turning cold. "What happened?" This afternoon, Sang mentioned that Ye Kong's hair was somewhat unkempt and expressed a desire to bathe the child. I could not bring myself to intervene, so I acquiesced. It was only when I checked the water temperature halfway through the bath that I realized the water was rather cool. Enraged, Ye Jinghan swiftly turned and seized Yunsang by the collar. "Yunsang, have I not warned you to keep your distance from that child? Why would you be so cruel? Such a small child, and you chose to bathe him in cold water. What on earth are you trying to achieve?" As anticipated, her intuition proved correct. It was Tong Ning who insisted that I bathe the child. I had previously stated that you forbade me from approaching him. Yet she was adamant that I assist. "Ye Jinghan, I am no longer a child. I comprehend that bathing a child requires warm water. I harbor no grievances against Ye Kong. Why would I wish to harm him?" Tong Ning quickly interjected, "Jinghan, the water was truly not cold, it was merely a bit cool. I also bear some responsibility, for I knew that Sang lacked experience in caring for children, yet I still agreed to let her accompany the child." Yunsang's face flushed with indignation. "Tong Ning, you are indeed something else, taking advantage of the trust others place in you, you weave lies with such ease. Sang, I hold no blame against you, there is no need for such behavior. I acknowledge my fault, I believed that merely adjusting the water temperature would suffice." Yet unexpectedly, the night sky still caught a chill. "Jinghan, this is not the moment to seek accountability, the child is suffering. What should we do? Let us take the child to the hospital. Witnessing him in a feverish daze truly pains my heart." Ye Jinghan addressed Yang Wenqing, instructing, "You handle the arrangements." Yang Wenqing complied and walked towards the door alongside Tong Ning. Ye Jinghan turned back, casting a cold glare at Yunsang, his voice laced with disdain. "Do you see? This is where you differ from her. Whenever a mishap occurs, you always evade responsibility, while she consistently shoulders it. Yunsang, tell me, how can you possibly compare yourself to her?" After delivering his scathing words, he shot Yunsang a final contemptuous look before turning away with indifference. "This woman, it seems, is beyond redemption." Yunsang retreated a step, crouching on the ground with her hands covering her face, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. She truly loathed this feeling. Despite having done nothing wrong, the lack of trust rendered her speechless. The following day, Yang Wenqing returned to collect items for Ye Kong. He informed Yunsang that Ye Kong had contracted a chill and required a few days of hospitalization. Tong Ning would care for the child at the hospital. allowing her to refrain from visiting the back courtyard for the time being. In the week that followed, she did not encounter Ye Jinghan again. This marked the most carefree period she had experienced since her release from prison. Conversely, this week was the most sorrowful for Yi Hui and Su Shan. In their fervent pursuit of Su Bui, they nearly exhausted themselves, yet no one was willing to extend a helping hand. Thus, Su Bui was convicted of contract killing due to irrefutable evidence. Of course, Yunsang, who had been residing at home, remained oblivious to these events. On the day the verdict against Su Bui was delivered, Su Shan, consumed by rage and humiliation, engaged in a heated argument with Yi Hui. He abandoned Yi Hui and went to the place where Yun Chong was confined, mercilessly beating him with a stick. Initially, Yun Chong had resisted, however, outnumbered. He ultimately lay on the ground, unable to move. Su Shan crouched down, seized Yun Chong by the hair, and with a malevolent expression whispered into his ear. "You are the first. Next, I will come for your father and your sister. I will ensure that every member of the Yun family meets a more tragic fate than the last. None shall escape." Chapter 76. Show this video to your daughter. After Su Shan spoke, he attempted to leave. Yun Chong reached out, struggling to grasp the hem of his trousers. Do not harm them." Su Shan swiftly kicked him aside, grinding his foot harshly against Yun Chong's hand before striding away. Though Yun Chong suffered physical pain, he still felt a sense of unresolved frustration. Upon descending and entering his vehicle, he instructed the driver to take him to the club to confront Yun Pengcheng. Upon his arrival, Yun Pengcheng greeted him with palpable disdain. The man who once endeavored to curry favor with him for the sake of business now exuded an air of arrogance. "Old Yun, it has been a while. I have brought something intriguing for you to see," Su Shan declared, producing his phone and displaying a video before Yun Pengcheng. Initially, Yun Pengcheng had no intention of engaging. However, when he beheld the footage of Yunsang clad in the night garden uniform, scrubbing a toilet, his expression darkened. He had presumed that even if Ye Jinghan held no affection for Yunsang, he would not subject her to such humiliation. To his dismay, that scoundrel had so brazenly trampled upon his daughter's dignity. Yun Pengcheng reached out to snatch the phone, but Su Shan deftly lifted his hand away. "Su Shan, your lot will not have a favorable outcome," Yun Pengcheng bellowed in fury. "You are mistaken, it is you who faces an unfavorable fate now." As he spoke, he gestured discreetly to those behind him. The group advanced, subduing Yun Pengcheng and pinning him against the wall. Su Shan stepped forward, unzipping his trousers, and urinated upon Yun Pengcheng's face. He personally captured the scene. "What do you think your daughter would feel if I showed her this video?" Yun Pengcheng gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "You dare." Su Shan smugly replied, "Of course I dare. Do you really think your daughter is unaware of the suffering you endure here? If she were oblivious, would she be so obediently manipulated by Ye Jinghan? Oh. By the way, I heard that Ye Jinghan took your daughter to accompany someone for drinks and that she spent the night with a man who was both overweight and unattractive. It is said that your daughter, with her captivating charm, is quite the wild one." Yun Pengcheng felt as if his heart had been torn apart. How could the little princess he had nurtured so delicately be so ruthlessly degraded? "Su Shan, I will kill you." Su Shan kicked Yun Pengcheng, saying, "Kill me? Just look at your cowardly state, do you possess the ability? Let me tell you, not only will I show that video to the shameless Yunsang, but I also intend to sleep with her. When the time comes, I will certainly create a grand video for your viewing pleasure." Yun Pengcheng lunged forward in a frenzy, but was firmly restrained. "Su Shan, you are inhuman." Su Shan, with a triumphant smile on his face, addressed those around him. "If anyone dares to inform Ye Jinghan of what has transpired here today, let them try." With that, he strode away. Once the door closed, Yun Pengcheng trembled as he shouted at the bodyguards holding him, "Call Ye Jinghan. Go tell Ye Jinghan that I want to see him, I want to see him." The two dismissed Yun Pengcheng, saying, "Just wait." After the bodyguards stepped outside, one inquired of the other whether they should report the matter to their superiors. The man sitting on the steps at the entrance replied, "Have you lost your mind? This is merely a conflict among the wealthy, why should we involve ourselves? Let us focus on our duties, collect our salaries, and remain oblivious to anything else." After some contemplation, the other man seemed to concur with this reasoning. Consequently, neither of them took it upon themselves to meddle in affairs that did not concern them. In the morning, Yunsang was watering the flower beds in the courtyard. Tong Ming returned with Ye Kong in her arms, followed closely by Ye Jinghan. From a distance, they indeed resembled a picture-perfect family. Yunsang turned around, feigning ignorance of their presence. However, Tong Ning walked directly towards her. Upon reaching Yunsang, she gently set Ye Kong down and said softly, Sang. I happened to see you and wanted to inform you that Ye Kong has recovered, you need not worry anymore. Ye Jinghan interjected sarcastically. Do you truly believe that someone as malevolent as her would be concerned? Yunsang, narrowing her eyes, was about to respond when Ye Kong took the initiative to tug at her trousers. Looking down, Yunsang noticed Ye Kong holding out a Rubik's Cube towards her. She paused momentarily, puzzled by the gesture. Ye Kong pressed the cube into her palm. Squatting down, Yunsang gently asked, Ye Kong, are you giving this to me? Chapter 77, If one dares to harm, sever her hand. This sudden action took not only Yunsang by surprise, but even Ye Jinghan and Tong Ning were equally astonished. The Rubik's Cube was a whimsical purchase made by Ye Jinghan during a business trip abroad when Ye Kong was but a child. Among a plethora of toys, Ye Kong had singularly chosen this one, clutching it daily, never bestowing it upon anyone else. Ye Kong remained silent, persistently attempting to press the cube into her hands. Yunsang accepted it, casting her gaze downward, momentarily lost in thought, before finally lifting her eyes to bestow a gentle smile upon Ye Kong. Thank you, Ye Kong. Observing her smile, Ye Jinghan's brow furrowed in concern. How long had it been since he had witnessed such a smile? An eternity. Tong Ning felt a pang of anxiety in her heart and hurriedly stepped forward, drawing Ye Kong behind her. She retrieved the cube from Yunsang's hands and, crouching down nervously, addressed Ye Kong, if you wish to gift your aunt a present, let mommy help you purchase something, you can simply give it to her. It is not appropriate to offer your old belongings to others, as it may lead to disappointment for the recipient. Yunsang shot a disapproving glance at Tong Ning, perceiving her words as a veiled jab at her own sensitivities. Before she could react, Ye Jinghan's sardonic tone cut through the air. What right does someone like her have to feel unhappy? Yunsang looked up at Ye Jinghan, who averted his gaze and gently ruffled Ye Kong's hair. Come. I will escort you both back to rest. Tong Ning stood up, grasping Ye Kong's hand, ready to follow Ye Jinghan. After taking several steps, the night sky suddenly broke free from Tong Ning's grasp and turned to run towards Yunsang, who remained squatting in place. The night sky abruptly lunged forward, thrusting the cube back into Yunsang's hands. Tong Ning moved to intervene, but Ye Jinghan grasped her wrist. With concern, she whispered, Jinghan. I fear Sang might resent this. Ye Jinghan did not respond to her words, merely stating, you should return. Tong Ning hesitated. Was she really to leave him here with Yunsang and that little creature? Yet. Ye Jinghan turned to Yang Wenqing and quietly instructed. Tong Ning has been caring for the child diligently these past few days, let Yunsang look after the night sky for the time being. Tong Ning gritted her teeth, indignant at the notion. Jinghan, this cannot be. Sang lacks experience in childcare, should the night sky encounter any mishap like last time, Ye Jinghan narrowed his eyes slightly, then she must possess the courage to manage it. Yang, please arrange for someone to escort Tong Ning home to rest. Understood. Yang Wenqing signaled to the servants behind him. A servant stepped forward to guide Tong Ning away. Anger simmered within her. Did that wretched little creature intend to drive her to madness today? This matter would not be settled so easily. After Tong Ning departed, Ye Jinghan turned to Yang Wenqing and said, keep a watchful eye on Yunsang, should she dare to harm the night sky, break her hand. With that, he pivoted and strode towards the villa. In recent days, he had discreetly consulted a pediatric psychological expert recommended by He Qingye. The doctor remarked that there are numerous causes of speech disorders in children. However, it is quite rare for a child like Ye Kong, raised in a nurturing environment, to experience such issues. The doctor suggested that the child should have more interactions with her biological mother. Although Ye Jinghan harbored disdain for the idea of Yunsang caring for Ye Kong, he could temporarily endure it for the sake of the child. As soon as Tong Ning entered her room, she swiftly closed the door, retrieved a backup phone, and dialed a certain number. It's me. Ye Jinghan has entrusted Ye Kong's upbringing to Yunsang. Oh? A deep voice on the other end questioned, have you offended Ye Jinghan? No. It's that wretched child Ye Kong who dared to present gifts to Yunsang. It infuriated me. After a brief silence, the voice continued. If he learns to speak under Yunsang's influence, it could prove exceedingly detrimental for you. Blood ties can be quite formidable. Tong Ning, now anxious, inquired. What should I do? That ineffectual child should be eliminated, the voice replied. Tong Ning gasped, are you suggesting that I? Chapter 78, No right to blame you. Upon hearing from Yang Wenqing that Ye Jinghan wanted her to take care of Ye Kong, Yunsang was momentarily taken aback. Incredulously asking, Ye Jinghan said to let me take care of him? Yang Wenqing nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Yunsang felt a twinge of anxiety. But I am not capable of doing so. Miss Yun, such matters are best learned through experience. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. And I shall arrange for a capable aide. Yunsang cast her gaze downward, observing the frail little boy before her. She held a deep affection for Ye Kong and was willing to care for him. Yet she feared that Ye Jinghan and Tong Ning might harbor grievances against her because of him. Moreover, it was likely that Tong Ning would grow to resent Ye Kong even more. Noticing the distress on Yunsang's face, Yang Wenqing gently patted Ye Kong's head and whispered, Ye Kong, if you wish to be with your aunt, hold her hand. If you do not, I shall return you to your mother, all right? To her surprise, Ye Kong reached out and grasped Yunsang's thumb. With this gesture, how could she refuse? After Yang Wenqing departed, Yunsang caressed Ye Kong's small face and smiled gently, asking, Ye Kong, what would you like to play? Auntie will accompany you. Ye Kong remained silent, simply standing there with his head bowed, gazing at the ground. When Yunsang looked down, she noticed that he was watching an ant. She knelt beside him, softly asking, shall we together observe the ants as they search for food? Upon hearing this, Ye Kong squatted down next to Yunsang. Yunsang gazed at the night sky, her brow slightly raised. This child was indeed remarkably handsome. After arranging everything, Yang Wenqing made his way to Ye Jinghan's study, where Ye Jinghan was diligently working. Without lifting his head, he inquired, has that woman done anything to the child? Miss Yun is patiently accompanying the young master and observing ants. Ye Jinghan lifted his gaze, his expression darkening. He had entrusted her with the child. Yet she merely allowed him to watch ants. Though displeased, he recalled the doctor's advice that children should engage with nature, prompting him to endure the situation for the time being. Yunsang was engrossed in explaining the topic of little ants to Ye Kong when suddenly a shadow loomed behind her. Turning around, she found Tong Ning, her expression icy. Tong Ning coldly declared, do you think that by watching the child for a few days, you can replace me? Dream on. Yunsang retorted coolly, if you have objections, take them up with Ye Jinghan, do not linger before me like a specter. You truly are audacious, Tong Ning remarked, bending down to pick up Ye Kong and striding towards the villa. Observing this, Yunsang quickly rose to follow, displeased. What do you intend to do? Upon entering the living room, Tong Ning raised her voice, saying, do not misunderstand. I am not saying you are unfit to care for the child. I merely wish to inform you that such exposure could lead to sunburn. Hearing the commotion in the living room, Ye Jinghan and Yang Wenqing emerged from the study, one after the other. Upon seeing Tong Ning holding Ye Kong, Ye Jinghan's expression remained frigid as he asked, what is happening? Jinghan reassured, it's nothing, really. I merely observed that Sang and the child are basking in the sun, which is detrimental to the child's skin. Thus, I intended to bring the child inside for a wash and apply some sunscreen. Yunsang countered. The sunlight outside is not too intense. Allowing the child to soak up some sun can enhance calcium absorption. Just look at Ye Kong's pale complexion and sickly demeanor. He hardly resembles a healthy child. Encouraging him to bask in the sun is beneficial for his well-being. Tong Ning, feeling aggrieved, responded, saying, are you blaming me for not taking proper care of Ye Kong? Jinghan, I've always dreaded being labeled as a stepmother, accused of inadequately caring for Ye Kong. Therefore, I have exerted myself diligently, you know that, don't you? Night Jinghan comfortingly patted Tong Ning's shoulder, I understand, she has no right to criticize you. He then cast a cold glare at Yunsang, surely, you do not believe that my entrusting you with the child signifies my approval of you? Chapter 79, A reluctant farewell to the underworld. Yunsang sighed in resignation, expressing, I have never sought anyone's approval, I merely conveyed my feelings upon gazing at the night sky. Ye Jinghan, cold and sardonic, retorted with a smile, your feelings hold no significance for us. Yunsang felt a profound sorrow for the night sky, lamenting. It is truly the greatest misfortune of his life to be guided back by individuals like you. In a fit of anger, Ye Jinghan seized her shoulder with considerable force. Yunsang winced in pain yet defiantly met his gaze. Tong Ning, having set the night sky down, stepped forward to grasp Ye Jinghan's arm, saying, Jinghan. I do not disagree with the way Yunsang is raising the child. In fact, children should bask in the sun and immerse themselves in nature. I was merely concerned about the child getting sunburned. We all have the child's best interests at heart, so please do not be angry, it might frighten him. Ye Jinghan flung Yunsang aside, his voice dripping with malice as he declared, Yunsang, remember this, in this household, you possess no voice, so keep your opinions to yourself. Yunsang averted her gaze, feeling that she had no desire to waste even a single word in front of Ye Jinghan. Seizing the opportunity, Tong Ning added, It is my fault, I had not realized how much the child enjoys observing flowers, grass, and ants. Ye Jinghan reassured her, It is not your fault. Children cannot articulate their thoughts, making their feelings inherently difficult to discern. Jinghan, how about this, if you can spare some time? Let us gather friends and take the children for an excursion to Tsuiwei Mountain. I heard from Boya that the environment there is exceptionally pleasant, perhaps the children, having seen more, will feel uplifted and be more willing to converse. An outing? Recalling the doctor's words, Ye Jinghan hesitated not a moment, readily agreeing. He turned to Yang Wenqing and said, This suggestion is quite commendable, please coordinate with Hao Ziyu regarding my schedule for this week and make the necessary arrangements. Yang Wenqing promptly took his leave. Tong Ming smiled lightly, Jinghan, thank you. You always support me so wholeheartedly whenever I wish to do something. You truly are the best man in the world. Upon hearing this, Yunsang could not help but smirk ironically. Just a toad gazing at a green bean. Ye Jinghan's gaze turned cold as it settled upon Yunsang's face. He noticed her expression of disdain and indifference, which ignited his ire. Yunsang approached Ye Kong. Following Tong Ning's request to wash his face, apply sunscreen, and then took Ye Kong outside. She found no desire to witness the affectionate display of that couple, as it was quite repugnant. Once she departed, Ye Jinghan instructed the servant to escort Tong Ning back. Although Tong Ning felt disgruntled, she complied without protest. Passing through the courtyard, she caught a glimpse of Yunsang accompanying Ye Kong, and a scornful smile crept upon her lips. Yunsang, do enjoy your time playing with your precious son. In just a few days, I shall ensure that you personally send him to the underworld. Yang Wenqing successfully coordinated the timing. To avoid the peak weekend excursion period, he scheduled the outing for Friday. In order to enliven the outing, Tong Ning invited Su Boya to join them. Coincidentally, He Qingye was also on a break today and accompanied them. Several cars parked in a line beside the grassy area at the foot of Tsuiwei Mountain. The servants set up tents and picnic tables, laden with an array of food and beverages. Tong Ning walked beside Ye Jinghan, her spirits lifted as she remarked, Jinghan, it feels quite cool here in this season. Doesn't it? Ye Jinghan responded with a subtle nod, He turned his gaze towards the distance, where Yunsang was holding Ye Kong's hand, her eyes gazing peacefully at the distant mountains. Observing their interaction, a trace of hostility flickered across Tong Ning's brow. Just as she was about to say something to Ye Jinghan, He Qingye approached, placing a hand on Ye Jinghan's shoulder and urging, Come on, with such splendid weather. Let us enjoy a few drinks together. Ye Jinghan withdrew his gaze and joined He Qingye at the makeshift table. Tong Ning clenched her fist, casting a cold glare at Yunsang, muttering, Just you wait. Chapter 80, Do you not feel heartache? Su Boya approached from behind, the space was undeniably ample. Yet she deliberately bumped into Yunsang with force. Yunsang stumbled slightly and turned to glare at Su Boya. Su Boya raised her chin defiantly and retorted. Why are you so annoying? With such a vast area, you insist on obstructing my path. Yunsang coldly replied, I sincerely apologize, I was unaware of your blindness. After casting a disdainful glance at Su Boya, she took some pastries with Ye Kong and retreated to a shaded spot beneath a nearby tree to relax. She could not contend with that group of people, but she could certainly evade them. The two sat on the ground, with Yunsang facing Ye Kong, who received the cake paper she unveiled and obediently began to eat. Tong Ning, meanwhile, pulled Su Boya over to sit beside Ye Jinghan and the others. Su Boya cast a shy glance at He Qingye and sweetly remarked, Qingye, it has been quite a while since we last drank together, hasn't it? He Qingye, having an unfavorable impression of his cousin Ye Jinghan, merely offered a polite yet distant smile without responding. Tong Ning glanced at Su Boya and then addressed He Qingye. Dr. He, you are still single, correct? He Jinghan nodded and replied candidly, indeed, I am. Is there a problem? Tong Ning continued. I believe Boya and Dr. He seem quite well suited for each other, so I thought to play matchmaker. Upon hearing this, Su Boya shyly chuckled, oh, Tong Ning. Please refrain from such talk, Jingya will feel embarrassed. He Jingya remarked nonchalantly, I have nothing to feel embarrassed about. I have known Miss Su for many years. If I wished to pursue her, I would have acted long ago. Why would I wait for Miss Tong to play matchmaker? Miss Tong herself is single. Perhaps she should consider her own circumstances. After speaking, he turned his gaze toward the distance, where Yunsang and Ye Jinghan were situated. Upon hearing his words, Su Boya's expression hardened slightly. Tong Ning also felt a twinge of discomfort from He Jingya's remarks. Was he insinuating that she was a mistress? Ye Jinghan, noticing He Jingya's gaze, glanced back and, with a hint of displeasure, remarked, Miss Tong has only the best intentions, however. Your persistent singlehood may suggest you are coveting someone you ought not to. He Jingya took a sip of his drink, bemused by the absurdity of it all. This jealous one. Seizing the opportunity to alleviate her own awkwardness, Tong Ning said, I apologize, I was thoughtless. Dr. He, Boya, what I just said was merely offhand. Please do not feel awkward because of my careless words, that would weigh heavily on my conscience. Su Boya stood up, it's nothing, we are friends, after all. I'm going for a stroll. Then I shall accompany you, Tong Ning said, rising swiftly to follow Su Boya. As of now, Su Boya remained a valuable ally. And she had no intention of offending her. After the two women departed, He Jingya gazed at the tree not far in front of him. He murmured. Yunsang has indeed changed quite a bit, just look. Ye Jinghan turned back. Yunsang sat beneath the tree. A gentle smile gracing her face as she reached out to wipe away the remnants of cake from Ye Jinghan's lips. Ye Jinghan gazed at Yunsang, staring intently. He Jingya remarked, in the past, when our large group ventured out, Yunsang was always the most vivacious one, like a lively little bird, enlivening the atmosphere with her joyous laughter. But now, she deliberately dims her radiance, retreating to an inconspicuous corner. Ye Jinghan struggled to retract his gaze, observing the stark contrast between the two figures for a long while before taking a sullen sip from his drink. His voice bore a hint of gloom and discontent. You seem to remember her former self quite vividly. Are you feeling pity for her? He Jingya turned his gaze towards him. I would inquire if you feel no pity? Ye Jinghan scoffed derisively. Why should I feel pity for her? She has brought this upon herself. Do you not wish to offer her a chance, as well as to yourself? How many chances have I given her? Yet, each time she has let me down. Jingya, she has become consumed by madness, her heart filled with hatred for both me and Tong Ning. If I were to compromise, would I simply allow her to continue her reckless path, inflicting harm upon the innocent Tong Ning? Chapter 81. There is no possible way to return alive. He Jingya raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of helplessness etched on his face. It was evident to all observers. Everyone could discern the turmoil within him, yet he himself remained ensnared in confusion. Yang Wenqing, with a camera slung over his shoulder, busily captured the nuances of their outing, immortalizing every delightful moment. Spotting Yunsang and Ye Jinghan in the distance and realizing they had yet to take a group photo, he lifted his camera to seize the scene. Hearing the commotion, Yunsang turned to see Yang Wenqing photographing them and smiled warmly. She rose, cradling Ye Jinghan in her arms, and pointed towards Yang Wenqing's position. Ye Jinghan looked up, and together they gazed at the lens. Yang Wenqing managed to capture numerous beautiful images before he departed to prepare lunch for the group. At noon, everyone gathered around to share a meal. Yunsang attended to Ye Jinghan, skillfully feeding him. Observing her adeptness, He Jingya teased, Junior sister, you're quite the natural. You have a hint of motherhood about you. The mention of motherhood caused Yunsang to momentarily falter. Quickly regaining her composure, she nonchalantly replied. Though I have no fate with my own child, during my 10 months of pregnancy, I often imagined how I would nurture my child to adulthood. With enough imagination, certain things become instinctive. Realizing the gravity of her words, He Jingya wished he could slap himself. Was he not pouring salt into an open wound? Junior sister. What I mean is. Su Boya interrupted with a disdainful smile, being a mother is determined by fate, some people's wretched lives truly do not deserve it. Yunsang curled her lips, indeed, Miss Su speaks quite eloquently. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Tong Ning. Upon receiving that look, Tong Ning sorrowfully set down her chopsticks. Ye Jinghan, with a cold voice, slammed his chopsticks onto the makeshift table. His expression filled with hostility as he glared at Yunsang. Is it that you cannot feel at ease unless you inflict harm on others? Yunsang feigned innocence. What have I done? Ye Jinghan gritted his teeth. You still pretend. Suboya scoffed. The way you look at Tong Ning is nothing but mockery of her inability to bear children, isn't it? Her current state is all you're doing. Her transformation is the result of that group of men. I am not implicated, she retorted sharply. Just as Ye Jinghan was about to express his anger at her sharp tongue, He Qingye immediately stood up, raising his glass. All right, everyone, we are here to unwind. Let us not quarrel. It was my fault earlier, I shall drink as penance. He finished speaking and downed the contents of his glass in one gulp. Ye Jinghan furrowed his brow, observing He Qingye. What was wrong with this fellow today? He was constantly aiding Yunsang. Was it intentional or inadvertent? If it were unintentional, it was even more infuriating. Noticing the intimidating look in Ye Jinghan's eyes, He Qingye hurriedly poured him a drink, forcing a smile. All right. Let us consider it my mistake. Let us eat. Across from her, Suboya gazed at the night sky for a long while before suddenly speaking, but Tong Ning. Do you not think that the child Jinghan has brought is increasingly resembling both you and Jinghan? If one were unaware, they might assume this child was born of the two of you. Ye Jinghan cast a cold glance at Suboya, retorting, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Suboya scoffed softly, I merely speak the truth. Tong Ning gently reached out to caress the hair of Yekong, who stood a step away from her. I too believe that this is perhaps a fate predestined by the heavens. I have vowed countless times in my heart that I shall nurture this child to become as exceptional as Jinghan, so as not to squander the kindness he has shown me. Though her words conveyed one sentiment, her heart whispered another. Yekong, dear Yekong. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Today, it is impossible for you to return alive. Chapter 82, The Arrival of Night Sky After Dinner. Tong Ning signaled to the nanny she had brought along. The nanny, understanding the cue, approached and inquired, Miss Tong, during my stroll earlier, I came across a breathtaking sea of flowers. Shall I take Miss Yun and the young master to explore it? Tong Ning pressed her lips together, her expression softening. Yes. Go ahead. The nanny then took Night Sky's hand, saying, Miss Yun, young master, let us proceed. Yet, Yunsang felt an inexplicable sense of apprehension. She couldn't shake the feeling that Tong Ning's demeanor today seemed somewhat off. Noticing Yunsang's hesitation, Tong Ning asked, Is something the matter, Sang? Yunsang averted her gaze, looking instead at Ye Jinghan. May I choose not to go? Tong Ning smiled gently, Sang, worry not. I won't follow you. There is no need to refuse Night Sky simply because you dislike me. Ye Jinghan, still seething from earlier, retorted with displeasure. What right do you have to be so picky? Do as you are told. Yunsang, resigned to the reality that Ye Jinghan would only heed Tong Ning's words, felt a sense of humiliation wash over her. With a sigh, she turned and followed along. As the trio ventured further, they soon encountered the promised expanse of flowers. Yunsang led Night Sky into the blossoms, inhaling the sweet fragrance. She knelt down, addressing Night Sky with tenderness, Night Sky, isn't it fragrant? The little one, in her innocent delight, plucked a flower and placed it in Yunsang's hand. Yunsang's face lit up with joy. Is this for me? She tucked the flower behind her ear and asked, Do I look lovely? Night Sky blinked her small eyes, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Yunsang pinched the tip of his nose, just as she was about to speak when she heard the sound of rustling footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw two masked figures rushing towards their location. Yunsang swiftly picked up Yekong and fled, calling out for help. However, they were far too removed from the place where Ye Jinghan and the others rested, and her cries for assistance could not reach them. Beside her, the nanny lifted her foot and tripped Yunsang. Even as she fell to the ground, Yunsang cradled Yekong protectively in her arms. The two approaching figures swiftly subdued Yunsang. One covered her mouth while the other seized Yekong. Noticing that the assailants did not harm the nanny, Yunsang realized she had fallen into a trap. She wanted to speak, but the nanny interjected, Miss Yun, please do not blame me. I acted under Miss Tong's orders, compelled to lead you here. She entrusted me with a message for you. The fate of Yekong rests entirely upon your shoulders, and you must carry this truth in your heart for all your days. After delivering her message, the nanny cast a glance at Yekong, shook her head, and fled. Yunsang was left in a state of shock. What did the nanny mean by Ye Kong's fate? What were they planning to do to Ye Kong? As her heart raced with panic, she saw the man holding Ye Kong hastening towards the lake at the foot of a nearby mountain. Yunsang struggled with all her might to break free. But she was no match for the strength of the man behind her. She watched helplessly as he unhesitatingly threw Ye Kong into the water. In a state of utter confusion and despair, Yunsang cried out, "No, please, he is just a child. Ye Jinghan, where are you? I implore you to come swiftly and save Ye Kong, Ye Jinghan." Yet her desperate cries remained unheard by him. Ye Jinghan had always been this way. In her moments of dire need, he was perpetually absent from her side. In fact, every torment she endured bore the mark of his influence. She could only watch helplessly as Ye Kong struggled a few times before sinking to the lake's depths. Throughout this ordeal, that unfortunate child was unable to utter even the faintest cry for help. After an agonizing 2 minutes, when Ye Kong failed to resurface, the person who had bound Yunsang finally pushed her away, her face streaked with tears. The two assailants fled, and Yunsang, driven by an unwavering resolve, sprinted towards the lake's edge. Without hesitation, she plunged into the water. However, as the liquid enveloped her body, the terror of drowning, a phobia instilled in her during her torment in prison, swept over her. Upon catching sight of Ye Kong's figure, she desperately thrashed in the water, finally managing to grasp his wrist. She longed to struggle back to the surface, yet her limbs felt paralyzed and unresponsive. In that fleeting moment when water surged into her nostrils, a sorrowful thought crossed her mind: was this the end of her life? Chapter 83, I'm sorry. I did my best. Her eyes gradually closed. Thud. Thud. Two figures leapt into the water. Ye Jinghan witnessed Yunsang tightly gripping the child's wrist. Her eyes shut, as they sank beneath the surface together. In that instant, his heart plummeted into despair. He swiftly swam over and grasped Yunsang's outstretched hand. Meanwhile, Ye Jinghan swam towards Ye Kong, enveloping him in his embrace. The two turned simultaneously and made their way back to the shore. Sang. Ye Kong. How could this happen? How could it be? Tong Ming's anguished cries echoed through the valley. Ye Jinghan performed artificial respiration on Ye Kong. Ye Jinghan patted Yunsang's face, but upon seeing her unresponsive, he hurriedly began resuscitating her as well. Tong Ming, across from them, continued to wail in despair. Yang Wenqing was also visibly anxious, his hands clasped tightly together. After what felt like an eternity, Yunsang finally coughed, expelling a few mouthfuls of water. She slowly opened her eyes, the noise around her overwhelming. She realized she was alive, lying on the ground, and turned her gaze towards Ye Jinghan, who was still attempting to revive Ye Kong. At that moment, Ye Jinghan also turned, kneeling beside Ye Kong, his heart heavy with worry. The small child remained unresponsive. Ye Jinghan, unwilling to give up, persisted for 5 or 6 minutes before finally bowing his head and slowly retracting his hands. Seeing him halt, Tong Ming lunged forward, grasping Ye Jinghan's wrist. "Dr. He, Ye Kong hasn't he awakened? Please, save him, he can still be saved." Ye Jinghan, filled with guilt, met Ye Jinghan's gaze. Ye Jinghan collapsed onto the ground, his eyes devoid of life. His child was gone. Tong Ming knelt before Ye Jinghan, weeping inconsolably. Her heart-wrenching cries echoing, "Dr. He, I implore you, save him, he is only 2 years old, just 2 years old. I am deeply sorry, Miss Tong, I have done all I could." Tong Ming shook her head, bowing to Ye Jinghan, her forehead striking the ground with a heavy thud, instantly bruising. Su Boy grasped her, shouting, "Tong Ming, please calm down, Dr. He is doing his utmost." Tong Ming bent down, clutching Ye Kong tightly in her arms, sobbing uncontrollably, "No. It cannot be, Ye Kong." Yunsang, with tear-filled eyes, gazed at the child who had just moments ago presented her with flowers, now lifeless and devoid of vitality. She loathed her own helplessness, resenting her inability to protect him. Silent tears flowed profusely from her eyes. Never had she felt such deep-seated hatred for Tong Ming as she did at this moment. She wished to eliminate Tong Ming. With great effort, she lifted her body, crawling step by step towards her, intent on snatching Ye Kong from Tong Ming's embrace. "Release him, Tong Ming, remove your filthy hands from him, you murderer." Tong Ming, consumed by madness, pushed Yunsang away, roaring in fury. Why must you destroy those I love? I merely wished to quietly raise Ye Kong to adulthood. Why did you have to kill him? Do you not understand he is? Yunsang, Yunsang. Tong Ning tightly embraced the night sky. Wailing to the heavens, how can I ever forgive you this time? He is but a child, Yunsang. Su Boya, equally infuriated, scolded, Yunsang. Do you possess any humanity at all? Are you truly so cruel as to hold it against me that I mentioned this child bears a resemblance to Ye Jinghan and Tong Ning? How can you be so heartless as to spare not even a 2-year-old, who cannot even articulate a word? Yunsang, deaf to Su Boya's words, was consumed by a singular thought: she must extinguish Tong Ning, this murderer. She could no longer allow Tong Ning to harm others. She reached out to seize Tong Ning, only to be caught by Ye Jinghan, who gripped her collar with a fierce expression and delivered a resounding slap. The force of that blow left Yunsang's left eardrum ringing. Chapter 84, He does not believe me. Yunsang collapsed onto the ground. Her forehead pressed against the earth, weeping inconsolably. She felt so wronged, truly so wronged. Yet, at this moment, she would rather perish from injustice than lose the night sky. Why did Tong Ning have to use that child as a bargaining chip? It was a precious life. Her heart brimmed with hatred for Tong Ning. And even more for the indiscriminate Ye Jinghan. Su Boya stood nearby, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Yunsang, spare us your feigned sorrow. The life of Ye Kong has been lost. Who are you crying for? He Jingyi raised his gaze, displeasure evident as he directed it at Su Boya. Miss Su, would you kindly refrain from speaking? A small life had been extinguished, and everyone was engulfed in grief, yet Su Boya still found the audacity to stoke the flames. He Jingyi, why do you defend this woman? She just accused Tong Ning of being a murderer. We all witnessed it. Did Tong Ning leave at any point? Are you unaware? These words rendered He Jingyi speechless. He was uncertain of the truth of the matter. Yet, deep within, he could not bring himself to believe that Yunsang would harm the child. Seeing that He Jingyi did not retort, Su Boya continued, moreover, who here does not know that Yunsang is an exceptional swimmer? If she possessed even a modicum of compassion, she could have saved the child. If she wishes to perish, why drag an innocent life down with her? Despair enveloped Yunsang. Yes, who did not know she was an accomplished swimmer? Yet, she had failed to rescue that child from the water. Even if she declared to the world that she was not to blame, who would believe her? Ye Jinghan rose, a visage marred by sorrow, and approached Tong Ning, gently taking the child Yekong from her embrace. With a heavy heart, he turned to depart. Observing this, Tong Ning followed, tears streaming down her face. Su Boya scoffed, pointing at the prostrate Yunsang, and rebuked her vehemently. Wretched woman, mark my words, Jinghan shall not forgive you this time. As the group departed, He Jingye remained squatting by the side of recent rescue, gazing at the weeping Yunsang in the distance. After a prolonged silence, he approached her and queried softly, Junior sister, I must ask you, was it you? Though her voice trembled, Yunsang raised her head defiantly. It was not me, truly. It was not. Her face was etched with grief. I cherished Yekong, senior brother, I truly loved that child, yet they held me down, and I could not break free. They? He Jingye knelt closer, his tone growing serious. Who are they? 2 masked men appeared, she recounted, one restrained me while the other seized Yekong. I was powerless to intervene, merely a spectator as they cast the child into the water. He Jingye turned, his gaze fixed upon the lake nearby. Silence enveloping him. If Yunsang spoke the truth, then this was murder. He whispered, when did the two depart? When Yekong ceased to struggle in the water. Then why were you also in the water? Are you not capable of swimming? Why did you not rescue Yekong? Did you wish for death? Yunsang shook her head, grief etched upon her features. I fear water. How could it be? He Jingye gazed intently. Were you not always fond of swimming? In the prison, they submerged me in water, rendering me unconscious countless times before reviving me. Thus upon plunging into the water, my limbs became rigid, unable to move. Senior brother, I truly exerted my utmost effort, yet I could not save him. Her forehead pressed against the ground, waves of sorrow, anguish, resentment, and despair surged within her. Just now, why did you not convey this to Jinghan? This was what pained Yunsang the most. She was acutely aware of Tong Ning's true nature, yet no matter how desperately she cried out or pleaded, Ye Jinghan, he simply would not believe me. He has never believed me, he does not believe me. Chapter 85, eyes full of hatred, He Jingye furrowed his brow. I am Jinghan's closest friend. Do you truly believe that I would stand by your side and trust you? Yunsang shook her head. Whether you choose to believe or not is your concern. You asked a question, and I provided an answer. I have not lied, that is all. Ye Jinghan fell silent. After a moment, he spoke. Yunsang. You must understand that in this matter, you lack witnesses and evidence, making it exceedingly difficult to absolve yourself of responsibility. Jinghan. I fear he will not let this go easily. Yunsang's expression turned bitter. She understood that since the maid was in collusion with Tong Ning, she would not come forward to testify on her behalf. But it mattered little. In Ye Jinghan's heart, she had already incurred the debt of many lives. Ye Jinghan's gaze sharpened, interrupting Yunsang. You mentioned the maid and Tong Ning? Yunsang clenched her fists, resolutely declaring, the maid said it was Tong Ning who instructed her to act this way. Tong Ning wants me to remember clearly that it was I who caused the death of Ye Kong. Ye Jinghan suddenly rose to his feet, his mind in disarray. From Jinghan's accounts, Tong Ning was gentle, mild-mannered, and kind-hearted. Yet, why did Yunsang portray a completely different version of Tong Ning? He needed to regain his composure. Some matters should not be hastily concluded. He spoke softly. Jinghan and the others have gone far, we should hasten our steps. Yunsang braced herself against the ground, unsteadily rising to her feet, following the distant figures that gradually faded away. Ye Jinghan gazed at Yunsang's retreating silhouette, with a life hanging in the balance. It seemed that hope for Jinghan and Yunsang was all but lost. After passing through the sea of flowers, Yunsang paused for a few moments. Shortly thereafter, she approached, picked up a broken little yellow flower, gently cradling it in her palm, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Night Sky, are you still here? I am so sorry. Auntie, truly. I am sorry. I failed to protect you, and you are so very small. Just now, how frightened you must have been. She carefully placed the flower into her pocket and walked forward as if she were a lost soul. Ye Jinghan glanced at the sea of flowers before turning to follow her. However, after only a few steps, he suddenly halted, returning to the floral expanse. There lay a patch of flowers, all crushed, as if trampled by a heavy weight. Observing the shape, he took out his phone, activated the recording mode, and captured a circle of the surrounding flowers before he caught up with Yunsang's pace. Little junior sister, did you have a conflict with those two? Yunsang shook her head in guilt. Their strength was overwhelming, I was merely pressed to the ground. Ye Jinghan's gaze intensified. Indeed. The impressions left in the flower field resembled the marks left by a person lying atop it. Yunsang was not lying. Could it be truly Tong Ning? But Tong Ning had always treated Night Sky with kindness, hadn't she? When the two returned to the car, Ye Jinghan was already seated inside, cradling Night Sky in his arms. Tong Ning sat beside him, her voice hoarse from weeping. Ye Jinghan intended to mention his recent discovery to Ye Jinghan, but upon seeing the fragile Night Sky in his embrace, he ultimately refrained. At this moment, Jinghan must be experiencing profound anguish. It is not the appropriate time to discuss such matters. Moreover, this issue cannot be addressed in the presence of Tong Ning. Upon returning to the night garden, the servants forcibly escorted Yunsang away, confining her in the basement. She could scarcely recall how many times she had been imprisoned in this place. Surprisingly, fear had begun to elude her. At this moment, she truly longed to bid farewell to that unfortunate child. Under the night sky, she nestled in a corner, resting her head against the wall, eyes closed, her heart heavy with sorrow. Time slipped away, and before she knew it, the sound of the door creaking open echoed from outside. The lights flickered on, revealing several men who began to set up instruments of torture in the corner. Witnessing this scene, Yunsang's fear surged anew. The men advanced toward her, forcibly binding her hands to the torture rack. Outside, the proud and icy figure of Ye Jinghan entered. His gaze upon her was reminiscent of an age-old adversary, brimming with enmity. Chapter 86, It was not me everyone, leave. Ye Jinghan's voice was as frigid as winter's ice, piercing and heart-wrenching. One by one, the bodyguards departed, the door closing behind them. Ye Jinghan's gaze bore into Yunsang, his eyes brimming with animosity. Speak, why did you wish to take his life? Yunsang was acutely aware of the impending confrontation she faced. She understood that retreat was not an option, she was bound to endure. Yet, she could not succumb to silence. Ye Jinghan, I shall explain only once. Whether you choose to believe me or not, I did not harm Ye Kong. It was Tong Ning, in collusion with the nanny, who orchestrated this treachery against me. They Before Yunsang could finish her sentence, Ye Jinghan abruptly interrupted her. Unwilling to hear her defense. Everyone has witnessed how Tong Ming cares for the child. Do you truly believe that anyone, aside from yourself, would fall for your deceit? Yunsang's restrained hands tightened into fists as she gazed at Ye Jinghan, resolutely asserting, it was not me. Ye Jinghan's heart ached with unbearable torment as he stared at her. How could this woman have transformed into such a venomous creature? In a fit of rage, he seized the whip, raising it high, yet his hand trembled uncontrollably. After a brief moment, he forcefully cast the whip to the ground and stepped forward, grasping Yunsang by the collar, nearly in despair. Do you have any humanity left? Are you even aware that the child cherishes you? How could you inflict such harm? Yunsang, tell me, how can your heart be so cruel? Why must you make me regret not having ended your life sooner? Yunsang's heart ached profoundly, to the extent that her entire mind felt almost numb. Yet, her lips continued to whisper those three words, not me. At the entrance, Yang Wenqing knocked and entered. Upon seeing Yunsang in such a state, a chill ran down his spine. He hurriedly approached and leaned close to Ye Jinghan, murmuring, Second Master. He Xiao has arrived and insists on speaking with you privately. Ye Jinghan's gaze remained fixed on Yunsang as he replied in a low, somber tone. I will not meet with anyone right now. Yang Wenqing leaned closer, whispering in his ear, He Xiao mentioned there are some unresolved matters regarding the young master's death. Ye Jinghan lifted his eyes to meet his. Once Yang Wenqing finished speaking, he took a step back, allowing Ye Jinghan to make his own decision. After a moment of hesitation, Ye Jinghan turned and walked outside. Yang Wenqing quickly moved in front of Yunsang, softly inquiring, Miss Yun, are you all right? He spoke close to her left ear, but Yunsang heard not a single sound. Her lips continued to move slowly, uttering those three words, not me. Yang Wenqing, unable to decipher her words, leaned in closer, only to be met with Ye Jinghan's cold reprimand from the doorway, get out here now. He could only retreat hastily, exiting the basement and closing the door behind him. Ye Jinghan's voice was icy as he commanded, no one is to approach her here. Yang Wenqing hesitated, Second Master, in the event that Miss Yun. No please. Ye Jinghan's voice was harsh and resolute as he strode away. Upon returning to the study, He Qingye, who had been waiting, approached him. Jinghan, I understand that you are in deep sorrow. But there is something I must convey to you. The demise of the night sky may indeed be unrelated to Yunsang, she. Chapter 87, In this lifetime. I shall never forgive her silence, Ye Jinghan interrupted He Qingye's words. He cast a cold gaze at He Qingye, stating, you claim to be indifferent towards her. Yet you constantly consider her. Are you so fearful that I might overlook your sentiments for her? Hearing this, He Qingye felt a surge of anger. Ye Jinghan. He Qingye, Ye Jinghan retorted sharply, calling out his name with equal intensity. If you have come merely to speak in favor of that woman, then I must inform you that you are unwelcome today, you may leave. With that, he turned to exit. However, He Qingye stepped forward to block his path. Ye Jinghan. Have you truly lost your mind? What if you are unjustly accusing Yunsang? Just because she can swim, yet turned a blind eye to my son in peril. I shall never forgive her in this lifetime. She claims she was tormented in prison, which instilled in her a fear of water, she. Ye Jinghan interrupted He Qingye, his voice icy. It is astonishing that you, a doctor, would believe such an excuse. That woman is a master of deceit, weaving lies of all kinds. What she fails to realize is that I have long since dispatched someone to investigate the prison. Over the past 2 years. Not only has she not suffered, but she has also exploited her body to secure her own peace. Do you wish for me to present witness testimonies to you? He Qingye fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Ye Jinghan's gaze remained fixed upon He Qingye's face. If you harbor no lingering thoughts for that woman, it would be for the best. However, should there be even a fraction of affection in your heart for her, I implore you to withdraw it. For I shall not let her escape unscathed. Ye Jinghan turned around, his back to Ye Qingye, and said sternly, Yang Wenqing, see our guest out. At the entrance, Yang Wenqing stepped in, casting a helpless glance at He Qingye. He Qingye's expression darkened. You really cannot distinguish right from wrong, you infuriate me. Fine. I shall leave you be. I am eager to see who will suffer more in this torment, her or you. With that, He Qingye turned and walked away. After pondering for a moment, Yang Wenqing hurriedly followed him out. Ye Jinghan felt an overwhelming sense of grief and indignation with no outlet for his emotions. He approached his desk and sat down, fixating on the Rubik's Cube that had been there since last night, his gaze unblinking. Night Sky, do not worry. Your father will ensnare her for a lifetime, ensuring she never finds peace. Upon exiting Ye Garden, Ye Jinghan got into his car. Yang Wenqing stepped forward and caught hold of the door. Young Master He, pardon my intrusion, but may I have a word with you? Ye Jinghan exhaled deeply, calming the fury within him, and looked at Yang Wenqing. Speak. Young Master He, the second master is lost in his grief from the loss of his son. The words he spoke to you were merely in the heat of the moment, please do not take them to heart. Ye Jinghan placed his hands on his hips, but... Yang, what do you think I am after? I see that brat infatuated with Yunsang to the point of obsession. I fear he may truly regret tormenting her due to a misunderstanding, which is why I came to advise him. Yet it turns out I was the one in the wrong? Yang Wenqing sighed helplessly. The second master is indeed blinded by his own emotions. Young Master He, you must not stoop to his level. Do temper your anger and assist him with Miss Yun. In such circumstances, how can I possibly offer help? Once again, he is surely going to suspect that I am involved with the junior sister. If that happens, I fear her demise will be hastened. However, if you choose to remain indifferent, Miss Yun may not survive either. Upon hearing this, Ye Jinghan furrowed his brow. What has he done now? Miss Yun is bound in the basement. If this continues, it may lead to a fatal outcome. This scoundrel. Ye Jinghan's heart blazed with anger as he prepared to return to the night garden. Yet, Yang Wenqing restrained him. Young Master He, I implore you to remain calm. Your current approach will truly do Miss Yun no favors. Ye Jinghan, feeling vexed, retorted, then how do you suggest I assist her? You just mentioned that this matter might not involve Miss Yun. Have there been any discoveries? Chapter 88, The Departure of Yunsang. Ye Jinghan furrowed his brow and remarked. There is indeed something, but there is no evidence. Given the current madness of Ye Jinghan, even if I were to inform him, he likely would not believe it. Yang Wenqing replied resolutely, as long as we uncover evidence that proves Miss Yun's innocence and purity, the second master will surely spare her. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Jinghan addressed Yang Wenqing. Steward Yang, I need you to assist me with a task. Young Master He, simply give the order. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall not hesitate to face any peril, Yang Wenqing affirmed. Please discreetly apprehend the nanny who followed Yunsang yesterday and bring her to my residence. Do not alert anyone in Ye Garden, especially not Tong Ning. Understood. Thank you. Young Master He. Ye Jinghan was uncertain how far he could assist, but for the sake of his friend, he was determined to try. In the study, Ye Jinghan's tumultuous emotions had yet to settle when a knock resonated at the door. He did not respond. After a few moments, the door was pushed open unceremoniously by the visitor. Ye Jinghan cast a cold, piercing gaze, only to find it was a weary-looking Tong Ning. Her eyes were red, and her complexion pale. Jinghan, are you well? Ye Jinghan stared at her and replied coolly, do you have business with me? Tong Ning bit her lip, her voice trembling, I have come to bid you farewell. Ye Jinghan furrowed his brow, farewell? Tong Ning lowered her gaze as large tears fell from her eyes. I can no longer endure this. Tong Ning knelt before her desk, lamenting, as soon as I entered the room, I was surrounded by the night sky. I cared for him for 2 years, I loved him so dearly. She shook her head, her face obscured by her hands as tears streamed down her cheeks. Since returning from his funeral yesterday, I have been unable to forgive myself. I do not understand why I placed my trust in Sang Sang and entrusted the night sky to her care. Ye Jinghan closed his eyes, sorrow etched upon his features, murmuring, it is my fault. No, Jinghan, I know it is not you, it is Sang Sang. I despise her. For the first time in my life, I harbor such hatred for someone, yet that person is my own cousin. I can no longer coexist peacefully under the same roof with her. I wish to not forgive her. Consider me heartless, I must leave this place. Ye Jinghan opened his eyes, determination gleaming within them. You need not depart. It is Yunsang who must go. Tong Ning lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes searching his. You want her to leave? But where can she possibly go? She must atone for her sins. No sooner had Ye Jinghan spoken than a knock echoed at the door. Second master, I have returned. It was Yang Wenqing. Ye Jinghan replied in a low voice, come in. Yang Wenqing entered softly, inquiring, second master, do you have any instructions? Send that woman to Luan Club to work as a cleaner. Tong Ning was momentarily taken aback. Jinghan. Ye Jinghan cast a cold glance at Tong Ning. Did you not say you despise her? When dealing with someone you loathe, you should not show mercy. He had once been too indulgent towards Yunsang. He believed he could change her, yet in the end, it turned out to be a mere illusion of his own making. This matter ends here. He would no longer soften his heart towards that woman, never again. Tong Ning lowered his gaze, a visage of sorrow and turmoil, yet within he felt a sense of liberation. The Luan Club is one of the most renowned establishments in the imperial city, primarily serving female clientele. Yunsang, adorned with the title of the city's most exquisite socialite, has offended quite a few in the imperial city. Working as a cleaner in that very club, she would surely be subjected to harsh treatment. Orchestrating the demise of the night sky was indeed the most astute decision she had made in recent years. From here on, she merely had to await her role as the esteemed wife of the Night Lord. After Knight Jinghan spoke, he addressed Steward Yang. Additionally, have Yuncheng resume his duties, allowing Yunsang to witness firsthand how he is tormented by women. I want her to truly experience what it means to be pierced to the core. Chapter 89, I acknowledge it, I killed the night sky. Yang Wenqing's expression was grave. Even after merely listening, he felt a chill run down his spine. How could Miss Yun possibly endure this? Noticing Yang Wenqing's silence, Ye Jinghan coldly questioned, what is it? Yang Wenqing? Have you also been swayed by that woman? Are you choosing to ignore my words? If you are unwilling to perform your duties, then leave at once. Yang Wenqing hurriedly replied with utmost respect, Second Master, please calm your fury, I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. He exited, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, and made his way to the basement. The bodyguards untied the ropes binding Yunsang, who fell limply to the ground. Witnessing this, Yang Wenqing rushed forward to assist her but failed to catch her in time. Realizing that Yunsang seemed to be unconscious, he quickly helped her up, exclaiming, Miss Yun, please wake up. Yunsang slowly opened her eyes, dazed, and murmured, it wasn't me. Yang Wenqing let out a sigh of relief and instructed the bodyguards. Carry Miss Yun outside. He personally drove the vehicle, ensuring Yunsang's safe arrival at the club. During the journey, he contacted He Qingye, who arranged for a female doctor to attend to Yunsang's injuries at the club. He advised Yang Wenqing to remain composed, under these circumstances. At least Ye Jinghan had not condemned Yunsang to death, allowing them some time. Once the doctor had tended to Yunsang's wounds, she departed. Yunsang gradually regained consciousness and looked at Yang Wenqing, inquiring, where am I? After a moment of silence, Yang Wenqing truthfully replied, Miss Yun, this is the Luan Club. Second Master has instructed you to temporarily undertake cleaning duties here. Please bear with it for a few days until Second Master's temper cools. Yunsang quietly murmured to herself, at least I won't have to face him every day. Yang Wenqing had intended to inform Yunsang about Yuncheng, but realizing that if she knew too soon, she would harbor animosity towards Second Master even sooner, he decided against it. He respectfully bowed to Yunsang before taking his leave. Yunsang spent the day nursing her injuries. In the evening, someone entered the room and unceremoniously tossed work clothes at her. Get up. Do you think this is still your golden nest? Change into your work clothes immediately and get to work. Despite her discomfort, Yunsang forced herself to rise and change before stepping outside. Armed with cleaning tools, she was escorted to the designated cleaning area, starting with the corridor. She kept her head down, avoiding eye contact with anyone, and whenever she spotted someone, she would retreat to the wall, turning her back to them. She was not ashamed, rather, she feared that others might tarnish the Yun family's reputation because of her presence. While Yunsang diligently mopped the floor, a sudden, familiar outcry erupted from a nearby private room. Let go of me, you filthy women. Get away. Panic surged within her, prompting her to dash towards the source of the commotion and push open the door slightly. Upon seeing the individuals inside, her mind erupted in chaos. In the room, Yun Chongjing was unexpectedly seized from behind by 2 middle-aged women, who led her towards the adjoining private room. There sat Ye Jinghan, his demeanor cold and stern, reclining in the center of the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, gazing at Yunsang, the wine glass in his hand gently swaying. Are you satisfied with the gift I bestowed upon you? Yunsang collapsed to the ground, her forehead pressed against the floor in profound sorrow. Ye Jinghan, what do you truly wish from me? Do you want me to confess to killing Yi Kong? Very well. I acknowledge it, I am the one who ended Ye Kong's life. You may take me to the police station. I would accept a lifetime in prison or even the death penalty without hesitation. But I implore you, do not treat Ah Chong this way, please. As she spoke, she repeatedly struck her forehead against the ground. Ye Jinghan raised his hand and violently shattered the wine glass on the floor. You admit it? You finally concede. But Yunsang, do you think I would allow you to simply perish? That is out of the question. The pain you endure pales in comparison to what Ye Kong suffered. It is insufficient, far too insufficient. I desire for you to feel greater anguish. Which is why I shall not only spare no mercy for Yun Chong, but I will also ensure that you. Chapter 90, truly unable to endure any longer, he rose and approached Yunsang, grasping her by the collar, compelling her to face him. I want you to witness how your brother is being tormented, he declared, lifting her and thrusting her towards a nearby bodyguard. Take her next door. Please, no. Yunsang fervently shook her head. Ye Jinghan, you cannot do this. If I see him in his current state, he will perish. Her heart-wrenching screams elicited no sympathy from Ye Jinghan. Did you ever consider how innocent he was when you took Night Sky's life? Ye Jinghan turned his back to her, coldly commanding, drag her away. Thus, Yunsang was forcibly removed from the room. Despair painted her features as she gazed at Ye Jinghan's retreating figure, crying out in agony. I will never forgive you, I shall never forgive you, Ye Jinghan. I hate you. Yunsang was thrust into the adjoining room. Ye Jinghan silently activated the television mounted on the wall, revealing the surveillance footage from next door. Upon hearing the door creak open, the women in the room turned. One of them, recognizing Yunsang immediately, scoffed, "Oh, what a surprise, is this not the esteemed young lady of the Yun family?" Yun Chong, glancing toward the entrance, felt a wave of shame wash over him as his gaze met Yunsang's face. His deepest fear was being seen by his family in such a state. In a flurry, Yunsang shed her outer garment and rushed forward, pushing the two elderly women aside to drape the clothing over Yun Chong's shoulders. She dared not look at his face, fearing that he might feel shame and unease because of her. She bent down and tightly embraced Yun Chong, her voice gentle as she said, "Ah Chong, sister is here. I will not allow them to harm you." After uttering these words, she rose and began to untie Yun Chong's ropes. A woman behind her stepped forward, forcefully pulling Yunsang aside and mockingly declared, "I must remind you, Miss Yun, that we have invested money in this, he still belongs to us." Yunsang turned around, spreading her arms to shield Yun Chong, asserting, "I will never permit you to lay a finger on him. This is not for you to decide." Another woman, growing impatient, opened the door and shouted outside, "Where are the security guards? What is the issue with your cleaning staff? Is this the level of service at your establishment?" Security personnel entered, restraining Yunsang and pinning her against the corner. The two women approached Yun Chong once more. In a fit of despair, Yun Chong yelled, "Let Yunsang go, take her away." Yunsang struggled desperately in the corner but could not break free. Helplessly, she watched as Yun Chong endured torment. Yun Chong frantically cried, "Sister, please don't look, I beg you, don't look." Yunsang silently shut her eyes, weeping profusely. After the two women departed, the club security finally released Yunsang. She stood up but collapsed to the floor due to her weakened legs. Crouching on the ground, she gasped a few times before laboriously crawling towards Yun Chong. Supporting herself against the sofa, she stood up and draped her clothing over him, then helped to untie his ropes. Yun Chong closed his eyes, turning his head away, unable to bear the sight of Yunsang's face. He felt an overwhelming shame, wishing for death. Yunsang rose to her feet, attempting to wipe away her tears, yet they flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Through her blurred vision, she helped Yun Chong don his clothes. As she dressed him, she murmured, it's all right, Ah Chong, everything will be fine." Suddenly, she pulled Yun Chong tightly into her embrace. "I'm sorry, Ah Chong, it's all my fault for dragging you down." Yun Chong sat up and wrapped his arms around Yunsang's waist. "Sister, I want to die, I truly want to die." The mere mention of death pierced Yunsang's heart. Yun Chong wept, resting his forehead against her shoulder. "Sister, I know I'm selfish, but I can't continue to struggle like this. I can no longer protect you all, I genuinely, truly cannot hold on any longer. Please let me go, I beg you, I miss mother." Yun Chong seldom cried, yet his sobs now tore at Yunsang's heart. She released him, cradling his face in her hands, gazing intently into his eyes. Ye Jinghan would not spare them. This could not continue, it must not. Yunsang mirrored her gaze. And the siblings held each other's eyes for what felt like an eternity. Yunsang turned. Seizing a bottle of beer from the table and shattering it against the marble coffee table, gripping the shards tightly in her right hand. A smile graced her lips. Yunsang, observing her, also smiled in return. She covered Yunsang's eyes with her left hand, her face streaked with tears, and softly, gently whispered, "Sister will send you off. Rest assured. I will join you soon. In this life, the next, and the one after that, I will always be your sister." Chapter 91, One Day. You will regret it. Yunsang raised his hand to press down on Yunsang's hand, which was covering his eyes, and murmured softly, "All right." Although Yunsang's right hand trembled, it was resolutely lifted. She closed her eyes and aimed for Yunsang's heart. At that moment, the door to the private room was violently kicked open. Ye Jinghan rushed in, kicking Yunsang's hand away. Yunsang winced in pain. Her grip on the shard of the glass bottle loosened. The glass fell to the ground with a crash. Ye Jinghan seized Yunsang and gripped her collar tightly. "Yunsang, you are indeed ruthless, even to your own brother." Yunsang stood up and forcefully pushed Ye Jinghan away. "Don't touch her." Yunsang staggered to her feet and approached Ye Jinghan. Though her voice was weak, it was resolute. "Ye Jinghan, do you know what it means to live and what it means to die?" As Yunsang spoke, tears welled in her eyes, and she declared with indignation. "You and Tong Ning are alive, but Yunsang and I have long been dead. It is you who has killed us." Ye Jinghan paused. His gaze fixed on Yunsang. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. In a fit of rage, Ye Jinghan clutched Yunsang's collar. "So you killed my son? Yunsang, do you think you can exchange the life of my son for the lives of you two siblings? It is impossible. I want you to live. To torment you day by day, to engrave all the sorrow into your very bones." After he finished speaking, he called out towards the door, "Bring them in." Security personnel entered from outside. Ye Jinghan pointed at Yunsang and commanded, "Take him back and secure him. If he attempts to take his own life within your establishment, I shall raze it to the ground." Yunsang lunged at Ye Jinghan with the intention to strike, yet he was swiftly restrained. As he was dragged away, Ye Jinghan grasped the arm of Yunsang, who was about to follow. He pinned her against the wall, his voice stern and unyielding. "I am aware of your desire for death, but do not harbor such illusions. Even if you were to reach the gates of the underworld, I would ensure your return." "Ye Jinghan, one day you will regret this," she retorted. "I shall not," he replied, releasing her and handing her over to the staff. "This woman may be subjected to your torment, but remember, her life must be preserved for me." "Yes, second master," they affirmed. Ye Jinghan cast a cold glance at Yunsang before departing without a backward glance. Yunsang felt as if all her strength had been sapped away. The realization that there was no escape from her despair was far more harrowing than death itself. She was watched as she worked, tidying the corridors and cleaning the restrooms. Once her tasks were completed, she was shoved back into a small room with merely a bed. Seated awkwardly on the edge of the bed, she pondered the fate of Yunsang. She turned to lie down, pressing her right ear against the pillow. Her left ear, having endured a slap from Ye Jinghan the previous day, was rendered deaf to sound, leaving her unaware of anyone entering the room. It was not until she felt a forceful kick to her back that she sat up abruptly and turned around. Upon seeing Suboya, her fists instinctively clenched. Suboya raised her hand and playfully tapped her cheek. "You dare to look at me this way after arriving in such a place? Who gave you the audacity?" With a mischievous grin, she pulled her down from the bed. Yunsang, having endured beatings since yesterday, was still far from recovery and was nearing her limit. She half collapsed on the ground, struggling to rise. Seeing this, Suboya lifted her foot and pressed it down on her back. "Do you know how long I've found you displeasing? I've longed to deal with you, and now, at last, I have my chance. Yunsang, can you guess how I intend to handle you?" After speaking, she removed her foot, crouched down, and grasped her hair, lifting her head to face her. "How about I share a little secret with you?" Chapter 92, It is your child. Suboya lowered her head, leaning close to Yunsang's ear, and mischievously whispered. "The child who drowned yesterday, night sky, is yours." Yunsang almost instinctively pushed Suboya away. Her eyes sparkled with a near-mad fury as she gritted her teeth and declared, "You lie." Suboya raised her hand and slapped Yunsang fiercely, retorting, "You court death. Yet Yunsang remained resolute, insisting, "You are lying." Seeing that her words had ignited Yunsang's anger, Suboya arched an eyebrow, rising to loom over her, and smugly asserted, "I am not lying. The child you bore all those years ago was certainly not stillborn. It was Jinghan who did not want you to exploit the child to entangle him. He wished for his offspring to remain unaware of your existence as their mother, thus concocting such a scheme, seamlessly transforming Night Sky into Tongming's child." "You lie." Yunsang nearly expended all her strength in a frantic roar of despair. Suboya burst into laughter. "Yunsang, you have already begun to believe it, haven't you?" Yunsang felt as though she could scarcely breathe. Suboya relentlessly continued. "If Night Sky were merely an inconsequential child of another, do you think Jinghan would harbor such hatred towards you? Haha, Yunsang, you truly deserve this. Knowing you have killed your own child, what do you feel?" Suddenly, Yunsang summoned all her strength and lunged at Suboya, bringing her crashing to the ground, her hands fiercely constricting around Suboya's throat. "Speak. You are lying, you are lying." Suboya forcefully pried open Yunsang's hand, unleashing a thunderous shout, "Stop comforting yourself. Yunsang. Do you truly think I mentioned that the Night Sky resembles Jinghan and Tongming for no reason? It is precisely because Tongming bears a resemblance to you. That child does not resemble Tongming, she resembles you." In an instant, it felt as though all the strength had been siphoned from Yunsang's body. Suboya shoved her away, rising to deliver 2 powerful kicks, then seized her hair, drawing her close to whisper in her ear, "Ye Jinghan likely refrains from telling you out of compassion, but I shall not be so merciful. A person like you deserves to dwell in a perpetual state of heartache and regret." Observing Yunsang as she seemed to lose her very soul and crumple to the ground, Suboya let out a triumphant laugh. "Ah, what a relief." Tongming was indeed right, piercing a heart is far more gratifying than striking a face. With that, she released Yunsang and strode away, leaving the door to the room shut behind her. Yunsang felt as though she had plunged into her own world. Her mind was consumed with the visage of Ye Jinghan and the gaze he cast upon her. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face, and she curled up tightly, grasping at her own hair in distress. No, she thought, Suboya is lying. She must be doing this to inflict pain upon herself. Indeed, Suboya, with her malicious heart, would be capable of such cruelty. With this realization, she rose to her feet and rushed to the door, tugging at it, only to discover it was locked from the inside. She pounded on the door, shouting in fury, "Let me out, please let me out. I need to see Ye Jinghan. I implore you, bring him to me, I have questions for him." As she spoke, her forehead repeatedly struck against the door. "Please, find Ye Jinghan, I beg you. I beg you." Yet, no matter how fervently she called out, her pleas fell on deaf ears. Exhausted, her voice hoarse, she collapsed onto the ground, her mind teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The following noon, Ye Jinghan's sports car came to a halt at the entrance of Ye Garden. He rapped on the door and hurried into the villa's front yard. Yang Wenqing approached respectfully to greet him. Ye Jinghan, in a state of urgency, inquired, "Where is Jinghan? I possess evidence that can prove Yunsang's innocence." Chapter 93, The Distance Beyond Mountains and Seas. Yang Wenqing, filled with joy, hastily invited him to Ye Jinghan's study. Knocking on the door. "Second Master, He Xiaohe." Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Jinghan had already pushed the door open and entered the study. Ye Jinghan raised his gaze towards him, his eyes fixed. "What brings you here?" Ye Jinghan approached the desk and opened a video on his phone, placing it in front of him. "You should see for yourself." In the video, the nanny of Ye Kong was bound to a chair, her head lowered, her voice choked with emotion. "I inadvertently overheard Miss Tong conversing with the second master, mentioning that young Master Ye Kong is actually Miss Yun's son. Recalling the past grievances inflicted by Miss Yun upon me, I harbored ill intentions. Hey Xiao, at that moment, I truly only intended to have them frighten Miss Yun. I never imagined she would turn a blind eye to such peril. Do you still dare to lie?" Ye Jinghan's voice cut through. "When you came running for help, we rushed back with you, taking at least 5 minutes. Yet, by the time we arrived to rescue them, Ye Kong had already departed, while Yunsang was saved. This can only prove that they did not enter the water at the same time." Ye Jinghan appeared in the frame, gripping the nanny's hair. "Clearly, you controlled Yunsang, preventing her from saving anyone." The nanny's eyes filled with panic, and she ultimately begged for mercy. I. Hey Xiao. Spare me. He Jinghan, consumed by fury, demanded, "Speak. Who exactly instructed you?" "No one has coerced me, Master He. It is my own discontent towards Miss Yun that has led me to wish to utilize young master to have second master expel her. This is my fault." He Jinghan picked up his phone, gazing at the solemn-faced Ye Jinghan. Ye Jinghan clenched his fists, rendered speechless by his anger. He Jinghan continued, "The other day when I sought you out, my intention was to inform you that I discovered this by the lakeside." As he spoke, he opened another video from the album for Ye Jinghan to view. It was from that day when he had captured the scene beside the sea of flowers at Suiwei Lake. "I observed that within the floral thicket by the lake, there were large patches of flowers trampled down, as if someone had lain upon them, leaving signs of struggle. I inquired with Yunsang, and she mentioned that 2 men had appeared and restrained her there, which is why she was unable to rescue the child in time." He Jinghan's words sent Ye Jinghan's heart into a tumultuous knot. Could it be that he had wronged Yunsang? Reflecting on the torment he had inflicted upon her in recent days, Ye Jinghan's fists tightened, burdened with sorrow. He Jinghan leaned against the desk, affirming, "Let me clarify once more, I harbor no feelings for junior sister as you might suspect." Ye Jinghan lifted his gaze, scrutinizing him. He Jinghan added, "The reason I continually intervene in your affairs is that I hope you will not harbor regrets, and that you two may find happiness together." Ye Jinghan's expression grew grave. Was there still a possibility for him and Yunsang to be well? That had long since ceased to be. Even without the matter of Ye Kong, the chasm between them was far greater than mere mountains and seas. After He Jinghan finished speaking, he let out a sigh of relief. "I have done all that I could. Jinghan, how you choose to proceed is entirely your affair, I shall no longer intervene." He raised his wrist to check the time. "I have already sent that nanny to the police station, and I have a surgery to attend to in half an hour. So I must take my leave. Reflect on this matter for yourself." With that, he departed briskly. Ye Jinghan sat at his desk, gazing intently at the Rubik's Cube before him, his heart weighed down by an indescribable heaviness. After what felt like an eternity, he rose and called out towards the door. "Steward Yang, arrange for a car, I need to make a visit to the Luan Club." Yunsang regained consciousness once more, and in her haze, she felt someone tugging at her clothing. As she groggily opened her eyes, she was met with the greasy, aged visage of Su Shan. Upon seeing her awake, Su Shan grinned wickedly. "Ah, how timely your awakening is. Engaging in such matters while I remain the only one alert is rather dull." Chapter 94, Who hurt you so much? Yunsang reached out and pinched her thigh, compelling herself to regain her senses swiftly. She glared at Su Shan, who was about to strike her, and with a hoarse voice, she admonished, "What do you intend to do? Get away from me." Yet Su Shan's slightly plump figure moved ever closer. "Do not feign ignorance with me. Given my current state, what do you think I would desire?" Yunsang pushed him forcefully, exclaiming, "Get away. Someone, help me." Without hesitation, Su Shan slapped Yunsang across the face. "Even if you scream until your throat is raw, it will be futile. Do you not realize why I am here? Ye Jinghan has cast you aside, you are now a mere plaything for anyone." Ye Jinghan. Ye Jinghan. The mere mention of those words ignited a fierce determination within Yunsang. She understood that she could not overpower Su Shan in strength. However, Su Shan was not Ye Jinghan, he lacked the same level of vigilance. Yunsang ceased her struggles. Just as Su Shan believed he was on the verge of triumph, she decisively and mercilessly undermined his manhood. Pain surged through him, and Su Shan cried out in despair. "Ah, someone, please, quickly." The bodyguards burst into the room. Su Shan curled up in agony, pleading, "Take me to the hospital." The bodyguards rushed forward to assist him. As they reached the doorway, Su Shan pointed a finger at Yunsang, barking, "Beat her. Strike her until she cannot stand. And go, incapacitate that bastard." The bodyguards advanced, seizing Yunsang and unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks upon her. Yunsang curled into a ball, nearly losing consciousness. It was the security guard at the entrance who recalled Ye Jinghan's words and stepped in to intervene, stating that while a beating might suffice to vent their frustrations, if she were to die, the second master would not spare them. Naturally, the bodyguard dared not oppose Ye Jinghan and reluctantly withdrew, intending to leave for the adjacent room. With trembling hands, Yunsang grasped the leg of the bodyguard's trousers, pleading, "Do not harm." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, He raised his foot and savagely crushed her hand before striding away. Struggling, she found herself unable to rise. She realized that those at the door would not come to her aid. She could only rely on herself, inching her way out of the room with great effort. Using the wall for support, she struggled to pull herself up, only to fall and attempt to rise again. Just as she was about to lurch forward once more, a pair of hands suddenly appeared from behind, tightly encircling her waist, preventing her from falling again. Seeing her disheveled appearance, bruised and battered, Ye Jinghan felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He could hardly fathom what had transpired and simply gripped her shoulders, his voice sharp with concern. "Who did this to you?" Half of Yunsang's face was swollen, her right eye, filled with blood, was so puffed that even when open, it revealed only a narrow slit. Nevertheless, she managed to glimpse the blurred visage of Ye Jinghan. There was no time to question him about the child. She could only implore him with her injured hand, tugging at his sleeve. "Please, save Yunsang, I beg you." "Yunsang?" Ye Jinghan's gaze sharpened as he turned back to Yang Wenqing, signaling with a glance. Yang Wenqing immediately strode forward. As Ye Jinghan was about to retreat while cradling Yunsang in his arms, Yang Wenqing opened the door to a nearby room. The moment the door swung open, a heart-wrenching cry of agony from Yunsang echoed within. Yunsang's heart shrank in dismay. With all her strength, she struggled in Ye Jinghan's embrace. Ye Jinghan, in a fit of rage, commanded, "Do not move, I shall take you there." He hastily approached the door to the room while holding Yunsang. At that moment, Yang Wenqing stood at the threshold, transfixed by the scene before him, his fear palpable. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he turned around urgently, exclaiming, "Second master, you must not look." Yet, it was already too late. Yunsang's gaze fell upon the pool of blood beneath Yunsang. A stark reminder that she had arrived too late. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and finally, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 95, You should be the one to die. Yunsang fainted. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in a hospital room. Having regained some strength, she sat up and, ignoring Ye Jinghan, who was seated by her bed, hurried towards the door. Ye Jinghan approached her and grasped her wrist. "Where are you going?" Yunsang shook off his hand and tried to open the door. However, Ye Jinghan pressed her against it. "It's futile to go, it's too late." "Yunsang." Yunsang's voice trembled and was hoarse. "Chong is dead?" They had saved his life after the surgery, but he was no longer a man. He fell silent. Yunsang slid down the door, her back against it, her eyes dim and devoid of spirit. Ye Jinghan crouched beside her, speaking in a low tone. "Clingy has already investigated. The death of Ye Kong was orchestrated by the nanny out of spite towards you, so..." In a moment of rage, Yunsang raised her hand and struck Ye Jinghan across the face. His expression turned cold as he seized her arm. "Yunsang, do not think that Ye Kong's incident is unrelated to you. You have no right to resist. You are still the same Yunsang as before." "You..." Yunsang grasped his collar, leaning closer until their faces were merely centimeters apart, and asked each word deliberately. "Is Ye Kong my child?" Ye Jinghan furrowed his brow, their eyes locking. Upon seeing his expression, Yunsang abruptly released his collar and covered her ears. "Ah! Ah!" she cried out hoarsely, her voice filled with anguish. Ye Jinghan did not anticipate that she would be aware of this matter. Witnessing her current state, he found himself momentarily at a loss. He reminded himself that the situation concerning Ye Kong was a decision he had made, for Yunsang was unworthy of being Ye Kong's mother. It seemed as though she had wept all the breath from her lungs. Though her mouth was agape, no sound emerged for an extended period. Only after inhaling deeply and exhaling did she once again unleash her profound sorrow. In a frenzy, she raised her hand to strike her own face. She loathed herself. For this was her own flesh and blood, and despite Ye Kong having distanced himself from Tong Ning to stand by her side, she still failed to recognize him and protect him. How could she bear to witness her own child depart before her very eyes? She was oblivious to the torment and fear her precious one must have felt at that moment. Her child must have yearned for his mother to embrace him, to rescue him. She felt remorse, she felt hatred. Ye Jinghan seized her hand, questioning her intentions. "What do you hope to accomplish? Do you believe this will change anything?" With all her might, Yunsang lunged at Ye Jinghan, bringing him to the ground. She clutched his neck tightly, shouting in fury. Releasing her pent-up emotions, "Ye Jinghan, you fool! Why don't you die? You should be the one to perish." Give Ye Kong back to me, return him to me. Struggling. She scratched Ye Jinghan's face with her hands. In response, he grasped her wrist and, with a swift motion, pinned her down. Yunsang, silence yourself. Even if you did not directly cause the demise of Night Sky, your actions indirectly led to it, and you lack the right to weep for him. Had you conducted yourself with more virtue, Night Sky would not have been beset by such calamity. Yunsang suddenly froze. Indeed. It was she who had caused Night Sky's death. It was her failure to eliminate that beast, Tong Ning, in due time that allowed him to exploit the situation. She bore guilt. Ye Jinghan rose, seizing her wrist and forcefully propelling her towards the hospital bed. In a stern voice, he commanded. Stay by the bed and do not defy my orders. Furthermore, do not engage in discussions regarding Night Sky, you are unworthy and lack the qualification. Your remaining days are destined for humility. Chapter 96, every word uttered is distasteful. Yunsang fixed her gaze firmly upon Ye Jinghan. Heaven knows how much she longed to see this man before her suffer 1,000 tortures. She could scarcely fathom why, in her past, she had been blind enough to fall for this selfish, arrogant, and utterly foolish man. She endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions, acutely aware of how desperately she wished to depart this world alongside the Night Sky. Yet, she could not. As a mother, she had failed to do anything for her child while they were alive, and she could not allow her child to die in vain. After a prolonged silence, she sat up and declared with unwavering resolve, as a mother, my inability to save my child is a sin. I shall live to atone for it, but Ye Jinghan, you and Tong Ning are the true culprits, neither of you shall find peace. A chill emanated from Ye Jinghan's eyes, his life had long been wrecked by this woman. And he had never known true tranquility. Yunsang exhaled deeply, I want to see a Chong. What is it now? Do you intend to kill him and then take your own life? Do you think I would allow that? Yunsang looked at him. Her voice hoarse but imbued with a simmering hatred, the murderer still walk free, why should I choose death? Ye Jinghan grasped her neck tightly, do you dare to speak so defiantly to me? Yunsang's eyes burned with hatred as she gazed back, you are mistaken. Even uttering a single additional word to someone like you is repugnant to me. I only wish to see my brother. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Secretary Hao Ziyu entered and whispered into Ye Jinghan's ear, Second Master, we have gathered information. Ye Jinghan spoke in a chilling tone, take this woman to Yun Chang's hospital room and have Yang Wenqing keep watch over them. If any of them dies, I shall hold Yang Wenqing accountable. Yes, replied Hao Ziyu, instructing the bodyguards to escort Yunsang out of the ward. After Yunsang departed, Ye Jinghan's expression darkened ominously as he commanded, speak. Hao Ziyu reported the truth, revealing what Su Boya and Su Shan had done to Yunsang. Ye Jinghan's countenance turned as grim as ancient ice. Su Shan. That old wretch dares to lay a hand on my woman, he is courting death. He glared at Hao Ziyu, his voice laced with menace. Submit Su Shan's prior criminal records to the police without reservation. Inform the lawyer that he must not leave prison alive for the remainder of his days. Yes. Moreover, Ye Jinghan caressed his fingers thoughtfully, his gaze shifting slightly. Su Shan's company must be driven to bankruptcy within a week. Pass the order down, no one is to assist Su Shan's family, under any pretext, including his wife and daughter. Anyone who dares to defy this will be opposing me, and I shall show no mercy. That scoundrel Su Boya must not have a favorable outcome either. Yunsang was brought to the threshold of Yun Chang's hospital room. She lingered at the door for a considerable time before summoning the courage to push it open. Yang Wenqing, who had been keeping vigil, rose and bowed slightly to Yunsang. Miss Yun. Yunsang remained silent, walking to the bedside and sitting on the edge. Yun Chong, still unconscious after surgery, lay pale and asleep. Gently, Yunsang caressed his sleeping face and slowly leaned down, resting her forehead against the back of his hand. It is her fault. She now harbors regrets, what significance does her innocence hold? In the eyes of Ye Jinghan, she has long been regarded as a woman of loose morals. Why should she continue to resist? Had she not opposed him and willingly surrendered to Su Shan, perhaps Yun Chong would not have endured such a dreadful calamity. Ultimately, it is she, the harbinger of misfortune, who has utterly destroyed the Yun family. After a considerable duration, nearly half an hour had passed. And noticing Yunsang's body trembling slightly, Yang Wenqing inquired with concern, Miss Yun, are you all right? If you wish, I can ask the nurse to prepare an extra bed for you, so you may rest for a while. Yunsang slowly lifted her gaze towards Yang Wenqing and said, Uncle Yang, may I ask you for another favor? Chapter 97, etched deeply in my heart. Yang Wenqing promptly responded, Miss Yun, please feel free to give your instructions. I shall assist you in any way I can. She continued, do you still have the photograph of me alongside the night sky? Could you select one where the sky is particularly clear and provide it to me? Yang Wenqing nodded, certainly, I will have someone retrieve it for you. Additionally, could you help me collect my clothes from the club? The outfit I wore on the day of the outing is still tucked beneath the cabinet in the room where I stayed. Very well, is there anything else? Yunsang shook her head. Yang Wenqing nodded and arranged for the tasks to be completed. Yuncheng gradually awoke from his slumber in the evening. Yunsang had wept excessively over the past few days, and the aftermath of the assault had left her eyes swollen, rendering her vision somewhat blurred. Yet, upon hearing Yang Wenqing announce Yuncheng's awakening, Yunsang made an effort to widen her eyes and focus her gaze on his face. Although her vision was clouded, she could discern Yuncheng's gaze resting upon her. Her hand gently caressed Yuncheng's face, rendering her momentarily speechless. Noticing the movement of his lips, she leaned in closer to listen intently. What happened to your face? Did he hurt you? Yunsang shook her head, I am fine. Yuncheng closed his eyes, murmuring, I'm sorry, I could not protect you, it is my failure. Upon hearing those words, Yunsang fought back the tears welling in her eyes. Ah Cheng. It is my fault, I am the one who has wronged you, she said, bending forward to rest her forehead against his shoulder. Sushan's reckless behavior towards me stemmed from my refusal to yield to him. It was his desire for vengeance against me that led to your suffering, Ah Cheng. I am the one who has wronged you. Yuncheng raised his hand, gently caressing Yunsang's nape. Sister, you have acted admirably, as a member of the Yun family. You must not allow such a villain to take advantage of you. I do not blame you, but please, do not look down upon the current state of my being. If you would. Yunsang raised her gaze to Yuncheng, resolutely shaking her head. Do not speak like that, Ah Cheng. In my eyes, you will always be the best brother, that will never change. Yuncheng lifted his hand to wipe away her tears. Do not cry. Your face is already marked by sorrow, and further tears will not enhance your beauty. Yunsang bent down and tightly embraced Yuncheng, filled with resentment towards fate. Why must the virtuous endure suffering while the wicked prosper? Yuncheng enveloped Yunsang in his arms, as waves of despair surged within him. His current state would only burden his sister and father. He could no longer linger in this existence, becoming a weight upon the lives of others. Without him, perhaps his sister could escape this place. He gently stroked Yunsang's back, his voice feeble. Sister, your condition is far from favorable, you should return to rest. Yunsang sat up and shook her head. I wish to stay here with you. I am fine, seeing you here makes my heart ache even more. You must return to rest well, so that I may also find peace. Yunsang gazed deeply into Yuncheng's eyes, fully aware of the depths of his sorrow. If I do not take my leave, Yuncheng will undoubtedly strive to consider my emotions. After a considerable time, she supported herself on the edge of the bed and stood up. Very well, rest well. I shall return to see you first thing tomorrow morning. Yuncheng nodded and smiled at her. Yunsang gently caressed his face before turning to leave. As if struck by a thought, Yuncheng called out, Sister. Yunsang turned back, gazing at him. He struggled to muster a faint smile, saying, In this life, I have been blessed with kind parents and a loving sister. I am truly fortunate. Therefore, do not feel guilty on my account. The more guilt you harbor, the more it pains me. Yunsang's eyes brimmed with emotion as she nodded in agreement. Yes. And sister, you are wonderful, it is he who does not deserve you. You have shown courage and love, you have done nothing wrong. The fault lies with him. Do not blame yourself, take care of yourself, so I may find solace. She sniffled and, choking back tears, said, All right. Sister, your brother loves you. Yunsang labored to lift her smile, replying, Sister loves you too. Yuncheng etched the image of Yunsang in this moment deeply into his heart, resolved that in his next life, he would seek her out again. To be her brother once more. Good night, sister. Chapter 98, Our packed Yunsang was escorted back to her hospital room. She felt utterly restless, sitting motionless on the bed while gazing out the window. After a brief moment, a knock resonated at the door, and Yang Wenqing entered. He handed Yunsang a bag containing her clothes and a photograph. As she extracted the picture, she beheld a moment frozen in time, herself cradling Yekong. Pointing towards the camera held by butler Yang, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Yekong's gaze was directed towards the lens, though his expression was neutral. The distinct features of her child were unmistakably handsome. Clutching the photograph to her heart, Yunsang was suddenly overwhelmed with grief, weeping uncontrollably. Startled by her reaction, butler Yang approached her and inquired, "Miss Yun, what troubles you?" Yunsang merely shook her head, speechless, her tears flowing incessantly. After a considerable time, once she had regained her composure, she turned her gaze to Yang Wenqing and asked, "Yekong, will he ever speak again?" Yang Wenqing, unaware that Yunsang had already uncovered the truth, sensed that something was amiss with her demeanor. Yet, he chose not to conceal the facts. He explained that the young master had learned to call Mama and Papa before he had even taken his first steps, but after a few days, he had suddenly fallen silent, uttering not a single word thereafter. Yunsang understood, it was undoubtedly Tong Ning, his abuse must have frightened Yekong into silence. Yet, the foolish Ye Jinghan still regarded Tong Ning as a good mother, cherishing that malevolent woman in his palm, allowing her to leave behind fear and scars in Yekong's fleeting life. She clutched the photograph tightly. Tong Ning was beyond redemption. Yet, Ye Jinghan was equally unforgivable. Slowly, she opened the bag and retrieved the tattered clothes, stained with blood from the beatings endured in the basement. She reached into the pocket and pulled out a wilted flower, shedding petals. Her fingers gently caressed the stem, the very spot where Ye Kong had once touched. This was her treasure. A flower plucked and gifted to her by Ye Kong. She sniffed back her tears, holding the flower and photograph tightly in her palm. Silently lying down with her back turned to the door, she closed her eyes, embracing Ye Kong, her heart heavy with sorrow. "Mother." Yunsang slightly opened her eyes and discovered a chubby little boy standing before her. He bore a striking resemblance to Ye Kong, though he appeared to be 2 or 3 years older. She quickly sat up and embraced the child tightly, realizing that this was likely a dream. She dared not let go, fearing that if she did, the dream would shatter. "Ye Kong, I'm sorry, Mother couldn't protect you well. Mother loves you." Ye Kong gently patted her back with his small hand, saying, "Mother, please don't cry. In the future, I will still be your child. And you must promise to protect me." Yunsang nodded vigorously, tears cascading like a broken dam. "Night Sky, I promise you. I shall devote my entire life's love to protect you." Night Sky extricated himself from Yunsang's embrace, beaming with a radiant smile. "All right, let us make a pact." The child's form gradually began to dissipate. Yunsang reached out, but grasped nothing but air. The fading silhouette of Night Sky turned, moving towards the indistinct figure of a man not far away. In a state of desperation, Yunsang rushed after him, calling out, Night Sky, take me with you. I will follow you." A pair of hands seized Yunsang's outstretched hand, urgently commanding, "Yunsang, awaken." Chapter 99, Yunchang's suicide. Yunsang abruptly opened her eyes. What met her gaze was not the face of the Night Sky, but rather that of Ye Jinghan. Without a moment's thought, Yunsang raised her hand and struck Ye Jinghan across the face. Instantly, a fierce anger manifested on Ye Jinghan's countenance. "What are you doing?" Yunsang shouted in fury. "Why did you wake me? Do you not understand? I was about to grasp the hand of the Night Sky, I was about to." Ye Jinghan forcefully pressed her hand against the edge of the pillow. "Stop dreaming. The Night Sky is already dead. Even if he were alive, he would not come to your side." Yunsang, struggling, clutched at Ye Jinghan's collar. "Why are you so cruel to me? Why do you deprive me of the right to be with my child? Why, when he is right before my eyes, do you not tell me? On what grounds? On what basis, do you have the right to do this?" Ye Jinghan retorted with sarcasm, "I certainly have the right, for that child was never meant to be yours. He was born for Tong Ning." With her hands bound, Yunsang could only glare at Ye Jinghan with intense hatred. "Shut your mouth. You are unworthy. And Tong Ning is even more so. You two wretched beings are truly a match made in hell." Ye Jinghan raised his hand, poised to strike her. Yet, just as his hand hovered near her cheek, it suddenly halted. Gritting his teeth, he firmly grasped her wrist again. "Yunsang, your filthy demeanor has extinguished my desire to strike you. Listen closely, do not repeatedly drag Tong Ning into this. This is a matter between you and me, and does not concern anyone else. Upon finishing his words, he rose and summoned the bodyguard at the door. Keep a close watch on her. After Ye Jinghan departed, Yunsang lay on the bed, her eyes closed. The wounds within her heart had become irreparable, and thus, she could only allow her hatred to exacerbate the pain. In this lifetime, she harbored no illusions of happiness. Yet, even in the face of death, she vowed to drag those despicable beings down to hell with her. Silently, she swore to herself, Ye Kong, mother will avenge you before we meet again. My precious one, do not be afraid, wait patiently there with your grandmother. Mother will come for you soon. In our next life, I shall protect you and ensure you never suffer even the slightest injustice. In the dead of night, as Ye Jinghan, who was staying at a hotel adjacent to the hospital, had just fallen asleep, his phone suddenly rang. He jolted awake, sitting up to grab his phone. It was a call from Yang Wenqing. With a grave tone, he answered, Speak. Second Master, it's bad news. Yun Chong has attempted suicide and is currently undergoing emergency treatment. Ye Jinghan's expression darkened as he bellowed in anger, What are you all doing? I apologize, Second Master. Ye Jinghan had no desire to hear any apologies. He ended the call, quickly dressed, and rushed downstairs. He sprinted to the hospital, where Yang Wenqing and the bodyguard anxiously awaited at the entrance of the emergency room. Upon encountering Ye Jinghan, the bodyguard immediately stepped forward, bowing his head in apology. I beg your pardon, Second Master. Young Master Yun requested water. And I was asked to assist in pouring it. I never anticipated that, as I turned away. He would use the pen left behind by the doctor to pierce his throat. Ye Jinghan seized the collar of the bodyguard, his voice laced with fury. Did I not instruct you to keep your eyes on him? The bodyguard, engulfed in terror, muttered, I am sorry. Ye Jinghan forcefully pushed the bodyguard aside, exclaiming, Get out. The bodyguard hurriedly exited. Yang Wenqing stood to the side, burdened by guilt and hesitant to speak. Ye Jinghan, striving to suppress his rage, turned his gaze toward Yang Wenqing. What of Yunsang? I have already increased the personnel for his surveillance, Yang Wenqing replied. Ye Jinghan moved to a nearby seat. Shortly thereafter, the operating room door swung open, and the doctor emerged. Ye Jinghan rose swiftly, approaching him with urgency. How is he? Is he safe? Second Master, I am truly sorry. We did our utmost. Chapter 100, Must not let Yunsang know. Ye Jinghan staggered a step back. He was dead, Yun Chong was dead. Yang Wenqing's expression was equally grave. If Miss Yun were to discover this matter, it would surely lead to dire consequences. Ye Jinghan stood still for a prolonged moment. Long enough for the dawn to break outside. Yang Wenqing felt that this issue could no longer be delayed, it needed to be addressed. He stepped forward and whispered. Second Master, how should we handle this situation? Ye Jinghan moved aside and slowly seated himself in a chair. After a while, he spoke. The funeral should be as lavish as possible, but we must not disturb anyone. Furthermore, Yun Chong's death must remain a secret from Yunsang. Yang Wenqing lowered his gaze, understood. And what about Mr. Yun? Ye Jinghan's eyes darkened, I will personally pay him a visit. You take care of the funeral arrangements. And ensure that Yunsang remains uninformed. Yes. Ye Jinghan rose and made his way outside. Upon reaching the entrance of the Royal Club, he sat in his car for nearly half an hour before reluctantly exiting and heading upstairs. The bodyguard at the door was somewhat taken aback by his arrival. Ye Jinghan waved his hand, and the two stepped aside as he pushed the door open and entered the room. It was already past midnight, and Yun Pengcheng, who typically slept little, was awake. Upon seeing Ye Jinghan, he rushed towards him, his face displaying the anxiety that had consumed him for many days. Jinghan, please save Sang. Ye Jinghan's expression remained grave as he looked at him, the words he had intended to say were choked by Yun Pengcheng's desperate plea. Yun Pengcheng exclaimed in urgency, that scoundrel Su Shan intends to ruin Sang. I could remain here for a lifetime, but I implore you, please save my Sang. If she falls into the hands of someone like Su Shan, she will perish. Ye Jinghan fixed his gaze intently, asking, why tell me this now? I wanted to inform you days ago. I have been pleading with those outside to help me contact you, but no one would assist me. Ye Jinghan felt a surge of anger within him, cursing the wretched individuals outside. Observing Ye Jinghan's expression, Yun Pengcheng suddenly faltered, Sang, she isn't already gone, is she? As Yun Pengcheng spoke, he seized Ye Jinghan by the collar, Ye Jinghan, you scoundrel. Sang is unharmed. And Ye Jinghan did not retaliate, allowing Yun Pengcheng to grip him. He had incapacitated Su Shan, yet Su Shan sought revenge on Yun Chong, severing the roots of the Yun family. Yun Chong took his own life this morning. Yun Pengcheng abruptly released his hold on Ye Jinghan's collar, collapsing backward onto the ground. Ye Jinghan bent down, grasping Yun Pengcheng's arm. Witnessing the sudden aging of Yun Pengcheng's visage, an inexplicable sense of guilt welled up within him. Although this matter was not directly his fault, had he received Yun Pengcheng's message earlier and understood Su Shan's malicious intent, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. I did not inform Yunsang of this, but someone from the Yun family must bid farewell to Yun Chong. Yun Pengcheng felt as if the very heavens were collapsing around him. The company is gone, the home is lost, the wife has disappeared, the eldest son is no more. And now even the kindest youngest son. Ah, how cruel can the heavens be? Tears streamed down Yun Pengcheng's face as he struggled to confront the world around him. He shook off Ye Jinghan's arm, rising to his feet with a cold gaze directed at him. Ye Jinghan's eyes narrowed. This was the first time Yun Pengcheng had looked at him with such a gaze filled with hatred and despair. It was a look he had also seen in Yun Chong's eyes yesterday. A sense of unease crept into his heart, and he quickly provoked him, "Mr. Yun. I understand the agony of losing a child. Just a few days ago, my own flesh and blood perished because of your daughter. Your family owes me a life, so it would be wise for you to muster your spirits, for after all, some debts remain to be settled. And Yunsang must also bear the burden." Yun Pengcheng surprisingly smiled, though his face was etched with sorrow. "Ye Jinghan, your heart is indeed more venomous than poison. I had underestimated you before, yet your calculations have gone awry." Chapter 101, bringing her back to the night garden. Ye Jinghan was acutely aware of the anguish that weighed heavily on Yun Pengcheng's heart. He had no desire to engage in conflict with him, yet the words spoken were undoubtedly problematic. Yun Pengcheng approached Ye Jinghan, his finger prodding fiercely at his chest. "I will not believe a single word you say. My daughter would never harm anyone." For Ye Jinghan, Yun Pengcheng's belief in him was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that Yun Pengcheng remained alive. He understood all too well what he would lose if anything were to befall Yun Pengcheng. At Yun Chong's funeral, Yun Pengcheng did not shed a tear. He personally placed Yun Chong's ashes down, scattering a handful of yellow earth atop the urn. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "Good son, in this life, I could not protect you from worries. In the next life, I shall repay you." He gently caressed the urn, silently promising, "Wait for me, my son. I shall soon come to accompany you." Once the funeral concluded, the crowd descended the mountain together. Yang Wenqing, concerned that Yun Pengcheng might falter under the weight of his burdens, arranged for someone to assist him. However, Yun Pengcheng dismissively waved off the help. "Step aside. I need not a shred of the Yi family's assistance." The bodyguards had no choice but to withdraw. As they traversed a particularly steep section of the mountain, a faint smile graced Yun Pengcheng's lips. He silently lifted his foot. Without hesitation, he did not set it down. Instead, his body lurched forward. Ye Jinghan sensed the impending danger and shouted, "Catch him." But by the time the bodyguards reacted, it was already too late. As Yun Pengcheng's head struck the ground, blood oozed forth, and his entire body tumbled down the steps. The bodyguards hurriedly followed, and after he rolled for a considerable distance of 20 meters, one of them leapt forward and finally managed to halt his descent. However, by this time, Yun Pengcheng was rendered immobile, his limbs unresponsive. Ye Jinghan rushed to his side and knelt down, an inexplicable glimmer of fear flickering in his eyes. Blood trickled from the corner of Yun Pengcheng's mouth. Yet he gazed at Ye Jinghan and smiled. "Do not think you can exploit me, control my daughter. You are unworthy." As the final words escaped his lips, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ye Jinghan panicked, shouting frantically, "Quick, carry him down the mountain, get him to the hospital." The group hurriedly descended the mountain. As Yang Wenqing ran down, he dialed a number to arrange for an ambulance. Their vehicle encountered the oncoming ambulance only upon reaching the outskirts of the city. Yun Pengcheng was transferred into the ambulance for emergency treatment, with Ye Jinghan following closely behind. He observed the doctors working frantically to save Yun Pengcheng, his voice betraying his anxiety and agitation. "Save him, he cannot die. Yun Pengcheng must not die, absolutely not." Meanwhile, Yunsang, in the hospital room, demanded for the bodyguards to open the door for the third time. She wished to see Yun Chong. Yet, the bodyguards reiterated their stance. I'm sorry, Miss Yun, without the second master's orders, you cannot leave the room. Then go summon Ye Jinghan. Today, inexplicably, Yunsang felt a profound sense of disquiet, restlessness, and unease within her heart. Since Ye Jinghan departed last night, he has not made a reappearance. Yet. Why did he permit her to visit Yunsang yesterday, only to deny her the same today? She had assured Yunsang of her presence today. And should she fail to arrive, the perceptive Yunsang would surely spiral into unfounded worries. Most importantly, her concern for Yunsang is genuine. Why are you standing there motionless? I demand to see Ye Jinghan. As soon as Yunsang's words fell, the door to the hospital room swung open from the outside. Ye Jinghan had arrived. Yunsang regarded him with eyes filled with animosity. Ye Jinghan. Why have you confined me? Allow me to see Yunsang. Ye Jinghan lifted his gaze, determination evident within his eyes. Do you believe that now you have fallen into my grasp, you can do as you please? He turned to the bodyguard, his voice cold and commanding. Take her back to Ye Garden. Chapter 102, A Lifetime of Connection. I refuse to go back to that filthy place. Yunsang exclaimed, her voice laced with fury. Ye Jinghan stepped forward and firmly grasped her arm. Yunsang, I am not negotiating with you, this is an order. With her eyes ablaze, Yunsang retorted, Ye Jinghan. I am not your possession, you have no authority to command me. Release me, for I must care for Yunsang. Yunsang? Ye Jinghan scoffed. What audacity you possess to face him. Is it not your doing that has led to his current state? Yunsang felt a sharp pang in her heart upon hearing those words. Yes, it was indeed her fault. But how could Ye Jinghan dare to cast judgment upon her? Defiantly, she declared, it is my sin, I harmed my brother. I despise myself for not yielding to Su Shan. Had I acquiesced, my brother would not have suffered. It is I, a mere plaything for others, yet I still wish to feign virtue. I ought to serve him properly. Ye Jinghan swiftly covered her mouth, his eyes reflecting a turmoil that Yunsang could not comprehend. Silence. In response, Yunsang bit down hard on his palm. Ye Jinghan winced in pain yet did not relinquish his grip. With a forceful shove, she pushed his hand away, seething with anger. What? Can you not bear to hear the truth? But I speak no falsehood, I am indeed a woman of many men, Ye Jinghan. This is a label you yourself have placed upon me. The hat you wear is of your own choosing, if you could maintain your integrity, no one would. Regret fills me, Yunsang interrupted his words, her voice hoarse. Yelling with all her might, I am so despicable that I should offer my body to Su Shan in exchange for peace. Yet, why did I not do so? How foolish I am. Ye Jinghan tightly grasped Yunsang's arm, reluctant to delve deeper into that matter, merely pulling her away. Yunsang continued to struggle. In a decisive move, Ye Jinghan lifted her into his arms and hurried towards the elevator. Yunsang clawed at his face with all her strength. Ye Jinghan threatened, if you do not comply, I shall halt Yunsang's medication, you likely cannot fathom the agony of an untreated injury. You, despicable. Yunsang turned her head and bit fiercely into Ye Jinghan's shoulder. Ye Jinghan did not even blink, proceeding directly into the elevator. Realizing her resistance was futile, Yunsang finally relented, furiously demanding, what do you intend to do? Ye Jinghan replied coldly, the nanny who harmed Ye Kong has been convicted. However, Ye Kong's suffering is entangled with your actions, and you must atone for him. Henceforth, you shall remain in Ye Yuan, bearing your prison of despair. Yunsang closed her eyes, very well, I shall atone, but now regarding Yunsang. You need not concern yourself with Yunsang. Simply repent sincerely to Ye Kong, and he shall receive the best care. Yunsang ceased her struggles. It was not that she had capitulated to Ye Jinghan, but rather, she had always intended to return to Ye Garden. Although Yunsang was still hospitalized, her heart was tethered to him. However, she recognized that at this moment, she could not resist Ye Jinghan. Tong Ning resided in Ye Garden, if she sought vengeance, she would inevitably find a way to return. Since Ye Jinghan was willing to take her back, she would acquiesce to the current flow of events. Regardless of how Ye Jinghan protected that woman, Tong Ning's life was a matter she intended to secure. Yunsang was escorted back to her room. After Ye Jinghan exited, he coldly commanded the bodyguard at the door, from this moment forth, she is not to step outside this door without my explicit permission. Understood. Ye Jinghan turned to gaze at Yunsang's door. He stubbornly believed that as long as he confined her, for a lifetime, She would never learn that both Yun Chong and Yun Pengcheng had. Chapter 103. Do you know that Jinghan loves you deeply? For an entire week, Yunsang was confined to her room, forbidden from stepping outside. Initially, she had resisted. Yet, her defiance proved futile in the eyes of Ye Jinghan. Exhausted from her cries, she eventually surrendered. She believed that even if Ye Jinghan could imprison her for a lifetime, Tong Ning would never passively endure such a fate. Therefore, she resolved to remain patient, confident that she would eventually snag her prey. Ye Jinghan visited every 2 days to conduct a physical examination. In the previous 2 assessments, he found no significant issues. However, after the 3rd examination, he cast a glance at Ye Jinghan. Noticing the look in his eyes, Ye Jinghan feigned indifference and asked, "What is it? Is there a problem?" Ye Jinghan remained silent, stepping closer to firmly press down on Yunsang's right ear and inquired, "Junior sister, do you know that Jinghan loves you dearly?" Upon hearing this, Ye Jinghan swiftly approached, pushing Ye Jinghan aside and reprimanding him coldly, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ye Jinghan turned to Yunsang and pressed, "Junior sister, won't you provide me with an answer to my earlier question?" Yunsang merely gazed at Ye Jinghan in confusion, her expression bewildered. "What question?" With a serious demeanor, Ye Jinghan stated, "When did you lose hearing in your left ear?" At this revelation, Ye Jinghan felt a weight in his heart. She couldn't hear? How could that be? Yunsang responded with a calm tone, as if recounting someone else's plight. "It was after I received a slap by the Tsuiwei Lake that day." Knight Jinghan clenched his fist. It was indeed himself. That day by the Tsuiwei Lake, he had struck Yunsang, who intended to harm Tong Ning, with a force that stemmed from overwhelming anger, leaving no restraint in his fury. Yet, why had she remained silent? Knight Jinghan's mood darkened. This woman was deliberately provoking him, aiming to instill a sense of guilt within him. Clingy retrieved his tools and examined her ear, expressing a hint of exasperation. "Junior sister, you must be aware that every ailment has its optimal treatment window." Yunsang met his gaze indifferently, replying, "I understand." Clingy said nothing further, tidied his belongings, nodded at Yunsang, and departed. Knight Jinghan quickly followed him outside, reaching the living room where he grasped Clingy's wrist. "Why not treat her?" Clingy retorted, "On that day, you know perfectly well how much force you used against her. Her ear is irreparably damaged, not even the legendary Hua Tua could remedy it." The light in Knight Jinghan's eyes dimmed instantly. Clingy continued, "And as for her eyes, well, it is your own woman, you may watch her suffer." With that, he attempted to leave. Knight Jinghan seized him once more. "What has happened to her eyes?" "Her eyes are gravely injured, her vision is likely compromised. As for the extent of her impairment, only she is aware." After Clingy departed, Knight Jinghan remained rooted in place, turning to gaze at the door of Yunsang's room. After pausing for a moment, he strode over and pushed open the door to Yunsang's room. Yunsang was seated on the windowsill, her gaze fixed intently on the photograph in her hands. Upon Knight Jinghan's entrance, she did not spare him a glance. He rushed forward and snatched the photograph from her grasp. Flustered, Yunsang cried out, "Give it back to me." Knight Jinghan tucked the photograph into his pocket, pressing his hands firmly on her shoulders, pinning her against the wall. "Why won't you speak?" he demanded. Anger flared in Yunsang as she retorted, "Return the photograph to me." Ignoring her plea, Knight Jinghan pressed on, "Why haven't you mentioned your hearing impairment? Is it your intention to make me feel guilty?" He continued, "Let me tell you, your calculations are flawed, I will not." Yunsang gritted her teeth and enunciated each word with determination. "Return the photograph to me." Chapter 104, A disturbance of the mind. Ye Jinghan threatened, "You desire the photograph, do you? Very well, answer my questions, or I shall set it ablaze." The resentment in Yunsang's gaze remained unabated, her eyes glaring defiantly at him. "Do you think I would invoke guilt within you with my words? You overestimate yourself. The foolish Yunsang, who once recklessly loved you, has long since perished. Ye Jinghan, open your eyes wide and behold the truth. I no longer harbor any affection for you. In my eyes, you are utterly worthless. You are unworthy of knowing anything about me. Do you understand?" With each word, her voice grew hoarse yet resonant. Ye Jinghan gazed into Yunsang's eyes. Indeed, there was no trace of love for him reflected there, what remained was a profound loathing. Yet, what did it matter? He had no desire for her love. and her hatred was of no consequence to him. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief dancing upon his features. Every moment you spend with me must be repugnant to you, I presume? Indeed, Ye Jinghan. Merely hearing your voice fills me with disgust. If I could become deaf, it would truly be a mercy from the heavens, she retorted. Infuriated, Ye Jinghan forcefully pushed her onto the bed and leaned over her. Do you believe that by feigning deafness, you can escape from me? Dream on. As long as you draw breath in this life, whether you are deaf, blind, or have crippled limbs, you shall remain by my side, enduring torment. Do you comprehend the meaning of relentless persistence? With that, he lowered his head, intent on kissing her lips. Yunsang turned her face aside, evading Ye Jinghan's kiss. She struggled fiercely, yet Ye Jinghan held her down with an unyielding grip. Yunsang shouted in fury, Ye Jinghan, do you think that because I have bested Su Shan, I cannot do the same to you? Get away from me. Do you believe I am as worthless as Su Shan? If you wish to break me, then by all means, try. Ye Jinghan responded with a brutal kiss upon her cheek. No matter how hard she fought, her hands remained firmly restrained. She understood that ultimately, she could not overcome Ye Jinghan, she lacked the capability. Yet, she vowed never to allow him to possess her. Ye Jinghan was unworthy. Yunsang closed her eyes and bit down hard on her own tongue. Ye Jinghan raised his gaze, noticing the blood at the corner of her mouth, and hastily pried her lips apart. He saw that she had indeed bitten her tongue. With a furious glare, he growled through clenched teeth, Yunsang. Yunsang. Her words slightly slurred, threatened, I would rather die than be touched by a fool like you. Ye Jinghan closed his eyes, releasing Yunsang with a look of disdain. Do you think I have any interest in your pathetic self? He retorted before storming out of the room, slamming the door with a resounding crash. Yunsang propped herself up on her arms, calling after him, Ye Jinghan, stop. She stood and retrieved the photograph from his pocket, not sparing him another glance as she turned away and returned to her perch by the window. Gently, she caressed the creases on the photo that Ye Jinghan had just marred. Though infuriated, Ye Jinghan found no outlet for his rage. He turned and left the room, the door slamming behind him with a thunderous echo. After half a month, Yunsang's health deteriorated increasingly. One evening, upon Ye Jinghan's return, Yang Wenqing followed him into the study, a grave expression adorning his face. Second master, there is something I must bring to your attention. I am uncertain if it is merely my own perception. What is it? Yang Wenqing inquired, his gaze intense. Miss Yun's demeanor seems rather peculiar. Chapter 105, the filial band on the arm. Ye Jinghan raised his gaze towards him, urging, clarify. Yang Wenqing replied in a low tone. Miss Yun has been talking to herself at the windowsill these past few days. On several occasions, I heard her laughing, as if she were conversing with Madame Yun and the young master. Ye Jinghan's heart tightened, his expression becoming considerably grave. Summon a psychologist for her assessment. Yang Wenqing glanced at the night sky. Now? Immediately. Understood. After the doctor conducted the examination, he spoke privately to Ye Jinghan, second master. Miss Yun has likely endured considerable emotional turmoil recently, her psychological resilience has reached its limit. It is imperative to alleviate her emotional distress without further provoking her, otherwise, I fear. Ye Jinghan's countenance darkened, and after a prolonged silence, he inquired, what treatment is necessary? Efforts must be made to minimize Miss Yun's solitary moments, as this will help curtail her ruminations. I observe that the courtyard of Ye Garden is quite expansive. Allowing her to bask in the sun and engage in light physical activity could be beneficial. Providing her with stimulating and enjoyable experiences will aid in diverting her emotions. Additionally, if we could find a person with a positive disposition to converse with her, guiding her gently and enveloping her in warmth and affection, it would be even more advantageous. The following morning at breakfast, Yang Wenqing visited Yunsang's chamber to invite her out. Seated at the dining table, Yunsang had her porridge served by Yang Wenqing. Ye Jinghan casually instructed Yang Wenqing, after the meal, arrange for someone to take her to the courtyard for 2 hours of sunlight. Understood. Yang Wenqing placed the porridge down and instructed the bodyguard beside him. Just as he finished giving the order, his phone rang. He promptly stepped aside to answer the call. Ye Jinghan, noticing that Yunsang had no intention of eating, expressed his displeasure. What, are you waiting for me to feed you since you won't lift a chopstick? Yunsang, coldly indifferent, did not even glance at him. Just as Ye Jinghan was about to make a move, Yang Wenqing hurried over with an expression of delight, saying, "Second master, wonderful news. The hospital just called, the madam has awakened." Ye Jinghan's heart leaped with joy. She has awakened? Indeed, but due to her prolonged slumber. Her bodily functions have not fully recovered. At present, she can only move her eyes and is unable to speak. Yunsang was taken aback by this news. As she saw Ye Jinghan rise to leave, she immediately stood up, her expression devoid of emotion as she fixed her gaze upon him. In a cold tone, she remarked, "You had better ensure your mother's safety, who knows, I might find an opportunity to assassinate her. After all, if she makes any remarks detrimental to me, I will have no choice but to silence her." Ye Jinghan halted his steps and turned to glare at her. "Yunsang, are you seeking death for the thrill of it?" Yunsang smirked sarcastically, "I'm merely speaking the truth. Surely you haven't forgotten how I ended up in prison." She then sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and leisurely began to enjoy her breakfast. Ye Jinghan, infuriated, was about to advance when Yang Wenqing intervened. "Second master. Now is not the time for anger, we should head to the hospital first." Ye Jinghan exhaled softly, casting a cold glance at her before swiftly turning away. Fu Ziwei's body remained somewhat frail, although she could exchange glances with Ye Jinghan, words eluded her. However, the doctor had mentioned that in such circumstances, a person's recovery was nothing short of miraculous. Ye Jinghan dared not wish for haste, she merely hoped for Fu Ziwei to recover steadily and completely, step by step. Yunsang sat in the courtyard for over half an hour, and as anticipated, Tong Ning finally made her appearance. She had known that had it not been for Ye Jinghan's precautionary measures, Tong Ning would have been unable to contain her impatience in dealing with her. Only by stepping beyond that great door would Tong Ning have the opportunity to act. And it was only when Tong Ning drew near that Yunsang could seize her chance for vengeance. As Tong Ning approached, Yunsang remained seated, her gaze falling upon the mourning cloth adorning Tong Ning's arm, sending a pang of unease through her heart. Chapter 106, The Yun family is extinct. The bodyguard stepped forward to intercept Tong Ning. "Miss Tong. The second master has instructed that you should minimize your interactions with Miss Yun. It would be best for you to return." "Why must I retreat?" Tong Ning retorted. "It is she who has committed wrongs, she is responsible for the death of my son, for the injury that led my cousin to take his own life, and for the unbearable grief that caused my uncle to depart from this world. She is the one at fault, why must I be the one to withdraw?" The bodyguard, caught in a dilemma, replied, "This is not our decision, it is the second master's command." "You speak nonsense. If this truly is Jinghan's wish, let him convey it to me himself. I do not believe a single word from you lot." Tong Ning's assertions made Yunsang's head spin with disbelief. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just yesterday, Ye Jinghan had threatened her with her father and Ah Chong, how could they possibly be dead? She lifted her gaze to Tong Ning, convinced that this woman was nothing but a purveyor of falsehoods. Indeed, she was lying, this was her scheme to torment Yunsang. As the two bodyguards were entangled in their confrontation with Tong Ning, Yunsang suddenly sprang to her feet and seized Tong Ning by the collar. "Tong Ning. You are lying. Do you think I would still believe your fabrications?" Tong Ning retaliated by grasping Yunsang's collar in turn. "Whether I am lying or not, you need only visit the Yun family cemetery to discover the truth. Remember this, Yunsang, you are the unforgivable sinner of the Yun family." In that moment, Yunsang felt her strength wane significantly. She was suddenly reminded of the words spoken by Yun Chong on the day they parted. The bodyguards attempted to separate the two women. Yet, Tong Ning refused to relent. "The Yun family has perished because of you. I wish to see how blissful you can be alone in this world. I cannot believe that retribution will not befall you." Yunsang gazed into Tong Ning's eyes, the weight of despair settling heavily upon her. The Yun family is utterly gone, utterly gone. Her eyes, once vibrant, now bore a frost of sorrow. If the Yun family truly perished, she would never survive alone. But before that could happen, Tong Ning must die. Once Tong Ning is gone, she could joyfully seek her family. In that moment, her resolve crystallized. She tightened her grip on Tong Ning's collar, pulling her around in circles. The two women fought without strategy, the bodyguards unable to intervene. Seizing the opportunity, Yunsang let her hand drop, revealing the Western knife she had stealthily taken from the dining table earlier, concealed beneath a napkin. With a fierce thrust, she plunged the blade into Tong Ning's abdomen. As they both fell to the ground, the knife embedded deeper, blood instantly staining Tong Ming's garments. No one anticipated that Yunsang would possess a knife. Her sudden action startled even the bodyguards, who swiftly pulled Yunsang up, wrested the knife from her grasp, and called for emergency assistance. Yunsang looked down at Tong Ming and suddenly erupted into laughter. Tong Ming, in pain, never expected that Yunsang could inflict such harm upon her. She gazed painfully at Yunsang's smug face, murmuring, "Jinghan will not let you go." Her consciousness gradually faded, and she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Just as Ye Jinghan was preparing to leave the hospital, his phone rang. It was a call from his bodyguard. He answered it. "Second Master, something terrible has happened." Upon hearing the words from the other end, Ye Jinghan abruptly ended the call and hurriedly descended the stairs. Yang Wenqing, perplexed, quickly followed suit. As their vehicle sped back to Ye Garden, an ambulance whizzed by in the opposite direction. Ye Jinghan merely cast a fleeting glance before instructing the driver, "Accelerate." The driver pressed the gas, speeding up. Upon returning to Ye Garden, Ye Jinghan rushed into Yunsang's room without delay. Yunsang was curled up at the head of the bed, arms wrapped around her knees. Her vacant eyes fixated on the pristine white sheets. The bodyguard respectfully bowed to Ye Jinghan, uttering, "Second Master." At the sound of those words, Yunsang lifted her gaze and, in a frenzied manner, scrambled from the bed, lunging toward Ye Jinghan. With her already bloodied hands, she seized his arm and bit down fiercely. As the bodyguard stepped forward to restrain her, Yunsang's mouth was stained with blood. She screamed in anguish. "Where have my father and Achong gone, Ye Jinghan? Tell me, where have they gone? Speak." Chapter 107, Never Again Will You Control Me. Ye Jinghan gazed intently at Yunsang, who was firmly restrained by the bodyguards. After a prolonged silence, he clenched his fist and declared, "They are all dead, all of them." Yunsang, in utter despair, let out a heart-wrenching scream, her voice piercing and filled with sorrow. "Ye Jinghan, what wrongs did my father and brother commit? This is your vendetta with me. Why drag my family into it? Why annihilate the Yun family? Why? Ye Jinghan stepped forward, seizing her from the bodyguards and pinning her against the wall. "Everyone, leave," he commanded, and the bodyguards withdrew. Ye Jinghan fixed his gaze upon Yunsang, forcing out 6 words through gritted teeth, "They are dead because of you. Your brother's calamity was wrought by your own actions. Your father perished for your brother. Thus, the blame lies with you, and you alone are guilty. What right do you have to question me? What right do you have to harm Tong Ming, Yunsang felt as if her heart were pierced by 1,000 daggers, the pain rendering her breathless. Her father had cradled her in his hands, cherishing her throughout his life. Yet, she had not even been able to bid him a final farewell. She had failed to express to him the depth of her love, nor could she tell him that in her next life she would wish to be his daughter once more. Regret consumed her, she felt as though her heart were being torn asunder, each breath a stab of agony. She pressed her hand against her heart, choking back tears, and a mouthful of blood burst forth. Ye Jinghan's heart raced in alarm, and he quickly released his grip on her collar. Yunsang leaned against the wall, struggling to remain upright, drawing labored breaths, her gaze fixed intently on Ye Jinghan. Her mother had awakened, and soon he would learn the truth. At that moment, Ye Jinghan would surely comprehend the depths of his own folly. He was, without a doubt, the most foolish man in existence. As she began to slide downward, Ye Jinghan reached out to assist her, but Yunsang forcefully brushed his hand away. His tainted hands were unworthy of touching her. Gritting her teeth, she fought to suppress the flow of blood, her eyes sharper and colder than the most lethal of blades. Filled with a chilling resolve. "Ye Jinghan, you shall meet a grim fate. I, Yunsang, swear to the heavens that I will never forgive you, not now, nor ever." Yang Wenqing rushed inside, urgency in his voice. "Second Master, the hospital just called. They said Miss Tong is not going to make it." A smile crept across Yunsang's lips. At last, she would drag that woman down to hell before her life ended. Very well, she thought. In the night sky. Mother avenges you. Ye Jinghan turned and hastily made his way outside, instructing, "Have the bodyguards keep a close watch on her." As Yunsang saw him nearing the door, she realized there were no bodyguards to obstruct her escape. Summoning every last ounce of her strength, she dashed toward the cloakroom. Hearing her footsteps, Ye Jinghan instinctively turned back. Though uncertain of her intentions, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. He quickened his pace to follow, but alas, he was one step too late. He gazed in disbelief as Yunsang collided with the floor-to-ceiling mirror positioned in the corner. The mirror shattered with a resonant crash, and Yunsang, bloodied and battered, staggered a few steps before collapsing backward. Ye Jinghan let out a piercing scream, Yunsang. He quickly knelt and caught her in his arms, lifting her effortlessly as he rushed outside. The sight of Yunsang, her visage a gruesome canvas of blood and flesh, horrified Yang Wenqing, who stammered, ordering someone to prepare a vehicle. As Ye Jinghan ran, he urged, Yunsang, hold on, you must hold on. A faint smile graced Yunsang's lips, radiant as summer blooms. You shall never think of controlling me again. For all eternity. I wish to never see you. Chapter 108, Eyes Wide Shut. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yunsang was swiftly ushered through the green channel towards the operating room. Along the way, Yang Wenqing's phone rang. He answered while running. Miss Tong is out of danger? Alright, I understand. As Yunsang's consciousness began to fade, this news struck a dissonant chord in her heart, provoking a silent wail. Why had she not yet succumbed? The heavens were unjust. Why must the wicked roam free? She harbored a deep-seated hatred. Tong Ming's survival meant her own unrest. Even if she were to become a vengeful spirit, eternally bound to this realm, she would seek to rend and devour those two despicable beings, Tong Ning and Ye Jinghan. She was unwilling to accept this fate, utterly unwilling. Ye Jinghan grasped Ye Jinghan, who was about to enter the operating room. His voice tinged with desperation. You must save her, Jinghan, promise me you will save her. Ye Jinghan recalled Yunsang's recent state, and a sense of uncertainty welled within him. He dared not respond, merely turning to Yang Wenqing, hold him back. Yang Wenqing hurriedly stepped forward to restrain Ye Jinghan. Ye Jinghan hastened into the operating room. Ye Jinghan leaned against the door of the operating room, his eyes filled with anxiety. Yang Wenqing offered reassurance, Second Master. Miss Yun has weathered so many tempests, she will be all right. Ye Jinghan exhaled deeply. Indeed, Jingyan was a capable doctor, Yunsang would pull through. The surgery extended longer than anticipated. An hour passed, then two. Ye Jinghan's heart gradually sank. His secretary called several times, yet Ye Jinghan did not answer. Subsequently, the secretary had no choice but to contact Yang Wenqing. Yang Wenqing stepped aside to answer the call, and after a brief moment, returned with a heavy expression, stating, Second Master, the man has been located. He referred to the individual who had been involved with Yunsang at the hotel. Ye Jinghan raised his gaze, his eyes tightening with intensity. Interrogate him, instruct Hao Ziyu to conduct the interrogation immediately. The secretary informed him that, as he had not answered his phone earlier, Secretary Hao had already interrogated the man. Fearing accountability, the man quickly confessed, and the video was sent to your phone. Ye Jinghan promptly retrieved his phone, opened his email, and clicked on the video. In the footage, the man was bound to a chair. Initially, he denied ever having met Yunsang. However, once Hao Ziyu presented him with a photograph, he was compelled to acknowledge that the individual in the image was indeed himself. You cannot accuse me. I did not force her, I never touched her. That day, I had intentions, but the opportunity was fleeting. This woman insisted on rushing into the flames at the entrance of the Qingyun Road villa, crying out that she wanted to save someone. It took considerable effort for me to restrain her and get her into the car, which consumed a significant amount of time. Ye Jinghan's expression shifted dramatically. The Qingyun Road villa, that was the very villa where he had experienced the fire incident years ago. It turned out that she had been there. Yunsang had truly been there. She had come to save him, and it was due to her abduction that the strength seemed to drain from Ye Jinghan, as if it had been abruptly siphoned away, causing him to crouch at the doorway. His gaze returned to the video, and his eyes began to blur. In order to ensure her compliance during the photo session, I administered a substance that would render her physically weak before we exited the vehicle. I feigned intimacy, half embracing and supporting her as I guided her into the hotel room. However, her resolve was remarkably strong. Just as I finished taking the photographs and was preparing to proceed further, she bit down on her own tongue, forcing herself to regain consciousness. Despite my persistent efforts, I was unable to achieve my intentions, and she managed to break free. She leapt onto the balcony, threatening to jump down. Fearing for her life and anxious about the client's demand for the images, I fled with the camera in hand. Truly, that day, aside from lying on the same bed with her, gently kissing her cheek, and capturing her likeness. I did nothing else, I swear to the heavens. Ye Jinghan's phone fell, inexplicably, to the ground. Chapter 109, Departure. He slowly raised his hand, tugging at his own hair. What had he done? What exactly had he done to Yunsang? Ye Jinghan felt as though his heart could scarcely breathe. After a long pause, he turned and pounded on the operating room door, exerting all his strength to cry out, Yunsang, Yunsang, Sang Sang. Second master. Yang Wenqing hurriedly blocked him, saying, I can understand your feelings. But. Ye Jinghan shook off Yang Wenqing's hand. The words Yunsang had spoken to him echoed in his mind, amplifying the terror within him. She had declared that she would never forgive him, that she never wished to see him again. Ye Jinghan continued to bang on the door, frantically shouting, Sang Sang, I was wrong, I was gravely mistaken, I. Yunsang, can you hear me? You must survive, I beg you, live. Seeing Ye Jinghan in such torment, Yang Wenqing stepped forward to support him. Second master, please calm down. Ye Jinghan turned, grasping Yang Wenqing's hand tightly. In near despair, he uttered, Butler Yang, Yunsang pleaded with me time and again to believe that she had never betrayed me. Why could I not trust her? Why could I not believe? Why did I only trust those damned photographs I saw with my own eyes? Ye Jinghan tightly shut his eyes, wishing he could use a knife to carve out this heart obscured by ignorance. He knew all too well how deeply Yunsang loved him, he was fully aware. Yet he had unleashed the most venomous and despicable words to humiliate her. Every time Yunsang hears his words, she is engulfed in profound anguish. Yet, why does she find it so difficult to trust her? When he compelled Yunsang to view those photographs, she trembled in fear, her body quaking uncontrollably. Why, oh why? Must she confront the fears etched deep within her heart in such a manner? What has he done to this woman, who loves only him and even risked her life to preserve her innocence? Yunsang once desperately pleaded with him, Ye Jinghan, would you not trust me just this once? Yet, he shattered her love and trust into countless pieces. Over the years, his behavior has been utterly despicable. How despairing must Yunsang be? He even subjected her to humiliation due to everything that transpired in prison. Prison, yes, the prison. Ye Jinghan tightened his grip on Yang Wenqing's hand. Uncle Yang, please help me investigate again. Yunsang claims she was abused while in prison. Yang Wenqing reciprocated the grip. Young master, rest assured, I will arrange for someone to look into this thoroughly, case by case. But you must take care of yourself first. Miss Yin will need your support when she emerges. Ye Jinghan nodded, striving to control his breath. Very well, I will wait for her here. After casting a worried glance at Ye Jinghan, Yang Wenqing turned aside to make a phone call. Once all arrangements were in place, he returned to Ye Jinghan's side. Yang Wenqing had witnessed Ye Jinghan grow up and had seen every facet of his character. Yet, I had never witnessed him in such a state of trepidation, anxiety, and near despair. He understood better than anyone that the reason for the second master's demeanor was his profound love for Miss Yun. The depth of such love breeds an intense fear of loss. The surgery endured for over 5 hours, and at last, the operating room door slowly creaked open. Ye Jinghan rushed forward, grasping He Qingya's wrist, his voice laced with anxiety and hope. Qingya, where is Sang Sang? She has to be out of danger, right? He Qingya removed his mask, his expression grave as he stared at him for a long moment. Ye Jinghan, growing frantic, urged, speak. Tell me, Sang Sang is safe now. He Qingya lowered his gaze, furrowing his brow. She has departed. Chapter 110, Yunsang is gone. She has departed. Ye Jinghan grasped He Qingya's collar tightly, inquiring, gone? Where could she have gone? You are a doctor, you must go and bring her back. Qingya. I have made a grave mistake and need to apologize to her. I implore you, help me save her. He Qingya firmly clasped his arm, responding with a tone laden with helplessness. Jinghan, you must remain calm. Little junior sister has lost all will to survive. I have truly done all that I can. Ye Jinghan released his grip on He Qingya's collar, staggering back weakly. Yang Wenqing stepped forward to support him, saying, Second master. He Qingya took a step closer, his voice thick with resignation. Let us go in to see her one last time. After speaking, he cast his gaze downward and departed hastily. He could not bear to witness Ye Jinghan in such despair, for he genuinely wished to chastise him for his folly. The memory of Yunsang's once vibrant life weighed heavily on his heart. Once the medical staff left, Ye Jinghan hesitated, unable to take a step towards the imposing door. Yang Wenqing, filled with concern, urged, "Second master, Miss Yun is inside." Indeed. Yunsang had always harbored a profound fear of solitude and darkness. With heavy footsteps, he slowly entered the room. Yunsang lay upon the cold operating table, her form concealed beneath a pristine white sheet. Ye Jinghan trembled as he reached out to draw back the fabric covering her face. She once said, "Jinghan, let us have a traditional Chinese wedding in the future. I particularly adore the moment when the bride waits in the new house for the groom. And the feeling when he lifts the veil. When you unveil me, I shall surely gaze at you shyly." Haha, isn't that amusing? At this moment, however, she was not looking at herself with bashfulness. Instead, her face was devoid of color, her eyes tightly shut. Were it not for the multitude of stitched scars adorning her head and face, one might think she was simply in a serene slumber. He stood by the bedside, calmly bending down to lift Yunsang from the surgical cart, turning to exit. Yang Wenqing, witnessing this, hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct him, exclaiming, "Second master. Where are you going?" "Home." "Second master," Yang Wenqing responded with a look of astonishment, "Miss Yun is already." Ye Jinghan cast a cold glance at him, prompting Yang Wenqing to fall silent. He moved aside and discreetly dialed He Qingye's number. As Ye Jinghan carried Yunsang to the first floor, He Qingye hurried after him. He approached and grasped Ye Jinghan's arm, gasping, "Jinghan, what are you doing? Let go." "Ye Jinghan, do not act this way. Yunsang is dead, she is already gone." Ye Jinghan paid him no heed, his mind closed off to all else. He solely wished to take Yunsang home. He coldly directed the bodyguards stationed a short distance behind him, "Remove him." He Qingye was pulled away by the bodyguards, and he exclaimed in frustration, "I have long warned you not to engage in actions you will regret, yet you refuse to listen." During her lifetime, she was denied the dignity that was rightfully hers. Now that she has departed, what more do you seek, Ye Jinghan? "Jinghan, stop. Jinghan." Even He Qingye could not halt Ye Jinghan, who walked away, leaving Yang Wenqing engulfed in sorrow. Ye Jinghan carefully cradled Yunsang as he entered the car, holding her tightly in his embrace. In a soft whisper, he gently caressed her cheek, saying, "Sang, I will take you home." Upon returning to the night garden, Ye Jinghan did not carry Yunsang to her room. Instead, he brought her to the second floor, to the bedroom they once shared. He tenderly laid her on the bed. Noticing that she was still covered with the fabric from the operating room, Ye Jinghan quickly turned to the wardrobe and retrieved a beautiful outfit to help her change. As he pulled back the cloth and beheld the multitude of scars upon Yunsang's body, Ye Jinghan finally broke down. He knelt beside the bed, grasping her hands tightly, resting his forehead against the back of her hand, tears cascading down onto her. "I was wrong. Sang. I truly was wrong. Please, wake up." Chapter 111, A Late Affection, worth less than grass. Despite knowing that Yunsang would not respond in the slightest, Ye Jinghan stubbornly repeated his apologies over and over again. For the first time, he realized that losing someone is not merely painful, it renders one breathless. Yet, he had subjected the woman who loved him dearly, Yunsang, to endure the anguish of losing a loved one time and again, all the while blaming her for the misfortunes. He rose, enveloping her in a tight embrace filled with sorrow. What must he do to bring Yunsang back to his side? He was willing to sacrifice everything, even his own life, to trade for her return. But would the heavens grant him another chance? For 2 consecutive days, Ye Jinghan set the air conditioning in his room to the lowest temperature. He did not leave the confines of his room, neglecting food and drink. Yang Wenqing, increasingly anxious, attempted to persuade him multiple times, but Ye Jinghan seemed oblivious to her efforts. It was not until that early morning that He Qingye arrived. Upon hearing Yang Wenqing's report that Ye Jinghan refused to exit the room or consume anything, his expression hardened as he pushed the door open. Yang Wenqing grasped his arm, urging him to reconsider. "Young Master He, we cannot allow this to continue, he is losing his mind, and we must not let everyone else succumb to his madness." "That is not the issue," He Qingye replied, his displeasure evident. "I just received a call regarding matters in the prison." As Yang Wenqing finished speaking, He Qingye's demeanor grew even more serious. "Master Heir requires a resolution, but I dare not approach him with this." With that, he entered the room. Ye Jinghan lay on his side, turned away from the door, cradling the now stiff Yunsang in his arms. He Qingye stepped forward and forcefully pulled Ye Jinghan up. Ye Jinghan's emotions surged violently, and he pushed him away, exclaiming, "Get away from me." Ye Jinghan stumbled back a couple of steps, regaining his footing, and angrily demanded, "Ye Jinghan, what on earth do you intend to do? Do you not understand that late love is worth less than grass? When she was alive, you failed to cherish her. What good is your affection now? She will never know, nor would she wish to remain here. Moreover, in just a few days, her body will." Ye Jinghan's heart ached like it was being torn apart. He bent down once more, carefully and firmly embracing Yunsang, insisting, "Be quiet. She is not a corpse, she is my wife. As long as I treat her well, she will want to stay by my side." Ye Jinghan gazed intently, realizing that Ye Jinghan had truly lost his sanity. He rebuked, "She is dead. No matter how well you treat her, she will never know." With a sorrowful expression, Ye Jinghan felt a heart-wrenching pain spread within him, yet he still shook his head, asserting, "No, she will know. She will not leave me." "Jinghan," Ye Jinghan stepped closer, grasping his arm, "I implore you to awaken to reality. She did not wish to remain here when she was alive, and she certainly would not wish to now. Let her rest in peace." "Impossible," Ye Jinghan pushed Ye Jinghan away in despair, refusing to believe anyone's words. Ye Jinghan seized his collar, furiously proclaiming, "If you truly cannot let go, then why do you not seek vengeance for her? Do you not realize that you have been deceived? Yunsang has endured nothing but misery in prison, she is beaten and mistreated every single day." Upon hearing this, Ye Jinghan's heart tightened painfully, and he gazed blankly at Ye Jinghan. Noticing that he had finally captured Ye Jinghan's attention, Ye Jinghan continued, "She had her hair cut off, her face slashed and disfigured. Each day, she is forced to consume spoiled food, and on rainy days, she is cast out to endure the downpour. When she falls ill, no medicine is provided. And if she disobeys, she is locked in the restroom, forbidden to emerge all night. They even submerge her in water until she loses consciousness, only to revive her later." In an instant, Ye Jinghan felt as though his very insides were collapsing. The light in his eyes vanished, he no longer was picky about food. Nor did he fear the dark or pain. Once a proficient swimmer, he now claimed to fear water. He was painfully aware of these transformations. Yet he allowed jealousy to cloud his judgment, truly believing that Yunsang would succumb to another man. Suddenly, he struck himself fiercely several times, and thereafter, he curled up beside Yunsang, weeping inconsolably. Chapter 112, I offer my life to you, please awaken. Beside him, Ye Jinghan was taken aback, standing there in a state of panic. After knowing each other for 20 years, he had never witnessed such a visage from Ye Jinghan. The anguish that consumed Ye Jinghan tore at his heart, as tears cascaded from his eyes onto Yunsang's arm. Ye Jinghan stepped forward, grasping him with concern, "Jinghan, please. Do not act this way." Ye Jinghan clutched Ye Jinghan's arm with a grip that spoke of profound sorrow. "I am the sinner, Jinghan. It was I who took her life, I who conspired with those wretches to extinguish her heart, it's my fault. Jinghan, I regret it deeply. Tell me, what must I do to bring Sang back?" Seeing Ye Jinghan in such despair left Ye Jinghan at a loss for words. Ye Jinghan turned and returned to Yunsang's side, embracing her once more, pressing his face against hers as tears streamed down her cheeks. He dared not raise his voice, fearing it might frighten her, and pleaded softly, Sang, I was wrong. I would give my life for you to awaken, please? I beg you, Sang. I implore you." He turned his face, gently kissing Yunsang's forehead, cheeks, and lips. Sang, if you would but awaken, I would willingly face death. And if you desire my descent into hell, I would comply. All I wish is for you to awaken, will you promise me this? Sang. Witnessing Ye Jinghan's abject humility, Ye Jinghan's eyes brimmed with tears. How could he convey to Ye Jinghan that Yunsang was truly gone, that she could never return? If he continued to indulge Ye Jinghan in this manner, he feared he would lose his sanity. Heaving a sigh, Ye Jinghan grasped his collar, compelling him to meet his gaze. "Jinghan, look at me." Ye Jinghan attempted to break free, yearning to return to Yunsang's side. Yet, Ye Jinghan raised his hand and landed a heavy punch on him. Ye Jinghan, seemingly impervious to pain, continued his advance toward Yunsang. In exasperation, Ye Jinghan seized him once more, bellowing, "Ye Jinghan, I implore you, for the sake of our brotherhood, listen to me." Slowly, Ye Jinghan raised his eyes, gazing at him helplessly. Ye Jinghan sighed deeply, "Jinghan, you have been deceived. Someone is leveraging your name to grant special privileges to Yunsang within the prison. You are at fault, but the one who exploited you to harm Yunsang is the true villain. Yunsang is gone, you may grieve and feel sorrow. But you must not forego avenging her. Ye Jinghan's body froze, his gaze locked onto He Jinghan's eyes. Upon witnessing the look in his eyes, He Jinghan understood that his words had resonated. He quickly added, "You are Yunsang's husband, will you allow your wife to suffer such indignity and torment without retribution?" A mask of sorrow adorned Ye Jinghan's face, yet his fists tightened resolutely. No, he could not permit Yunsang to endure such agony in vain. He bore a profound guilt towards Yunsang, he must pay with his life for her suffering. But those who had mercilessly tormented her would not escape unscathed. Ye Jinghan broke free from He Jinghan's grasp, turning to gently caress Yunsang's cheek, his voice tender and soothing. "Sansan, remain at home and await my return. Fear not. For those who have wronged you shall not escape my wrath. The orchestrator behind your suffering will meet a dire fate. Anticipate my return, once vengeance is fulfilled. I shall be by your side." After uttering these words, he gently placed a kiss upon Yunsang's lips. Gazing deeply into her eyes before rising from the bed and exiting the room. Heaving a sigh of relief, He Jinghan bowed deeply to Yunsang before turning to leave. He approached Yang Wenqing, who was about to descend the stairs, and spoke in a hushed tone that only they could hear. "The heat is unbearable. We cannot allow Yunsang to remain at home any longer. Shortly, please call third aunt and have her bring Wen Yesheng to assist Yunsang with her affairs." Yang Wenqing hesitated briefly, but... Chapter 113, Will you return her to me? He Chenai, aware of Yang Wenqing's apprehensions, interjected, "We cannot allow this to continue. Inform Aunt San that I will delay Jinghan for 2 hours, she should take this opportunity to come swiftly and address the situation." Ultimately, Yang Wenqing nodded in agreement. As Ye Jinghan descended the stairs, He Chenai personally drove him to the company. He first dispatched Hao Ziyu to investigate who, in years past, had dared to wield his influence to issue orders to harm Yunsang. He sought the life of this individual. After Hao Ziyu's departure, he assigned several trusted confidants to uncover the identities of those involved in Yunsang's suffering within the prison walls. Given the disarray among the female inmates, they readily obtained the list after several threats. Ye Jinghan clutched the list, seething with rage. He commanded his men to repay the suffering inflicted upon Yunsang threefold upon these women. After enduring 2 years of torment, they must now bear a lifetime of anguish within the confines of their prison, no mercy, no reprieve. He pointed to the name of the ringleader, Pei Yuyan. His gaze fierce, "This woman shall be subjected to the utmost cruelty, she must live in a state of perpetual despair, unable to find solace in life or death." "Understood." The subordinate replied before departing. Once Ye Jinghan had arranged everything to his satisfaction, he prepared to leave. On the sofa, He Chenai stood, addressing him, "Jinghan." Ye Jinghan turned to him, his expression reverting to one of lifelessness and despondence. He Chenai lowered his gaze, unable to meet his eyes. "I have just contacted Aunt San, instructing her and Yixing to retrieve Yunsang and take her to the mortuary." Night Jinghan's heart faltered, each breath laced with agony, compelling him to flee. He Jinghan stepped forward, obstructing his path. "Jinghan, do not act this way, let Yunsang go." Night Jinghan raised his hand and struck He Jinghan with all his might. Roaring in fury, "Get away!" He Jinghan stumbled back, helplessly watching as Night Jinghan rushed through the door. As he sped away, Night Jinghan prayed fervently in his heart, hoping it was not too late. The vehicle halted before the funeral home. Just as he alighted, he beheld his third aunt and her son, Wen Yesheng, emerging from within, clad in somber mourning attire. The once tall and handsome Wen Yesheng, typically adorned with a gentle demeanor, now bore a visage etched with sorrow, cradling something in his hands. Night Jinghan's heart twisted in anguish, his legs seeming to lose all strength as he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Upon seeing him, Night T, who had been silently weeping, broke into a wail and hurriedly approached, kneeling before Night Jinghan, pushing and striking him with fervor. "Are you satisfied now? Have you found joy in the destruction of the Yun family? What right have you to weep? I implored you earnestly to refrain from harming them. Why would you not listen? Jinghan, why must your heart be so cruel? Do you not realize how deeply Sang Sang loves you?" Trembling, Night Jinghan grasped Night Ti's arms. His voice heavy with sorrow, anxiety, and fear. "Third aunt, where is Sang Sang?" When Yesheng approached, kneeling before them, presenting the urn before Night Jinghan. "Sang Sang is here." Ye Jinghan suddenly released his grip on Ye Ti, falling back onto the ground, desperately scooting away, shaking his head in utter denial. Nonsense, how could Sang Sang be here? Sang Sang. My Sang Sang is 165 centimeters tall. Though she is slender, she possesses a fair and exquisite beauty, her smile is truly captivating. Upon witnessing Ye Jinghan's reaction, Yi Ti felt a surge of panic and grasped his hand tightly. Jinghan, what is wrong? Sang Sang, she has already. Ye Jinghan enveloped Yi Ti in his arms, weeping like a child in profound sorrow. Aunt, Jingya said you took Sang Sang away. Aunt, I realize my mistakes. I will never dare to bully her again. I promise to cherish her, love her, and protect her. Please, return her to me, Aunt. I cannot bear to lose her, I implore you, please bring her back to me. Chapter 114, Grant her dignity. Upon hearing those words, Yi Ti's heart ached as she gently patted his back. Jinghan, do not frighten Sangu. Sang Sang has already departed. You. No, she has not. She would never leave, Ye Jinghan exclaimed, forcefully pushing Yi Ti away, his voice a tempest of anguish and fury. She was perfectly fine, waiting for me at home. We had promised, once I finished my work, I would return to accompany her. Why did you take her away? Return her to me, return her. As he spoke, he gripped Yi Ti's shoulders tightly, shaking her vehemently. Why did you steal her from me? Why did you conceal her? I acknowledge my faults. Why not grant me an opportunity to atone? When Yixing gazed intently, interjecting, enough. He thrust Yunsang's urn forcefully into Ye Jinghan's hands. Sang Sang is here. Do you not comprehend? She is gone. Is this not the outcome you have labored for all along? You have achieved your desire. Why do you still weep and create a scene? In agony, Ye Jinghan retracted his hand, leaning his head against the car door, refusing to acknowledge the urn resting on his lap. This is not Sang Sang, it cannot be. Seeing his desolate state, Yi Ti's heart shattered. She reached out, tenderly caressing the urn, whispering, Sang Sang cherished cleanliness, she would not wish for us to witness her decay into a foul corpse. Jinghan. I implore you on behalf of Sangu, grant her dignity. Slowly, Ye Jinghan curled his body, wrapping his arms tightly around the urn. His Sang Sang was indeed a girl who valued purity. Yet, time and again, she inflicted wounds upon herself, leaving her battered and bruised. How immense must her pain be to utter the words of eternal unforgiveness. Witnessing Ye Jinghan's anguish, Yi Ti found herself engulfed in a tempest of fury. Yet at that moment, she was at a loss for how to express it. Love, in its essence, is always a poignant affair, leaving indelible marks on the soul. Those who have never traversed such depths cannot fathom the profound sorrow of life's ephemeral nature. She rose slowly, swaying as she departed. When Yexing knelt before Ye Jinghan, offering solace, Jinghan, one must find peace in the embrace of the earth. Ye Jinghan's forehead rested against the urn. Her voice a mere whisper, you may leave now. After a moment's silence, when Yexing stood and walked away, Ye Jinghan was not a fool. He simply chose not to awaken from this torment. He lingered for quite some time, until the sun dipped below the horizon, before gently kissing the urn and rising, Sang Sang. I shall take you home now, no one shall separate us. He placed Yunsang in the passenger seat, securing her with a seatbelt, and tenderly caressed her before starting the engine and driving away. Whenever he encountered a picturesque scene, he deliberately slowed his pace, aware of Yunsang's playful spirit and her fondness for beautiful sights. Upon returning home, Ye Jinghan carried Yunsang upstairs. The servants of the Yi residence, upon seeing him with the urn, felt a twinge of fear, yet none dared utter a word. After laying Yunsang on the bed, he descended to retrieve several bottles of wine, tears streaming down his face as he engaged in a one-sided conversation with her, drinking as he reminisced. He only needed to believe in her, that was sufficient. Yet, why was he unwilling to extend even this modicum of trust? In the hospital, Fu Ziwei finally found her voice. He Jingyi hurriedly rushed over, inquiring about the incident that had befallen her years ago. Upon uncovering the truth, He Jingyi anxiously dialed Ye Jinghan's number. When Ye Jinghan did not answer, he resorted to calling Yang Wenqing, informing him that Fu Ziwei wished to speak with Ye Jinghan. After hanging up, Yang Wenqing swiftly pushed open Ye Jinghan's door, exclaiming, Second master, the madam can speak now. Ye Jinghan's expression bore no trace of joy or sorrow, his vacant gaze merely shifted to Yang Wenqing's face. Noticing his apparent disinterest, Yang Wenqing hastily added, she wishes to convey something regarding the events of that year. Chapter 115, The reluctance to seek Yunsang's forgiveness. Upon entering the hospital ward, Fu Ziwei was struck by the sight of Ye Jinghan, who had become so gaunt and worn in just a few days. She labored to speak. "Jinghan, you have lost weight." Ye Jinghan sat by the edge of the bed, seemingly taking a while to register her words, before he grasped her hand and murmured, "Mother." Fu Ziwei's gaze flitted across Ye Jinghan's face, and despite her difficulty in speaking, she managed to explain intermittently, "Qingyi has informed me of your misunderstanding regarding Shireen. Jinghan. My accident had nothing to do with her." Upon hearing this, Ye Jinghan's heart clenched painfully once more. Nearby, Yang Wenqing wore an expression of astonishment. "Madam. After your accident years ago, we apprehended the driver responsible. It was he who claimed he was instructed by Lady Yun to silence you." After listening, Fu Ziwei resolutely shook her head and turned her gaze to Ye Jinghan. "That day, I did indeed meet with Shireen due to your father's feelings towards her, intending to oppose your relationship with Sang Sang. However, prior to our meeting, Shireen was unaware of my true purpose. After we met, I discreetly sent Sang Sang away, allowing me to speak with her privately. Eventually, she clarified everything, and our conversation went very well. We agreed to plan a wedding for you and Sang Sang together." Ye Jinghan's eyes reddened, tears suddenly spilling forth, as if his heart were pierced by a multitude of arrows. Fu Ziwei gazed intently at him. Her son was not a feeble man, yet, why was he? Jinghan? Ye Jinghan's heart throbbed with relentless pain. He felt utterly wretched. Sang Sang once said it could not possibly be her mother. Yet, from beginning to end, he granted Sang Sang not a shred of trust. He felt remorse towards Sang Sang, and to his mother-in-law, who had shown him such affection over the years. "I am sorry." He took 2 steps back and fled outside. On his way home, lightning flashed and thunder roared. As Ye Jinghan entered the house, he rushed to the bedside and tightly embraced the ashes of Yunsang. "Sang Sang. Sang Sang, I have erred so greatly, how can I atone for this sin, Sang Sang?" After a bout of thunder and lightning, torrential rain began to pour outside. Ye Jinghan rose, cradling Yunsang as he descended the stairs. He placed Yunsang on the steps, yet he himself descended further, stepping into the curtain of rain. He knelt, tilting his head back, gasping in anguish. At that moment, Yang Wenqing had just caught up to the night garden, and upon witnessing the scene, hurried forward with an umbrella. "Second master, please do not do this, you must take care of your health." Ye Jinghan forcefully swept the umbrella aside, welcoming the onslaught of the tempest. He pressed his forehead against the ground. The large raindrops striking his face and body felt excruciatingly cold. But why did he only realize this now? The heart, it ached so profoundly. Sang Sang. You once said that I would certainly regret it. I should not have been obstinate, I truly regret it. Can you return even if you hate me? Or wish to end my life? As long as you come back, will you? Witnessing Ye Jinghan's despair, Yang Wenqing could no longer bear it. With resignation, he sent the servants away and retreated inside to call He Qingya. After listening, He Qingya remained silent for a long time before saying, "You all go back and rest. Let him be." With that, he hung up the phone. Upon uncovering the truth, Ye Jinghan was engulfed in profound sorrow. If he did not find a way to release his anguish, to atone, or to take some action, he was certain he would be unable to endure. The rain poured throughout the night. In the courtyard, Ye Jinghan gazed at Yunsang, who had knelt there all night. He understood that, despite everything, Yunsang would never forgive him. He did not dare to plead for Yunsang's forgiveness. Yet, he genuinely wished for Yunsang to know that he truly recognized his faults. Weighed down by his own thoughts, Ye Jinghan's vision began to blur, and he could no longer bear the burden, collapsing forward. In that instant, the world around him fell silent, and he seemed to see Sang Sang. Chapter 116, This liver belongs to Sang Sang. Sang Sang appeared just as she did at the age of 18, radiating youthful exuberance. The myriad scars that adorned her face had vanished. She sat beside her parents in the Yun family, a smile gracing her lips. Yet, she refused to acknowledge herself, to accept herself, or to love herself any longer. It became evident that he had thoroughly shattered Sang Sang's heart. For several consecutive days, Ye Jinghan had consumed not a single drop of water, and after enduring an entire night of relentless rain, his weakened body succumbed to a persistent fever. When he finally regained consciousness, 2 days had elapsed. During his unconsciousness, Yang Wenqing had dispatched individuals to re-examine the driver responsible for the incident years prior. However, much to their dismay, the emissaries returned empty-handed. The driver had succumbed to a heart attack just 2 months into his imprisonment. Being an orphan, unmarried and childless, this case now stood as an unsolvable enigma. Though this pursuit yielded no results, the investigation on Hao Ziyu's end bore fruit. Upon receiving the news of Ye Jinghan's awakening, Hao Ziyu hastened to the hospital. He meticulously organized the information and presented it to Ye Jinghan. Despair was etched across Ye Jinghan's eyes as he lay motionless on the bed. Hao Ziyu promptly reported, "Second Master. I traced the remittance accounts of a few individuals in the prison, discovering that the funds they received had been transferred thrice before reaching their accounts. However, the original remittance account belongs to you." Upon hearing this, Ye Jinghan sprang upright, hastily perusing the documents. It was inconceivable. How could it possibly be his? He opened the document, and indeed this account belonged to his personal card. His gaze grew heavy, and suddenly a thought struck him, causing his fists to clench tightly. It was her. Ye Jinghan rose from the bed, though his body was frail. His steps were resolute as he moved towards the door. Yang Wenqing sensed something was amiss but dared not intervene, merely following behind. Ye Jinghan arrived outside Tong Ning's hospital room and forcefully kicked the door open. Inside, Tong Ning, whose knife wounds had just begun to heal, looked at Ye Jinghan with a pitiful expression. "Jinghan, you finally came to see me. Do you know how long I've waited for you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Ye Jinghan advanced with fierce determination, yanking her from the bed where she was receiving N4 drip and throwing her onto the floor. The 4-line snapped, and Tong Ning, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Jinghan? Why are you doing this to me? Please stop, I'm scared. What have I done wrong? Just tell me, will you?" Ye Jinghan gazed at the woman feigning vulnerability on the ground with loathing, cursing his own blindness. How could he not have trusted the one who truly loved him, Sang, while being manipulated by this woman? When Yunsang was imprisoned, did you ever go to the jail and tamper with her on my behalf? Tong Ning's face bore a mask of grievance. Yet her heart raced with anxiety as she replied, "Of course not." Ye Jinghan stepped forward, kicking her in the chest, forcing her down to the floor. "The money that those butchers received for harming Sang was transferred from my account. You were behind this, and you still dare to lie?" Tong Ning let out a piercing scream, yet she feigned innocence, saying, "I truly do not comprehend what you are saying." Ye Jinghan stepped on Tong Ning's foot, sliding down to tread upon her injury. The pain was unbearable for Tong Ning, and she cried out, "Jinghan, it hurts so much." Hurt? She still had the chance to cry out in pain. But what about his Sang? He had so grievously harmed her. Yet she had never once cried out in pain to him. Ye Jinghan gritted his teeth, pressing down on her wound, twisting his foot with force several times. "The card you used was my private VIP gold card. After the fallout between Yunsang and me due to the fire incident, you were the only one who used it. I have made myself abundantly clear. Do you still wish to lie?" Panic surged within Tong Ning. Her wound tore open, blood seeping through, her features contorted in agony. No matter how much she cried out, Ye Jinghan refused to release her. Ultimately, she could only beg out in pain, "Jinghan. It hurts, I implore you to show mercy, this liver belongs to Sang." Chapter 117, A Life for Sang. Those words made Ye Jinghan abruptly halt. Indeed, this was Sang's liver. It was he who had compelled Sang to sign, relinquishing it. His heart was torn asunder. A profound regret gnawing at him, yet Yunsang would never know the truth. Tong Ning turned to the side, sweat beading on her forehead from the pain as she pressed her hand against the wound. However, before she could catch her breath, Ye Jinghan had already bent down, grasping her collar and forcefully pulling her up, pinning her against the wall with relentless intensity. "The fire was your design, you hired those who kidnapped and harmed Yunsang. And it was you who stabbed my mother in the hospital." Ye Jinghan enumerated her crimes, not posing questions. Fear glimmered in Tong Ning's eyes as she winced in pain, murmuring, "Jinghan, I admit that the prison incident was my doing, but the matters you just mentioned were absolutely not my actions." Ye Jinghan's face contorted with rage as he tightened his grip around her neck, nearly suffocating her. "My mother has awakened." Though she was in a vegetative state the day she was stabbed, she regained consciousness and clearly recounted what transpired. "Do you dare to deny it?" Tong Ning's expression was one of terror and confusion. How could this be? Ye Jinghan's voice was fierce. This time, the evidence is irrefutable. Do you still dare to claim it was not you? Tang Ning, in a state of panic, grasped Ye Jinghan's arm, her voice trembling as she implored, Jinghan. At that time, I was coerced by Sang. She was aggressive, accusing me of being the third party, intruding upon her marriage. I felt so wrong that I foolishly exploited Auntie. Please forgive me, You wretched woman, Ye Jinghan spat, forcefully throwing her to the ground and delivering a harsh kick. How could he have been so foolish as to believe her words, personally sending Sang to prison? Allowing this woman to manipulate him, leaving him battered and bruised? How deeply wronged Sang must have felt. He declared fiercely. You orchestrated the fire at my private villa and fabricated evidence of Sang's alleged infidelity, creating a rift between us, pushing her into hell while you feigned heroism. Tang Ning, you truly are a master of deceit. It wasn't me. I accept responsibility for other matters, but this is truly not my doing. Tang Ning cried out in utter despair, clutching her bleeding wound as she desperately tugged at Ye Jinghan's pant leg. Jinghan, I love you. I would give my life for you. Why would you say such things about me? Ye Jinghan interrupted her, kicking her away. Did you think that without evidence I would confront you? That man has already been found, he is at the police station now, confessing everything, including your involvement. Tang Ning's gaze narrowed slightly. Yet she feigned a visage of torment as she exclaimed, Jinghan, it is not what you think, it must be Yunsang who has plotted against me. It is she. Do you dare to wrongfully accuse Sang? Tang Ning, you truly are one who does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Yang Wenqing, take her to the police station. Yunsang has endured enough in prison, she shall not escape her fate. Within 2 years. I demand to hear news of her being tortured to death. I want her to pay for Sang's life. Yes, Yang Wenqing replied, stepping forward to drag Tang Ning out. Witnessing Ye Jinghan's callousness, Tang Ning struggled and shouted, Ye Jinghan, how dare you treat me this way? It was you who caused Yunsang's demise, if anyone should pay with their life, it should be you. Yang Wenqing grew anxious. The second master was already on the brink of madness. He admonished, enough of your words. Ye Jinghan clenched his fist and stepped forward to confront the two. His countenance darkened as he glared at Tang Ning, say that again. Tang Ning, her face twisted with malice, finally unveiled her venomous demeanor as she sneered at Ye Jinghan. It is you, Ye Jinghan, who has never trusted her, driving her step by step toward the abyss. Your own foolishness, why do you place the blame solely upon me? Indeed, I was the one behind the fire. Tongan is already dead. Why do you still not choose me? I refuse to accept this, I will create the rift between you, forcing you to personally eliminate that arrogant woman. Ha ha ha, now my objective has been fulfilled. Ye Jinghan, oh Ye Jinghan, your moment of realization has come too late. Upon hearing these words, Ye Jinghan, in a fit of rage, kicked her to the ground once more. Tang Ning, in pain, curled up into a ball. Ye Jinghan glared at her with a fierce expression, you treacherous wretch, merely granting you death would be far too lenient. Chapter 118, I beg you to love me once more. Upon returning home, Ye Jinghan had scarcely lifted Yunsang into his arms when his phone rang. Concerned about disturbing her, he was about to turn it off when he saw it was Yang Wenqing. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. On the other end, Yang Wenqing spoke respectfully, Second Master, Tang Ning has already departed. With a heavy heart, Ye Jinghan ended the call and gently caressed the urn. After a long pause, he cradled her and walked toward the door. Exiting the Ye residence, he wandered for quite some time until he reached a broad road. He lowered his gaze, fixated on the urn in his hands, standing by the roadside for what seemed like an eternity. Tang Ning's words echoed in his mind, Yunsang was killed by you. If anyone is to pay with their life, it should be you. It is you, Ye Jinghan, who has never trusted her, driving her step by step towards the abyss. Grief consumed him, indeed, it was his fault. His mistrust had led to Yunsang's demise. She had once sorrowfully expressed, Ye Jinghan, had you ever believed in me, even for a moment, we would not have reached this point. His heart twisted in anguish. Each breath a reminder of his pain. Vivid images of Yunsang, her body marred with scars, and her resolute collision with the mirror flashed through his mind. In a daze, he suddenly stepped into the flow of traffic. The screech of brakes tore through the air. At the moment Ye Jinghan fell to the ground, he still held Yunsang tightly in his embrace. A throng of onlookers rapidly gathered around, some calling for the police, others summoning an ambulance. Yet, these sounds were drowned out by the tumult within Ye Jinghan's mind. He gazed up at the azure sky, where under the blurred expanse of blue, Yunsang's visage gradually became clearer. A faint smile played upon his lips as he struggled to utter two words, sang. However, Yunsang looked back at him, her face etched with resentment and fury. Ye Jinghan, I no longer love you. You shall descend into hell. And I wish to never see you again in this life or the next. I shall never forgive you. As Ye Jinghan's consciousness began to dissipate, a mournful wail echoed in his heart, no. Sang, come what may, I will find you again. I implore you, grant me another chance. Yunsang felt as if countless sharp blades were slicing through her body. Following the excruciating pain was an unbearable sensation akin to being devoured by swarms of ants. Suddenly, someone seized her lips, and another was tearing at her clothing. She jolted awake, only to be met by a pair of eyes so familiar they ignited her fury. It was Ye Jinghan. With all her strength, she shoved him away. As she inhaled, the scent of her own concoction, xiaoyao, filled her nostrils. She had only used it once, the night she had designed it for Ye Jinghan on her 18th birthday. Looking at Ye Jinghan's now youthful face, a startling realization struck her. Could it be that she had been reborn? As Ye Jinghan leaned in once more, Yunsang did not hesitate to unleash all her strength, delivering a fierce kick to his chest. Ye Jinghan fell to the ground, grimacing in pain. As he lunged at her once more, Yunsang felt a surge of revulsion. The intoxicating scent she had applied to herself ensured that Ye Jinghan would be irresistibly drawn to her as long as she remained present. Yet this time, she resolutely refused to allow this loathsome creature to touch her again. Seizing the moment while Ye Jinghan had yet to regain his senses, Yunsang raised her hand and struck him sharply across the face twice. She leaped off the bed, but Ye Jinghan tackled her onto the table. In a swift motion, she grabbed an ashtray and brought it crashing down onto his head. Witnessing the blood seeping from his forehead filled her eyes with a frigid disdain. Rather than alleviating her hatred, it only intensified her animosity. However, she soon felt unsteady, and the familiar tingling sensation returned. This scent must be eradicated swiftly, or she would soon lose her sanity. Swallowing hard, she pushed Ye Jinghan away, seized her bag, and hurriedly exited the room. Finding the public restroom of the hotel, she scrubbed the fragrance from her neck and washed her face, finally lifting her gaze to the mirror. There she beheld the youthful and beautiful visage of her 18-year-old self. The memory of her tragic demise flickered in her mind, prompting her to instinctively caress her cheek. In that moment, her face bore no marks of the suffering she had endured, nor any unsightly scars. Her expression hardened, and a cold, determined smile graced her lips. Should she have the chance to start anew, she would never repeat the past. Every grievance would be accounted for, and none would be overlooked. Upon recalling Ye Jinghan in the room, a slight arch appeared between her brows as she opened her bag and retrieved her phone. The first step towards vengeance shall commence with Ye Jinghan. Chapter 119. Mother Yunsang calmly dialed a phone number, summoning several beautiful women from the club for Ye Jinghan. Although Ye Jinghan did not possess a phobia of cleanliness, he harbored a profound disdain for such women. Otherwise, he would not have forced himself to entertain guests during the torment he subjected her to. Now, it was her turn to make him experience such a sensation. After placing the call, she eagerly descended the stairs to hail a taxi, returning to the Yun family villa. Standing at the entrance, she gently caressed the grand door of the Yun residence, her lips curving into a bittersweet smile of both nostalgia and joy. There were no seals. The Yun family still stood strong. She pressed the doorbell, and the duty staff member, as always, greeted her with a warm smile as he opened the door. As Yunsang stepped into the courtyard of the Yun family once more, a wave of anxiety washed over her. She feared this might all be but a fleeting dream. Upon entering the living room, she found her mother, slender and fair-skinned, gracefully practicing her evening yoga as usual. Upon seeing Yunsang, her mother smiled tenderly and inquired, My darling, why are you back so early? I thought you would be out with your friends all night. Yunsang's eyes instantly brimmed with tears as she rushed towards Shireen, enveloping her in a tight embrace, her voice choked with emotion as she called out, Mother. Sweetheart. What troubles you? Shireen replied, and in that moment, Yunsang felt an overwhelming mix of happiness and sorrow. In her previous life, she hadn't even had the chance to see her mother one last time. As she knelt before her mother's grave, consumed by regret and tears. She had longed for her mother to respond, even if just once. Shireen furrowed her brow, increasingly sensing something amiss with Yunsang. With concern, she inquired, "Speak. My dear, has someone wronged you?" Yunsang merely shook her head, alternating between tears and laughter, repeatedly calling for her mother. Shireen wished to release Yunsang, to discern what troubled the little girl, yet Yunsang clung to her tightly, as if fearing that letting go would cause her mother to vanish. In exasperation, Shireen turned to call upstairs, "Darling, our daughter is being bullied." No sooner had she spoken than Yun Pengcheng and Yun Chong hurriedly descended the stairs. Upon seeing the tear stains on his daughter's face, Yun Pengcheng grew anxious. "My dear, what happened? Who upset you? Tell Daddy, and I shall seek vengeance." Standing nearby, Yun Chong crossed his arms, displeased, and remarked, "Who else could it be? Aside from Ye Jinghan, who dares to mistreat my sister in this imperial city?" Yun Pengcheng questioned. "Has Jinghan truly bullied you?" Yunsang released Shireen, her gaze flitting among her concerned family members. How wonderful it was to have her beloved ones gathered. She understood better than anyone the depth of their love for her. In her previous life, her blind affection for Ye Jinghan had led to the ruin of the entire Yun family. In this life, she would not be so impulsive. Anyone who had harmed her family would face her wrath, step by step, as she meticulously tore apart those wretched beings. Shireen grasped Yunsang's hand. Her expression filled with worry. "Sang, please, speak to me." She shook her head and, with a choked voice, suddenly smiled, "Dad, Mom. I just took a little nap outside and had a nightmare where you both left me. It felt so real that it frightened me." Upon hearing this, Yun Chong could only shake his head in disbelief and turn to ascend the stairs to continue reading. Shireen chuckled and poked Yunsang's forehead. "Oh, you." Yun Pengcheng waved his hand at Shireen and drew Yunsang closer. "You cannot blame our daughter, she still loves us dearly, doesn't she?" After casting a playful glance at Yun Pengcheng, Shireen gently pinched Yunsang's soft cheek. "Alright, Sang, stop overthinking and hurry upstairs to rest properly. Tomorrow is your birthday banquet, and you must sleep well to present yourself in the best light before all our guests. Ideally, you should enchant your beloved Jinghan," leaving him utterly captivated. At the mention of Ye Jinghan, a fleeting look of distaste crossed Yunsang's brow. She was acutely aware of how much her parents had once adored Ye Jinghan. Thus, she felt compelled to destroy him. But only under the condition that her parents could accept it. Chapter 120, Come Here. The night was deepening. Yunsang, unwilling to sleep alone, coaxed her parents, expressing a desire to share their bed. Yun Pengcheng and Shireen, indulging her, acquiesced. Lying nestled between her parents, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. Just as she was on the verge of drifting into slumber, her phone rang, startling her awake. Yun Pengcheng had already risen, retrieving her phone from her bag. "Ah. It's Jinghan," he remarked. Instantly, Yunsang's expression turned cold. As she was about to suggest he not answer, Yun Pengcheng had already deftly pressed the answer button and held the phone to her ear. On the other end, the voice of Ye Jinghan emerged. Icy and indifferent, "Come out for a moment." Yun Pengcheng and Shireen leaned in, curious about the conversation between the young pair. Not wanting to alarm her parents, Yunsang quickly sat up, covering the phone speaker, and said, "Mom and Dad, you should go back to sleep. I'll step outside for a bit." Once she exited the room and closed the door, ensuring her parents had not followed, she restored her cold demeanor, placing the phone back to her ear, and replied frostily, "I have no time." The voice on the other end brimmed with annoyance. "I'm giving you 5 minutes. If you do not show up in 5 minutes, I will ring the doorbell, and I doubt your uncle and aunt are aware of the good deeds you've been up to tonight." With that, he abruptly ended the call. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Yunsang's eyes as she strode swiftly downstairs and exited the villa. Ye Jinghan's forehead was bandaged, stained with traces of blood. His tall figure leaned against the car door, hands tucked into his pockets, regarding her with a cold glare. Yunsang stood at the entrance, approximately 5 meters apart from him, casting a detached gaze at the man she wished to torment without mercy. Despite her efforts to conceal her emotions, her words still dripped with frost. "What do you want?" Ye Jinghan furrowed his brows. What trick was this woman attempting to play now? He replied icily, "Come here." Yunsang remained unmoved, standing her ground. "Speak your mind, I'm not deaf." Ye Jinghan sprang away from the car, striding swiftly towards her. Although Yunsang retreated hastily by 2 steps, she found herself pinned against the door by Ye Jinghan. Displeasure flickered across her face. "What are you doing?" "That's a question I ought to ask you," Ye Jinghan retorted, his face flushed with anger. "You were the one who deceived me into the hotel and drugged me. The one who injured me, and the one who stuffed those chaotic women into my room. What on earth do you intend to do?" Yunsang curled her lips into a smirk, a mocking expression gracing her features. "I intend to do nothing. I merely found it suddenly uninteresting." Uninteresting? Had he not been injured, had he not felt pain and regained consciousness, he could only shudder to think of the revolting actions he might have taken. Yet this audacious girl merely deemed it uninteresting? The typically composed Ye Jinghan found it impossible to maintain his calm in that moment. He grasped her chin, exasperated, and exclaimed. "Is this sort of matter something one can treat as a jest? Yunsang, the limits of human endurance are finite. How long do you intend to persist in your mischief?" With a defiant tilt of her chin, Yunsang declared with resolute conviction, "I shall remain this way indefinitely. Kindness and propriety are foreign to my very essence. If you find me disagreeable, then simply keep your distance." Ye Jinghan, incensed, clenched his teeth and retorted. "This is your own assertion." "Indeed, it is," Yunsang replied, turning her face aside, artfully evading his grip on her chin. Ye Jinghan scoffed coldly, nodding. "Very well then. How do you intend to rectify tonight's events? Surely, you do not believe that one can act without consequence?" With an arched brow and a chilling allure, Yunsang responded, "Rest assured, Master Yi, I shall provide you with an explanation by tomorrow." Chapter 121, Politeness is a Virtue. After Yunsang spoke, she had no desire to utter another word. She crouched down, slipped out from beneath his arms, and turned to enter through the grand door, slamming it shut with a resounding clang. Ye Jinghan remained rooted in place, casting a glance back at the now closed door, a whirlwind of suspicion swirling in his mind. This girl was behaving unusually today. She was no longer the clingy, affectionate presence he had known. Even her gaze towards him was laced with disdain. It was clear she had erred, so what was fueling her arrogance? Yunsang hurriedly returned to the villa and entered her parents' room. Upon seeing them still present, the fear of their potential disappearance evaporated instantly. A faint smile of relief graced her lips as she nestled back between her parents. She had firmly decided to be the persistent lightbulb tonight. Shireen inquired about Ye Jinghan's visit. With a smile, she deftly shifted the conversation, for she was now even reluctant to hear the name Ye Jinghan. Yunsang engaged her parents in conversation until late into the night, unknowingly drifting into slumber. In the midst of the afternoon, as she slept soundly, the door to her room was gently pushed open from the outside. She awoke with a start, her eyes darting towards the entrance. Upon recognizing the visitor, a spark of uncontainable hatred ignited in her eyes. Swiftly, she closed her eyes once more, feigning sleep. Soon, the other party approached the bedside, reaching out to pat her shoulder. In that instant, Yunsang seized the opponent's wrist, sprang up, and pressed her down onto the bed, her knee pressing against the other's back, forcing her hands behind her. The sound of cracking bones echoed near her ear. In her previous life, Yunsang had learned self-defense techniques for 6 months at the age of 17. Although she had nearly forgotten everything, subduing a woman was a trivial matter for the 18-year-old Yunsang at that moment. It hurts, Sang, it's me. I specifically took leave from school to come back for your birthday." Yunsang glared at Tong Ning beneath her, teeth clenched. She certainly recognized her. And it was precisely because she did that she acted. She wished she could kill this woman right then and there. However, merely ending her life would be too merciful. She did not want to return only to end up in prison because of this woman. Thus, Yunsang leaned slightly closer to Tong Ning's ear. Her voice sharp as she stated, "Politeness is a virtue. If you cannot manage such a simple act as knocking, then your hands are of little use." After speaking, she turned and walked toward the bathroom. Tong Ning, cradling her aching arm, rose and furrowed her brow in confusion. What was wrong with this little brat today? Why did her aura suddenly become so terrifying? She hurriedly made her way outside, her arm truly feeling as if it might break. As Yunsang descended the stairs, she found Tong Ning sitting on the sofa in tears, while Shireen sat beside her, offering comfort. Yun Pengcheng approached swiftly, taking Yunsang's hand and playfully tapping the back of his own hand, feigning a scolding tone as he said, "What is the matter with you, child? Your second cousin has come all the way back to celebrate your birthday, and yet you have dislocated her arm?" Yunsang turned her gaze towards Tong Ning, who was bowing her head, nursing her arm. Was it merely a dislocation? How regrettable, she had intended to render that arm useless. Noticing Yunsang's indifferent stare fixed on Tong Ning, Yun Pengcheng waved his hand in front of her, signaling her to pay attention. Realizing her previous demeanor was inappropriate, she quickly averted her gaze. Remembering the strikingly pure and innocent appearance of Tong Ning from her past life, a subtle lift appeared at the corners of Yunsang's brow. Chapter 122, Have you taken the wrong medicine? Yunsang sniffed, immediately adopting a pitiful demeanor. I didn't mean to, she lamented. It was my second cousin who suddenly barged in and startled me. As she spoke, she approached the sofa and sat beside Tong Ning, grasping her dislocated arm. Shaking it fervently while weeping, second cousin, I'm so sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I had a nightmare about being attacked by a villain. And when you came in, I was still dazed from sleep, which is why I accidentally hurt you. Oh, ouch, ouch. With each shake from Yunsang, Tong Ning emitted a wailing cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Shireen, flustered, quickly rose to her feet and gestured to Yunsang, darling, please let go. Upon hearing this, Yunsang feigned innocence and released her grip, astonished, second cousin, is it this arm that is injured? I distinctly remember pulling that hand. Tong Ning, perspiring profusely and grimacing in pain, replied through gritted teeth, it's the right arm. Yunsang secretly reveled in the situation, a sly smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Even if the arm remained intact, she was determined that Tong Ning would fully experience this pain. With a tearful expression, she continued, second cousin, it must hurt terribly. Mother, have you called for a doctor? Yes, the family doctor will be here shortly, came the reply. Yunsang nodded, pouting as she gazed at Tong Ning, with such a kind-hearted second cousin, surely you will forgive me, right? Tong Ning, enduring the pain, furrowed her brow while scrutinizing Yunsang. What on earth was wrong with this woman today? Had she taken the wrong medicine? Yunsang persisted. Second cousin wouldn't dislike me over such a trivial matter, would you? Tong Ning was seething with anger, yet given the gravity of Yunsang's words, she felt powerless. Suppressing her agitation, she replied, how could that be? I know you did not mean it, and how could I blame you? Before she could finish her sentence, Yunsang immediately nodded and rose from her seat. Then I shall feel at ease. I will take a stroll and enjoy some fresh air. After taking a few steps outside, she suddenly turned back, as if struck by a thought. Cousin, in the future, please refrain from entering others' rooms without knocking. You are not a thief. Tong Ning's face darkened to her neck in an instant. Was this woman out of her mind? Once outside the villa, Yunsang glanced around at the entrance. Within less than 10 minutes, the family doctor arrived. Seeing Yunsang waiting at the door, the doctor approached and respectfully greeted her. Yunsang, with a calm demeanor, softly inquired, Dr. Lan, last year you brought your daughter to my home to treat Ah Chong. Tong Ning mentioned that your daughter stole her diamond necklace, is that correct? Upon hearing this, Dr. Lan grew anxious. Miss Yun, my daughter did not steal anything. When she returned home, I had her mother search her thoroughly, and she truly. Yunsang interrupted the family doctor, lowering her voice again. I believe you. For I later saw Tong Ning wearing that necklace. Dr. Lan was momentarily stunned. Yunsang feigned surprise, it seems she did not inform you that the necklace was found. Therefore, she must not have apologized to your daughter, right? Dr. Lan focused intently, gritting her teeth, indeed, she did not. Yunsang clicked her tongue in disapproval, shaking her head in lamentation. How dreadful, to let another bear the burden of being labeled a thief unjustly. Such individuals should undoubtedly experience some hardships. By the way, Dr. Lan, I have heard that for certain individuals, after dislocation, the process of realignment can be quite arduous, and success is not guaranteed on the first attempt, is it? Dr. Lan lifted his gaze, his eyes swirling with skepticism. After Yunsang spoke, she smiled gently, saying, a new day has only just begun, Dr. Lan. There is no need to rush. Please, come in. As Dr. Lan pondered Yunsang's words, he entered the villa. Shortly thereafter, Yunsang returned to the courtyard, taking a seat on the bench while listening to the heart-wrenching wails emanating from the living room, courtesy of Tong Ning. A smile graced her lips. This was truly the most exquisite sound in the world, utterly delightful. In the evening, Yunsang, adorned in elegant attire, accompanied by her parents and family, arrived at Yunting Hotel. After a meticulous introduction by the host, Yunsang, amidst applause, linked her arm with her father's and gracefully entered the venue. Similar to her previous life, the entire audience's applause and attention were focused on her. However, unlike her past experience, where upon entering she immediately spotted the figure who had captivated her heart and followed him with her gaze, this time the trajectory of her fate would commence a transformation starting from today. Chapter 123, An Announcement of Two Matters. Yun Pengcheng took the microphone from the host and addressed the audience. With his arm draped around Yunsang's shoulder, he spoke while occasionally glancing at his beloved daughter. His words mirrored those from his past life, reminiscing about the joy and laughter that Yunsang had brought into their home over the past 18 years. He expressed profound gratitude to the heavens for bestowing upon him such a precious daughter. In her previous life, Yunsang had felt little emotional impact from these declarations, as her father's affection had become a familiar routine. Yet, at this moment, she found her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Once Yun Pengcheng concluded his speech, he intended to return the microphone to the host. However, Yunsang suddenly grasped it and, just as before, turned to her father, saying, "Dad, today is my birthday, and I would like to say a few words." Naturally, Yun Pengcheng responded with a loving smile. Holding the microphone, Yunsang gazed at the audience. In her past life, she had publicly declared her unwavering love for Ye Jinghan, vowing never to marry anyone else. But now she bowed slightly and began, "First and foremost, I would like to thank all of my friends and family for taking the time out of their busy schedules to celebrate my 18th birthday. Seizing this opportunity, I wish to announce two matters. Firstly, I, Yunsang, am hereby cancelling my engagement to Ye Jinghan, the heir of the Ye royal group. For one singular reason, our personalities are incompatible, and we are not suited to share a lifetime together." As her words echoed through the banquet hall, a wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. Everyone stood dumbfounded, for it was well known that Yunsang had professed her love for Ye Jinghan countless times before. Although Ye Jinghan had never expressed any response, he did not oppose the arrangement of the marriage between the Ye family and the Yun family when it was finalized by the elders. Everyone believed that their union was merely a matter of time. Who could have anticipated that the woman who actively professed her love each day would be the one to propose an annulment? Yun Pengcheng grasped the microphone from Yunsang, turned to shield her from the onlooking guests, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Sang, what are you saying? Such a significant matter should have been discussed with your father first." Yunsang gazed at Yun Pengcheng with unwavering determination, asserting, "Father, this is my lifelong commitment. I believe I have the right to make my own decisions." In the audience, Tong Ming sat beside the stunned Shireen, a barely concealed smile of delight gracing her lips as her gaze instinctively drifted towards the distant figure of Ye Jinghan. Meanwhile, Ye Jinghan, who had been seated in the corner, felt a surge of fury as his eyes darkened upon Yunsang on stage. An annulment. So this was her way of justifying her actions. Had this woman truly lost her mind since yesterday? She shamelessly dared to drag him down with her. Beside Ye Jinghan, the elder of the Ye family was equally alarmed. He raised his hand and slapped Ye Jinghan's arm, exclaiming urgently, "What is happening?" Ye Jinghan, still seething with anger, fixed his gaze upon the woman on stage and replied tersely, "You are asking the wrong person. It is she who wishes to annul the engagement." At this moment, he was consumed with wrath. How dare she? What right did she have to initiate the dissolution of their betrothal? The old gentleman pushed him slightly, a grave expression adorning his face, and said, "Are you bullying Sang? If you are not tormenting her, why would she call off the engagement when she holds such affection for you? You must immediately ascend the stage and explain to all the guests that your betrothal is not to be annulled." Knight Jinghan, his heart brimming with indignation, retorted, "Am I out of my mind? I am trying to avoid her. Why would I explain anything? I refuse to go." Knight Jinghan, such a fine girl. And you stand here acting aloof? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? She's fine? Knight Jinghan scoffed, his face a mask of defiance. Are all the good women in the world gone? What a farce. Whoever thinks she is good, let them take her. Little did Knight Jinghan know that one fateful day, possessing the memories of his past life, he would feel the sting of regret. The old gentleman, nearly driven to his wits' end by this unruly lad, poked his forehead and said, "All right, you may remain stubborn here, but if you refuse to go, I shall." Just as the old gentleman rose, he witnessed Yunsang stepping away from Yun Pengcheng, continuing with, The second matter I wish to announce is that I intend to take this opportunity to seek a suitor for myself. Chapter 124, a game well played. A wave of excitement surged through the audience below. The previous union between the Yun and Ye families had been a topic of much discussion, for it symbolized not merely a marriage, but the formidable alliance of two leading enterprises in the imperial city. However, the recent dissolution of this engagement has stirred the ambitions of countless affluent families with eligible heirs, eager to capitalize on the situation. Ignoring the commotion beneath her, Yunsang continued, I have but 3 stipulations. First, candidates must be aged between 18 and 30, with a minimum height of 180 centimeters, and they must not smoke. Second, I will not tolerate infidelity or any form of violence. In my world, one act of betrayal is enough to sever all ties. Third, they must honor my parents and treat my siblings with kindness. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd as they speculated on who might meet her criteria, with some individuals eagerly wishing to express their interest. Yunsang pressed on. In light of my past indiscretions, to alleviate the concerns of those considering a union with me, I am willing to obtain a medical certificate confirming my status as a virtuous woman for those who require it. Ye Jinghan's heart simmered with resentment as his icy gaze swept across Yunsang's face. This woman was publicly humiliating him. At that moment, the elder of the Ye family made his way to the stage, with Ye Pengcheng hastily supporting him. The elder approached Yunsang and whispered, Sang. It seems I've discerned that this lad Jinghan has indeed angered you, hasn't he? Rest assured, grandfather will teach him a lesson later. For now, let us continue with your birthday celebration, shall we? Grandfather, I am not jesting, I have truly made up my mind. I have ended things with Ye Jinghan. Yunsang felt a pang of guilt in the face of her grandfather's affection. In her previous life, her grandfather and uncle had been sent abroad to retire by Ye Jinghan, who forbade them from interfering in any matters, all because they had always supported her. She had never forgotten her grandfather's kindness. However, public matters must be kept separate from private ones, no matter how deeply she cherished her grandfather. It would not sway her resolve. Seeing her grandfather intervene, Yunsang still chose to drink the bitter wine rather than the sweet. Ye Jinghan could no longer contain his fury. He rose, his face as cold as ice, swiftly navigating through the crowd to the stage. With a firm grip, he seized Yunsang's wrist and pulled her toward the exit. Yunsang struggled against him, angrily retorting, Ye Jinghan, let me go. Observing this, her grandfather barked, Jinghan, what are you doing? Ye Jinghan turned to Yun Pengcheng, saying, Uncle Yun, you wouldn't want Yunsang to ruin her own coming-of-age ceremony, would you? Clearing his throat, Yun Pengcheng suggested, how about you two go to the lounge and have a proper discussion? Yunsang had no desire to be alone with this scoundrel. Yet Ye Jinghan forcefully bent down and swept her into his arms, striding purposefully toward the exit. After the two departed, the elder, seizing the opportunity, took up the microphone and addressed the audience, saying, this girl is an exceptionally rare gem, and she is also the designated granddaughter-in-law of our Ye family. My grandson of the Ye family shall leave the choice to her. Those among you who have entertained thoughts should reconsider promptly. Ye Jinghan forcibly carried Yunsang into the lounge and set her down. She struggled, attempting to flee, but Ye Jinghan turned and locked the door with a casual motion. He then turned to her, his brows slightly raised, his eyes still simmering with anger as he approached her step by step. Seeing his demeanor, Yunsang inexplicably recalled the previous life, when Ye Jinghan had struck her. Her fists clenched tightly, she glared at him with resentment, her mind racing. In this moment, Ye Jinghan clearly bore an aversion towards her. She had announced the dissolution of their engagement, he should have been pleased. Why, then, had he brought her here? What were his true intentions? The lounge was small, leaving Yunsang with no room to retreat, her back pressed against the wall. Coldly, she demanded, speak. What exactly do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? You publicly declared that you remain untouched, are you not ridiculing me, Ye Jinghan? Hoping to provoke me into taking some action against you? Yunsang, I underestimated you, you have played this hand quite well. Chapter 125, The Art of Pursuit and Retreat. Never enough. Upon hearing these words, Yunsang let out a derisive laugh. Indeed, everything seen through a dog's eyes is but filth. Knight Jinghan, with a heart tainted, perceives others as equally sullied. Infuriated by her laughter, Knight Jinghan retorted, you still dare to laugh? Have you not played this game of pursuit and retreat enough? Very well. You have succeeded, I shall facilitate your triumph. As he spoke, he swiftly grasped the back of Yunsang's head, preparing to kiss her. However, just as Ye Jinghan's lips were about to graze hers, Yunsang resolutely raised her hand and struck him across the face. The resounding slap echoed, and she distinctly observed Ye Jinghan, typically composed and aloof, momentarily stunned. For him, this was an unprecedented shock. The woman who had always sought to please him, who had gone so far as to deceive him into a hotel just the night before with intentions of impropriety, had now dared to strike him. Though Ye Jinghan did not retaliate, his fury surged within him, and he admonished her sternly, "Yunsang." Unfazed, Yunsang crossed her arms defiantly, her aura unwavering. "Put away your self-righteousness. Even if I were to engage in a game of pursuit and retreat, you would never be my choice." Ye Jinghan's gaze flitted over Yunsang's face. This woman had lost her mind. No, she had transformed. The way she looked at him now was entirely different from the days prior, as though she loathed him. Indeed, it was hatred. Ye Jinghan retracted his furious glare and, filled with confusion, inquired, "What on earth transpired last night?" Yunsang raised her brows slightly, intrigued. The man was utterly unaware of the reasons behind his peculiar behavior, nor did he comprehend the depth of her loathing for him at this moment, mistakenly attributing it to the events of the previous night. However, it was of little consequence. Her sudden declaration to call off the engagement demanded an explanation, especially given the long-standing relations between their families. She stepped closer, tilting her head to gaze up at him. Despite the disparity in their heights, and her somewhat disadvantaged position, her demeanor exuded an undeniable strength. "Do you know why I assisted you in finding a woman last night? It was because you claimed I disgusted you. More so than that group of women." Ye Jinghan felt a jolt of surprise. He had no recollection of the previous night's events. When he regained his senses, he had merely encountered a woman attempting to impose herself upon him, whom he had promptly dismissed. After seeking out Ye Jinghan to tend to the wound on his forehead, he had proceeded to the Yun family villa. Observing Ye Jinghan's struggle to recollect, Yunsang felt a scornful amusement. It was indeed remarkable that he could remember anything at all after her intoxicating influence. With a facade of indifference, she continued, "Ye Jinghan, you do not truly believe that I, Yunsang, ever harbored feelings for you, do you? That I would dutifully trail behind you, subserviently licking your boots for eternity? I apologize, but you lack that allure, and I have grown weary of this charade. This time, I shall grant you your freedom. From now on, we shall part ways amicably, each taking our own path, without hindrance to one another." Ye Jinghan beheld Yunsang's exquisite visage, marked by determination and defiance, filled with incredulity. He had never regarded her in this light before, thus, why had he uttered such words? His disbelief was palpable. Yet, Yunsang's reaction today seemed genuine, and her sincerity was difficult to doubt. Should he apologize? After all, if he truly uttered such words, it is indeed quite disgraceful. "Yunsang, I..." Suddenly, an urgent knocking at the door interrupted Ye Jinghan's words. "Jinghan, Sang, are you in there?" The voice belongs to Tongan. Since her rebirth, Yunsang has yet to see her, as Tongan has been away on business for some time. In her previous life, she only entered the scene after the birthday banquet commenced. "Sang? It's your cousin, please open the door." Yunsang cast a sidelong glance at Ye Jinghan, who had initially intended to say something but fell silent instead. A trace of cold mockery flickered in her eyes. "Your dream lover is asking you to open the door." Chapter 126, My relationship with him has ended. Her biting sarcasm cast a frosty veil over Ye Jinghan's previously guilty feelings, prompting him to coldly retort. "Even if I spoke harshly last night, it was my fault. Do not direct your ire at the innocent." Yunsang raised an eyebrow, clearly recognizing that he was defending Tongan. Had she heard such words in her previous life, she would have erupted in anger, for at that time, Ye Jinghan always shielded Tongan. He incessantly claimed that Tongan had saved him, yet he never divulged what exactly she had done for him. He maintained an icy demeanor towards everyone, except for Tongan, to whom he was particularly kind, leading many to believe he harbored feelings for her. Yunsang, consumed by her obsession with Ye Jinghan, harbored an intense disdain for Tongan. Tongning seized the opportunity to sow discord, often instigating conflicts that targeted Tongan. The more Tongning meddled, the more Ye Jinghan's aversion towards her grew. Consequently, when Tongan and Tongning encountered troubles later on, Ye Jinghan was quick to cast blame upon her. Reflecting upon the grievances she had endured, Yunsang's heart brimmed with uncontainable fury. Yet it mattered little. The tribulations of her past life had come to an end. In this life, what was Ye Jinghan to her? Whom he chose to protect held no significance. On the contrary, she secretly hoped Ye Jinghan would marry Tong'an, imagining that such a union would infuriate Tong Ning. With this thought in mind, and noticing Ye Jinghan's inaction, Yunsang strode over to personally open the door for Tong'an. In the eyes of most, Tong'an's appearance paled in comparison to that of Tong Ning. Yet her demeanor was serene and gentle, her face perpetually adorned with a warm smile, which endeared her to most. At this moment, however, her rare smile was replaced by concern. After casting a glance at Ye Jinghan, she grasped Yunsang's hand and softly inquired, Sang, what was going on just now? You and Jinghan have always been well. So why did you mention breaking off the engagement? Your aunt is quite alarmed, this cannot continue. Yunsang, with an icy gaze, retorted to Tong'an. Is it for you to decide what is acceptable? I refuse to continue harboring unreciprocated feelings, I have come to my senses. I shall not remain foolish any longer. If he favors someone else, let him be with her. Why is it my fault for enabling him? Tong'an found herself momentarily speechless by Yunsang's outburst. After a brief hesitation, she turned to Ye Jinghan and gently requested, Jinghan, may I speak with Sang privately? Ye Jinghan, in a low tone, glanced at Yunsang before stepping outside. Once the door closed, Tong'an returned to Yunsang and softly asked, Sang, did you make this decision because of me? I have explained numerous times, you have truly misunderstood my feelings towards Jinghan. I regard him merely as a brother I have known since childhood. Honestly, I would never. Yunsang interrupted Tong'an, her patience evaporating. In her previous life, she had endured too many insincere declarations of I would never compete with you for Jinghan. Hearing it again now sent chills down her spine and filled her with revulsion. Her voice was steeped in indifference as she said, what you perceive him to be or what he perceives you to be is no longer of my concern. Whether you will be together in the future is entirely your affair. My relationship with him has concluded, I trust my words have been clear enough? Do refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you, my affairs are beyond your influence. Having spoken, she opened the door and stepped out, intending to return home. She had no intention of reappearing at the venue. In her view, as long as she did not return to the venue to retract her words, this chapter would be closed. Yet, to her surprise. Chapter 127, Then I shall relinquish him to you, no need for thanks. Standing at the entrance, Ye Jinghan obstructed her path. He cast a piercing glance at Yunsang, having overheard every word exchanged between her and Tong'an inside the room. It appeared that due to his remarks from the previous night, this woman had resolutely decided to terminate their relationship, disregarding the dignity of both families. Yunsang. Last night before Ye Jinghan could complete his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected voice. It was Tong Ning. Upon catching sight of Tong Ning, a flicker of malice flashed in Yunsang's eyes. Tong Ning, timid yet coy, stole a glance at the frigid Ye Jinghan before naturally approaching and linking her arm with Yunsang's. San, I was just below the stage and heard everything. Why put yourself through this? If you truly ruin the marriage, where else will you find a man as splendid as Jinghan? Witnessing Tong Ning's duplicitous demeanor, Yunsang struggled to suppress the urge to slap her across the face. With a cold, piercing gaze fixed upon Tong Ning, she questioned with a hint of skepticism, Cousin, you think he is admirable? Then I shall relinquish him to you, no need for thanks. Instantly, Ye Jinghan's expression turned tempestuous, his demeanor chillingly fierce. This woman was expressing disdain for him. Even if he had uttered harsh words the night before, her reaction was exceedingly excessive. Ye Jinghan admonished coldly, Yunsang, do you not know how to speak properly anymore? With a face full of grievance, Tong Ning said, Sang, that's not what I meant. Yunsang, unwilling to witness her emotional display any longer, interrupted sharply, if that's not your intention, then do you believe he is unworthy yet still wish for me to remain with him? Behind her, Tong'an stepped forward gently, saying, Ning merely wishes to advise you to deliberate carefully on this matter, as your engagement with Jinghan carries significant implications. Tong Ning nodded vigorously, yes. That's exactly what I mean. Besides, while you were away, the grandfather of the Yi family stated in the banquet hall that even if it is not Jinghan, you must still be with Jingfan. The Ye family has determined you as their granddaughter-in-law, and no one is permitted to contest that. Tong Ming's words caused both Ye Jinghan and Yunsang to change their expressions simultaneously. Ye Jinghan was filled with indignation. He would never consent to his fiancée becoming his sister-in-law, that was absurd. Yunsang, on the other hand, was left speechless. She had publicly sought a suitor to sever the Ye family's intentions, yet her grandfather had been excessively harsh, effectively eliminating her romantic prospects. This was unacceptable. She could not let this matter rest. With no time to spare for the others, she swiftly made her way toward the banquet hall. Ye Jinghan exhaled deeply. And seeing this, Tong Ming comforted him. "Jinghan, you need not worry excessively. Sang Sang is still young and has been spoiled by my aunt and uncle since childhood. It is understandable for her to exhibit a bit of capriciousness and childlike behavior." "Jinghan," Tong'an interjected, addressing Ye Jinghan, "you should go check on her." After night, Jinghan nodded slightly at Tong'an and cast a cold glance at Tong Ming. He swiftly turned and departed. No matter the circumstances, Yunsang must never become Jingfan's fiancée. Once Night Jinghan left, Tong'an directed his gaze toward Tong Ming. "I understand your intentions. But do not act recklessly at such a moment. Do not forget who raised you." After speaking, Tong'an walked away, while Tong Ming glared at his retreating figure, bitterly exclaiming, "Fine, so you are the only one in the world who is virtuous, how utterly repugnant." Upon returning to the banquet hall, Yunsang did not rush to inform her parents of anything but instead allowed the host to continue. The host took the stage once more, announcing, "Next, we arrive at the highlight of our banquet, the opening dance segment. I wonder whom our young protagonist will choose as today's dance partner. Let us all await the reveal." The lights in the venue focused on Yunsang as she surveyed the surroundings. In her previous life, it was a matter of course for her to choose Night Jinghan. But in this life, Chapter 128, she actually approached Bo Nanjing. Ye Jinghan cast a glance at Yunsang, having just come to a realization himself. In any conflict between two individuals, it is seldom that one hand alone can create a sound. If he had indeed uttered such words last night, it was entirely understandable that Yunsang would be so incensed. Seizing the opportunity presented by the opening dance, he resolved to take a step back and offer an apology to Yunsang. He deliberately advanced toward her. However, under the shimmering lights, Yunsang moved in the opposite direction. Ye Jinghan's skeptical gaze fixated on her. Yunsang approached a man in the corner, who held a champagne flute with an air of elegance. This gentleman exuded a refined demeanor, his youthful face bore the marks of maturity and composure, his features exquisite, rivaling even those of Ye Jinghan. With a radiant smile that could captivate anyone, Yunsang addressed the man, "Mr. Bo, may I invite you to join me for the opening dance?" An immediate hush fell over the crowd. Ye Jinghan halted in disbelief, staring at Yunsang. How could she seek out Bo Nanjing? Meanwhile, Tong Ming, who had just arrived, observed this scene with a smug expression. This Yunsang was utterly blind. She was forsaking a young man like Jinghan in favor of an older man like Bo Nanjing. It was as if she were recklessly courting her own demise. She simply could not believe that after publicly seeking another man's company, Ye Jinghan would still desire her. To be precise, Bo Nanjing was not truly old. At merely 30 years of age, he was in the prime of his life. He was the young heir of the esteemed Bo family, a prominent name in the royal city's spice industry. Although the Bo family now engaged in a wide array of business ventures, in the earliest days, their ancestors amassed wealth through the trade of spices. They not only supplied raw materials for spices to the entire world, but to this day, the nation's top 10 best-selling spices and perfume products all originate from the Bo family. The Bo Group organizes a fragrance competition every 2 years. It was from this very contest that Wei Yanran, renowned as the foremost perfumer of Dong'an, first rose to fame. After a considerable pause of 10 seconds, when Yunsang believed she was about to fail, Bo Nanjing slowly set down his wine glass and clasped her hand. "It is my honor," he said, rising to lead Yunsang into the center of the dance floor as the lights brightened instantly. Holding her hand with one hand and wrapping his other arm around her waist, they began to move in time with the music. All eyes were fixated on the pair. Yunsang looked up at Bo Nanjing, who towered over her, and timidly confessed, "I thought you would refuse me. Had it been anyone else, I indeed would have declined. For I have no desire to shield others from harm." Yunsang felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, who in attendance was unaware that the patriarch of the Ye family had just publicly declared that she was the designated daughter-in-law of their clan. Even if she was not meant for the eldest son, she was still expected to marry the second. At such a moment, dancing with her was tantamount to openly challenging the Ye family, a considerable risk. Her choice of Bo Nanjing was based on two reasons. First, the Bo family's influence was formidable enough that while the Ye family might consider encroaching upon them, it was a perilous endeavor, after all. Inflicting harm upon an enemy while sustaining significant losses oneself is not a strategy the Ye family would likely pursue. Secondly, Bo Nanjing is the only one present with a distinguished background who might not refuse her, for Bo Nanjing continued with a calm elegance. However, since it is Miss Yun's invitation, it should be treated differently. I owe your esteemed grandmother a significant favor and have long sought an opportunity to repay it. Yunsang gazed at him with a gentle smile, affirming that this was indeed the reason. Bo Nanjing once had a deeply devoted wife named Tianyu. Their bond was profound, yet, alas, fate played a cruel hand, and his wife succumbed to cancer. Prior to her passing, unable to bear the sight of her suffering, Bo Nanjing sought out Yunsang's grandmother through his own mother. It was the grandmother who, with her specially prepared incense, alleviated Tianyu's suffering, allowing her to endure her final days with minimal pain. Yunsang had encountered Bo Nanjing twice at her grandmother's side and was aware of his promise to repay the debt he owed her grandmother, which is why she dared to take this gamble today. As it turned out, she was successful. Mr. Bo, in truth, my invitation to you is not solely for the purpose of seeking your assistance as a shield. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 129, Ye Jinghan, what are you planning this time? Bo Nanjing replied amicably, oh, is that so? What does Miss Yun wish to discuss? Yunsang candidly responded. In 3 months, the 6th fragrance competition will take place. I wish to participate. Upon hearing this, Bo Nanjing's eyebrows lifted slightly, and his tone grew somewhat indifferent. Miss Yun wouldn't be seeking to use my connections, would she? Yunsang recognized his misinterpretation and smiled faintly, clarifying, indeed. The competition has a participation age limit of 20, yet I am only 18 this year, which renders me ineligible. Bo Nanjing replied nonchalantly. Miss Yun seems to have overlooked another condition for participation. One must possess an exceptional fragrance team or a recommendation from a renowned perfumer. I am aware that Wei Yanran is a disciple of your grandmother and that you share a close friendship with her. However, since her marriage, she has withdrawn from the fragrance industry and can no longer serve as a recommender. Therefore, Miss Yun does not meet either condition. And I fear this backdoor may be difficult to open. Yunsang remained resolute, as long as Mr. Bo relaxes the age requirement for this competition, I assure you I will have someone to recommend me. Bo Nanjing narrowed his eyes, oh? I would be intrigued to know who this person behind Miss Yun might be. Without hesitation, Yunsang replied, Yunsang, would that be sufficient? Yunsang? Bo Nanjing expressed a hint of surprise, you know Yunsang? 4 years ago, she developed a fragrance named Sweetheart, which was dubbed the scent of first love. To this day, Sweetheart remains among the top 5 in sales within the fragrance industry. Thus, the name Yunsang rose to prominence, garnering much acclaim in the world of perfumery. Numerous companies exerted themselves to secure Yunsang's allegiance, yet her true visage remained elusive. Even the Bo Group expended considerable effort in pursuit of her. Who could have anticipated that this young lady would have an acquaintance with Yunsang? Could it be a connection through the matriarch of the Yun family? Yunsang did not respond directly but retorted, Mr. Bo, all I require is your assurance that Yunsang meets the necessary standards. Bo Nanjing, unable to conceal his astonishment, replied, if you truly manage to obtain Yunsang's letter of recommendation, I shall grant you exceptional privileges. Yunsang smiled gently, very well, but Mr. Bo must uphold his promise. Yet, there is one point to consider. How will you verify that the recommendation letter from Yunsang is indeed penned by her, given that no one has ever glimpsed her true form? Yunsang remained unperturbed by the skepticism. Responding amiably, what if I secure the 10-year agency rights for Sweetheart from her for your esteemed company? As a businessman, Bo Nanjing was naturally motivated by profit. He readily agreed, very well, it is a deal. As the music swelled, guests began to fill the dance floor, pairing off in joyful revelry. Outside, Ye Jinghan's gaze remained fixed intently on Yunsang and Bo Nanjing. The sight of their smiles pierced his eyes, leaving him bewildered as to when Yunsang had forged this connection with Bo Nanjing. Their animated conversation suggested a familiarity that hinted at an old acquaintance. And Yunsang's mention that her decision to break off the engagement was influenced by his words only deepened his turmoil. All of this is mere nonsense. She is clearly seeking an excuse for her fickleness. A wave of resentment began to swell within Ye Jinghan's heart. Outside the crowd, Ye Ti swiftly approached Ye Jinghan and whispered a few words into his ear. After Ye Ti departed, Ye Jinghan strode purposefully through the throng, making his way to Bo Nanjing and Yunsang. He reached out, seizing the wrist that Bo Nanjing held in his palm, and pulled Yunsang close to him. Yunsang's expression turned icy, her face reflecting anger as she glared at him. Ye Jinghan, what do you intend to do this time? What do I intend to do? Yunsang, until our engagement is formally dissolved, you remain my fiancé. My fiancé, who dares to dance with another in my presence? Shouldn't it be I who inquires about your intentions? Yunsang fixed her cold gaze upon Ye Jinghan, a sarcastic smile playing on her lips as she remarked. It seems that Ye intends to continue his entanglement with me, doesn't it? Chapter 130, Her Indifference and the Entanglement. Ye Jinghan's gaze turned frigid as he tightened his grip on Yunsang's arm, causing her to wince in pain. Beside them, Bo Nanjing elegantly interjected, Second Master Yi, in such a public setting, it is best to communicate civilly. Ye Jinghan coldly regarded Bo Nanjing, dismissively stating, I am conversing with my fiancé. I believe Mr. Bo has no authority to interject. Yunsang, wishing to ease the tension for Bo Nanjing, quickly responded, Mr. Bo. Thank you for accompanying me for the opening dance today. I will ensure that what we discussed will be implemented promptly. Bo Nanjing nodded gently in acknowledgement. Ye Jinghan seethed inwardly, perplexed by what they had supposedly agreed upon. As Yunsang attempted to free her wrist from Ye Jinghan's grasp, she found it futile. Irked, she demanded, what exactly do you intend to do? Ye Jinghan glared at her, aware that she had initiated this turmoil yet dared to express disdain. The more she struggled, the more he refused to release her. Frustrated, she exclaimed, my grandfather was so enraged by your actions that he suffered a heart attack and was taken to the hospital. What do you think I want? Yunsang's heart sank, guilt washing over her as she glanced towards the location where her grandfather had been. To her dismay, not only was her grandfather absent, but so were the guests from the Yi family and all the attendees from the Yun family. After offering another quick thank you to Bo Nanjing, she hastily made her way towards the exit of the banquet hall. Meanwhile, Ye Jinghan maintained his grip on her wrist, preventing her from breaking free. Thus, they left hand in hand under the watchful eyes of the crowd. After descending the stairs, Ye Jinghan forcibly pulled her, who had been trying to return to the Yun family's car, into his own vehicle. As the driver transported the two to the hospital, Yunsang stared irritably at Ye Jinghan and remarked, you can let go of me now, can't you? Ye Jinghan released her grip. Yunsang promptly shifted to the window side, maintaining a distance between them. Ye Jinghan gritted his teeth, this insufferable girl. He suppressed the anger bubbling within him and questioned, when did you become acquainted with Bo Nanjing? Yunsang dismissed him with indifference. Ye Jinghan, exasperated, pressed on. Why aren't you speaking? What were you just discussing? What is your relationship? Are you contemplating a change of heart for him? Observing his ire, Yunsang felt a sense of satisfaction within. With a sarcastic glance, she retorted, Ye Jinghan, spare me your hypocritical accusations. When I became acquainted with Mr. Bo is my affair, and it bears no relevance to you. Why should I disclose anything to you? Previously, Ye Jinghan found her incessant pursuit behind him bothersome. However, today he realized that her sudden shift to hostility was even more irksome. It annoyed him to the point where he felt the flames of rage threatening to ignite within him. After much restraint, he exhaled and stated, fine. I will settle this matter with you later. When we are in front of my grandfather, you had better choose your words carefully. If my grandfather were to suffer any distress because of you, I will hold you accountable. Yunsang's heart was filled with disdain. In a previous life, who could have possibly looked down upon the old master, forcing him into exile and confinement under the guise of enforced elder care? Yet now, he feigns the role of a dutiful grandson. Bah, how repugnant. The two appeared together at the hospital. Upon arrival, Butler Han, adhering to the old master's wishes, promptly ushered out a dozen individuals, leaving only the parents of the Yun family. The old master, having regained consciousness, beckoned to Yunsang. She hurried to his side, bending down to grasp his hand. Grandfather, are you well? She inquired. The old master sighed, at my age, my frail body is riddled with ailments. And there is little hope for recovery. Yunsang gazed at him, astonished that her actions had led her grandfather to the hospital. However, she understood in her heart that his life would not cease here. The old master, gasping for breath, said, Sang, I have come to a realization. Since you no longer wish to be with Jinghan, I shall not pressure you any longer. Today, let us change this betrothal from Jinghan to Jingfan. You know him well, although he is younger, he is reliable. Therefore. No. Absolutely not. Chapter 131, The Final Step. I wish to preserve dignity. Both Ye Jinghan and Yunsang spoke in unison. The elder frowned, questioning, why is it not feasible? Jingfan is merely 6 days younger than Sang, having grown up together and sharing a common language. Moreover, Jingfan has always been Sang's little follower. I believe it is a suitable match. Upon hearing about Ye Jingfan being 6 days her junior, Yunsang's heart sank. Conjuring memories from her previous life when Ye Jingfan faced misfortune on his 18th birthday. His untimely demise led to her first bout of suspicion from the Ye family. Although those who wronged her could not present evidence, their doubts were ultimately dismissed by the elder. Nevertheless, the Ye family harbored lingering resentment towards her. And even Ye Jinghan repeatedly blamed her for Jingfan's death. In this life, she resolved not to shoulder that unjust blame again. She must find a way to save Ye Jingfan. Noticing Yunsang's sudden silence and the gravity in her expression, Ye Jinghan assumed she had been swayed by their grandfather and was genuinely contemplating the feasibility of the situation, which ignited a flame of anger within him. With a stern countenance, he declared, you should not even entertain this notion. The eldest daughter of the Yun family engaged to the second young master of the Ye family. Only to switch her betrothal to the third young master midway. What would that look like if it were to spread? Are you intent on turning the entire Dongyan kingdom into a laughingstock? I oppose this. The elder scoffed, your opposition is inconsequential, I will heed Sang's perspective. After a moment's hesitation, Yunsang replied, Grandfather, I wish to speak with you privately. The elder nodded and addressed the individuals in the ward, very well. Let Sang remain, you may all leave for now. After casting a worried glance at Yunsang, the Yun couple exited alongside Butler Han. However, Ye Jinghan remained motionless. His arms crossed and a frosty expression on his face as he addressed Yunsang, since this matter pertains to me. It is only fitting that it be discussed in my presence. Yunsang responded with a sardonic smile, I had intended to spare you some dignity. But since you have chosen to act shamelessly, I shall not hold back any longer. With that, she turned her gaze to the elder and candidly stated, Grandfather. Let me be frank, last night, Ye Jinghan explicitly told me that, in his eyes, I am worth less than a mere concubine. Upon hearing this, the elder raised his hand to grasp a cup from the bedside table, hurling it toward Ye Jinghan while rebuking him furiously, you scoundrel. The cup struck Ye Jinghan's arm, causing him to furrow his brow. Although he had no recollection of uttering such words, he felt an unfamiliar sense of guilt, as though he had indeed spoken them. Yunsang felt a surge of satisfaction, he deserved it, ideally, it would crush him entirely. With a defiant countenance, she continued, I truly feel disheartened. However, what weighs heavily upon me is not merely this incident, but his persistent indifference towards me. It is only after accumulating this disappointment that I have resolved to withdraw. I have made an effort to take 99 steps, the final step shall be reserved for my dignity. Grandfather, do not dissuade me. I am resolute in my decision regarding this marriage. Having said all that she needed to express, Yunsang bowed to the elder, I have said all that is necessary. Grandfather, please take care of yourself, I shall take my leave now. She turned away, not sparing a glance at Ye Jinghan, departing with an air of arrogance. Ye Jinghan recalled Yunsang's recent words, furrowing his brow, and hastily followed her out. The old man also recognized Yunsang's resolve. However, he had no intention of allowing Sang to become a bride for another family. He picked up his phone and dialed Ye Jingfan's number. As Yunsang reached the entrance of the hospital ward, Ye Jinghan quickly caught up to her. He stepped forward, blocking her path. Yunsang glared at him coldly, retreating a couple of steps to maintain a slight distance. Observing her wariness and reflecting on her earlier words, Ye Jinghan felt a pang of disappointment and an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Although uncertain if she would believe him, he resolved to explain, regardless of your belief. I truly do not recall a single word of what I said last night. Yunsang raised an eyebrow, of course, he would not remember. For those words were never spoken by him in this lifetime. She steadfastly gazed at Ye Jinghan, returning to him the words he had uttered in a past life. I do not believe you. Chapter 132, Steer clear of scoundrels, safeguard one's life on her way home. The memory of Ye Jinghan's astonished expression upon hearing the words I don't believe you lingered in Yunsang's mind, causing a subtle smile to play at the corners of her lips. It felt refreshing. In the living room, only her parents were present, having intentionally cleared the space to await her return. However, before they could utter a word, Yunsang squeezed between them, her demeanor earnest as she articulated her resolute decision to sever ties with Ye Jinghan. She implored her parents to refrain from mentioning his name henceforth, requesting the freedom to navigate her own marital choices. To her surprise, rather than opposing her, they chose to honor her decision, albeit with one stipulation: as adults, we must take responsibility for our actions and refrain from expressing regret lightly. Yunsang offered her parents a reassuring smile. She had no intention of regretting her choice, for in this lifetime, her priority was to distance herself from scoundrels and safeguard her own well-being. Ascending the stairs and returning to her room, she found Tong Ning lounging on her sofa, perusing a fashion magazine as if it were her own space. Upon hearing the door open, Tong Ning sprang up, hastily setting aside the magazine and rushing to Yunsang's side. Sang, you're finally back. I was nearly asleep waiting for you. Yunsang's expression turned icy as she grasped Tong Ning's injured arm and marched towards the door, her voice sharp. Who permitted you to enter? Tong Ning winced in pain, exclaiming, ouch. Sang, please don't be angry. I used to come to your room quite often. Yunsang scoffed coldly, recalling how Tong Ning had indeed made herself a frequent, uninvited guest in the past. At that time, she appeared utterly harmless, secretly whispering tales of Tong'an and Ye Jinghan into her ear, inciting her to rage and confront Tong'an each time. Yet, what was the outcome? The more she reacted, the colder Ye Jinghan became towards her. Tong Ning would come to console her with a benevolent expression, and before she knew it, she had unwittingly regarded Tong Ning as an ally. Reflecting on it now, she realized how foolish she had been. Yunsang tightened her grip, observing Tong Ning gasp in pain yet hesitating to cry out due to some unspoken consideration. Indeed, she had already suffered enough at Yunsang's hands during the day. A sense of satisfaction surged within Yunsang as she declared fiercely, who allowed you to enter my room without my consent? Are you lacking in wit? Or is your hearing impaired? Have you forgotten how your arm got dislocated this morning? Would you like me to remind you? Tong Ning covered her shoulder, which Yunsang had yanked painfully, gazing at her with a furrowed brow. What on earth was wrong with this stubborn girl today? She had always been under control, but today seemed so peculiar. Suppressing her discontent, she spoke with a hint of vulnerability, Sang, please do not be angry. I came here out of concern for you. You cannot be so foolish. If you truly call off the engagement with Jinghan, it would only serve to benefit Tong'an. He is nowhere near as good as you. Moreover, the Yun and Yi families share a deep bond. You will inevitably encounter Jinghan often. In a few days, it will be Jingfan's coming-of-age ceremony. And when we all meet, how awkward it will be. Yunsang's lips curled into a sardonic smile, assuring, rest assured, I shall not grant you the opportunity for embarrassment. A sense of foreboding crept into Tong Ning's heart, prompting her to ask anxiously, Sang, what do you mean by that? I seem to be a bit confused. Yunsang approached her, locking eyes with her, her gaze laced with derision. The Yi family has extended an invitation to the Yun family. You, however, do not bear the surname Yun. Although she lacked concrete evidence to implicate Tong Ning in Jingfan's demise, she remained steadfast in her recollection of Tong Ning's malevolence in her past life. The presence of such a woman would undoubtedly drain her focus, regardless of whether she was the perpetrator. She was determined to save Jingfan and could not afford any missteps on that day. Tong Ning was momentarily taken aback. On what grounds did this insolent girl prevent her attendance? Sang, although I do not share the Yun surname, I have grown up in the Yun family. She stammered. Yunsang interrupted her, disdain evident in her voice. It appears that your hearing is impaired. Allow me to reiterate, on the day of Ye Jingfan's coming-of-age ceremony, you, an outsider living under the Yun family's roof, are forbidden from attending. Tong Ning, now agitated, retorted, Sang, your words are truly hurtful. Regardless of your sentiments, Jingfan is a friend I have grown up with. If the Yun family does not extend an invitation to me, I shall seek one on my own. Yunsang replied with a cold, charming smile, then by all means, give it a try. Chapter 133, this scene is unbearable. Tong Ning was truly taken aback by Yunsang's imposing demeanor at this moment. She had never anticipated that the love-struck Yunsang could suddenly transform into someone so composed and incisive. After finishing her words, Yunsang pointed towards the door and coldly declared, "Leave now. Do not compel me to take further action, I wish to rest." Tong Ning pondered for a moment and softened her tone, saying, I understand that you're feeling upset today. It's alright to vent your frustrations on me. I won't hold it against you. However, without further ado, Yunsang stepped forward and forcefully shoved Tong Ning, asserting, "I said, get out." Tong Ning's face immediately reflected her grievance, saying. Yunsang ceased any further dialogue and directly seized Tong Ning by her collar, dragging her towards the door. Tong Ning stumbled a couple of steps before being brutally thrust out. With a resounding bang, Yunsang slammed the door shut, leaving Tong Ning utterly unprepared. Tong Ning felt a tumult of emotions. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. If Yunsang slipped from her control, who could assist her in restraining Tongin? With Tongin receiving special attention from Ye Jinghan, how could her dreams of being the esteemed young mistress of the Ye family ever materialize? Inside the room, Yunsang lowered her gaze to her hands, a smirk playing on her lips. At 18, still the eldest daughter of the Yun family, dealing with Tong Ning had become second nature to her. How refreshing. She locked the door, dismissed any lingering thoughts, and promptly opened the safe to retrieve Yunsang's exclusive seal and the exclusive authorization document for Sweetheart, proceeding to stamp it. Early the next morning, while the household remained in slumber, she personally arranged for Bo Nanjing's secretary to receive the authorization letter and the participation forms. Once her tasks were completed, she instructed the driver to take her to her grandmother's private residence, for the competition loomed just a few months away. Within her, a soul that had not encountered the fragrance of life for what felt like an eternity yearned to reacquaint itself with everything swiftly. There existed a perfumery, a space her grandmother had meticulously prepared for her. The place was indeed splendid, with the sole drawback being its proximity to the Ye family's ancestral home. At that moment, Ye Garden had just been constructed, yet remained unfurnished, resulting in Ye Jinghan residing next door for the majority of the time. To avoid an encounter with the Ye family, Yunsang deliberately instructed the driver to halt at the back entrance. However, fate had other plans. As soon as she alighted from the vehicle, a voice called out from behind, "Hey, Sangbauer." Upon hearing this endearment, a smile involuntarily graced Yunsang's lips. The instant she turned around, she was enveloped in a robust embrace. The scent that surrounded her was unmistakably that of Ye Jinghan, a familiar, musky aroma. Ye Jinghan chuckled, "Missed me after a month?" A month? The thought made Yunsang's heart ache. How could this boy know that, in reality, they had not seen each other for a lifetime? She struggled to extricate herself from Ye Jinghan's embrace, tilting her head to gaze at the strikingly handsome youth, who mirrored Ye Jinghan's height and bore a striking resemblance to him, yet possessed an infectious smile. Indeed, it had been far too long since they last met. She suppressed the emotion swirling within her, and like in her previous life, playfully slapped his arm, feigning disdain as she remarked, "Did I not mention that after running, you should keep your distance? You smell quite unpleasant." Ye Jinghan glanced down, sniffing his own body in confusion, retorting, "What odor? Your dog-like sense of smell is truly remarkable." Yunsang chuckled softly, "If your nose is so dull, how can you possibly discern fragrances?" She raised an eyebrow at him. "Did you not intend to return in a few days? According to the events of my past life, you should be abroad with your uncle and aunt, attending to some significant matters until the day before your birthday. Why has this changed in this lifetime?" Ye Jinghan casually draped an arm over her shoulder. "It's because of you. Did you not declare your intention to break off the engagement with my brother? Last night, grandfather was quite anxious and summoned me back urgently, stating that I should return to get engaged to you." Yunsang could only smile in disbelief. The old man was indeed serious. Wouldn't this infuriate Ye Jinghan? Not far away, at the back door of the Ye family's old residence, Ye Jinghan, who had specifically come to find Ye Jinghan, stood watching the two of them, arms entwined, feeling quite vexed. Previously, he found their camaraderie perfectly normal, inconsequential. Yet now, he could not help but feel an inexplicable annoyance at the sight. A heavy feeling settled in his heart, and he called out loudly, "Jinghan." Ye Jinghan turned and smiled, waving, "Brother." After responding, He wrapped his arm around Yunsang and began walking towards the back door of the Ye residence, saying, "Come on, let us go to my house. I have a birthday gift for you." Logically, due to the old master's arrangements, Yunsang should have been avoiding any semblance of suspicion at this moment. However, upon observing Ye Jinghan's expression, she promptly dismissed that thought. Chapter 134, Always Unique. Yunsang was casually embraced by Ye Jinghan as he led her to the back door of the Ye family residence. Ye Jinghan inquired, "Brother, why are you out as well?" However, Ye Jinghan's gaze was fixated on Yunsang. He endeavored to erase the memory of her indifference from the previous night. Attempting to soften his tone as he asked, "What brings you here?" At this question, Ye Jinghan also redirected his attention to Yunsang's face, exclaiming, "Oh right, Sang Bauer. You haven't explained how you arrived." The affectionate term Ye Jinghan used for Yunsang struck Ye Jinghan as particularly grating, prompting him to retort, "Does she not have a name?" Noticing Ye Jinghan's displeasure, Ye Jinghan quickly offered a conciliatory chuckle, "But I've always called her that." He added, "In the past it was one thing, but now." His voice turned cold, "Things have changed." Ye Jinghan was rendered speechless. Turning to Yunsang with a puzzled expression, "Do you mind me calling you that?" Yunsang shrugged, "Not at all. Your way of addressing me has always been unique. So feel free." Upon hearing this, Ye Jinghan, with carefree delight, declared, "Then I shall continue to call you that." He then looked up at Ye Jinghan and said, "Brother, I'm taking Sang to see the gift I prepared for her." He wrapped his arm around Yunsang and proceeded through the back door. Ye Jinghan turned back to observe Yunsang's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable surge of frustration. Unique? What on earth is this girl trying to achieve? She is fully aware of the old man's intentions yet chooses to disregard them. She could not truly desire to be with. He turned around and quickly followed into the courtyard. The old man was hospitalized, and the parents of the Ye family were still abroad. Yunsang, bypassing the customary greetings to her elders, was directly led to Ye Jinghan's room. Ye Jinghan retrieved a box of rare spices that he had specially brought back from overseas and handed it to Yunsang. The moment she caught a whiff of the aroma, her heart surged with excitement. Gripping the box with one hand and seizing Ye Jinghan's arm with the other, her face radiated joy as she exclaimed, "Jinghan, I absolutely adore this gift. It is undoubtedly the finest present I have received this year." Ye Jinghan bashfully scratched his head and replied with a sheepish smile, "I had a feeling you would like it." At the doorway, Ye Jinghan observed Yunsang regaining her usual vivacity in front of his younger brother. And a hint of jealousy stirred within him as he realized her smile was not for him. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. It was then that the two inside noticed that Ye Jinghan had, unbeknownst to them, also arrived at the door. With a furrowed brow, he answered the call. Speaking in a low voice, "Tong'an, what is it? An invitation?" Upon hearing the word invitation, Yunsang's eyes flickered. The hand she had just withdrawn from Ye Jinghan's arm reached out once more, as she said, "Jinghan, I truly appreciate this birthday gift, but I would also like a coming-of-age gift." Ye Jinghan's gaze returned to the affectionate interaction between the two, and in a deep, husky tone, he responded, "All right, I understand." Before hanging up the phone, Yunsang's eyes cast a sidelong glance at Ye Jinghan, her gaze far from amiable. Oblivious to the shift in her demeanor, Ye Jinghan responded cheerfully, "All right, speak your mind, what is it that you desire? I shall grant it." Yunsang pursed her lips, declaring, "I do not wish to see Tong Ning on your coming-of-age ceremony." Upon hearing this, Ye Jinghan's expression darkened. After all, she was not yet Ye Jinghan's fiancée. Yet she dared to dictate the terms of his celebration? He retorted coldly, "The invitation list for the Ye family's coming-of-age ceremony is not subject to your discretion." Yunsang shot him a scornful smile, determined to thwart this man from playing the benevolent role. With a frigid glance directed at him, she turned back to Ye Jinghan. Her expression resolute and domineering, "I do not care, on that day, it shall be either her or me, but never both." Chapter 135, Your sister will protect you. Upon hearing this, Ye Jinghan immediately replied, "Then you need not come." Her absence would spare the old man from causing a scene in public. Ye Jinghan, however, grew anxious and retorted, "That is unacceptable. Sang Bauer is my childhood companion. It is my coming-of-age ceremony, and since she has no pressing matters, she cannot be absent. I do not agree." After declaring this, he confidently assured Yunsang, "Fear not. Sang Bauer, I promise you, on the day of my ceremony, you shall not encounter Tong Ning." Feigning delight, Yunsang embraced Ye Jinghan and said, Jinghan. I knew you were the best. She continued, I must pay a visit to my grandmother, will you accompany me? I have something I wish to discuss with you. Ye Jinghan readily agreed, sure, go ahead, brother. I will escort Sang first. After saying this, he casually draped his arm over Yunsang's shoulder. And they brushed past Ye Jinghan. Watching the two of them vanish from his sight, Ye Jinghan felt a surge of frustration threatening to overwhelm him. He struggled to suppress the impulse to intervene and separate them. Arriving at his grandmother's residence, Yunsang and Ye Jinghan settled in the pavilion. Ye Jinghan inquired, Sang Bauer. Are we to discuss my brother's affairs? What has caused such a ruckus this time? In the past, whenever Yunsang was upset by Ye Jinghan, she would seek solace in Ye Jinghan, venting her frustrations. Thus, it was no surprise to him that he harbored such a misconception. Yunsang, with a sincere expression, responded. This time, it is not a quarrel, I am being earnest. Ye Jinghan gazed at Yunsang with an uncommon seriousness, remaining silent for an extended period. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Yunsang frowned and inquired, why are you looking at me like that? Her grandfather had mentioned that he was resolute. And although she had been skeptical, it now seemed undeniably true. What are your plans moving forward? Yunsang had no intention of concealing her thoughts from Ye Jinghan. With a calm demeanor, she replied, for the time being, I do not wish to discuss matters of the heart. I intend to devote myself to preparing for the fragrance competition. Ye Jinghan stared at her in astonishment. A competition? You? Are you capable of that? Yunsang remained unperturbed by his doubt. Besides her parents and Wei Yanran, no one knew who Yunsang truly was. To her friends and family, her endeavors in perfumery were merely perceived as a fleeting interest. She shrugged nonchalantly, that's precisely why I intend to work hard. There are countless paths in this world. And I have chosen to relinquish the path of love. Ye Jinghan regarded her thoughtfully, his brow furrowed with concern. However, this matter may not be as simple as you envisage. If you neither desire my brother nor agree to associate with me, given my family's patriarch's stubbornness, you might find it quite challenging to enjoy peace. Yunsang was well aware of this reality, yet she would never yield. Ye Jinghan's gaze shifted mischievously as he looked at her. Sang Bauer, since you do not plan to engage in a romantic relationship, how about we collaborate? After all, I too seek some peace and quiet. Upon hearing this, Yunsang lifted her gaze to meet his. The two individuals locked eyes for a moment. And after a brief pause, Yunsang suddenly smiled and replied cheerfully, I believe it is feasible. Indeed, since evasion was not an option, confronting the situation head-on, regardless of the truth, could prove advantageous. Ye Jinghan extended his hand towards Yunsang, chuckling, Sang Bauer, my dear girlfriend, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Yunsang reciprocated by giving him a high five, saying, rest assured, I shall protect you henceforth. Her promise of protection was genuine, safeguarding his very life. Reflecting on this, Yunsang recalled the serious matter she intended to discuss with Ye Jinghan. She composed her expression and said to him, on your birthday, it would be best for us to remain inseparable. This should alleviate grandfather's concerns. Ye Jinghan clicked his tongue, remarking, your performance is quite comprehensive. Yunsang raised her eyebrows slightly. Initially, she had intended to find an excuse to meander around with Ye Jinghan, hoping he would include her. However, with this newfound identity, things had become considerably more convenient. Chapter 136, Whom to Marry, Why Not Me? As Ye Jinghan had to visit his grandfather in the hospital, after discussing the important matters, Yunsang suggested that Ye Jinghan return first. She then secluded herself in the fragrance room, diligently familiarizing herself with everything. Upon entering the courtyard, Ye Jinghan was halted by Ye Jinghan, who had been sitting there. Ye Jinghan feigned indifference and inquired, what were the two of you discussing? Ye Jinghan replied candidly, just some matters between us. Ye Jinghan's expression darkened, what matters could possibly exist between you two? Just about the future and the transformation of our relationship. Didn't grandfather say that we should marry? Upon hearing this, Ye Jinghan could no longer maintain his composure. Are you truly planning to heed grandfather's words? Do you not possess your own convictions? Seeing his brother's anger, Ye Jinghan couldn't help but chuckle, brother, this is my affair. Why are you so upset? Ye Jinghan's face was grim, as if shrouded in frost, and he coldly declared, I do not approve of your union. Ye Jinghan, feeling defiant, retorted. You don't even like her, and grandfather has agreed to dissolve your engagement. If she is to marry anyone, why can't it be me? Ye Jinghan, observing Ye Jingfan's determined demeanor, countered, do you truly have feelings for her? Ye Jingfan shrugged, if I didn't like her, why would I have followed her around since childhood? With that, he strode confidently into the house, leaving Ye Jinghan in stunned silence. He had always known that Ye Jingfan held affection for Yunsang. However, she never considered that such fondness could evolve into a romantic relationship. The thought of them together troubled Ye Jinghan deeply, evoking a sense of resistance within her heart. For several consecutive days, Yunsang oscillated between the spice market and her grandmother's home, maintaining a routine. Initially, Yun Pengcheng and his wife harbored concerns about their daughter's tender age and the potential emotional turmoil she might endure from unrequited love, fearing that it would take her a long time to recover. Yet, after observing her diligent and cheerful demeanor, bustling in and out each day, their worries gradually dissipated. On the evening of Ye Jingfan's birthday, Yunsang accompanied her parents to the harbor. During the journey, Shireen brought up Yunsang. The family had not seen him for a month. He had even missed Yunsang's birthday celebration. Whenever they attempted to reach him by phone, he either did not answer or had his phone turned off. The transition from anger to concern was palpable for Yun Pengcheng and his wife. The mere mention of Yunheng conjured haunting memories for Yunsang of his tragic end in her previous life. At this juncture in her past, Yunheng had just begun to indulge in secret gambling, leading his life down a treacherous path. In this incarnation, as she endeavored to alter the fate of the Yun family, it was imperative that Yunheng be addressed first, for he was the primary catalyst of their misfortunes. To avoid arousing her parents' suspicions, she informed them that over a month ago, she had inadvertently overheard Yunheng discussing with someone on the phone, seemingly being invited to gamble at a casino in Haicheng, although she was unaware of the specific venue. Enraged, Yun Pengcheng immediately contacted his secretary to dispatch someone to investigate. The vehicle arrived at the harbor. 3 individuals disembarked and made their way towards the yacht. At the entrance, a throng of journalists wielding cameras was eagerly capturing the scene. Frustrated by her inability to board the vessel, Tong Ning, after having lunch, decided to return to the harbor alone and wait. As she noticed the Yun family finally arriving, she promptly dashed out from her hiding place to follow them. Auntie, uncle, wait for me. Tong Ning called out cheerfully, linking her arm with Shiyun's, her demeanor exuding innocence. She firmly believed that amidst the bustling crowd of affluent elites and reporters, Yunsang would not dare to dismiss her in person. Should she do so, it would only serve to highlight how the young lady of the Yun family bullied her cousin, who was living under their roof. Such news would tarnish Yunsang's reputation irreparably. Regardless of whether she managed to board the yacht today, Tong Ning was resolute that Yunsang would gain no advantage whatsoever. Observing Tong Ning, a flicker of resentment crossed Yunsang's eyes. In recent days, Tong Ning had returned to school and had ceased to make a fuss over the invitation. Yet, Yunsang suspected that this woman would not remain quiet, and indeed, her instincts proved correct. She cast a disdainful gaze at Tong Ning, her eyes glinting with malice. You choose to stray from the path of paradise, and now you dare to intrude upon the gates of hell. Prepare to face the consequences. Chapter 137, the show can begin with a hint of surprise, Shireen asked, Ning Ning? Didn't Sang Sang mention that you had something to attend to and wouldn't be coming to Jingfan's birthday banquet? Xiaoyi, I've finished my matters. Tong Ning interrupted Shireen, casting a slightly provocative glance at Yunsang. Sang Sang, I apologize for not informing you before I arrived. Tong Ning was confident that Yunsang would have to give her face in such a setting. However, she did not anticipate that Yunsang would respond with a cold glare, declaring, I detest those who are untrustworthy. Tong Ning, do you think you can come and go as you please here? Upon witnessing Yunsang's anger, Tong Ning immediately turned to Shireen with a pitiful expression. Xiaoyi, should I not have come? It seems Sang Sang is upset with me. Just as Yunsang was about to speak, Shireen gestured for her to be quiet, saying, all right, Sang Sang, your cousin has already arrived. Yunsang, with a resolute expression, insisted, Mom and Dad, please go ahead. I need to speak with my cousin privately. Ever since she laid eyes on the yacht, a sense of discomfort had settled in her heart. After all, in her previous life, Jingfan's fate had met its end here. Numerous tragedies had begun to unfold as a result. If Tong Ning were truly the perpetrator, then her current indulgence would only lead Jingfan towards his demise. That simply could not be allowed. Yun Pengcheng was eager to join the old master and the Yi couple, so he took Shireen aboard the yacht first. Just as Yunsang was about to say something to Tong Ning, a clear voice called out from not far behind, "Sang Bauer." As Yunsang turned around, she happened upon the sight of the brothers Ye Jinghan and Ye Jingfan walking towards her alongside Tong Ning. Ye Jingfan wore a smile, as was his custom, affectionately placing a hand on Yunsang's shoulder. "Why didn't you come up?" he inquired. Behind them, Ye Jinghan's expression turned noticeably colder at this scene. Observing this, Tong Ning felt emboldened and pitifully remarked, "Jingfan, I came to attend your birthday celebration, but Sang doesn't he seem to want me to join?" Ye Jingfan promptly responded, "Then don't go." But today is your birthday. And we have grown up together. I must at least offer my blessings," she insisted. Just as Ye Jingfan was about to speak, Ye Jinghan interjected quietly, "Enough. Our guest is here, let us not linger here, let us head inside." Yunsang turned to Ye Jingfan and coldly stated, "I mentioned before. Today is your birthday celebration, it's either her or me. Since she wishes to attend, I shall take my leave." As she turned to depart, Ye Jingfan grasped her wrist firmly, saying, "That won't do, you cannot leave." Yunsang had anticipated that Ye Jingfan would hold her back. Ye Jinghan stepped in front of Yunsang, lowering his voice, "Enough, there are so many reporters here, let us not create a scene. Let us go inside." "Create a scene?" Yunsang stepped back, maintaining her distance from Ye Jinghan. Why should she alter her stance simply because of her presence? She glanced at Tong Ning and asked, "Are you leaving, or am I?" Tong Ning remained silent, lowering her head as tears began to fall. Yunsang smirked sarcastically, for she knew that tears were her most potent weapon at any moment. Tongan, perplexed, inquired, Sang, what on earth is happening? Have you had a falling out with Ning? Yunsang glanced around, noticing a considerable gathering of journalists and affluent elites eager for the spectacle. With a mischievous raise of her brow, she thought to herself that the show could commence. A falling out? I am far too occupied for such trivialities. Your sister has questionable character and is unworthy of attending Jingfan's birthday celebration. Upon hearing this, Tong Ning raised her eyes, tears glistening, and said, Sang. Despite having lived under someone else's roof and treading cautiously in the Yun household, I am still your blood relative. Even if you look down upon me, must you resort to such defamation? Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. How utterly aggressive. Indeed, being raised in someone else's home is pitiable. As cousins sharing the same roof, how can one utter such hurtful words about character? Ye Jinghan's expression darkened, and he approached Yunsang with displeasure, stating coldly, Yunsang, what is the matter with you? There is a time and place for rebellion. Come, let us move. Yunsang shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, Since when did the world dictate that the one who cries is always in the right? If you wish to meddle, make sure you understand the situation first. Do you think I am like you, making baseless accusations without evidence? At her words, the crowd fell into stunned silence, pondering whether Yunsang's claims held any truth. Chapter 138, a deceitful excuse. Yunsang's words stirred a sense of irritation within Ye Jinghan. His intention to take her onto the boat was solely to shield her from idle gossip, yet she appeared ungrateful. Tongan, wearing a puzzled expression, inquired, Sang. I'm somewhat confused. What evidence are you referring to? Yunsang swiftly unlocked her phone and produced a video for everyone. It was footage from the surveillance camera in the corner of her dressing room. The screen vividly captured Tong Ning sneaking in, lingering before the jewelry cabinet. After a considerable time, she opened the cabinet door, retrieved a necklace, slipped it into her pocket, and exited hastily, closing the door behind her. As Yunsang observed the expressions of the onlookers engrossed in the video, a subtle smile graced her lips. On the day of her coming-of-age ceremony, her mother had gifted her a necklace. The moment she laid eyes on that necklace, memories of her past life flooded back. She had worn it only once before it vanished. With an extensive collection of accessories, she could go an entire year without repeating an ensemble, thus losing a few pieces. Even if they were quite valuable, hardly troubled her. However, her renewed focus on this particular necklace stemmed from its previous association with Tong Ning on the day her child was tragically dealt with. She had witnessed the necklace on Tong Ning when she had torn at her clothing. In her quest to catch the thief, Yunsang had installed a camera in her room that very night. Fortuitously, Tong Ning's audacity led her to attempt to snatch a necklace that Yunsang had only worn for a day, presenting a splendid opportunity for her. upon witnessing the video. The crowd was left in utter astonishment, igniting a flurry of discussions. In the distance, a reporter extended their lens to capture the unfolding scene. Tong Ming's complexion fluctuated between pallor and flush, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. The typically good-natured Tongin could barely conceal his embarrassment. His face contorted with indignation as he inquired, Ning, what on earth is happening? In a moment of quick thinking, Tong Ming replied. This was given to me by Sang, she asked me to retrieve it. Sister, you know how Sang often gifts us her discarded jewelry. At this, Tongin fell silent, casting a glance towards Yunsang. Amidst the crowd, a voice murmured, this niece cannot possibly compare to the genuine young lady. She even has to pick up what others no longer desire, such pity. Yunsang turned to regard the speaker. A sardonic smile gracing her lips as she retorted, Madam, were you never taught that speaking indiscriminately also bears legal consequences? The elegantly dressed woman immediately fell silent. Though she seethed internally, musing that she was merely 35 and not deserving of such a label. Yunsang approached Tong Ning. A look of disdain on her face as she exposed the falsehood, Tong Ning, if you must lie, at least choose a credible excuse. When you stole this, did you not realize it was a limited edition piece, with only 3 existing worldwide? Moreover, it was a coming-of-age gift recently bestowed upon me by my mother. Why would I part with it? Ye Jinghan took Yunsang's phone, replaying the video. After a brief moment, he furrowed his brow and affirmed, indeed. This necklace is a limited edition. Tongin looked at Ye Jinghan with confusion and asked, Jinghan, how do you know this? Ye Jinghan spoke with a calm demeanor. I am fully aware. He would not divulge to others that the necklace he had not given away on Yunsang's coming-of-age ceremony was a limited edition. Designed by the same craftsman, with only 1 piece existing globally, no one else had even laid eyes on it. However, Yunsang was cognizant of this fact. For in her previous life, she had received a gift from Ye Jinghan, and she had delighted in it as if it were a treasured possession, wearing it for a considerable time. Consequently, she had overlooked the gift from her mother. Ye Jinghan's words inadvertently became evidence for Yunsang. With an air of superiority, she gazed at Tong Ning and boldly declared, Cousin, do you still have any arguments to make? Observing the crowd, which had previously regarded her as the underdog, now whispering and pointing fingers, Tong Ning's face turned pale with panic. She immediately stifled a sob and lamented, Sang, why must you treat me this way? You. Shaking her head, she turned away, feigning sorrow. Yunsang grasped her wrist firmly and said, her voice imbued with an icy charm, halt. I have yet to finish my words. Chapter 139, Do not covet what does not belong to you. Tong Ning felt a surge of anxiety. Yunsang, with a chilling smile gracing her lips, taunted, what are you pretending to be pitiful for? Throughout your life, has there been anything my parents have denied you? If you feel wronged living among my parents, you are free to return to your biological father, no one will stop you. Tong Ning tugged at her wrist. But Yunsang's grip remained unyielding. With a voice tinged with grievance, she pleaded, Sang, you're hurting me. Yunsang's gaze turned sharp, if it doesn't hurt. You won't learn your lesson. The necklace you stole holds immense significance for me, return it at once. And remember, in the future, do not covet what is not yours. The Yun family does not harbor thieves. With that, she released Tong Ning's wrist and returned to Ye Jinghan's side, elegantly intertwining her arm with his. A smile blooming on her face as she said, shall we go? Yunsang's actions ignited a flurry of excitement among the surrounding reporters. Recalling the words spoken by the Ye family patriarch at Yunsang's birthday banquet, the crowd cast sympathetic glances toward Ye Jinghan. Tong Ning ran away in tears. Yunsang did not look back, she silently mocked in her heart, knowing that the label of thief would follow Tong Ning for a lifetime. Tongin glanced at the grim-faced Ye Jinghan and, after exchanging a brief greeting, hastened to pursue Tong Ning. Ye Jinghan clenched his fists tightly. Watching Yunsang and Ye Jinghan depart, struggling to suppress the impulse to separate the two. He took a deep breath and followed behind them. The trio boarded the yacht. One after the other. Ye Jinghan gazed at Yunsang's retreating figure and spoke, Yunsang, I have something to discuss with you. Without turning back, Yunsang continued to walk forward, retorting, I will not cry, so I have nothing to say to you. Upon hearing her sarcastic tone, Ye Jinghan hastened to catch up and grasped her other wrist, his voice low and serious, do you believe that my intervention in this matter was a mistake? Ye Jinghan immediately sided with Yunsang, saying, "Brother, don't overthink it, Sang Bauer was not targeting you." Ye Jinghan cast a cold glance at Ye Jinghan, wondering if the boy was blind. The look in Yunsang's eyes just now had clearly been directed at him. His tone hardened as he addressed Ye Jinghan. "This does not concern you, you should go inside." Ye Jinghan pouted in displeasure, about to leave, but was abruptly pulled back by Yunsang. She gave his arm a gentle pat, locked eyes with him, and softly insisted, "You mustn't leave, we agreed to stick together like conjoined twins today." Conjoined twins? Ye Jinghan's handsome face darkened further. It was only then that Yunsang turned to him, her expression returning to one of disdain as she said, "What you wish to say, second Master Yi, is of no consequence to me. However, I must impress upon you something that you ought to remember clearly. It was Tong Ning who voluntarily came here to disrupt our agreement first, seeking vengeance on her behalf. You are unworthy, and she, Tong Ning, truly deserves it." Ye Jinghan felt a surge of anger within. "Do you realize how utterly detestable your aggressive demeanor is? One who possesses even a modicum of empathy would refrain from striking at one's spine without evidence in the wake of such an incident. Individuals like you are unworthy of sympathy." After uttering these words, Ye Jinghan felt a pang of regret. His ire, ignited by Yunsang's attitude toward him, had clouded his judgment. He was not foolish and recognized that Yunsang had committed no wrongdoing in the earlier situation. Yet, who could endure the sting of betrayal? He merely wished to advise her to act with restraint in the future, suggesting that matters solvable in private need not be escalated, as it adversely affected the Yun family. However, witnessing her affectionate interactions with Ye Jinghan, intertwined as if conjoined twins, exchanging glances filled with unspoken intimacy, his frustration became unbearable. Did they not consider the appropriateness of the setting? They had brazenly departed, arm in arm, as if he were inconsequential. His heart seethed with indignation, leading him to speak without filtering his words. "Brother, you have gone too far," Ye Jinghan interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Yunsang. "Was it truly Sang Bauer's fault? On what grounds do you presume to judge her?" Yunsang grasped Ye Jinghan's arm, maneuvering to stand before him, lifting her chin defiantly, her eyes radiating disdain. "If you find me intolerable, then avert your gaze, no one compels you to converse with me. I am devoid of empathy, selfish by nature, does that concern you? Only those steeped in filth require the pity of a muckraker, I do not." She raised her brow, adding, "Furthermore, Master Yi, as one who once harbored affection for you in my blindness, allow me to offer you a parting piece of advice." Chapter 140, One must call him second brother. She curled her lips into a sinister smile, coldly declaring, "It is your prerogative to play the benevolent fool. But for someone like you, who perceives tears as the ultimate truth, it would be wise to refrain from meddling in my affairs from now on. To me, individuals with distorted values are far more repugnant than those with malevolent natures." With that, she turned her back and, arm in arm with Ye Jinghan, strode away with an air of defiance. Ye Jinghan gazed at Yunsang's retreating figure, a tumult of anger and confusion swirling within him. Could this truly be Yunsang? She had transformed into someone almost unrecognizable. She was mature, domineering, and exuded confidence, yet she spared not a shred of compassion for herself. It was as though, overnight, she had become a different person. But what had prompted this change? Was it truly due to his mere words? Only some time later did Ye Jinghan finally comprehend that certain occurrences are merely the manifestations of karmic retribution. Ye Jinghan walked a considerable distance before glancing back to see that his elder brother had not pursued them. He then discreetly gave Yunsang a thumbs up. "My dear Sang Bao, you've certainly made your mark. This is the first time in my life I've witnessed my brother humbled." Yunsang raised an eyebrow at him, responding, "What mark is this? I have done nothing wrong, I am merely justified in defending myself." Ye Jinghan clicked his tongue, marveling. "If it were me, even with reason on my side, I wouldn't dare to confront him. When he loses his temper, he truly packs a punch. Especially these days. His insomnia has returned, and for reasons unknown, he insists on checking the mailbox dozens of times a day. At home, he is unbearably irritable. Even grandfather is wary of provoking him. Strangely enough, his elder brother, who is irritable with everyone, seems to tolerate Sang's manner of speaking to him. Could this be the famed notion of one thing restraining another?" Observing the mailbox, Yunsang curled her lips into a sardonic smile. She understood the reason behind it. The fact that Ye Jinghan suffers from insomnia is known to only a few. In her past life, Yunsang had inadvertently learned this from her grandfather. Back then, in an effort to assist Ye Jinghan with his sleep troubles through scent, she would rush to the fragrance lab every day after school, tirelessly adjusting and refining the formula. After 2 months, she finally concocted a suitable scent. To prevent Ye Jinghan from realizing that she was aware of his vulnerability, she deliberately deposited the fragrance sachets into the mailbox at his doorstep, along with instructions for their use. This act continued for over 2 years. Later, just a few months after her 18th birthday, she received a letter from Ye Jinghan. In it, he expressed his gratitude and informed her that he had recovered from his insomnia, thus no longer requiring her sachets. At that moment, Yunsang felt genuinely happy for him. Yet now, in retrospect, it all appears so ironic. What significance does such a person hold? From this point forward, her assistance with the sachets ends here. She would never again lend him her aid. He deserves to be tormented by sleeplessness, ideally to the point of suffering greatly. Yunsang and Ye Jinghan made their friendly entrance into the old Master Ye's lounge, where, apart from the elder, numerous relatives from the Ye family were gathered. Among them were those few individuals who evoked a deep and seething hatred in Yunsang. Fortunately, prior to her arrival, she had already fortified her mental resolve. Thus at this moment, even upon encountering that group, she successfully restrained the raging tempest of fury within her. After exchanging pleasantries with Ye Jinghan, she took a seat on the sofa to listen to the elders engage in conversation. At this juncture, the Ye family was discussing matters concerning Yunsang and Ye Jinghan with her parents. The opinions within the Ye family regarding this prospective union were starkly divided. Half were in favor, while the other half expressed dissent. Yet, in the presence of the patriarch, none dared to voice their objections. When Ye Jinghan entered, the patriarch was exclaiming with gusto, "I believe we shall settle this matter joyfully," proclaiming to the world that I find Sang and Jinghan to be perfectly matched. Ah! Just in time for Jinghan's arrival. Sang, from now on, you must address Ye Jinghan as second brother. Chapter 141, It seems. He is jealous. Yunsang, delicate and gentle, sat beside Ye Jinghan, lifting her gaze with a soft smile toward the scowling Ye Jinghan. Sweetly and cheerfully, she called out, "Second brother." Ye Jinghan, coldly glaring at Yunsang, remained silent, and an abrupt stillness enveloped the room. He turned to the elder, his voice icy, "Did I not make it clear? I do not consent to their engagement. Your meddling is jeopardizing the dignity of both our families. Do you not care about that?" The elder waved his hand dismissively. Jinghan and Sang have not expressed any intention to get engaged at this moment. They merely wish to develop their relationship as friends. Whether or not they choose to become engaged in the future is entirely up to them. Your approval is of little significance to them. Grandfather. Ye Jinghan's tone sharpened, his voice rising several degrees in intensity. I am not deaf, why are you shouting? The tension between the grandfather and grandson was palpable, the air in the room growing noticeably colder. At that moment, however, Yunsang seemed unfazed, bending down to pick up a banana from the coffee table, peeling it casually, and offering it to Ye Jinghan, saying, "Here." Ye Jinghan cautiously accepted it, feeling somewhat perplexed. He was under considerable pressure, yet Sang Bauer appeared completely indifferent. When had her little heart grown so resilient? He admired her composure. Seeing the Ye family on the brink of discord due to his daughter, Yun Pengcheng felt a pang of guilt and swiftly intervened to ease the tension. He redirected the conversation by reminding everyone that today was Ye Jinghan's birthday. A gathering of individuals convened in the second-floor banquet hall, marking the commencement of the coming-of-age ceremony. Following the intricate proceedings, the time for the evening feast arrived. Yunsang remained steadfastly by Ye Jinghan's side, the two appearing inseparable, engaged in lively banter and affectionate exchanges. In the distance, Ye Jinghan sat alone, consuming his drink in silence, his gaze fixated on the pair, feeling an undeniable sense of irritation. He had long reconciled with the notion of marrying Yunsang and regarded her as his own. Particularly, during that fateful night a few days prior. Although Yunsang had not yet become his, he vividly remembered their shared intimate moments before losing consciousness. Yet now, his woman was engrossed in an affectionate display with another man. Even if that man were his own younger brother, he found it utterly unacceptable. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Ye Jinghan called out to Yunsang, suggesting a stroll outside. She raised her wrist to check the time, deeming it appropriate. Linking arms, they exited the banquet hall together. The Ye family's luxurious yacht, The Dark Knight, known for its exorbitant cost and lavish decor, boasted comprehensive amenities, resembling a mobile marketplace upon the sea. It was the most renowned private yacht in the entirety of Dong'an country. Consequently, wherever they ventured, onlookers clamored to capture photographs with the yacht. As they walked, Ye Jinghan remarked to Yunsang, "Sang Bauer, have you noticed the way my brother looks at us? It feels as though he is shooting daggers." Yunsang couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow, typically so naive and uncomplicated, surprisingly exhibited a rare moment of sensitivity. She shrugged, "Isn't your brother always like this with others?" Yet Ye Jinghan shook his head resolutely, pouting as he replied, "No, it just feels off to me." Sang Bauer, "Are you truly certain that my brother does not harbor feelings for you? I can't shake the impression that he might be feeling jealous." "You're out of your mind," Yunsang shot him a sidelong glance. "Just focus on your performance and refrain from uttering such futile nonsense. If you continue, I may choose to ignore you." All right, I won't say another word. It's too noisy here. Come, let me take you to the third floor for some fresh air. It's not open to guests, so it will be quieter." At the mention of the third floor, Yunsang furrowed her brow, gripping his wrist tightly, her expression turning serious. Chapter 142, A Matter of Life and Death. Half an hour later, a cacophony of shouts echoed through the corridor at the stern of the third deck. "Oh no! The third young master has fallen into the water." Following a flurry of chaos, the yacht came to a halt upon the surface of the sea. The security personnel aboard immediately deployed the lifeboats and commenced a search and rescue operation. A crowd of onlookers gathered at a distance. The elderly gentleman, accompanied by others, rushed to the scene, his heart nearly sinking as he gazed at the horizon. "Jinghan, my dear child." Fuziwei collapsed against the railing, weeping inconsolably towards the sea. Jinghan. Knight Shang and Knight Jinghan, positioned on either side of her, grasped her firmly, with concern lacing his voice. Knight Shang reassured, "Ziwei, do not despair, our son will be all right." Knight Jinghan, too, held tightly to Fuziwei's arm, his gaze fervently fixed on the illuminated waters at the stern of the vessel. The Knight family, deeply worried for Knight Jinghan, leaned over the railing. Among them were some who feigned concern. At that moment, Yunsang squeezed through the crowd to her parents' side, her voice a mere whisper, "Mom, Dad, what is happening?" Shireen, panic-stricken with tears brimming in her eyes, grasped Yunsang's hand and anxiously exclaimed, Sang, it's terrible, Jinghan has fallen into the water." Yunsang looked at Shireen, astonishment etched across her features. How could this be? Swiftly, she approached the railing and peered down. Her face clouded with sorrow as she lamented, "It's impossible, Jinghan was just fine moments ago." As her words fell, a sharp voice suppressed Fuziwei's cries, "Yunsang. It is you, indeed." Yunsang turned to see her elder aunt, Yi Hui, stepping from behind the old man and confronting her. The scene mirrored that of the previous life. With a sorrowful expression, Yunsang gazed at Yi Hui and, in confusion, inquired, "Aunt, what do you mean by me?" Yi Hui clenched her teeth and declared vehemently, "You are the one who pushed Jinghan down." Yunsang immediately retorted, "I did not." Yi Hui raised her voice, "Not long ago. I was on the second floor enjoying the breeze, and I witnessed you ascend the staircase to the third floor with Jinghan." The patrolling security guard also stated he saw someone give Jinghan a shove from behind. "The third floor is closed to the public today, and there are no guests." "All night, you were with Jinghan, who else could it possibly be?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards Yunsang. In the previous life at this moment, although Yunsang had not been constantly by Ye Jinghan's side, Yi Hui's accusations were quite similar. She stood foolishly amidst the crowd, repeatedly insisting, "It wasn't me." Yet, the malicious gazes of the Yi family, much like those of the surrounding onlookers, remained filled with skepticism. Just as it was now. Yunsang lowered her head, maintaining a facade of indifference, and offered a sarcastic smile. Ye Jinghan handed Fuziwei over to his father and stepped between Yi Hui and Yunsang. Only then did Yunsang lift her gaze to meet Ye Jinghan's eyes. Their gazes locked, and Ye Jinghan's brow furrowed deeply. It is incorrect to say that this girl, despite the sorrow etched upon her face, reveals no tumultuous waves in her gaze. With an accusatory tone, he inquired, "Where have you been?" Yunsang met Ye Jinghan's penetrating gaze without flinching, "Do you suspect me?" Ye Jinghan retorted sharply, "Answer my question." Yunsang's eyes, icy and unfathomable, responded coldly, "I went to the restroom." Just as Ye Jinghan was about to speak, Yi Hui interjected indignantly, "What a coincidence. Two people who have been together all night. And something happens precisely when you go to the restroom? Yunsang, do you believe your own words?" Unable to bear it any longer, Yun Pengcheng stepped forward and pulled Yunsang beside him, asserting, "Sister Hui, one must speak with evidence. Sang Sang has grown up alongside Jing Fan, their bond is profound. What reason would she have to harm him?" Shireen also approached, sheltering Yunsang protectively. "It wasn't Sang Sang." Yi Hui retorted angrily, "She is your daughter, naturally. You defend her. But do not go too far, this is a matter of murder, and lives are at stake." The old man struck his cane against the deck a few times, his heart heavy with sorrow as he admonished, "Enough. The situation is not yet clear, cease your quarrels." Yi Hui turned to the old man, her indignation palpable. "Father, this matter cannot simply be dismissed, it must be her." Ye Jinghan lowered his gaze to Yunsang, gravely asking, "Yunsang, who can vouch for your whereabouts just now?" Chapter 143, I have evidence. Yunsang defiantly lifted her chin, meeting his gaze with unwavering resolve. Ye Jinghan tightened his grip on her shoulders. If she did not clarify her stance today, the mere fact that she had been in close proximity to Ye Jingfan would surely render her vulnerable to public censure. Indeed, as soon as her words fell, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd, with speculation swirling around Yunsang's motives for allegedly harming Ye Jingfan. Yang Wenqing hastily approached from the throng, positioning himself beside Ye Jinghan, and whispered, "Second Master, the surveillance system on the yacht was sabotaged half an hour ago and is currently undergoing emergency repairs." Ye Jinghan's brow furrowed, this was a premeditated act of murder. His gaze returned to Yunsang's countenance. He could not bring himself to believe that she could be the perpetrator. Yet her demeanor raised doubts within him. Her calmness upon learning of Jingfan's predicament was decidedly uncharacteristic. Something was amiss. Su Boya stepped beside Yi Hui, pointing at Yunsang and deliberately shouting, "Yunsang, you bullied your cousin when you boarded the ship. And now you have turned against our Jing Fan, who regarded you as his dearest friend and intended to marry you. How could your heart be so cruel?" Before Yunsang could respond, Yun Pengcheng had already drawn her behind him, shielding her from the onlookers. He spoke with a fierce intensity, "Miss Su, one cannot utter words carelessly. At present, anyone may cast doubts upon another. However, my daughter possesses no motive, and you lack evidence. On what grounds can you condemn her?" Shireen interjected urgently, "Indeed, the most pressing matter is to rescue Jing Fan from the sea. If my daughter truly intended harm towards him, why would she spend every moment by his side? Clearly, someone is attempting to frame her." Yunsang looked gratefully at her parents, acutely aware of their anxiety. She also understood the profound sorrow of her grandfather, uncles, aunts, and other relatives. Yet, she felt it was not yet the right moment. Su Boya scoffed. "Who could possibly frame her? This is clearly premeditated. She is enamored with Jing Han, yet my grandfather insists she be with Jing Fan. Who can guarantee that she harbors no resentment towards Jing Fan for obstructing her path?" In her past life, Yunsang had not been with Jing Fan. Hence Su Boya had never uttered such words. It seemed that in this lifetime, as certain events altered, the past would likewise shift. Nevertheless, given Su Boya's limited insight, Yunsang dismissed her concerns. Her phone in her pocket vibrated twice, and with anticipation, she retrieved it, glancing at the screen. A subtle smile gracing her lips. This fleeting expression did not escape the notice of Ye Jinghan, who, with narrowed eyes, sensed something amiss. He stepped toward Yunsang. But she sidestepped him, emerging from behind her father to position herself in front of Su Boya. She shot her a cold glance, lifted her chin, and said, "Indeed. You are correct, this matter has certainly been premeditated. It is also certain that someone has framed me. At the time of the incident, I was undeniably absent. And I possess evidence of my alibi." As Yunsang spoke, her gaze swept maliciously over Yi Hui and Su Boya. "However, that evidence may not be particularly favorable for your family. Are you certain you wish for me to present it?" Her tone at the end even carried a hint of mockery. Yi Hui furrowed her brow slightly, scrutinizing Yunsang's calm demeanor. She sensed something was amiss. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, Su Boya had already retorted, "Stop your cryptic insinuations. If you have the capability, then present the evidence." "Very well, I shall oblige." Yunsang replied with a wicked smile as she opened the app connected to the microcamera on her phone. Chapter 144, Yunsang. you are quite shameless. She clicked on a video, dragging the progress bar slightly forward. Upon noticing the timestamp, it corresponded to the moment just before Ye Jinghan encountered trouble. And she quickly released her finger. The screen displayed a scene of a man and a woman engaged in an indecent act. The surrounding onlookers dared not meet the gaze of the screen. However, Yunsang calmly presented the video to Su Boya, taunting, "Miss Su. Do you dare to boldly declare to everyone who the man in the video is?" In an effort to maintain her image as a refined lady, Su Boya resolutely averted her eyes from the phone screen. Angrily, she stamped her foot, exclaiming, "Yunsang, you are utterly shameless, how can you play such a thing?" Yet, beside her, Ye Hui's gaze had fixated on the phone screen, her face darkening with dismay. With a disdainful smirk, Yunsang retorted, "Su Boya. Take a good look and discern who the truly shameless one is, me or your father. I happened to pass by a private cabin on my way to the restroom and inadvertently captured your esteemed father, Su Shan, engaging in this disgraceful act. At that moment, the incident had just unfolded over here, so can I not rightfully use your father's scandal to prove my innocence?" Upon hearing this, a few nearby individuals leaned in, eager to catch a glimpse. To their surprise, it appeared that they had wrongfully accused the young lady of the Yun family. Su Boya, momentarily taken aback, turned her gaze back to the video. As expected, it was indeed her father. She then glanced at Ye Hui, who, until now, had been acerbic and sharp-tongued. Fell into a contemplative silence. The video on the phone continued to play as Ye Jinghan swiftly approached, snatching Yunsang's phone away and turning it off. His intentions were not to defend Su Shan, but rather to protect the propriety of a young lady engaging with such content, which could be deemed inappropriate. However, Yunsang did not appreciate his interference. She coldly retrieved the phone from Ye Jinghan's grasp, placing it back into her bag, and shot him a challenging glare, inquiring, Ye, can I now clear my name?" Ye Jinghan studied her with suspicion. He had never doubted her involvement in Jing Fan's misfortune, rather, he questioned her demeanor in light of the incident. Noticing Ye Jinghan's lingering skepticism, Yunsang grasped his collar, gently pulling his head closer to her own. Rising on her toes, she whispered in a tone meant solely for their ears, "Rest assured, if I were ever to take a life, it would certainly be yours. Not Jing Fan's." A jolt coursed through Ye Jinghan at her words, yet he swiftly composed himself. There was undoubtedly something amiss with Yunsang. What could incite such animosity towards him? At that moment, she released him, stepping back and raising her voice. "There is one more thing I must." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Shan entered the scene, oblivious to the unfolding drama. The crowd regarded him with expressions ranging from disdain to mockery, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Su Shan approached Ye Hui, perplexed, and asked, "What is going on? Why are my sisters-in-law crying?" Without a word, Ye Hui slapped Su Shan across the face. Stunned by the unexpected blow, Su Shan bristled with indignation. "What was that for? What have I done? You shameless creature, have you not reflected on the deeds you have committed?" Su Shan, at a loss for words, inquired. "Could you possibly utter something I can comprehend?" Su Boya, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "You were just misbehaving with a woman in the cabin." And Yunsang captured it, broadcasting it for all to witness. Su Shan's aged visage turned a hue of embarrassment, feeling utterly out of place. He lifted his gaze towards Yunsang, his eyes seemingly ablaze with ire. Yunsang, unfazed by his wrath, recalled how, in a past life, Su Shan indulged in revelries, seeking to showcase his prowess with women. Her eyes glinted with mischief. Such an opportunity was rare. The shameless ought to be dealt with in equally audacious ways. She deliberately mocked, "Uncle, your return was indeed quite swift. It appears my aunt's daily discontent is not without justification." Ye Jinghan, standing beside her, turned to gaze at her, pondering whether such words were appropriate for a young lady. From the crowd, derisive laughter echoed. This family of three faced disgrace together. And Yunsang felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. The only regret was that Su Boyi was absent today due to other commitments. After relishing her triumph, she looked towards the crowd once more and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have another matter to address." Chapter 145. It was Yunsang who saved his life. Most of the crowd's attention was focused on Yunsang. Turning to the grief-stricken members of the Yi family, Yunsang declared, "The one who just fell into the water is not Jing Fan at all." The Yi family, who were anxiously concerned for Jing Fan's well-being, were momentarily stunned and turned to look at Yunsang. Fu Ziwei, upon hearing this, rushed towards Yunsang, grasping her arm with tear-streaked cheeks, and asked, Sang. You're not deceiving us, are you? It truly isn't Jinghan, is it? The elderly patriarch pressed urgently, Sang, how do you know? Are you certain? Yunsang soothingly patted Fu Ziwei's hand and reassured her, Grandfather, Auntie, you need not worry, it is indeed not Jinghan. Just now, I received a message that Jinghan is on his way here. As soon as her words fell, a stir arose from outside the crowd. Ye Jinghan had arrived, completely unharmed, and walked over to Yunsang. Among the onlookers, there were those who rejoiced and those who were troubled, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. Fu Ziwei staggered forward and tightly embraced Ye Jinghan, weeping loudly, Jinghan, you scared your mother to death. Ye Jinghan raised his hand and gently patted his mother's back, comforting her, Mom, it's all right, stop crying. I'm perfectly fine. Ye Jinghan observed Yunsang and Ye Jinghan, sensing that something was amiss. It was evident that the two had conspired together. He inquired solemnly, Jinghan, what exactly is going on here? Ye Jinghan released Fu Ziwei and walked towards the patriarch, saying, Grandfather, let us discuss this privately. The curious guests were then ushered away. The elder, accompanied by the senior members of the Ye family and the Yun couple, proceeded to his private suite. Once everyone was seated, Ye Jinghan positioned himself in the most prominent spot, turning to gaze intently at Yunsang. Today, she had saved his life. However, Yunsang had made it clear, they would unveil the shadowy figure behind the incident, but he must not disclose that it was she who informed him. Noticing Ye Jinghan's gaze, Ye Jinghan also shifted his attention to Yunsang's face. The exchange of glances and their shared smiles between the two provoked an uncomfortable sensation within him. The thought that they shared a secret belonging solely to them solidified a heavy frost in his heart. After all, she was undeniably his woman. Ye Jinghan raised an eyebrow at Yunsang before redirecting his focus to the gathered company, adopting a more serious demeanor. He recounted how he had inadvertently learned of a plot to assassinate him aboard the yacht, prompting him to set a trap for self-preservation. He had enlisted a swimming expert of similar build to himself, who was discreetly placed in the yacht's cabin beforehand. Moments ago, he had ascended to the third level with Yunsang, entered the cabin, changed clothes with his accomplice, and then sent the latter, masked, along with Yunsang to the railing on the third level to enjoy the sea breeze. Shortly thereafter, Yunsang excused herself under the pretense of needing the restroom. The imposter Ye Jinghan found himself ambushed and shoved off the yacht during this time. It was only after confirming that the imposter had been rescued by his prearranged ally and was safely conscious that he made his appearance. The elder, upon hearing this revelation, was filled with fury. He struck the ground forcefully with his cane several times, his voice filled with indignation, This is insurrection, an affront on my territory. Jinghan, dispatch someone immediately to investigate, we cannot allow the perpetrator to leave the yacht unscathed today. Yet, Ye Jinghan remained silent, contemplating deeply. The culprit may not be outside, for Ye Jinghan, observing the elder, spoke calmly, Grandfather, there is no need, the assailant is not outside, but right here within this room. The atmosphere grew heavy as those present exchanged solemn glances, scrutinizing one another. Chapter 146, You cannot possibly doubt that I am the murderer, can you? The tone of Yishang was grave as he inquired, Jinghan, are you so certain because you possess evidence? Yunsang's gaze swept across the faces of the assembled individuals. Ye Jinghan, composed and unflinching, recounted verbatim the words Yunsang had previously shared with him. Father, the third level of the yacht is not open to the public, meaning that apart from the members of the Ye family, no one else could have accessed it. Therefore, the perpetrator must be among us. Yi Ti, visibly anxious, interjected, Jinghan, spare us the circumlocution. Who is it? Reveal them. Upon hearing this, Ye Jinghan strode directly to Yi Hui, fixing her with a penetrating gaze, remaining silent. Yi Hui met his gaze, irritation etched on her face. Jinghan, why do you look at me like that? You can't possibly suspect that I am the murderer. You should be well aware of whether or not you are the culprit, Ye Jinghan replied. Yi Hui sprang to her feet, indignant. Ye Jinghan, you must clarify your words. Are you trying to frame me? Fu Ziwei, her eyes intense, rose and approached Ye Jinghan, taking his hand in hers as a gesture of support. Jinghan, speak your mind, whatever you know, just say it. I stand by you. Yi Hui shot an irate glance at Fu Ziwei, her displeasure evident. Fu Ziwei, what do you mean by that? Do you also doubt me? Ye Jinghan interposed. Turning to Yi Hui. Aunt, there is no need to be confrontational with my mother. You should be well aware of what you added to the drink you gave me. Upon hearing this, Yi Hui's eyes shifted slightly, her gaze involuntarily darting away. As she was about to turn her head, Aunt Yibing spoke with a calm demeanor, Jinghan. Are you implying that your eldest aunt poisoned you? I did not, Ye Yue exclaimed, her gaze shifting towards the crowd. I am wrongfully accused. Ye Jinghan nodded in affirmation, indeed. My eldest aunt did not poison me, she merely placed an excessive amount of sedatives in my wine, capable of rendering a person unconscious. Ye Jinghan, do not falsely accuse me. Ye Yue retorted vehemently, one must speak with evidence. Ye Jinghan turned to the elder, grandfather, you may summon the yacht's attending physician to conduct a blood test. To ascertain whether my blood contains any traces of sedatives. This was also a lesson imparted by Yunsang. Yunsang had not forgotten that in his previous life. The swimming-capable Ye Jinghan was retrieved from the water without a single wound, only to become a lifeless corpse. The elder, in his pursuit of truth, had decided to perform an autopsy. The results revealed a significant presence of sedatives within his system. While the drug was not fatal, it was sufficient to incapacitate anyone. The elder cast a cold glance at Ye Yue. She hastily shook her head in denial. Father, I truly did not, if I had drugged him. How could he possibly be standing here unharmed? Ye Jinghan approached Yunsang, took her hand, and led her before the assembly. Indeed, were it not for Sang Seo's timely intervention, even with meticulous planning, I would likely be languishing in some corner, trapped in an unending slumber. Observing the two individuals walking hand in hand, a subtle shadow of hostility crept across Ye Jinghan's face. The crowd, however, directed their curious gazes towards Yunsang. Su Boya hastily approached her mother. Exuding an air of arrogance as she exclaimed, Yunsang saved you? How could she possibly have done that? Does she carry the antidote for sleeping pills with her at all times? This remark immediately provided Yi Hui with a glimmer of hope, prompting her to declare loudly, indeed. Who would carry an antidote for no reason? Listen to me, this is clearly a self-directed play by that little girl from the Yun family. And our entire family has been deceived. Shireen rose, her expression cold and displeased as she retorted, Yi Hui, you've truly gone too far. From the very beginning, you've been relentless in your accusations against my Sang. Do you genuinely believe we are that easy to bully? Mother, Yunsang shook her head at Yun Pengcheng, signaling. Please remain calm and do not be angry. The blame that my aunt wishes to place upon me, I can easily cast aside myself. Chapter 147. As I previously mentioned, I have conditions. Ye Jinghan raised his hand and, in a natural motion, draped it over Yunsang's shoulder. Addressing the crowd, there is no need for Sang Bayer to intervene. Since this matter is aimed at my life, I shall resolve it myself. He turned to Yi Hui and added, Sang Bayer does not possess an antidote, but she carries various aromatic sachets that she crafted by hand. Among them, one particular blend is designed to invigorate the mind and enhance alertness. Su Boya, with an air of arrogance, lifted her chin defiantly and declared, do not attempt to deceive us. I can believe that she can create ordinary fragrances. But to assert that her sachets can neutralize sleeping pills is simply implausible. If she truly possessed such skill, she would have been reigning supreme in Dongyan Kingdom by now. You are clearly conspiring to frame my mother. Yunsang let out a cold laugh. It was one thing to be belittled by others on ordinary days, but today, she had no intention of being looked down upon. She opened her bag and extracted a small box containing several compartments. Casually, she pulled out a black paper sachet and stepped forward to Su Boya, swiftly waving it in front of her nose. After Su Boya sneezed, she suddenly felt dizzy and nauseous, collapsing to the ground, her face pale as she clutched her head. Observing this, Yi Hui hurriedly crouched down, supporting Su Boya's shoulders, and glared at Yunsang with fury, demanding, what poison have you administered to Xiaoya? Yunsang replied coldly, this is not poison. It is a wolf-repellent fragrance that I have been researching over the past few days. It is entirely unique, and no one in the market has encountered it before. Your daughter is fortunate to be the first user. You may take her to seek assistance. Any perfumer who can unravel this scent will compel me to write my name. Yunsang, in reverse. As Yunsang uttered these words, her eyes brimmed with confidence. From a distance, Ye Jinghan perceived her allure radiating brilliantly at that moment. Yet, it was unfortunate that the person standing beside her was not himself. Observing Ye Jinghan gazing at Yunsang with admiration, Ye Jinghan clenched his fists in silent frustration. Su Boya grasped Ye Hui's hand tightly. Mother, I feel unwell, I want to vomit. Yunsang, agitated, reprimanded, hurry and resolve this for her. With a haughty glance, Yunsang retorted to Ye Hui, to release her comes at a price, my fragrance is not to be inhaled for free. Ye Hui pointed an accusatory finger at Yunsang. Do you believe I won't report you for intentional harm? Go ahead, Yunsang replied, crossing her arms and looking down at Ye Hui with a hint of disdain in her voice. I am eager to see which institution possesses the capability to detect her injuries. At that moment, Yunsang's mind was flooded with memories of her previous life, where this mother-daughter pair had tormented her. She had not forgotten how this woman had cast her aside to become a plaything for the perverse Su Boya. In her past life, once confined to a mental institution, she had never again had the opportunity to engage with fragrances. Otherwise, she would have made this family pay dearly. Ye Jinghan's gaze remained fixed upon Yunsang's face, troubled by the deep-seated hatred emanating from her. In the past, Yunsang had also been at odds with Su Boya, but that was solely due to her disdain for her aunt. However, what fueled her animosity now? Ye Hui rose swiftly, striding to the old man's side. Her voice tinged with frustration. Father, are you going to take charge of this? My little Ye is suffering terribly. Su Boya writhed on the ground in agony. And before long, she was retching uncontrollably. She pleaded pitifully, Grandfather, please save me. I can't bear this any longer. The old man maintained a stern expression, pushing Ye Hui aside. If anyone were to harm his beloved granddaughter, it would indeed be this wretch. And he would not spare her. Yet, he turned his gaze to Su Boya, and after a brief moment, looked back at Yunsang, hesitantly beginning, saying, you. Yunsang met the old man's gaze, her demeanor submissive as she replied, Grandfather, I am willing to grant you this favor and help relieve her suffering, but, as I mentioned earlier, I have my conditions. The old man nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, please state your conditions. Chapter 148 Seamless Yunsang cast a haughty glance at Su Boya, who was contorted in agony, and calmly declared, I demand an apology for your disdainful attitude. Despite her suffering, Su Boya retorted angrily, you shameless wretch, do not even think about it. Yunsang approached Su Boya, lowering her head with a provocative smirk and stated, you would do well to never apologize. The fragrance I possess is ensnaring your senses, and without a month's time, you shall find no respite. Since you seem to relish this torment, you might as well indulge in it fully. Having said this, she returned to Ye Jinghan's side. Su Boya looked at the old man and cried, Grandfather, I am in distress. The old man grunted in response. Did not Sang say that an apology would bring you relief? Why the stubbornness? You speak without thought, perpetually elevating some while belittling others. You have yet to learn the good manners of the Ye family, yet you have mastered your mother's vices thoroughly. Dad. Ye Hui, as the eldest daughter, felt somewhat embarrassed by her father's words. The old man, maintaining a stern demeanor, replied displeasedly, do not call for me, your issues remain unresolved. Just as she was about to respond, Su Boya's head spun once more, followed by another wave of nausea. Ye Hui hurried back to Su Boya's side. Su Boya, truly at her limit, rested her head on Ye Hui's lap and looked up at Yunsang, pleading, fine, I apologize. Please release me. I cannot bear this any longer. Hurry, set me free. Yunsang let out a mocking smile, and with unhurried grace, she retrieved a red incense slice from the box, handing it to Ye Hui. Just as Ye Hui was about to administer it to Su Boya, Yunsang casually remarked, this incense can only be used with the after half an hour, or it will only exacerbate the suffering. For now, she must soak in cold water. There is no other remedy. Ye Hui's face flushed with anger, that little wretch. Su Boya instantly broke down in tears, overwhelmed by despair. She felt as though she might perish from the anguish. Observing the dramatic display of emotions from the mother and daughter, Yunsang felt a sense of triumph. Ye Hui turned to the silent Su Shan, unleashing a torrent of curses, are you deaf? Hurry and take my daughter away. Su Shan, equally embarrassed and unable to hold his head high, hastened to pull Su Boya up and led her out of the old man's suite. Ye Jinghan then directed his gaze towards Ye Hui, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Aunt, do you have any more questions regarding Sang Baoer's abilities? If not, may I inquire why you sought to poison me? Ye Hui shouted, I told you, it wasn't me. Ye Jinghan, displeased, replied, very well. Since you refuse to admit it, I shall present the evidence. He pulled out his phone and opened a video in front of everyone. He claimed to have placed a miniature camera in Yunsang's bag. Today, when he accepted toasts from others, he had chosen drinks randomly from the trays presented by the waitstaff, ensuring that these beverages were beyond reproach. Otherwise, he would not be the only one unfortunate enough to have been poisoned. From beginning to end, he had only taken a single glass of fruit wine from Ye Hui's hand. The onlookers watched as the video captured Ye Jinghan drinking the beverage and placing it on the table. Subsequently, someone in the frame used a tissue to wipe away the remnants of the fruit wine. Ye Jinghan pointed at the hand visible in the footage and spoke in a low voice. Whose hand is that? Ye Jinghan glanced over and extended his hand towards Yunsang. Yunsang opened her bag, retrieved the tissue, and handed it to him. He explained to Ye Jinghan, Sang Bauer has a keen sense of smell and detected something amiss with that glass of wine. Therefore, after I set the cup down, she used the tissue to absorb the remaining fruit wine inside. If we take this tissue for analysis, it will be straightforward to determine whether the potion was administered to me by my aunt. Ye Jinghan scrutinized Ye Jinghan and then shifted his gaze to Yunsang, filled with skepticism. The two of them had collaborated so seamlessly during this crisis that it could be described as flawless. Yet. Chapter 149, holding a knife yet being slaughtered. He understood these two individuals better than anyone else. Ye Jinghan was indeed astute. Yet it was inconceivable that he could orchestrate such a meticulous affair. And what of Yunsang? When did she become so formidable? Ye Jinghan was aware that the matriarch of the Yun family possessed exceptional skills in fragrance blending, which is why Yunsang had learned the craft from her grandmother since childhood. Even the Tong sisters, having lived in the Yun household, had acquired some knowledge of it. Yet, with merely the rudimentary skills they had gleaned, how could they possibly concoct such a powerful scent? Not only could Yunsang inflict immense suffering upon Tsuboya, but she could also aid in alleviating it. The more Ye Jinghan contemplated, the more perplexed he became, his gaze intensifying as he scrutinized Yunsang's eyes, which now bore a weightier gravity. Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped the suite. Ye Hui felt an unsettling anxiety stir within her. She glanced back furtively at the individual seated on the adjacent sofa. That person was regarding her with a provocative glimmer in their eyes. She hastily averted her gaze. After watching the video, Fu Ziwei approached Ye Hui with an icy demeanor and, without hesitation, struck her across the face. Ye Hui clutched her cheek, indignantly exclaiming, Fu Ziwei, you, silence! The old man interjected, interrupting Ye Hui's protest. He advanced, raising his cane to strike her. Ye Hui, in pain, cried out and scrambled to evade the blows. Yet, not a single person in attendance came to her aid. Observing that Yunsang had evaded suspicion, Yun Pengcheng took Shireen by the hand and approached Yunsang, whispering, Sang, come with your father and mother for a moment. Yunsang instantly comprehended her father's intentions. After all, this was an internal matter of the Yi family, and it was inappropriate for outsiders to intrude. After exchanging a brief greeting with Ye Jinghan, she departed with her parents. The trio descended to the lower floor and settled in a secluded spot. Yun Pengcheng gazed at Yunsang with a grave expression, his tone somber as he called out, Yunsang. The gravity of her father's voice unnerved her, for he seldom addressed her by her full name. When he did, it invariably signified a serious matter. Feeling a pang of anxiety, she replied, Father, what is it? Yun Pengcheng countered, what do you think? Yunsang was acutely aware that her actions today had been rather out of line, undoubtedly alarming her parents. They remained oblivious to the events of her past life and could not fathom the depth of her animosity towards those individuals, which had driven her to such extremes. They would never understand her, and wishing to spare them distress, she lowered her head, guilt-ridden despite knowing she was not in the wrong. Father, I apologize for my youthful indiscretion and for uttering words I should not have spoken. It is not this that troubles me, Yun Pengcheng replied. Observing the look of grievance on Yunsang's face, his heart aching for her, he gently reached out to caress her cheek, saying, My dear, did your grandmother teach you the art of fragrance so that you might use it to harm others? Father, I do not believe I have erred in this matter. The education I have received instills in me a capacity for kindness towards the world, however, I shall never compromise with those who harbor malicious intentions. I cannot possess a blade and allow myself to be slaughtered. Regarding this matter, Shireen ardently supported Yunsang, stating, I believe that tonight Ye Hui and her daughter have brought this upon themselves. Yun Pengqing spoke in a solemn tone, you have learned to protect yourself, which brings comfort to your parents. However, after revealing your blade to others, how do you intend to conclude this? Do you recall what your grandmother once told you? Yunsang certainly remembered. And it was a lesson she would never forget. Her grandmother had remarked on her exceptional talent in the art of perfumery, expressing concern that she might achieve fame at a young age and, in the process, lose her true self, becoming ensnared by the superficial accolades of the outside world. Thus, her grandmother wished for her to remain in the shadows, honing her craft, elevating the Yumen legacy, and discovering many exceptional individuals to perpetuate the unique art of perfumery from Dong'an Kingdom. In her previous life, she had forsaken her promises for the sake of love, causing her grandmother's precious perfumery manual to be forever sealed away in the vault of the old residence's hidden chamber. In this lifetime, she vowed not to betray her commitments again. She intended to alter the course of her past, seeking a direct and authentic breakthrough. With sincerity etched on her face, she turned to her parents and said, Mom, Dad, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 150, The Flames of Jealousy. Yunsang confided in her parents her desire to participate in the perfume competition, seeing it as an opportunity to cultivate her perfume career. Initially, Yun Pengqing opposed her plan as it was entirely contrary to the wishes of his grandmother. However, after Yunsang elaborated on her intentions and assured him that no harm would befall his grandmother's concerns, he grappled with his thoughts for a considerable time before finally conceding to Shi Yun's persuasion. Elated, Yunsang embraced Yun Pengqing and planted a kiss on his cheek, exuberantly showering him with praise. Dad, I always knew you were the best father in the world. Feigning disdain, Yun Pengqing cast her a sidelong glance and retorted. I see your mother was right, you're just going to flatter me with empty compliments every day. Yunsang, playfully indulging, nestled into his embrace. The sensation of having a father to rely on was truly delightful. Outside the old man's suite, Ye Jinghan and his brother Ye Jinghan emerged from the room, one after the other. Ye Jinghan intended to seek out Yunsang but was abruptly halted by Ye Jinghan's grip. At that moment, Ye Jinghan had regained his usual cheerful demeanor and inquired, Second brother, do you have something to attend to? Ye Jinghan regarded him with a steady gaze and asked, How did you come to know that someone intended to harm you? I told you, it was a chance revelation, Ye Jinghan replied. Ye Jinghan remained skeptical, scrutinizing him with an air of doubt. How coincidental was it? Please clarify. This matter was inadvertently overheard by Yunsang. Because he had promised Yunsang to keep it confidential, Ye Jinghan shook his head without a moment's thought, declaring, I do not intend to disclose this to anyone. Ye Jinghan's expression darkened, clearly sensing something amiss. Very well, then answer me another question. Why does Yunsang carry incense pouches with her? Do not tell me it is mere coincidence, she did not have this habit before. Ye Jinghan retorted, well, she has it now. Ye Jinghan clenched his fists, his face a mask of fury. Ye Jinghan, are you implying that you want me to confront her myself? Second brother, how could you? Ye Jinghan interjected sharply, speak. Feeling cornered, Ye Jinghan relented. Alright, I will tell you, but please do not confront her. She is currently preparing for the fragrance competition and has been crafting numerous incense pouches these days. It would be a shame to let them go to waste. Not only in her bag, but I also have several in mine, all gifted by her. What? Yunsang gifted incense pouches to Ye Jinghan? Why did she not give me any? Why does he receive nothing at all? Could it be that Yunsang is serious about Ye Jinghan? Observing Ye Jinghan's terrifying expression, Ye Jinghan dared not linger any longer. After answering the question, he hastily departed. Upon locating the Yun family, he hurried towards them. Sang Bauer. Why are you hiding here with uncle and auntie? I searched for you for quite some time. Yunsang turned around, glancing at the approaching Ye Jinghan, and smiled. What brings you here? Let us find a quiet place, Ye Jinghan said, grasping Yunsang's wrist and politely addressing Yun Pengqing and his wife, uncle and aunt. I'll take Yunsang to discuss a few matters. Shireen, concerned about past grievances resurfacing, advised, you too, stay close to the crowd. Rest assured, aunt, Ye Jinghan replied, tugging at Yunsang's wrist as they swiftly departed. The pair made their way to the deck at the bow of the second level. Here, they were neither isolated from the crowd nor overwhelmed by noise. Yunsang whispered, have you resolved the issues with your great-aunt? Ye Jinghan nodded. Grandfather stated that when the ship approaches the shore, we should toss her into the water, allowing her to swim back to the bank. Once ashore, she will be confined for a month. Yunsang, puzzled, asked, why throw her into the water? To humiliate her, he replied. She dared to harm her own nephew. And grandfather wants her to spend the rest of her life with her head held low, living in shame. Yunsang couldn't help but smile, giving Ye Jinghan a thumbs up. Grandfather is truly formidable. The thought of witnessing Ye Hui being thrown into the water was exhilarating. How delightful it would be. Not far behind them, Ye Jinghan watched with envy as they laughed and conversed, the flames of jealousy within him burning ever brighter. Chapter 151, Never Touch Me Again. Ye Jinghan reached out to grasp the hand that Yunsang had raised before him, his expression grave. Sang Bauer. I saw how pitifully the elder aunt was called out. Do you think we might have wronged her? Yunsang replied with unwavering certainty, no. That cup of wine was specifically entrusted to you by her. Even if she is not the true culprit, she must know who the real perpetrator is. Therefore, she is not innocent, but Jinghan, you must exercise caution moving forward. Ye Jinghan furrowed his brow, caution about what? Yunsang playfully tapped his forehead, are you foolish? If your elder aunt is the mastermind, then this matter ends here. However, if she is not, it indicates that she is merely a pawn. Do you think that the shadowy figure wishing for your demise would refrain from taking action again? Ye Jinghan's gaze sharpened as he turned to scan for any suspicious figures. Just then, Yunsang placed her hand on his shoulder, reassuring him, you need not worry today. Even if there is a hidden hand, they would not dare to strike repeatedly. Hearing her words, Ye Jinghan looked at Yunsang in confusion, murmuring, Sang Bauer. I've noticed that you seem to have become quite clever. She raised her hand and lightly smacked the back of his head, I have always been clever. I'm just stepping into the restroom, let us join the excitement shortly. Alright, I'll wait for you here. As Yunsang was about to exit the restroom, a pair of large hands pushed her back inside. Upon recognizing the face of the intruder, a frown creased her brow, and she expressed her displeasure, second brother. What are you doing? Ye Jinghan closed the bathroom door, pressing her against the wall with a fierce expression, growling, do not call me second brother. Yunsang replied calmly. How can that be? Eventually, I must change how I address you. Ye Jinghan's face was a mask of fury, her voice tinged with displeasure. Are you truly intent on being with Jinghan? Yunsang retorted disdainfully, this is my own affair, I have no obligation to inform you. Answer me. Ye Jinghan's tone was sharp, her grip on her shoulder tightening. Yunsang, with a defiant expression, affirmed, indeed. Ye Jinghan gritted her teeth, do you love him? Yunsang's brow furrowed in seriousness, remaining silent. Noticing the hesitation in her eyes, Ye Jinghan asserted forcefully, you do not love him at all. If you do not love him, what right do you have to waste his life? Love? What right did this man have to discuss love with her? In her past life, she had loved him deeply, yet what was the outcome? He not only shattered her heart and ruined her life but also annihilated her entire family. Now, she understood better than anyone that love comes at a price. Therefore, in this lifetime, she would neither need love nor would she love him. Seeing her silence, Ye Jinghan pressed urgently, do you think marriage is such a simple matter? If you truly wed Jinghan, neither of you will find happiness. Yunsang's lips curled into a proud smile, that is not necessarily the case. We grew up together, harboring no animosity, we work in perfect harmony. Understanding each other with just a glance. Who could be more suited than Jinghan and me? As long as he is willing to marry me and become my husband, I shall strive to love him with all my heart, dedicating my life solely to him, becoming his one and only woman. I will. Yet. Ye Jinghan could no longer endure her words. Grasping her chin, he leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. He sought to silence her. Unwilling to hear such declarations any longer, Yunsang raised her hand and without hesitation struck Ye Jinghan across the face. Nevertheless, he showed no intention of releasing her, persisting. Yunsang fiercely bit down on his lower lip. Ye Jinghan winced in pain and let her go, gazing intently into her eyes. Filled with rage, Yunsang forcefully pushed against his shoulder, shoving him away from her. With indignation, she exclaimed, Ye Jinghan, never touch me again, I find you repulsive. After uttering these words, she wiped her mouth with her hand, glaring fiercely at him. Subsequently, she turned, flung open the door, and hurriedly exited. Ye Jinghan leaned against the wall, rendered motionless for a long while. Repulsive? This woman, who professed her desire to be together for a lifetime, now deemed his kiss repulsive. Chapter 152. From beginning to end, she did not cast a single glance at him. Yunsang hastily returned to the side of Ye Jinghan. Noticing her pale complexion, Ye Jinghan anxiously inquired, "What happened? You look as if you've seen a ghost after just visiting the restroom." Yunsang averted her gaze and simply shook her head. "It's nothing." She faced the sea breeze, striving to dissipate the filth that clung to her, refusing to dwell on the repulsive visage of Ye Jinghan. Behind them, the crowd began to shift toward the aft deck of the ship. Ye Jinghan grasped Yunsang's hand and hurriedly led her in that direction, exclaiming with excitement, "Come on. Let us join the fray." They squeezed their way to the forefront of the gathering. The crew aboard the ship had lowered a small lifeboat into the water, and Yishang, accompanied by 2 others, boarded it. To prevent Yi Hui from taking advantage of the situation, he intended to supervise her swim back personally. Observing Yi Hui struggle and protest as 2 security personnel dragged her to the edge of the deck, they unceremoniously pushed her into the water. A sardonic smile played at the corners of Yunsang's lips. In truth, the physical punishment was not what frightened her, rather, it was the enduring stigma of attempting to harm her own nephew that would haunt Yi Hui for the rest of her life. A stigma that would leave her vulnerable to the whispers of others. It seemed like a fortuitous day indeed. After disembarking from the yacht, Yunsang accompanied her parents to bid farewell to the elderly gentleman. Ye Jinghan stood beside the old man. Throughout the encounter, Yunsang did not afford him a single glance. Yet, Ye Jinghan's gaze remained fervently fixed upon her. He was acutely aware that his recent impulsiveness had incited her ire. Strangely, he inexplicably found himself drawn to her kiss. Upon returning home, Yunsang felt somewhat fatigued and intended to retreat to her room for rest. However, as soon as they entered the living room, Tong Ming approached Yunsang with swollen eyes, hurling a necklace at her with a furious cry, "Here, take it back." Yunsang did not receive it, allowing the necklace to slip from her grasp and fall to the floor. Tong'an swiftly intervened, grasping Tong Ming's arm and intoning solemnly, "Ming Ming." In an instant, Tong Ming burst into tears, feeling utterly wronged. Yun Pengcheng and Shirin exchanged glances, and Shirin approached Tong Ming, gently inquiring, "Ming Ming, what has happened?" Tong Ming turned to her, embracing Shirin and sobbing against her shoulder, "Auntie, Sang publicly accused me of being a thief. I can never show my face again." Shirin, bewildered, turned her gaze to Tong'an, asking, "Anan, what on earth is going on?" Tong'an recounted the events that transpired before they boarded the boat. Tong Ming cried out in distress, "Auntie, I swear I never intended to claim the necklace for myself, it was simply too beautiful. And I wished to take a closer look. But with my little sister saying that in public today, how can I possibly live on? I might as well be dead." Shirin felt a twinge of discomfort. While it was indeed harsh for Sang to expose someone's misdeeds in public, stealing was undeniably wrong. Yunsang stepped forward, forcefully pulling Tong Ming from Shirin's embrace, her expression fierce as she demanded, "Then go ahead and die." Sang, Shirin admonished, casting a disapproving look at Yunsang. Yunsang calmly remarked, "I did not speak falsely, Tong Ming. You claim you did not intend to steal my belongings. Merely wishing to observe?" Tong Ming, her voice trembling, replied, "I simply wanted to see. As a girl, I cannot resist the allure of beautiful accessories." Yunsang scoffed. "You certainly possess a talent for crafting excuses. Is this truly your justification for repeatedly pilfering from me?" With tear-streaked cheeks, Tong Ming gazed at Shirin with a look of pitiful innocence. "Aunt, uncle, I have never stolen anything from Sang. She has wrongfully accused me." Yunsang seized Tong Ming by the collar, her eyes ablaze with intensity. "Tong Ming, are you waiting for me to play the footage of your countless thefts in my room before you confess?" Upon hearing this, Tong Ming's countenance darkened, and she fell silent, struck by fear. The living room fell into a heavy silence. At this moment, the outcome was unequivocally clear. Yunsang forcefully pushed Tong Ming to the ground, her voice sharp as she declared, "Feigning pity has its limits. You were the one who caused a scene at the port today, disregarding my position. Why should I spare a thief any dignity? A thief has no right to stand and speak before the victim." With that, she turned to her parents, her expression grave. "Father, mother, this matter is of a serious nature and must reach a resolution." Chapter 153. Let her biological father teach her personally. Yun Pengcheng and Shirin exchanged a glance, remaining silent. Yunsang, with a serious demeanor, declared, It is your shortcomings that have allowed the Tong family to nurture the vice of thievery within our home. I do not believe you possess the right to assist my aunt and uncle in educating their child. Please return her to her biological father for his direct guidance. As Yunsang finished her statement, Tong Ning let out a heart-wrenching cry and knelt before Shireen. Clinging desperately to her aunt's leg, she sobbed, "Auntie, uncle. I realize my mistake. I promise I won't dare to do it again. Please, do not send me back. My stepmother is cruel-hearted. If I return, she will not allow me to live in peace. I beseech you." Tongan approached Yunsang, grasping her arm gently. Sang, I understand your anger. Considering our shared childhood, could you grant your cousin one more chance? I assure you, I will counsel her diligently to prevent any future misdeeds. Yunsang cast a cold glance at the kneeling Tong Ning, noting her palpable fear of returning to the Tong household, a slight smirk of indifference gracing her lips. So this was her true fear. Shireen, known for her compassionate heart, could not bear to see Tong Ning so distraught. She pulled her up and, adopting a stern expression, admonished, Ning, you are no longer a child. Taking things that do not belong to you is not a commendable habit. This time, I shall overlook it, but should there be a next time, I will not be so lenient. Do you understand? Tong Ning quickly responded. I won't dare to do it again, I promise. Shireen nodded and said, all right, apologize to your cousin, and let this matter rest. Tong Ning, displaying a blend of humility and assertiveness, turned to grasp Yunsang's hand, pleading, Sang, I am truly sorry, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. Yunsang raised an eyebrow, finding her insincerity utterly distasteful. Noticing Yunsang's silence, Shireen gently patted her hand, coaxing, darling, if this escalates, it will ultimately reflect poorly on the Yun family. For your mother's sake, let us consider this settled, shall we? Yunsang regarded Shireen, then glanced at her father, who nodded in agreement. In the end, she merely scoffed inwardly. If Tong Ning wished for her to personally address the situation, she would not hold back in the future. With a disdainful huff, Yunsang cast a sidelong glance at Tong Ning and commanded, pick up my necklace. Tong Ning immediately bent down to retrieve the necklace, presenting it to her with an expression of compliance. Yunsang snatched it back and, while ascending the stairs, remarked, Mom and Dad, since she has acknowledged her mistake, I shall not pursue the matter further. I am tired and will retire to rest now. All right, my dear, good night, Shireen sighed in relief. Once the door to the second-floor room closed, Tong'an promptly stated, Ning should stay at school for a few days to allow Sang some time to cool off. After all, the holiday is approaching. She can return once it concludes. Although Tong Ning felt an intense indignation, she recognized the necessity of submitting to the circumstances. This grievance, she noted, would not be forgotten. One day, she would reclaim it with interest. The following morning, Yunsang rose somewhat late. After perusing the news on her phone for a while, her spirits brightened instantaneously. The Bo family group publicly announced a revision to the age limit for participants in the fragrance competition. Yunsang, brimming with vitality, descended the stairs after completing her morning routine. Following breakfast, she exchanged greetings with her mother and set off for her grandmother's old residence. During her journey, she placed a call to Wei Yanran, inviting her to join for an evening gathering. Aware of Yunsang's participation in the competition, Wei Yanran, who had long been distanced from the world of fragrance, readily accepted the invitation. Yunsang instructed the driver to halt the vehicle at the back entrance. Upon entering the old house, she advanced with a buoyant stride, humming a cheerful tune, resembling a jubilant fawn as she bounced toward the villa. However, as she passed the courtyard pavilion, she suddenly halted in her tracks. There, seated in the pavilion, was Ye Jinghan, observing her intently. Indeed, such an unpretentious and vivacious young girl ought to be the Yunsang he recognized. Yunsang came to a standstill, her previous ease vanishing as she regarded him warily. Her voice sharp and cold, how did you get in here? Chapter 154, I will not accept. Ye Jinghan observed the sudden shift in her expression. His face clouded with concern as he approached her. Yunsang recalled the unpleasant encounter from the previous night in the restroom. Instantly, she took a cautious step back, her tone frosty as she commanded, you may speak from there. Ye Jinghan replied in a low voice, his irritation palpable, am I to devour you? Ignoring his remark, Yunsang persisted with her inquiries, I demand to know how you entered and what your purpose is here. Ye Jinghan raised his right hand, gesturing with his thumb towards his shoulder, Do you truly believe that the modest wall separating our homes could thwart me, when it clearly fails to hinder you? Yunsang glanced at the wall, acknowledging its low stature. In the past, she had often scaled it to clandestinely meet Ye Jinghan. To her astonishment, he too was capable of such audacity. She lifted her chin defiantly and pressed, "What brings you here?" Ye Jinghan responded straightforwardly, "To await your arrival." Yunsang, skeptical and guarded, retorted coldly, "You lie. How could you possibly know I would come here?" Ye Jinghan shrugged, speaking with undeniable candor. "You have been coming here daily for the fragrance competition. It stands to reason you would return today, albeit it seems you arrived rather late." Yunsang's eyes narrowed. "How do you know?" Ye Jinghan stepped closer, interrupting her. "Jingfan informed me." Yunsang frowned. This Jingfan. With each of his advances, she found herself retreating. Ye Jinghan, filled with ire, declared, "If you believe you can run faster than I can catch you, then feel free to retreat. Otherwise, stand there obediently and do not move." Yunsang scoffed coldly, "Why should I heed your words?" With a dismissive smile, Ye Jinghan retorted, "Simply because if I wish to do something to you, you will not escape today." A slight arch appeared in Yunsang's brow. Indeed, he was correct. Resolutely, she decided not to retreat. However, it was impossible for her to remain still as he commanded. Instead, she confronted him directly, standing before Ye Jinghan with an icy demeanor. "What do you want from me?" Clearing his throat awkwardly, Ye Jinghan began, "Last night was a moment of impulse." "Do not mention it," Yunsang interrupted sharply, her tone frigid and piercing. "I do not wish to hear anything about that matter again." Ye Jinghan felt a pang in his heart. In that moment, Yunsang transformed into the prickly hedgehog that could easily wound him. He reminded himself that her current demeanor was a consequence of his impulsive actions that night. Thus, he repressed his anger and calmly stated, "I am here to apologize." Without a moment's hesitation, Yunsang responded, "I do not accept it." Her gaze remained frosty as she spoke with disdain. "If you have finished what you wanted to say, you may leave. I have matters to attend to." Having said that, she brushed past him and headed towards the villa. Ye Jinghan seized her wrist firmly, his expression somber. "Then tell me, what do you want?" Yunsang's gaze shifted slightly as she lifted her eyes to him. "I wish for you to keep your distance. To silence your voice and banish your scent from my presence. If we could grow old and never cross paths again, that would be even better." Ye Jinghan's eyes narrowed in contemplation. "Yunsang, why do you insist on this?" "I could ask you the same," she replied, her tone dripping with disdain. "When I was trailing behind you like a shadow, you regarded me as nothing more than a discarded trifle, casting me aside without a second thought. Now that I have chosen to let go, you return, entangling me once more and offering apologies? How utterly laughable." She extended a finger, pressing forcefully against the vicinity of his heart, her contempt evident. "What is it? Suddenly disregarded, and now you feel aggrieved? Or have you, in a moment of revelation, discovered some lingering affection for Yunsang, unwilling to part ways?" Chapter 155, Men indeed have a tendency to degrade themselves. Yunsang's words were laced with derision. Ye Jinghan gazed into her eyes, suddenly falling silent. As Yunsang disdainfully cast a glance at him and attempted to walk away, Ye Jinghan once again grasped her hand, looking at her with an unprecedented resolve in his voice. "Indeed, I cannot bear to let go." Yunsang turned her gaze towards him, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. This was undoubtedly the most terrifying statement she had heard since her reincarnation. However, she knew Ye Jinghan too well. She would never believe that he could harbor feelings for her. Ye Jinghan pulled her closer, wrapping his arms around her waist. "I said, I cannot bear to part with you. I refuse to accept your relationship with Jingfan. Since you will inevitably become a daughter-in-law of the Yi family, you can only be my wife." Indeed, this man was not simply reluctant about her, he was determined to prevent any connection between her and Jingfan. All to preserve his own pride. Yunsang raised her hand, swatting away his grip on her chin, attempting to extricate herself from his embrace. Yet, she found herself powerless against Ye Jinghan's strength. She lifted her foot and sharply stamped down on the top of his foot. Still, his arms remained tightly secured around her waist. With a cold glare, Yunsang mocked, "Ah, men truly do love to demean themselves." Ye Jinghan's eyes narrowed, his voice dropping. "Yunsang." "Ye Jinghan." Yunsang interrupted him, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Her voice sharp and piercing as if laced with ice shards. Refrain from your reluctance, do not live so pathetically, Yunsang remarked. Gradually retreating her hand behind her and rummaging through her bag until she extracted a fragrant sachet. She swiftly raised her hand, intent on casting the sachet towards Ye Jinghan. Only to have her wrist seized by him. Ye Jinghan lifted his gaze, coldly scrutinizing the black sachet. The previous night, he had witnessed its potency firsthand. He had been in the midst of confessing his feelings when she had the audacity to retaliate against him. How could genuine affection, so earnest and sincere, transform overnight? He refused to believe it. With evident skepticism, he fixed his gaze upon her, his voice laced with doubt. Yunsang. Have you not noticed how peculiar you have been lately? Yunsang forcefully pushed him away. Let go of me. Reluctantly, Ye Jinghan released her wrist. Yunsang, striving to maintain her composure, coldly retorted, it is not I who is peculiar, it is you. I do not believe a single word of the bizarre things you have uttered, nor do I trust you as a person. Ye Jinghan. My anti-wolf sachet is no trifling matter. If you wish to avoid suffering, maintain a safe distance from me, otherwise, I shall not hesitate to show you my displeasure. With a disdainful snort, she delivered a sharp kick to his knee before hastily departing. This time, Ye Jinghan did not impede her. He merely turned to gaze at Yunsang's retreating figure, remaining motionless for an extended period. It was not until she entered the villa that he crouched down, gently caressing his sore knee. Upon noticing the fragrance tablet that had fallen to the ground, he retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, carefully picked up the tablet, wrapped it, and departed. Yunsang's previously buoyant spirits were thus shattered by Ye Jinghan. Upon entering the fragrance studio, it took her a considerable amount of time to calm her emotions and begin her scent crafting. After returning home and dining with her parents, Yunsang informed them briefly before having the driver escort her to the CAF. After a long interval, Wei Yanran appeared just as striking and spirited as ever. The two engaged in an endless conversation. Yunsang shared her desire for Wei Yanran's assistance in finding an assistant, to which Wei Yanran readily agreed. After conversing for over half an hour, Wei Yanran abruptly received a phone call, stating that she had an urgent matter to attend to and needed to leave. Observing her pale complexion and unsteady departure, Yunsang couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Once she entered her vehicle, she instructed the driver to follow Wei Yanran's car, intending to ensure her safe return home. However, Wei Yanran's vehicle headed towards the entrance of a club. Yunsang clenched her fist in silence. The mere sight of the sign at the entrance filled her with resentment. The Royal Duke Club. Chapter 156, both deceitful and base. After parking her car, Wei Yanran hurried towards the club, only to be intercepted at the entrance. Yunsang lowered the window, overhearing Wei Yanran's negotiation with the doorman, insisting that she merely wished to find someone and would leave promptly thereafter. However, the doorman remained resolute in his refusal to grant her entry. Yunsang was acutely aware of the nature of the Royal Club. Given Wei Yanran's current status, it was evident that she could not gain entry without a VIP card. A memory flickered in Yunsang's mind. She recalled a news report from her previous life, detailing how Wei Yanran had caught her fiancé in a compromising situation at the club, only to be assaulted by him in the process. A frown creased Yunsang's brow. Was this the moment in question? Upon reflection, it indeed seemed to coincide with the days following her birthday. As the club's floor manager emerged, commanding staff to forcibly escort Wei Yanran down the steps, Yunsang opened her car door, her expression icy as she approached, seizing Wei Yanran from behind. The two security guards immediately released their grip upon recognizing her. The manager hastened over, standing respectfully before Yunsang. Miss Yun, your esteemed presence is a delight. Why did you not inform us in advance, so that I could have arranged for your transportation? Yunsang cast a cold glare at the manager, her voice laced with authority. You possess an audacious sense of entitlement, looking down on others. How dare you attempt to expel my friend? Forgive us, Miss Yun. We were unaware that Miss Wei was your companion, the manager responded, bowing respectfully and gesturing for them to enter the club. After being dismissed by Yunsang, the manager hastily approached the door of the private room upstairs, knocked lightly, and entered. Second master, Miss Yun has arrived. Downstairs, Yunsang feigned ignorance and inquired, Sister Yanran, whom are you here to see? Wei Yanran's gaze flickered momentarily, and she remained silent. Not wishing to put her in a difficult position, Yunsang quickly asked, Am I inconvenient here? If so, I can leave. Wei Yanran looked at Yunsang with gratitude and said, Sang, thank you so much for bringing me in today. Perhaps you should. Before she could finish her sentence, a woman's voice interrupted her. Both turned to see a man and a woman approaching, arm in arm. The tall man with a sun-kissed complexion was Wei Yanran's fiancé, Wen Changlin. Despite being younger in rank, he was not lacking in years. The sweet-looking woman beside him was Bai Miao, a model and Wen Changlin's former girlfriend, who was also the instigator of Wei Yanran's previous rift with him, leading to her downfall. Upon seeing them, Wei Yanran's body tensed, her eyes blazing with fury directed at Wen Changlin. Bai Miao released her hold on Wen Changlin's arm, feigning a desire to maintain distance. Wen Changlin, displeased, cast a cold glance at Wei Yanran and remarked, "What are you doing here? You aren't following me, are you?" Bai Miao immediately replied in a delicate tone, "Oh, Changlin, you mustn't think that way about Sister Yanran. She is a mature and dignified woman. How could she engage in such petty behavior as stalking her boyfriend? Isn't that right, Sister Yanran?" Wei Yanran trembled with fury, casting a cold glare at Bai Miao. Yunsang, observing the situation, realized that Wei Yanran was on the verge of losing her composure. If Bai Miao added even a hint of fuel to the fire, past incidents that had made headlines could easily repeat themselves. In this lifetime, Yunsang not only wished to avert her friend's tragic fate but also hoped to embark on a new venture in the perfume industry together. Thus, she gracefully linked her arm with Wei Yanran's, glancing sideways at Bai Miao with a mocking smile, and said, "Bai Miao, while your character may be questionable, you do have a point. If a dog desires to eat filth, one cannot possibly restrain it. Sister Yanran would never stoop to such lowly acts of stalking her fiancé. She was invited by me." Upon hearing this, Bai Miao appeared as if she might burst into tears, clinging to Wen Changlin's arm in distress, and lamented, "Miss Yun, I have not offended you. How could you say such things about me?" Chapter 157, Dare to lay a finger on her. Yunsang stepped before her, her gaze rife with derision. "You, appearing hand in hand with a man who has a fiancée, right in front of his girlfriend, should I say you are both shameless and despicable, or should I instead label you as innocent and adorable? With a face as unattractive as yours, a glance in the mirror would suffice to reveal the truth. Go home and take a look. Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Bai Miao choked back a sob, tears welling in her eyes. Wen Changlin, witnessing this, frowned and addressed Yunsang, "Miss Yun, your words are rather excessive." Yunsang scoffed derisively, "I am conversing with Bai Miao. What concern is it of yours? Why do you interject?" Meanwhile, Wei Yanran, who had been dazed for some time, finally mustered the effort to speak to Wen Changlin. "Did you not claim you were engaged in business discussions with a client? Is this your client?" "Wen Changlin, why are you lying?" Wen Changlin averted his gaze awkwardly. "I assure you, nothing is amiss between Miao and me. I merely wished to spare you unnecessary worries, hence my silence." Wei Yanran pushed Wen Changlin gently. "How many times has this occurred? Wen Changlin, you tell me. How many times?" Bai Miao stepped forward, shielding Wen Changlin with her presence, her voice laced with distress. "Sister Yanran, please don't be like this. We haven't done anything. You must trust Changlin." "Be silent," Wei Yanran retorted, pushing Bai Miao aside. "Bai Miao, have you no shame? Understand this, he is engaged." Bai Miao collapsed to the ground, covering her mouth as she wept bitterly. Upon witnessing the scene, Wen Changlin, without allowing Wei Yanran to finish her words, forcefully shoved her aside, exclaiming, "What are you making a fuss about in a place like this? Aren't you embarrassed?" Wei Yanran stumbled back a few steps, nearly losing her balance, but fortunately, Yunsang was there to catch her. Yunsang, filled with indignation, was incensed that this scoundrel dared to lay a hand on a woman. He was as despicable as Ye Jinghan, utterly unforgivable. She strode forward, raised her hand, and delivered a resounding slap to Wen Changlin's face. The pain struck him, prompting an instinctive reaction to raise his hand. Just as Yunsang was about to bend her knee to strike at his vulnerable spot, a familiar, cold voice pierced through the air, "Wen Changlin, how dare you?" Instantly, Wen Changlin withdrew his hand and turned to see the striking figure of a man emerging from the corridor, faintly calling out, "Second master." Yunsang felt a surge of displeasure. It seemed that trouble always arrived uninvited. In her previous life, she had sought every opportunity to encounter Ye Jinghan, but fate always thwarted her efforts. In this lifetime, she wished to ignore him, yet even the slightest chance encounter seemed inevitable. Ye Jinghan approached Wen Changlin. His voice soft yet imbued with an air of authority that demanded respect. You dare to lay a hand on her? Your audacity knows no bounds. Bai Miao Miao stepped forward. Looking pitiful as she pleaded, Second Master, it's not as you think, it was Miss Yun who struck first, she. Ye Jinghan didn't even cast her a glance, directing his attention solely to Wen Changlin. The woman you brought along doesn't even understand the rules? Who permitted her to speak to me? Bai Miao Miao's eyes darted around as Wen Changlin pulled her aside. Wen Changlin said, Second Master, today's matter is my fault. I apologize. Observing Wen Changlin's defense of that woman, Wei Yanran closed her eyes, overwhelmed with sorrow. Yunsang approached, firmly grasping her hand to provide warmth. Ye Jinghan emanated a chilling aura, leaning close to whisper a warning that only they could hear. Your private affairs are your own. But should you dare lay a finger on her, I shall take your life. Wen Changlin involuntarily shuddered, quickly nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, I understand. Ye Jinghan turned to face Yunsang, inquiring, what brings you here? Yunsang cast him a disdainful glance. Does it concern you? Ye Jinghan, with a frosty expression, reflected on how he had just assisted her. How could this girl be so ungrateful? Yunsang shot him a sidelong look, thinking that had he not meddled, she would have already successfully ambushed that scoundrel when. She addressed Wei Yanran, Sister Yanran, shall we return for today? Wei Yanran looked towards Wen Changlin. But before she could speak, Ye Jinghan interjected calmly, Miss Wei, I have some matters to discuss with you. May I borrow you for a moment? Chapter 158, I must settle accounts with you. Yunsang stood protectively behind Wei Yanran, resembling a vigilant eagle guarding its young, and cast a wary glance at Ye Jinghan. What are your intentions? She inquired. Ye Jinghan felt a surge of frustration at her defensive demeanor. He replied in a low voice, as I mentioned, I wish to ask Miss Wei a few questions. Just as Yunsang was about to refuse on Wei Yanran's behalf, the latter, who had been rather listless, spoke in a calm tone. Very well, what would the Second Master like to inquire about? Ye Jinghan signaled to Yang Wenqing, who approached Yunsang with utmost respect. Miss Yun, the Second Master requires a private conversation with Miss Wei, which may take some time. Allow me to escort you to a lounge for your comfort. Yunsang cast a worried glance at Wei Yanran, who nodded reassuringly. After giving Ye Jinghan a cold glare, she turned and followed Yang Wenqing to the lounge. The atmosphere around Ye Jinghan felt too tainted, she needed to seize the moment to breathe fresh air. Ye Jinghan led Wei Yanran into a private room. From his bag, he retrieved the fragrant sachet he had found earlier that day and placed it on the table. He pondered whether this intoxicating scent, which could induce dizziness and nausea, was indeed the creation of Miss Wei. As Wei Yanran bent down to examine the sachet, she paused upon hearing his words, retracting her hand with an air of indifference. Then it certainly cannot be a fragrance of my making, she stated. Ye Jinghan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Wei Yanran, clearly skeptical of her assertion. Second Master, she continued. In my lifetime, I have only crafted fragrances for cosmetics and have never concocted anything intended to harm others. Thus, I am quite certain this is not my creation. Ye Jinghan inquired once more, are you able to discern the components of this fragrance? Wei Yanran bent down, employing her expertise to identify the scent. After a considerable time, she furrowed her brow. Observing her reaction, Ye Jinghan understood that this fragrance was indeed not her creation. Throughout the day, he had encountered 4 master perfumers, all utilizing the same method, yet none could ascertain the ingredients of the fragrance. Ye Jinghan's gaze fell upon the scent strip. Could it truly be the work of Yunsang? But how could Yunsang possess such skill? He turned to Wei Yanran and asked gravely, what is your assessment of Yunsang's perfuming abilities? Wei Yanran set down the scent strip and rose, her expression tinged with skepticism as she queried. What exactly is the purpose of your invitation, Second Master? Ye Jinghan did not conceal his intentions. Yunsang claims this fragrance is her creation, but I find it hard to believe. Wei Yanran pressed her lips together. As for the quality of Sang's craft, I cannot say for certain. However, if you doubt her, you might inquire whether she possesses the antidote for this fragrance. Only the perfumer would truly know how to remedy it. Ye Jinghan's eyes narrowed. Yunsang indeed had such a remedy. Could it truly be her work? Yet, he still felt an inkling of disbelief. Meanwhile, Yunsang sat alone in the private room, idly scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, the door to the room was forcefully kicked open from the outside. It was Su Boyi, his cheeks slightly flushed from drink. as he stumbled in with a goblet in hand. Yunsang, it truly is you. I haven't yet come to settle the score with you regarding my parents' matters. And here you are, seeking me out. As Yunsang observed Su Boi maneuvering around the tea table to approach her, memories of their past life flooded her mind. Particularly the grotesque expression he wore when he sought to violate her. A frown briefly creased her brow. Recalling her earlier regret at not having Su Boi present while dealing with the Ye family, little did she expect him to so boldly present himself for his own demise. A subtle smile graced the corners of her lips. Su Boi abruptly hurled a goblet at her feet, pointing an accusatory finger as he barked. If I don't end you today, I want to be called Su Boi. With that, he lunged towards Yunsang. Swiftly, she unzipped her bag and grasped a black incense shard firmly in her hand. Su Boi, stepping onto the tea table, leaped directly in front of her and seized her shoulders. You insolent girl, watch how I deal with you today, he declared, raising his hand to strike. In a flash, Yunsang bent her knee and forcefully collided with his lower body. As he doubled over in pain, she seized the opportunity to grasp the back of his collar. Without hesitation, she thrust the incense shard towards his nose. Just as Su Boi prepared to retaliate, an unfamiliar scent invaded his nostrils, triggering an overwhelming wave of nausea. Seizing the moment, Yunsang flashed a sharp smile and retorted, who is truly dealing with whom remains to be seen. Chapter 159, A wrathful fury. The pain beneath Su Boi had yet to subside when he found himself overwhelmed by the potent scent. Collapsing to the ground in agony and succumbing to nausea, Yunsang, consumed by a seething rage, seized the moment to deliver a forceful kick to his abdomen. Against an ordinary man, she might have exerted some effort, however, dealing with a drunken wretch like Su Boi was akin to sparring with a mere dish. After delivering her blows, she disdainfully retrieved a napkin from the table, bent down to wipe her shoes, and then hurled the soiled paper onto Su Boi's face. Now, relish the gift I have bestowed upon you, she scoffed, rising to her feet and striding to the door, pulling it open and stepping outside. Just as she exited the private room, she encountered Ye Jinghan and Wei Yanran emerging from the adjacent chamber. Yunsang disregarded Ye Jinghan, instead addressing Wei Yanran, Sister Yanran. Are you unharmed? Ye Jinghan, displeased, interjected, How malicious do you perceive me to be? Malicious? What did that even signify? In her eyes, he was merely a demon that devoured without leaving a trace. Behind her, Su Boi staggered out of the room, spewing his discontent as he fixated on Yunsang, reaching out in an attempt to grasp her. Ye Jinghan's gaze turned icy as he seized Su Boi's wrist, his voice sharp and commanding, Su Boi, are you seeking death? Su Boi pushed Ye Jinghan away, his expression one of torment as he pleaded with Yunsang, Yunsang, give me the antidote, please. Ye Jinghan turned his gaze, coldly scrutinizing Yunsang, did you administer that substance to him again from last night? Yunsang replied calmly, of course. The anti-wolf fragrance sachet is unnecessary in the presence of such a lecher. Shall I allow him to take liberties with me? Take liberties? Ye Jinghan's gaze turned sharp and piercing. What has he done to you? Yunsang, possessing a degree of insight into Ye Jinghan's character, understood his disdain for Su Boi's lecherous demeanor. She reached out, adjusting her clothing, deliberately presenting a sorrowful visage as she turned her back to him. Observing Yunsang's reaction, Ye Jinghan felt a surge of rage. He seized the writhing Su Boi, lifting his fist and ruthlessly striking his face. Su Boi staggered back, collapsing to the ground, blood instantly streaming from his nose. In agony, he cried out, overwhelmed by dizziness and nausea, teetering on the brink of madness. He propped himself against the wall, staggering towards Yunsang, pleading, Yunsang, Yunsang, I was wrong. You possess the antidote, don't you? Please, give it to me, quickly. Having just rolled in his own vomit, he was now a revolting sight, covered in filth. Ye Jinghan swiftly grasped Yunsang's wrist, pulling her behind him. Su Boi lunged forward, only to fall, expelling the contents of his stomach upon hitting the ground. At that moment, Wei Yanran stood opposite them. Though she had managed to leap aside just in time, some of the filth still splattered onto her shoes. Just then, Naidi's son, Wen Yesheng, emerged from a nearby private room, approaching the scene. Perceiving the crowd gathered, he looked around in confusion until his gaze settled upon Wei Yanran. Spotting Wen Yesheng, Wei Yanran awkwardly called out, cousin. The address of uncle was a reflection of her relationship with Wen Chonglin. Wen Yesheng nodded at her, allowing her gaze to linger on her face for a brief moment before shifting towards Ye Jinghan. What is the matter? she inquired. Ye Jinghan replied nonchalantly. It's a trivial issue. He turned to Yang Wenqing and pointed at Su Boi. Remove this disgraceful individual. Understood, Yang Wenqing commanded, instructing his men to drag Su Boi outside. In a state of despair, Su Boi pleaded, No, Jinghan, please let Yunsang give me the antidote. I'm going to die. Despite his protests, he was forcibly taken away. Yunsang's eyes narrowed as she addressed Wei Yanran, Sister Yanran, your shoes. Wei Yanran grimaced at the unsightly object on her footwear. When Yeshin glanced down and gently remarked, Miss Wei, those shoes are no longer wearable. I shall have someone procure a new pair for you. Fortunately, I have slippers in my private room, you can change there while you wait. Wei Yanran turned to Yunsang, seeking her approval since they had come together. In truth, Yunsang was reluctant to share the same air as Ye Jinghan under one roof. However, seeing Sister Yanran in such repulsive shoes made it impossible for her to walk. She shook off Ye Jinghan's grasp on her wrist and stepped forward to link arms with Wei Yanran, accompanying her into Ye Jinghan's private room. As they entered, Yunsang was momentarily taken aback by the crowd that filled the space. Chapter 160, A Chaos That Makes One Question Life. Night Jinghan's friend, Nangong Qi. He Jingya, the heiress of the Qiu family, Qiu Yinong, along with Nangong Qi's adopted daughter, Nangong Kuei, and Tongan, were all present. The relationships among this group were so convoluted that it could lead one to question the very essence of existence. The Nangong family and the Qiu family intended to form a marital alliance, yet Qiu Yinong harbored an interest in Wen Yexing. He Jingya showed great concern for Nangong Kuei, who, ironically, had feelings for her uncle, Nangong Qi, who had raised her since childhood. Furthermore, in her previous life, she had been enamored with Knight Jinghan, who was invariably seen with Tongan, creating a painful contrast. During that time, Yunsang often pondered that had it not been for her affection for Knight Jinghan, she would never have entangled herself in such a morally ambiguous circle. In this lifetime, an opportunity had arisen, she resolved not to indulge in this circle any longer. When Yexing personally brought slippers for Wei Yanran, after she changed into them, she softly expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, uncle. Please, have a seat, Wen Yexing replied. Then proceeded to sit down alongside Knight Jinghan. He Jingya, with a cheerful demeanor, called out to Yunsang, Sister Yun, come to the center and sit beside Jinghan. Yunsang remained composed and replied, There's no need, we shall be leaving shortly. She was disinclined to greet this group and instead guided Wei Yanran to a secluded corner near the door. Wei Yanran felt awkward amidst the gathering, her spirits already low. And now the atmosphere felt even more unbearable. Noticing Wei Yanran's discomfort, Yunsang whispered, Once you've changed your shoes, we shall depart. Wei Yanran smiled and nodded in agreement. Beside her, Tongan smiled tenderly at Yunsang and said, Sang, I called home. And my aunt mentioned you went out to meet Miss Wei. Had I known you would be here, I would have invited you to join us. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunsang replied coldly, There's no need. I no longer have any ties with Ye Jinghan. How you choose to gather is your freedom, your circle is yours. And I shall no longer partake in it. Ye Jinghan turned his gaze, casting a frosty glare at Yunsang. Nearby, Tongyan's close friend, Qiu Yinong, lifted her champagne flute and remarked lightly, Sang, are you serious? If an ends up with Jinghan, don't say you regret it later. Yunsang coolly scrutinized Qiu Yinong's exquisitely made-up face. In Beiqing, she was celebrated as the quintessential socialite. The title of best was bestowed upon her merely to compare her to those wealthy heiresses, as she truly fell short in various respects. To provide her with a semblance of psychological balance, a hollow title was forcibly conferred upon her. Consequently, Qiu Yinong had looked down upon Yunsang, who was often dubbed the most beautiful socialite, and had always secretly competed with her. The two of them would never have peacefully coexisted had it not been for their mutual affection for certain men. After scrutinizing her for a prolonged moment, Yunsang suddenly let out a cold laugh. Should I go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now to help them get married? I might as well wish them 100 years of bliss and prompt them to bear children. Upon hearing this, Ye Jinghan forcefully slammed the wine glass he had just picked up onto the table. An abrupt silence enveloped the private room. Tongan hurriedly interjected, Sang. Yinong was just joking, don't take it to heart. After she finished speaking, she turned her gaze towards Qiu Yinong and softly remarked, Yinong, such jokes should not be made lightly. Sang is still young and might take them seriously. Yunsang scoffed with a hint of mockery and glanced at Qiu Yinong. saying, if she doesn't fancy Ye Jinghan, there's nothing I can do about it. Haven't you always been optimistic about them? You should continue to support their match in the future, I have faith in you. Observing Ye Jinghan clenching his fists, He Jinghan, fearing an inadvertent spark between them that might disrupt the atmosphere, quickly interjected, Hey, Inong, didn't you just say you would play the piano for our entertainment? Go ahead. Feeling pricked by Yunsang's words, Chiao Inong, in a defiant tone, challenged, saying, I recall you have also studied piano for a few years. How about we have a four-hand duet? Yunsang merely responded with a disdainful smile. Chapter 161, in an instant, reduced to nothingness in the midst of autumn's embrace. Kiwi Inong excelled in various talents, particularly in playing the piano, having participated in competitions and garnered accolades. Her invitation for a performance seemed merely an attempt to overshadow her and provoke embarrassment. However, she miscalculated her strategy. All eyes gravitated towards Yunsang. Yunsang rose. Poised to accept the challenge, very well, what shall I play? As a piano virtuoso, a simplistic piece would lack intrigue. Let us tackle Liszt's Hunt. Kiwi Inong's brows furrowed slightly. Hunt is recognized globally as one of the 10 most challenging piano compositions. She had practiced it countless times, rarely achieving proficiency. This woman must be doing this on purpose. Feigning calmness, she replied, that piece is far too difficult for you, perhaps. Yunsang immediately waved her hand innocently. No need for accommodations, the essence of listening to music is to find solace. I certainly do not wish to hinder your performance. Should I falter, I will cease. With that, Yunsang approached the piano and gracefully took her seat. Noticing Kiwi Inong's hesitance to join her, Yunsang turned and inquired, Are you not coming? Or is it that you cannot? Irritated, Kiwi Inong retorted, Who says I cannot? If you stop playing, I shall simply choose another piece. Reluctantly, she had to put on a brave face and sat down. She was confident that such a formidable composition would prove beyond Yunsang's capabilities. Yunsang feigned a breath of tension, placing her hands directly upon the piano keys, and commenced to play. Chiao Inong, unwilling to concede, swiftly joined in. The piece was incredibly intense, rapid, and posed a significant challenge. A group of onlookers lounged on the sofa, and He Jinghan, harboring a hint of concern, leaned in to whisper to Ye Jinghan. Is your Yunsang capable of this? Upon hearing your Yunsang, Ye Jinghan's eyebrows subtly arched, and a smile graced his lips as he replied with a sense of contentment. We'll know after listening. Initially, Chiao Inong managed to keep pace with the rhythm. However, as the piece progressed, she found herself increasingly struggling, unable to match Yunsang's tempo.